Rebirth in the last days, the first 10 days. Xiaoyang opened his eyes, feeling remarkably refreshed. A stunning young lady, clad in a flight attendant's uniform, lay beside him on the bed. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he perished in the apocalypse? He vividly recalled the cataclysmic events that had led to the annihilation of humanity. Natural disasters and hordes of zombies ravaged the world, pushing human civilization to the brink of extinction. By a stroke of fortune, he had acquired spatial abilities, allowing him to survive for 3 arduous years amidst the chaos. Yet, in the end, he had succumbed to an assault by a mutated species. In that fleeting moment, a blinding white light enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by this astonishing scene. He scrutinized the young lady closely. She seemed somewhat familiar. Was it the allure of her uniform? Was he merely dreaming? Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Was this the extent of his repressed desires in the apocalypse? To dream of a flight attendant just before his demise? Xiao, are you all right? The young lady, noticing his stillness, inquired with a dazed expression. Before Xiaoyang could gather his thoughts, the flight attendant turned over. Wow, how forward! Xiaoyang's mind struggled to keep pace, yet he did not decline. Suddenly, as he reached out, he felt a sharp prick. A jolt of pain surged through him. Wait, he could feel pain? This wasn't a dream. He wasn't dead. Quickly, he turned the young lady over, only to see her name tag fall to the floor. It turned out the pin from her name tag had pricked his hand. In the midst of her bewildered gaze, he picked up the name tag, which bore the name Su Xiao along with a number. Su Xiao, alas. Xiaoyang suddenly recalled that this was an air hostess he had encountered before the apocalypse. He hastily turned to glance behind him, where the oval window revealed the silvery moonlight illuminating the thick clouds. Goodness, wasn't this the very same airplane turbulence he had experienced once, and only once before the world fell apart? He quickly rummaged through his trousers and retrieved his phone. Oh dear, Xiao, I knew you would want to record a video. The air hostess, named Su Xiao, promptly covered her face, feeling bashful. Ignoring her, Xiaoyang swiftly unlocked his phone. Gazing at the date displayed on the screen, he was struck with astonishment. The date read, June 21st, 2032, midnight. He had inexplicably been reborn 10 days prior to the onset of the apocalypse. Did this mean he had ample time to prepare for the impending cataclysm? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he quickly raised his left arm for a closer inspection, but found nothing. Yet, Xiaoyang was acutely aware that at the moment the apocalypse struck, he would feel a sharp pain in his brow, followed by a sequence of numbers appearing on his left arm. These numbers represented the remaining energy of the human body, displayed in the format of years, days, hours, minutes, and seconds, merely a countdown. In the apocalypse, every human would be granted enough energy to survive for a year. However, this did not imply that one could only live for a year. This energy could be traded as long as 2 individuals clasped their left hands. They could mentally convey the values they wished to exchange. Once the energy reached 0, regardless of one's prowess, death would be instantaneous. Conversely, the greater one's energy, the longer one's life will extend, and the more robust one's physique will become. In the absence of weaponry, an individual possessing a century's worth of energy can effortlessly vanquish someone with merely a year of energy. This illustrates the stark disparity. Moreover, when a person's energy reaches over 10,000 years, conventional firearms become utterly ineffectual against them. Thus, in a post-apocalyptic world, money is as worthless as dirt. Energy is the true hard currency. After all, time equates to life and strength. However, this energy cannot be forcibly seized. It can only be transmitted voluntarily through the recipient's intent. Should one eliminate another, their temporal energy would vanish entirely, rendering such an act a sheer waste. Naturally, if one wishes to appropriate energy, there are methods to do so. One could engineer a scenario in which the target is bitten by a zombie upon transformation into a zombie. The remaining energy would coalesce at the forehead, forming a cylindrical object akin to a battery. By dispatching the zombie, one could extract this energy to replenish their own. Yet, this approach is fraught with peril, as a transformed individual becomes significantly more formidable than an ordinary person. A mere misstep could lead to one's own demise. Before his rebirth, Xiaoyang had amassed over a millennium of energy. Regrettably, all of it dissipated upon his reincarnation. Though he feels a twinge of regret, Xiaoyang remains unperturbed. Armed with his experience, he possesses the capacity to reclaim what was lost, and perhaps even acquire more. After all, a millennium of energy is hardly substantial. If one were to categorize physical attributes according to temporal energy, a span of 0 to 9 years would constitute the first level. From 10 to 99 years corresponds to the second tier. From 100 to 999 years corresponds to the third tier. From 1,000 to 9,999 years corresponds to the fourth tier. From 100 million to 900 million years is classified as the ninth tier. As for Xiaoyang, in his previous life, he merely grazed the threshold of the fourth tier. It could be said that, during the late stages of the apocalypse, he was but a mere scrap. This is the price of choosing to endure. Seemingly reminded of something, Xiaoyang hastily closed his eyes. After a brief moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. His spatial abilities had not vanished. With the onset of the apocalypse, all humanity awakens to some form of extraordinary power, albeit at varying times. These powers are diverse and multifaceted. However, they can generally be categorized into combat-oriented, spell-casting, and various unique abilities. Some individuals awaken exceedingly rare, perhaps even singular, special abilities. For instance, Xiaoyang's spatial powers have yet to be reported as awakened by another. Of course, it is also possible that someone, like him, chooses to keep their abilities concealed. These extraordinary powers are capable of advancement, yet they rely on crystals found within mutated animals. There are a total of 9 levels of abilities, and Xiaoyang has only ascended to the 5th level. His spatial realm has indeed expanded, now encompassing an area akin to 10 football fields, while other aspects remain unchanged. Xiaoyang has persistently regarded his powers as rather trivial aside from the capacity to store more items. They seem of little utility. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where resources are desperately scarce, what good is a vast space? It feels akin to the discomfort of having an empty bank account. Now, just prior to the arrival of the cataclysm, he possesses the gift of spatial abilities. It is simply extraordinary. In his previous life, Xiaoyang fortuitously discovered a small supermarket and stored all the supplies within his spatial ability. Though the resources were limited, when combined with some wild vegetables and game, they would suffice to sustain him for 3 years with frugality. This circumstance compelled him to live with utmost caution, never daring to casually team up with others, thus opting to survive alone. In a post-apocalyptic world, resources are the most scarce commodity. Even a single pack of expired instant noodles could incite fierce competition, leading individuals to grievous injuries or even death. He shuddered at the thought of what others might do if they were to discover his spatial abilities. Xiaoyang understood that joining a team would enhance his chances of survival. However, if one is not a core member of that team, they are merely expendable. Thus, having a core team of his own is indeed of paramount importance. Without a team, he could ultimately fall victim to monsters, rendering his second chance at life utterly meaningless. Since fate has bestowed upon him the gift of rebirth, he must prepare thoroughly. His first objective is to utilize the next 10 days to accumulate sufficient daily necessities. More is always better. As for forming a team, there is no rush. He is not particularly interested in ordinary individuals. He intends to leverage his memories to recruit some remarkable figures he encountered in his past life. Only then would his rebirth not be in vain. Now, with everything in place, he finds himself lacking only in funds. A smirk graced Xiaoyang's lips as he let out a cold snort. His return to Haicheng is solely for the pursuit of wealth. In a previous life, I was deceived by my stepmother and my half-brother, receiving not a single penny until the advent of the apocalypse. This time, shall I allow you to succeed? 6 hours after the division of the inheritance, the plane touched down. In the first-class cabin compartment, Xiaoyang had a wild time. Young Master Xiao, I have to fly back. I won't accompany you anymore. Remember to contact me. From now on, I'll only belong to you. Su Xiao helped Xiaoyang tidy up his clothes, gave a charming smile, and whispered softly in his ear. Xiaoyang glanced at Su Xiao's name tag and the unbuttoned collar, then smiled faintly. All right, darling. I've got some things to handle upon my return. I'll contact you after I'm done. Xiaoyang didn't tell Su Xiao about the impending end of the world. She was just one of the many flowers in his garden. However, since he had been reborn, He decided to remind Su Xiao one day before the apocalypse as a gesture of gratitude for their night together. Good luck, girl. In a villa in Haicheng City, when Xiaoyang arrived, there were 6 or 7 people sitting in the living room. When his step-mother Zhang Li and half-brother Xiaoren saw him, they looked cold and didn't even say hello, as if they had a deep-seated grudge against him. Xiaoyang, you're back. Come and sit down. Attorney Chun has been waiting for a long time. A middle-aged man stood up and greeted him. Xiaoyang didn't even need to look to know it was Wang Jian, his father's sworn brother. Seeing that Xiaoyang ignored him, Wang Jian continued on his own. Xiaoyang, I shouldn't have come to this kind of occasion. But after all, I was your father's best friend during his lifetime. So I'm here to be a witness. Xiaoyang ignored him again and directly said to the attorney opposite, Attorney Chun, you can announce my father's will now. It was this lawyer Chun who informed Xiaoyang to come back. Xiaoyang had chatted with him before, so naturally he recognized him. Lawyer Chun stood up, glanced at Zhang Li and Xiaorun, and said, Ms. Zhang Li, Mr. Xiaorun, and Mr. Xiaoyang. I am Chen Gang, the lawyer entrusted by Chairman Xiao Feng before his disappearance. The 2 gentlemen behind me are notaries from the notary office. According to Chairman Xiao Feng's will, in the event of his accident, all the properties under his name will be distributed as follows. Mr. Xiaoyang shall inherit all the shares of the group, while Ms. Zhang Li and Mr. Xiaoren shall jointly inherit 2 villas and a deposit of 2 billion yuan. Hearing this, Xiaoyang was not surprised at all, for he had known this in his previous life. However, Zhang Li and Xiaorun were utterly shocked, and even Wang Jian frowned tightly. Impossible. Did you make a mistake? Lawyer Chen. Zhang Li was the first to speak up. Lawyer Chen remained expressionless. The 2 notaries behind him placed a paper will and a mobile phone on the table. Here are the written and video proofs of the will. Madam Zhang can check them at your convenience. Zhang Li quickly picked up the will, read it carefully several times, and then played the video. After that, she slumped onto the sofa dejectedly. Is there a mistake? My father didn't leave me even a single share of the group worth 20 billion yuan? Xiaoren couldn't sit still either. He glared at Xiaoyang angrily, as if all this was caused by his half-brother. Although 2 billion yuan in deposit was no small amount, compared with the shares worth 20 billion yuan, it seemed far less appealing. Xiaoyang watched their reactions coldly and said nothing. All right, the will has been announced. From now on, the notary office staff and I will be responsible for overseeing its implementation. It is also hoped that everyone can cooperate with our work. Seeing that no one had any objections, Chen Gang was about to enter the implementation phase. Wait, Attorney Chen, this share transfer is of great significance. Since Chairman Xiao has passed away, as the second largest shareholder of the group, I think it's necessary to notify other board members first to avoid conflicts within the group. Wang Jian beside him quickly stood up and said to Chen Gang. Then he turned to look at Xiaoyang. Moreover, Xiaoyang has been studying abroad and is not familiar with the internal situation of the group. The group's affairs have been managed by his step-mother Zhang Li and younger brother Xiaoren. So, please give us more time to handle it. What do you think, Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang looked at Wang Jian with a sincere face, but sneered inwardly. In his previous life, it was this Wang Jian who colluded with his step-mother Zhang Li to make all sorts of excuses to delay his inheritance, which made him get nothing before the end of the world. When the end of the world came, his step-mother Zhang Li and younger brother Xiaoren even drove him out of the house, claiming that the villa and deposits belonged to them. He was forced to wander on the streets and almost froze to death in the super cold wave. Xiaoyang was fuming with hatred, but this time, he wouldn't let the tragedy of his previous life repeat itself. Hearing Wang Jian say so, Zhang Li suddenly changed her sad look and said with a smile, Yes. Xiaoyang, I'm afraid the group members won't accept you if you take over suddenly. Your step-mother will pave the way for you first. After all, you don't want to see any changes happen to the group founded by your father, do you? Although these words seemed to be full of concern, they actually carried a strong sense of threat. Xiaoyang suddenly laughed. You've acted long enough. It's my turn now. He would never compete with them for those useless shares. With only 10 days left, there isn't enough time to cash them out. Moreover, they're bound to cause trouble. Only what can be obtained immediately truly belongs to oneself. Stepmother. Actually, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Since you and Xiaoren are managing the group, I won't get involved. How about this? I'll inherit the villa and the 2 billion yuan deposit, and you can inherit the group shares. As soon as Xiaoyang said this, everyone was stunned. This guy, could he be a fool? Zhang Li thought Xiaoyang was up to some tricks and asked warily, What do you mean? Xiaoyang let out a soft laugh. Stepmother, there's no need to be nervous. If you don't believe me, Lawyer Chen and the notary public are here. They can bear witness. As long as you agree, we'll sign the agreement right away. Chen Gang and the others were stunned again. Had this guy lost his mind? That was worth 20 billion. Was he serious? Wang Jian couldn't wait to stand up and speak, seeming to realize his reaction was a bit too hasty. He quickly added with a forced laugh, if that's the case, things will be easier. After all, you're all family, and it's up to you how to divide it. However, if we follow what Xiaoyang said, it can save a lot of trouble. Xiaoyang ignored him and looked at Zhongli and Xiaoren. Well, stepmother? Brother? Zhongli still wasn't at ease and asked suspiciously, do you have any other conditions? After all, she felt her side was getting an incredibly good deal, which seemed too good to be true. Xiaoyang smiled. Of course, there are conditions. First, the 2 billion yuan deposit must be transferred to my account immediately. 2. I won't take this villa. I only want the one on Zijin Mountain. However, as compensation, give me another 5 billion and throw in a car. If you can do that, sign the agreement right now. Hearing what Xiaoyang said, Wang Jian anxiously winked at Zhongli again and again. Fine. Let's do it like this. Zhongli managed to calm her excited emotions and said, Hey, Mom, the villa on Zijin Mountain was bought for me. It's just been renovated and I haven't even lived in it. I've promised my friends to take them there for a party these days. Hearing this, Xiaoren immediately jumped up and shouted discontentedly. Shut up. Zhongli glared at her son. This good for nothing. With the company shares. What kind of villa couldn't he buy? Xiaoren glared fiercely at Xiaoyang and then turned his head away angrily without saying a word. Since the agreement was reached, the following things became easier. Witnessed by Attorney Chun and 2 notaries, the agreement was signed and came into effect. The 5 billion deposit was transferred to Xiaoyang's card. Looking at the long string of numbers showing the balance, Xiaoyang smiled. Chapter 3. The villa on Zijin Mountain. When everything was settled, it was already noon. Sure enough, when Xiaoyang was willing to take the loss, the efficiency was high. When Attorney Chun was leaving, he said sentimentally, seeing your family getting along so harmoniously, Chairman Xiao in the after, life would surely be gratified. He had witnessed many feuds in wealthy families, but such a straightforward settlement like today was the first. Xiaoyang sneered. Was it really harmonious? When he was 9, this step-mother came to the family with her son and forced his biological mother to death. For 15 years, he had harbored a deep-seated hatred for this family, and his father in particular. Thus, when his father met with an accident, he didn't feel an overwhelming sense of pain. In his previous life, he hadn't had the chance to kill this mother-son pair with his own hands. In this life, could they still escape him? After Xiaoyang left, inside the Xiao family villa, Xiao Run was venting his discontent. This Xiaoyang not only drove away the Brabus G800 I just bought, but also took the villa on Zijin Mountain. That was a property I painstakingly renovated. I hadn't even lived in it for a single day. Moreover, all 5 billion in savings were given to him. How can I attend the high tea on Shengyin in 9 days? I boasted to my friends that I'd acquire the luxury yachts and off-road RVs in the Doomsday Edition this year. I can't afford to lose face. Zhongli frowned and loudly rebuked. You good for nothing, lazy boy. All you know is to seek pleasure. Everything I've done is for you. It's just that I didn't expect your deadbeat father to have such a contingency plan. Fortunately, Xiaoyang is a good for nothing with no ambition. So he didn't disrupt my plan. Otherwise, things would have been rather troublesome. Yes, Xiaoren, your mother has your best interests at heart. After stabilizing the group, it won't be too late to deal with that wretch Xiaoyang gradually. Wang Jian, sitting beside them, also tried to console Xiaoren. I don't care. No one can take what belongs to me, Xiaoren. Xiaoyang, you've never been able to outcompete me since childhood, and you won't succeed this time either. I'll make you regurgitate every bit of what you've taken. Xiaoren uttered these harsh words and stormed upstairs in a fit of rage. Zhongli gazed at her son's receding back and sighed helplessly. Then she turned to Wang Jian and murmured softly, how's the situation on your side? Wang Jian stole a glance at the staircase where Xiaoran had disappeared. After confirming that Xiaoran had gone upstairs, he rose from his seat and walked behind Zhongli. His hands naturally rested on Zhongli's fair and delicate shoulders and gently rubbed them. Don't worry, sister-in-law. There's news from that side. Once we get the shares, we can acquire the whole thing. Once the money is in hand, we'll emigrate. Zhongli looked around warily and snapped angrily. Take your hands off. Be careful not to let Xiaoren see. Wang Jian leered lasciviously and thrust his hand into Zhongli's collar. What are you afraid of? He'll have to know sooner or later. He's my own son. Xiaoyang drove his black Brabus G800 at full speed towards the Purple Mountain Villa. This car looked similar in shape to the Mercedes-Benz G63. Yet its interior and power outshone the latter by several degrees. When he stepped on the accelerator, the booming exhaust sound and the engine's super strong horsepower could instantly restore a man's confidence. This car was the ultimate dream of many men. However, in Xiaoyang's eyes, it was still unimpressive. It was merely a means of transportation and would be of little use in the apocalypse. In a villa at the highest point of the Purple Mountain Villa area, Xiaoyang arrived at 2 p.m. The villa had 3 above ground floors and 2 underground floors, with all kinds of furniture in place. There was also an oversized swimming pool in the garden. In particular, the large French windows in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor offered a wide, open view. One could take in the entire villa area and even the university town at the foot of the mountain at a single glance. On the basement floor, a private cinema has been meticulously crafted, offering superb visual and auditory experiences. Xiaoyang is fairly satisfied, yet there are still numerous areas in need of renovation. First and foremost, an independent heating system must be installed. Although it is currently summer and everyone is still wearing short-sleeved shirts, Xiaoyang is well aware that a super cold snap will strike in 10 days, plummeting the temperature to -50 degrees overnight. Owing to its sudden onset, most people who fail to return home at night will be frozen to death outdoors. Those who stay at home will struggle to survive without thick quilts and warm clothing. This super cold snap will persist for 10 days, during which going outside is simply out of the question. Even if one manages to avoid freezing, starvation may still be a looming threat. In his past life, Xiaoyang was driven out of this villa by that mother-son pair on the night when the cold snap arrived. He will never forget that bone-chilling cold. Had he not accidentally discovered a small tree hole big enough for one person, he would have perished in the wilderness. Therefore, the heating system should be put in place without delay. The most practical option is a charcoal-fired boiler for heat supply, which is stable and reliable. The insulation of the walls also needs to be reinforced, and all the glass should be replaced with multi-layer insulated ones. Secondly, an independent power supply system should be renovated. In the post-apocalyptic world, once the power goes out, it will never be restored. At night, the entire world will be enveloped in darkness. Only a very small number of fortunate individuals who manage to obtain generators can have access to electricity. However, generators rely on fuel. Without it, they are nothing but useless scrap metal. Hence, an independent power generation system is of great significance. The swimming pool in the yard should also be utilized. It would be a good idea to convert it into a water storage tank, but it requires modification. Otherwise, it will freeze and stop supplying water. The enclosure wall should be heightened as well, and barbed wire should be wound around it. The gate also needs to be replaced with a thicker and anti-collision one. It seems that this workload is quite heavy and time is pressing. It's necessary to quickly find a building and decoration company to handle this matter. Seeing that there was still time, Xiaoyang promptly searched online and found a rather large-scale decoration company. After making the phone call, the other side said they would immediately arrange someone to come over. It was estimated that it would take quite a while for the person to arrive. Taking advantage of this time, Xiaoyang intended to visit the tree hole that had saved his life. In his past life, during the 10 days he had hidden inside. Although he hadn't frozen to death, he had almost starved. Fortunately, there was a large bird's nest inside with several decaying little chicks. Moreover, later a rabbit had also taken shelter inside, which had prevented him from starving to death. Thinking of those dead little birds, they had, in a sense, saved his life in the past life. Since he had been reborn, he might as well go and have a look. Perhaps those little chicks were still alive. If they were, as a form of gratitude, Xiaoyang wouldn't mind raising a few birds. It was about 2 kilometers away. From afar, Xiaoyang could already see that big tree. This tree must have been several hundred years old at least, and it took 7 or 8 adults to barely encircle it. There were also several large red cloths wound around the trunk. Xiaoyang remembered that in his past life, he had torn off these red cloths to wrap around his body. Although they weren't very thick, he recalled that when he had hidden here in the past life, he hadn't felt extremely cold. As for the reason, it remained unknown. At the base of the trunk, there was a crack large enough for a person to crawl through. Inside the tree hole, there was a thick layer of wheat straw with a large bird's nest on top. Xiaoyang directly crawled inside and peeked into the bird's nest. There were a total of 7 little chicks in all. Most of them had already stopped moving. Only one, upon hearing the noise, could still barely lift its head, desperately opening its beak wide and weakly chirping towards Xiaoyang. Chapter 4. Building a shelter in the doomsday. Xiaoyang carefully examined them and confirmed that the other 6 were already dead. He couldn't help but heave a sigh. Even if he had arrived a little earlier, it would have been of no avail. It was estimated that something had happened to the adult bird. Otherwise, it wouldn't have abandoned this brood of little chicks. Fortunately, one was still alive, so it wasn't a wasted trip for him. He buried the other 6 on the spot, and then directly carried away the bird's nest. Upon returning to the villa, Xiaoyang found a room and placed the bird's nest with the chick in it. Then he went to the grass to catch a few insects and fed the famished little chick. After being well fed, the little chick was content and fell into a peaceful slumber. Xiaoyang sincerely hoped that it could survive. He was very lonely, and having a pet bird would be quite nice. Others venture into the doomsday with 1 person and 1 dog. How about I explore the doomsday with 1 person and 1 bird? 2 hours later, the people from the building and decoration company arrived. A man got out of a Range Rover. The man was in his 30s, tall and imposing. Anyway, compared to Xiaoyang, who was 180 centimeters tall, he was half a head taller. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I'm Mu Guang from Guangyuan Company. Here's my business card," the man said. Xiaoyang took the card and saw that it read Mu Guang, General Manager. Well, the boss himself had come. It seemed that they attached great importance to this business deal. Without any unnecessary words, Xiaoyang directly led Mu Guang into the villa and elaborately explained his ideas to him one by one. By the end of the process, Mu Guang was left utterly dumbfounded. For a moment, Mu Guang thought either this villa didn't belong to Xiaoyang or Xiaoyang was out of his mind. "Ahem, Mr. Xiao, are you really sure you want to renovate it as you described? Don't be joking with me." Mu Guang still wanted to confirm one more time. Xiaoyang gave him a disdainful look. "So, you think I'm just messing around with you here?" Seeing that Xiaoyang ignored him, Mu Guang forced a smile and said, "I somehow feel that you're going to transform this villa into a doomsday shelter." Hee. Xiaoyang nodded affirmatively. Yes, exactly, to transform it into a doomsday shelter. Realizing that Xiaoyang wasn't joking, Mu Guang believed it. "Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. I think my sister might be able to assist you." As Mu Guang spoke, he ran back to his car, opened the rear door, and had a few words with someone inside. Then, a young girl in a long dress got out of the back seat. When the girl approached Xiaoyang, he was completely stunned. She was extremely beautiful and exuded an air of cold elegance. He didn't know how to describe her. She was no less attractive than those top-tier actresses. Her figure and looks were impeccable. Perfect. Xiaoyang was curious. What was the purpose of Mu Guang bringing his sister to see him? To seduce him to get this business order? It was really hard to resist. Just as Xiaoyang was indulging in wild fantasies, he heard Mu Guang say, "Mr. Xiao, this is my sister, Mu Wanqing. She's an outstanding student majoring in design at Haicheng Art College. You can share your ideas with her." Mu Wanqing gave a gentle smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I heard from my brother that you want to transform the villa into a doomsday shelter?" Originally looking cold and aloof, Mu Wanqing now smiled sweetly, carrying a breath of youthfulness. This always gave Xiaoyang a sense of déjà vu. He always felt as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it for the moment. Well, it was more important to deal with the shelter first. Xiaoyang had no choice but to put aside his thoughts and said warmly, "Miss Mu, just call me Xiaoyang. Yes, I do want to build a doomsday shelter." Then, "Mr. Xiao, could you tell me your ideas in more detail?" Mu Wanqing wasn't so foolish as to call Xiaoyang by his name directly. "Sure. Follow me." After a conversation, Xiaoyang was extremely delighted. He felt that he had met a talented person today. This Mu Wanqing knew far more than he did and had thought through the details very thoroughly. No wonder she was a design major. "Miss Mu, it seems that you are quite familiar with building shelters. Have you designed any before?" Xiaoyang asked curiously. Mu Wanqing gave a shy smile. "No. Actually, I'm a die-hard doomsday enthusiast. I just like daydreaming and designing some doomsday castles in my free time." "Hiki." Xiaoyang nodded, indicating his understanding. "Brother Mu Guang, I think Miss Mu's ideas suit me very well. I wonder if you could quickly come up with a comprehensive construction design plan for me and then give me a quotation. If it's appropriate, we'll start the work immediately." Xiaoyang was so happy that he even began to address Mu Guang as brother. "Sure, Mr. Xiao. Then I'll call a few more people to help measure the dimensions. You can have a more in-depth discussion with my sister. I'll ask her to work out a construction plan and design drawing overnight and give you a quotation tomorrow." Needless to say, Xiaoyang was more than willing. Several people didn't finish their work until around 9 o'clock at night. During the time, they didn't even have the chance to have a meal. It was Xiaoyang who thoughtfully ordered sumptuous takeaways for everyone. Throughout, Xiaoyang repeatedly emphasized to Mu Wanqing that she should treat the villa as her own home when renovating it. She was to use only the finest materials and not to worry about the cost. On the way back, Mu Guang asked his sister, Mu Wanqing, "What's your impression of Mr. Xiao? Could he be just playing around with us?" Mu Wanqing pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, "My intuition tells me he doesn't seem to be lying. However, anyone who wants to turn a doomsday shelter into a reality is either extremely wealthy and has money to burn or overly indulged in fantasies. Then which category do you think Mr. Xiao falls into?" Mu Guang continued to inquire. Mu Wanqing smiled and replied, "I believe he's the type with money to burn." Haha. Xiaoyang had entrusted the entire renovation project to Mu Wanqing, encouraging her to freely express all her ideas as if she were building the shelter for herself. In fact, rather than saying that Xiaoyang was constructing a doomsday shelter, it seemed more like he was spending money to fulfill Mu Wanqing's dream of building one. At that moment, Mu Wanqing thought that Xiaoyang was really a nice person. Right then, Xiaoyang was lying comfortably on the huge bed in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. In the corner, there was a bird's nest where a little fledgling, having just been fed by him, was sound asleep. Thus, this day had passed in a hurry. If everything went smoothly the next day, he could leave the place to Mu Guang and his team. His next step would be to start stockpiling supplies. This was a massive undertaking, as there were numerous supplies to be stored and the time was pressing. Had it not been for Mu Wanqing today, who knew how much energy he would have had to expend? After everything was settled tomorrow, he would first rent several cold storages and warehouses to receive supplies. Forget it. Stop thinking. At present, Xiaoyang just wanted to have a good rest. This was the first day since his rebirth. He hadn't had a peaceful sleep for a long time. The perilous end times, with the constant state of anxiety day and night, had already left him physically and mentally exhausted. Now, all he desired was a good sleep. At 7 a.m. the next day, Xiaoyang was roused by the chirping of birds. The little fledgling was hungry again. Its cries were significantly louder than the previous day, indicating that it was recovering well. After catching some insects to feed it, Mu Guang arrived with Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing, with dark circles under her eyes, handed the blueprints and the quote to Xiaoyang. "Mr. Xiao, the preliminary estimate shows that 30 million can complete Wanqing's design plan," Mu Guang reported. Chapter 5. Hoarding supplies on a large scale, all right. The price is acceptable. Xiaoyang inspected the blueprints and was quite satisfied. It seemed that Mu Wanqing had truly put her heart into it. How long will it take to finish the renovation? Well, at the earliest, it will take 15 days. Some materials and equipment need to be custom made, Mu Guang replied. What? 15 days? No, that's too long. Xiaoyang was stunned. There were less than 9 days left before the end times. If so, everything would be in vain. I can only give you 8 days. Can you make it? Upon hearing this, Mu Guang thought it was impossible. He said with a troubled look, "Mr. Xiao, I'm afraid this can't be done. I'll increase the price. How about 40 million? Mr. Xiao, it's not about the money. It's 50 million. Very well, I'll do my best. What I need is a definite commitment, not just trying. All right, Mr. Xiao, it's a deal. I guarantee to complete the project on time." Mu Guang was utterly stunned. He had never encountered such a generous and money-indifferent tycoon before. Xiaoyang directly transferred the money to Mu Guang, which made Mu Guang even more, dare not slack off. Here can be translated as not dare to be negligent. He quickly gathered the workers and started the construction. Mu Wanqing, standing beside, was left gaping in astonishment. Mr. Xiao spent money as if it were effortlessly picked up. "Wanqing, you've been up all night. How about I send you back to rest first?" Mu Guang said with concern as he looked at the exhausted Mu Wanqing. Xiaoyang noticed Mu Wanqing's haggard appearance. Although she was trying to earn his money, she had truly put her heart into it. Just for this, he should express his gratitude. "Miss Mu, how about I drive you back to rest? I'll let Brother Mu Guang stay here in charge. I actually have some other questions to consult you about." Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but thinking that Xiaoyang might really have something to ask her, she agreed. "Wait for me. I'll go get something and come down right away." Before long, to the astonishment of Mu Wanqing and her brother, Xiaoyang came down carrying a bird's nest. You're still robbing birds' nests at your age?" Mu Wanqing was incredulous. "Oh no, I saw a nest of baby birds on my way. The others had starved to death, and only this one was left. I saved it. Look, how adorable it is," Xiaoyang explained as he showed it to Mu Wanqing. At the sight of it, Mu Wanqing immediately felt pity. She stroked it with her hand and said, "How pitiful it is. What kind of bird is it?" "This is a baby crow. I used to see them often at the construction site." "Mr. Xiao, it's inauspicious to keep this thing. Throw it away." Mu Guang craned his neck to take a look and advised. Hearing what her brother said, Mu Wanqing immediately flew into a rage. "How can you be so heartless? It's still so young. If you throw it away, it'll die. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "It's all right. We'll release it back into the wild when it grows a bit bigger." He didn't care about auspiciousness at all. Did it mean that the end of the world wouldn't come without this little creature? Mr. Xiao is so kind-hearted, Mu Wanqing praised. "Let's go. Put it in the car. I'll take you back to rest first." "Okay." Mu Wanqing asked Xiaoyang to drop her off at the school, Haiqing Academy of Arts, located in the university town at the foot of Zijin Mountain. Only then did Xiaoyang realize that Mu Wanqing was still a student and only interned at her brother's company. The imposing Brabus G800 parked at the school gate, instantly attracting the attention of many students. "Mr. Xiao, I'll think carefully about the list of supplies for the apocalypse and send it to you tonight," Mu Wanqing said. "All right, thank you." As soon as Mu Wanqing got out of the car, there was another commotion. "Isn't that Mu Wanqing, the campus belle of our school? Why was she sent back by a man early in the morning? Hey, what kind of car is that? Has BYD launched a new model? You country bumpkin. That's the Brabus logo. It can buy 100 BYDs. Really? Sure enough, the campus belle is out of reach for us academic underachievers." Mu Wanqing lay in the dormitory bed, unable to fall asleep. This general manager, Xiao, actually asked her to help him think about what items to prepare for the end of the world scenario. He was truly deeply obsessed, acting as if the apocalypse were really coming. However, it seemed quite amusing when she thought about it. So, she decided to accompany him in this little game. Mu Wanqing was no longer sleepy. She picked up a pen and paper and began to write seriously. Xiaoyang drove straight to the largest storage base in Haiqing City. There were over 100 warehouses and cold storages here. He rented 5 warehouses and 5 cold storages to store daily necessities and vegetable, meat products respectively. In fact, Xiaoyang didn't really plan to store the supplies here. He just did it to deceive others. He couldn't possibly put these supplies into his space right in front of everyone. That would definitely scare people to death. After that, he headed to the largest vegetable wholesale market. He ordered a large quantity of every kind of vegetable. As soon as Xiaoyang arrived, the whole wholesale market went into an uproar. Everyone in the market knew that a wealthy man had come that day. He ordered dozens of varieties of vegetables, including scallions, ginger, garlic, peppers, cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, radishes, potatoes, winter melons, pumpkins, and all kinds of green vegetables. Anyway, he ordered everything he could see. He didn't need too much, just 100 tons of each. In the end, the total bill was 100 million. He paid the deposit first, and all the goods would be delivered to the cold storage in batches within 7 days, and the balance would be settled later. The boss had to source goods from all over the country. Then he went to the seasoning section. He bought cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, barbecue seasonings, hot pot seasonings, and so on. He didn't need a huge amount of these. In the end, the total cost was 50 million. Similarly, the goods would be delivered in batches. Next was the grain section. A direct order of 10,000 tons of rice at the wholesale price amounts to 50 million in total. The boss promised to have the goods ready for Xiaoyang within a maximum of 8 days. Subsequently, he made his way to the adjacent fruit wholesale market, where his presence once again created quite a stir. He ordered 100 tons of each kind of fruit and melon. After the final accounting, the total cost reached 100 million. As before, he paid a deposit first and agreed to settle the full payment upon the delivery of all goods. Having taken care of the fruits and vegetables, the most crucial step was to stock up on meat. Xiaoyang headed straight to the headquarters of the largest chilled fresh meat chain store in the city. One could have full confidence in the meat from this place. Xiaoyang got straight to the point, asking, "What's the price per ton for pork, mutton, beef, and chicken respectively?" "Just quote the lowest prices." The manager inquired, "Sir, may I know how many tons of each you need?" Xiaoyang replied, 10,000 tons of pork, 2,000 tons each of mutton, beef, and chicken, and 2,000 tons each of mutton offal and beef offal. Upon hearing this, the manager was so startled that he dropped the accounting book. Could this person be here to cause trouble? The manager quickly summoned the son of the boss, the young general manager Zhou. The young general manager Zhou told the manager to calculate the price first and observe the customer's reaction. If Xiaoyang dared to play tricks on him, he would make sure Xiaoyang regretted it. As it turned out, after the calculation, the total cost was 700 million. Without even blinking an eye, Xiaoyang paid the deposit, left his address, and left gracefully under the young general manager Zhou's stunned stare. For his last stop, Xiaoyang arrived at the seafood wholesale market. As usual, he placed an order for a variety of seafood and aquatic products. This included various sea fish, freshwater fish, Australian giant lobsters, king crabs, various shellfish, abalones, and also sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers are excellent. Even the national men's football team eats them. And it makes one's body extremely healthy. Finally, after the accounting, the total cost was 200 million. Xiaoyang specifically instructed that all the live seafood should be killed and frozen. There was no way. His space couldn't store living things. Finally, after some calculation, Xiaoyang found that he had received orders worth 1.2 billion just today, coupled with the 50 million for renovation and the cost of renting the warehouse. He had spent over half of his money. However, it was still not enough. What he had purchased was just a drop in the bucket. But Xiaoyang was really exhausted from shopping. Well, he decided to order the rest online. Thanks to the powerful internet, as long as you had money, you could buy anything. Opening an online shopping mall, Xiaoyang embarked on another blissful spree of purchasing. Chapter 6. Cape Hotel. Once he started shopping online, it was hard to stop. It was the same for both men and women. Xiaoyang felt that everything could come in handy. After 3 hours of shopping, Xiaoyang had bought the following items: white wine, beer, red wine, barreled mountain spring water, beverages, spicy strips, canned food, self-heating hot pots, instant noodles, bread, tents, sleeping bags, kitchenware, lighters, flashlights, walkie-talkies, telescopes, water purification tablets, portable solar power panels, portable diesel and gasoline generators, outdoor power supplies, solar lighting lamps, outdoor backpacks, first aid kits, projectors with 10,000 movies pre-loaded, etc. Especially for food and drinks, Xiaoyang bought them in the largest quantities possible. The more, the better. This time, he spent another 100 million. Among these items, alcohol accounted for the largest part. There was no way. This stuff was very popular in the apocalypse. When people were extremely depressed, they always needed to relieve their stress. There was also tobacco, but it couldn't be bought online, so he had to figure out another way. After buying all these things, his mind was completely exhausted. For the first time, Xiaoyang realized that spending money could be so tiring. At this time, Mu Wanqing also sent a message, which was a list of supplies she had compiled. At this moment, Xiaoyang was too exhausted to read any further. Glancing at the time, he realized it was mealtime. Learning that Mu Wanqing hadn't eaten either, to express his gratitude, he directly drove to pick her up for dinner. "Miss Mu, feel free to say whatever you'd like to eat. Don't stand on ceremony with me," Xiaoyang said with a beaming smile. Looking at Mu Wanqing sitting in the passenger seat. "Anything will do," Mu Wanqing replied somewhat bashfully. After all, he was the host. So she thought it better to leave the initiative to him. Xiaoyang pretended to look stern. "Hey, a woman shouldn't say whatever, and a man shouldn't say no. Don't you even know this?" Mu Wanqing let out a chuckle. "All right then. How about going to Cape Restaurant? The dishes there are incredibly delicious and reasonably priced. What do you think, Mr. Xiao?" The last sentence clearly carried an underlying meaning. "Sure. Give me directions," Xiaoyang exclaimed. "Come on. How could I say no?" Cape Restaurant wasn't located by the sea. It was situated near the university town, in an area that wasn't particularly bustling. However, it was always crowded. And its business was booming. When Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing arrived, it was precisely mealtime, so they had to wait in line for a table. So popular, it seems it must be good, Xiaoyang mused. He believed that if so many people were willing to spend time waiting in line, the meal was definitely worth the wait. Of course, this is the well-recognized foodie destination in our university town, Mu Wanqing declared proudly. After waiting for nearly an hour, when Xiaoyang was so hungry that his stomach was growling, their turn finally came. "Come on, Miss Mu. You order the dishes. You're more familiar with this place." Since it was Xiaoyang's first visit and he had no idea what was good, he simply left the ordering to Mu Wanqing and was ready to just focus on enjoying the food. Mu Wanqing also deemed it a sheer waste of time to let Xiaoyang order food. Without any hesitation, she directly told the waiter the names of the dishes. 1 portion of braised prawns in oil, 1 portion of mapo tofu, 1 portion of stir-fried pig trotters with peppers, and 1 specialty of your restaurant, the crab meat casserole. That's it. For dishes are perfect. Any more would be too much to finish. After briskly listing the 4 dishes, the waiter took the order and said with a smile, "Lucky you, miss. You've just ordered the last portion of the crab meat casserole for today. I wish you a pleasant meal." After the waiter left, Xiaoyang asked in astonishment, "Did they limit the supply of the dishes here?" Looking at Xiaoyang as if he had never seen the world, Mu Wanqing replied with a smile, "Of course. This crab meat casserole is one of the specialties personally made by the boss. Only 100 portions are available each day. Sometimes, if you don't make a reservation in advance, you may not even get a chance to taste it." You're in luck today. Consider it a treat for your palate. Xiaoyang uttered an "oh" and said, "Humph, it's just a hunger marketing tactic." Soon, 3 of the dishes were served on the table, and the crab meat casserole was about to be brought out. Just as the waiter was walking towards Xiaoyang's table with the crab meat casserole, a heavily made-up girl in a black silk skirt stopped him. "Which table is this crab meat casserole for?" the girl in black silk asked coldly. The waiter replied, "Table 69. Could you give this portion to us?" the girl in black silk inquired. The waiter said, "We don't have the authority to decide. You have to ask the guests at table 69. Then the girl in black silk followed the waiter to Xiaoyang's table. When she saw Mu Wanqing, the girl in black silk said in surprise, "Oh, Mu Wanqing. Fancy meeting you here." Mu Wanqing looked up and recognized her as Wang Min, the beauty of the dance department in their college. "What a coincidence, classmate Wang Min. You're also here for a meal." "Yes," Wang Min replied casually, then fixed her gaze on Xiaoyang. Upon seeing Xiaoyang, who was really good looking, she felt a twinge of jealousy towards Mu Wanqing. However, when she noticed his ordinary attire, disdain welled up in her heart, and she said sneeringly, "How unusual. The great campus belle of our college is having a meal alone with a man. Is he your boyfriend?" Mu Wanqing glanced at Xiaoyang and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Oh, no, he's just a friend." "Mu Wanqing, here's the thing. I wanted to bring my boyfriend here to have a taste of the crab meat casserole today, but I ordered late and you guys got the last portion. As you know, my boyfriend is the son of the boss of the cold, fresh meat chain store's head office in Haicheng City. He's got bored with the star-rated hotel's food every day, so I brought him here for a change. Could you do me a favor and give it to me? Consider it a debt I owe you. In the future, if there's any decoration work on my boyfriend's side, I'll recommend your elder brother." As the woman in black stockings mentioned her boyfriend, she gave Xiaoyang a meaningful look, clearly implying that he was out of Xiaoyang's league and should know his place. Xiaoyang remained silent, waiting for Mu Wanqing to make a stand. After a moment of thought, Mu Wanqing chose to decline. "Sorry, classmate Wang Min. My friend is here for the first time today, and I also want him to have a taste of this dish. You can ask for my friend's opinion." Mu Wanqing wasn't stupid. Xiaoyang was a major client of her elder brother, and she couldn't let him feel uncomfortable. Hearing this, Wang Min looked at Xiaoyang, her eyes filled with blatant disdain. It's absolutely impossible for her to plead with an ordinary person like this. "Well, this dish costs over 100 yuan. I'll pay 5 times the price for it. How about that? It's more than enough to cover your meal, and there'll be quite a bit left over." "What a good deal." Xiaoyang was just considering giving Mu Wanqing face and giving the dish to her classmate. He was starving to death and couldn't waste any more time. But when he heard this, his anger flared up. Who does she think she's looking down on? "Waiter, bring the crab meat casserole to the table. Today, I'm going to have this crab meat casserole." As soon as Xiaoyang gave the order, the waiter quickly brought the crab meat casserole to the table. "Waiter, we're about to have our meal. Please shoo away the flies." The waiter looked a bit at a loss upon hearing this. "Sir, you're making things difficult for me." When Wang Min heard this, she flew into a rage. "What did you say? You're such an ungrateful wretch. Today, I'll make you, an ordinary person, remember the consequences of offending those of a higher class." Wang Min's voice was extremely loud, immediately attracting the attention of the diners in the hall. At this moment, a young man rushed over from behind Xiaoyang upon hearing the commotion and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Stauman? Who made you angry?" Chapter 7. The female boss seeing her backer arrive, Wang Min felt even more emboldened. Pointing at Xiaoyang's nose, she scolded, "This penniless wretch dared to call me a fly. I don't care. If I don't smash his mouth today, I won't let you off. You've gone too far, Wang Min. You're not allowed to insult my friend." Mu Wanqing was truly furious. Insulting her friend right in front of her was like slapping her in the face. Hearing this, Wang Min stared venomously at Mu Wanqing and said, "I'm being excessive? You bitch. Do you really think you're the campus belle? What's the use of being good looking? You still found a penniless boyfriend. How vulgar. You." Mu Wanqing was so angry that she couldn't utter a word. The young man who rushed over couldn't take his eyes off Mu Wanqing when he saw her. Damn it. She's so gorgeous. Although Wang Min was also quite good looking, compared with Mu Wanqing, she was like a common pheasant beside a noble phoenix, a world of difference. Well, it was a good opportunity to show off his prowess and let this beauty see his capabilities. Maybe this beauty would turn to him. "You come out. See if I won't." The young man walked up to Xiaoyang and was about to grab him. Suddenly, when he saw Xiaoyang's face, he was struck dumb. "Damn it. It's Mr. Xiao." When Xiaoyang saw him, he said with a smile, "Oh, Haicheng is really a small place. What a coincidence. Young Master Zhou." The young man was the young Master Zhou of the company from which Xiao Yang had bought chilled fresh meat today. Young Master Zhou's face looked extremely ugly. Mr. Xiao, why did you come to such a place for a meal? Xiao Yang glanced at Wang Min, who was standing there stunned, and sneered, "Oh, a penniless and low-class person like me can only come here for a meal." Hearing this, young Master Zhou said embarrassedly, "Mr. Xiao, is there some misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding?" "Classmate Wang Min insisted on buying our crab casserole today. When we refused, she insulted me and my friend. Do you think it's a misunderstanding?" Before Xiao Yang could speak, Mu Wanqing stood up angrily and said, after hearing this, young Master Zhou understood. This woman was really good at causing trouble for him. Turning around, he backhanded Wang Min across the face. "You bitch. Even when having a meal, you still manage to cause trouble and offend my important client. You're such a jinx. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Xiao and this young lady. Then get out of here." With tears welling in her eyes, Wang Min covered her face and stared at young Master Zhou in disbelief. She said aggrievedly, You hit me?" At the sight of her appearance, young Master Zhou became infuriated. "Hit you? It's already a light punishment. Do you really think you're someone important? Apologize right away. Otherwise, do you believe I'll have you sent to the Haitian Shangyin to be used as a plaything?" Hearing that she might be sent to the Haitian Shangyin as a tool, Wang Min was instantly jolted with fear. Suddenly, she knelt on both knees and said to Xiao Yang, "Sorry, Mr. Xiao. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me." Xiao Yang didn't even glance at her and said coldly, "I think you should apologize to my friend first." Wang Min suddenly turned on her knees towards Mu Wanqing and pleaded, "Classmate Wanqing, I'm sorry. I'm so despicable. Please, for the sake of our schoolmate relationship, forgive me this time." Mu Wanqing was ultimately soft-hearted. After all, they were schoolmates. Since the other party had apologized, she didn't want to pursue the matter further. Seeing that Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing didn't say anything more, young Master Zhou looked at Wang Min with disgust and said, "Get out quickly. Don't ever let me see you again." As if she had received a special pardon, Wang Min immediately got up and scurried out of the restaurant in a sorry state. After this farcical drama ended, the guests in the hall retracted their gazes contentedly and continued to savor their delicious meals. Xiao Yang sat down. Looking at young Master Zhou standing there, hesitant to speak, he said, "Young Master Zhou, why not sit down and have something to eat with us?" Young Master Zhou quickly waved his hands and replied, No, I won't disturb you. By the way, Mr. Xiao, you can just call me Shou Fei from now on. Also, I'll treat you to this meal. I'll go and settle the bill." After saying that, Zhou Fei turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Xiao Yang. "Today, I'm treating my friend. So, please don't steal my thunder." Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing and immediately understood. Just as he was about to take his leave, he heard Xiao Yang ask, "Hey, by the way, what exactly is this Haitian gala you mentioned? And what does game tool person mean?" Zhou Fei looked at Xiao Yang in shock. "Mr. Xiao, you don't even know about these?" Xiao Yang shook his head. "I've been abroad for the past few years, so." Zhou Fei nodded in understanding. No wonder. The Haitian Gala is an event that has emerged in Haicheng City in the past 2 years. It's a trading exhibition jointly organized by some luxury companies, specifically inviting people from the upper-class society to attend. Well, this year's Haitian Gala will be held in just 7 days. As for the game tool person, Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing sitting across from them, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered in Xiao Yang's ear, "It's not very convenient to talk about it here. I'll add you on WeChat, and we can talk privately." Xiao Yang was taken aback. "Oh, there's something fishy going on. I understand." After adding Xiao Yang on WeChat, Zhou Fei took his leave. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were already so hungry that they could hardly bear it. After this little commotion, they also lost the mood to chat. They both vented their feelings on the delicious food. However, what amazed Xiao Yang was that the taste of the dishes was truly exquisite. It was no exaggeration to say that these few dishes were the most delicious ones Xiao Yang had ever tasted since childhood. If this table of dishes were placed in the apocalypse, it might trigger a large-scale conflict. The pleasure from the taste on the tip of the tongue dispelled the unpleasantness of the previous little incident. Even Mu Wanqing, seeing Xiao Yang gobbling up the food, smiled with a sense of accomplishment. "The place I chose can't be bad, can it?" The two of them firmly carried out the clean plate campaign and almost licked the plates. Xiao Yang wiped his mouth and gave Mu Wanqing a satisfied thumbs up. "Miss Mu, thank you for bringing me here." Mu Wanqing said shyly, "No? I should thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your kind invitation." The two looked into each other's eyes and burst into laughter. The previous unpleasantness had vanished into thin air. Mu Wanqing went to the restroom. When Xiao Yang went to the cashier to pay the bill, he was attracted by the medals on the wall. Gold medal in the National Chef Competition, special chef for external hospitality in Haicheng City, winner of the International Gourmet God Cup, one of the top 10 outstanding young women in Haicheng City. Huh? A young woman? Is the boss a woman? Immediately, an image appeared in Xiao Yang's mind. A stout and overweight woman was frying in a wok. Alas, why did he always think about such things? As long as the dishes tasted good, it didn't matter what the chef's figure was. It wasn't like he was going to eat the chef. However, the charming young woman sitting behind the cashier made Xiao Yang have a craving. Hello. May I meet your boss? The charming young woman gave a captivating smile. Handsome guy, what do you have in mind? I'm eager to meet the master who has conquered my taste buds. The charming young woman gave a coquettish smile and looked at Xiao Yang, saying, I dare not claim to be a master. However, thank you for your recognition. Chapter 8. The Grand Feast. Xiao Yang was quite surprised. Was this charming young woman the chef? The restaurant owner? Shouldn't she be big, hip and stout? Is the culinary industry so competitive these days? Originally, I was quite curious about what kind of chef could cook such delicious food. If it's you, sister, it all makes sense. Xiao Yang's relieved look instantly piqued the owner's interest. Oh, handsome young man, why do you say so? Xiao Yang gave a soft chuckle. Because I believe that all things of beauty in the world must be created by beautiful people. One should possess either external beauty or inner beauty. But you, sister, at least have the former. Hearing this, the charming young woman owner burst into giggles. This young man is not only good looking but also has a sweet tongue. Handsome guy. Since you're so good at talking, sister must give you a discount. As she said this, she gave Xiao Yang a business card. Here, this is sister's business card. Come again later and mention sister's name, and you'll get a 20% discount. Xiao Yang took the card and saw the name, Lu Yu. Then thank you, sister Yu. Xiao Yang's original intention of meeting the owner was to make himself known. In case they met in the apocalypse, it would be easier to recruit her as his chef. However, this Lu Yu not only had excellent cooking skills, but also looked as alluring as a vixen. If she were kept around, who would even have the heart to think about eating? After sending Mu Wanqing back to school, Xiao Yang went to the villa. He found that Mu Guang was leading the workers to work overtime. To speed up the project, Mu Guang doubled the number of workers and divided them into 2 shifts. This made Xiao Yang feel at ease. After catching some insects to feed the little crow that was crying out hungrily, Xiao Yang decided to find a hotel near the warehouse to stay in, as he had to receive the goods early the next morning. On the way, he stopped at a large gas station to refuel. Suddenly, he realized that he hadn't prepared diesel and gasoline yet. Without fuel, how could the generators generate electricity? He ordered 1,000 tons of -35 diesel and 1,000 tons of gasoline. He asked the gas station owner to help contact his friend who sold coal and ordered 1,000 tons of smokeless coal. The total cost was 20 million. After leaving the delivery address and confirming the delivery time, Xiao Yang rushed back to the pre-booked hotel. In the hotel bed, Xiao Yang took out his phone and looked at the supplies list sent by Mu Wanqing. He bought all the items he hadn't thought of online, including sanitary napkins, various toiletries, clothes, shoes and socks for all seasons, underwear, sports bras, yoga suits, black and flesh-colored stockings. Xiao Yang was deeply engrossed in the pictures of the seller's shows. After purchasing these items, Xiao Yang started to buy defensive equipment, such as stab-resistant vests, riot shields, riot batons, military knives, tang knives, etc. To be honest, these things could only be useful in the early stage. In the later stage, when the survivors' superpowers developed, these armors and weapons would be of little use. Firearms were a bit better, but they were unavailable at present. By the time he finished buying all the items, it was already midnight. At this moment, Xiao Yang received a message from Zhou Fei, which was an introduction to the Haitian Shengyan event. After a detailed inquiry, Xiao Yang became increasingly exhilarated. This year's Hainan Rendezvous, a one-day event, was themed around the apocalypse and presented a plethora of high-end outdoor camping products. There were off-road RVs, luxury yachts, survival pods, and even small airplanes, leaving nothing to be desired. However, the highlight of this event was the nocturnal revelry. Zhou Fei also elaborated on what a game tool person was to Xiao Yang. After hearing the explanation, Xiao Yang couldn't help but exclaim that it was truly perverse. Zhou Fei happened to have an extra e-ticket, which he sent to Xiao Yang and invited him to go there together. Xiao Yang readily assented. He had long been contemplating getting a suitable means of transportation for the post-apocalyptic world, and an off-road RV was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Moreover, he also hoped to acquire a yacht. During the mid-apocalypse, a great flood submerged almost all the land. Survivors could only rely on tying rafts to build floating platforms, living in extremely rudimentary conditions. If he could obtain a luxury yacht, he would be living like an emperor. Just the thought of it made him excited, so he was determined to attend the Hainan rendezvous. As for that perverse game, he had no interest at all. The idea of a group of people taking turns in such a game was simply revolting. By this time, he had procured most of the essential supplies. And in the following days, he would be busy receiving the goods. Additionally, Xiaoyang ordered a vast array of delicious snacks through food delivery apps. There were fried chicken, roast duck, cold noodles, jelly desserts, Chinese hamburgers, rice noodles, stinky tofu, and river snail rice noodles, among others. He also bought several trucks of ice cream. As long as the items could be delivered, Xiaoyang would order them almost every day. This cost him a great deal of money. Time sped by. In the following days, Xiaoyang busied himself from dawn till dusk. It wasn't until the early morning of the 9th day that he finally finished receiving all the goods. He worked through another night to store all the supplies in his spatial realm. Since there was no passage of time within the space, he didn't have to worry about the supplies spoiling, expiring, or rotting. A cup of boiling water placed inside would remain hot whenever one retrieved it. This was what Xiaoyang was most content with. After clearing up all the supplies, Xiaoyang finally felt a bit more at ease. It was time to prepare for the Hainan rendezvous. Checking the balance of his bank card, he found there was still more than 1 billion yuan. He reckoned this sum would suffice for his indulgence. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoyang fed the little crow. After several days, the little crow had grown a coat of shiny black feathers. Since it looked as black as coal, Xiaoyang named it Coal Ball. He even bought a large wooden cage for it and crafted a cozy little nest. Fearing that the Hainan rendezvous would take up the whole day, Xiaoyang entrusted Coal Ball to Mu Wanqing, planning to pick it up after he was done. After settling Coal Ball, Xiaoyang directly met up with Zhou Fei and headed to the venue of the Hainan rendezvous. The Hainan rendezvous was held at a yacht port by the sea. The venue was decorated in an extravagantly magnificent manner, and there were beautiful ladies everywhere. Due to the sweltering weather, adhering to the principle of less is more and shorter is better, these beauties showed off their alluring figures without reservation, creating a charming moving scenery at the venue. The black stockings and bikinis vied for attention, the bare backs and slender thighs competed for allure, and the front chest and rounded hips each had their own charm. On the on-site exhibition stand, it was filled with small airplanes, sports cars, RVs, and some outdoor supplies. At the port, rows of brand new yachts of various sizes were berthed. Apart from some outdoor supplies and luxury items, each model of products like airplanes, yachts, and RVs was distinct. It could be said that they were all unique special, made models globally, to showcase nobility and strength. These special, made models didn't have marked prices but adopted a bidding model. Whoever was capable would take them away, similar to an auction house. This strategy was quite effective. Some wealthy individuals, in order to demonstrate their status, would spare no expense to pay several times the original value to purchase their favorite products. Therefore, the organizers could always make a fortune every time. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Haitian Shengyan officially commenced. All the special, made products were auctioned in sequence, and the highest bidder would win. By noon, an apocalypse-themed heavy-duty truck off-road RV to be auctioned caught Xiaoyang's great interest. Chapter 9. Apocalypse-themed RV and yachts. This off-road RV was built from a Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty truck, featuring an 8-wheel and 8-drive system. All 8 tires were specially made, explosion-proof, and wear-resistant. The vehicle was 12 meters long, 2.6 meters wide, and 3.8 meters high, truly a colossal one. The entire vehicle body was crafted from special steel, which not only provided excellent heat insulation, but also could prevent bullet penetration. Even the window glass was bullet-proof. The top of the vehicle could be raised and lowered, and when raised, it could form a solarium. There was an expansion mechanism on each side and at the back of the vehicle body. When expanded, the interior space of the RV would become more spacious. The top of the vehicle body is equipped with a 5,000-watt solar panel, along with an 8,000-watt diesel silent generator, and is installed with a lithium iron phosphate battery equivalent to 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. The entire vehicle is equipped with a 1,000-liter insulated clean water tank, which can last for several days when fully filled once. The 500-liter gray water tank and 200-liter black water tank also only need to be emptied every several days. Inside the RV, when the rear part is expanded, it becomes a super-sized double bed. After both sides are expanded, it forms an extremely spacious living room. And there is also a liftable hammock on the top. The bathroom, shower room, and kitchen are all complete, and it is equipped with a refrigerator, a washing machine, an air purifier, a water purifier, a water heater, a microwave, oven combination, and a TV and audio system. For winter heating, there is a diesel warm, air and hot water combination machine, and in summer, a vehicle-mounted household air conditioner can be used. Seeing such a configuration, Xiaoyang was extremely satisfied, especially the 8-wheel drive off-road capability and 7 differential locks, which are truly of great significance in the post-apocalyptic environment. This vehicle is almost perfect. However, it weighs 25 tons and consumes a large amount of fuel. But for Xiaoyang, it is nothing. This doomsday version heavy-duty off-road RV, codenamed Conqueror, has a starting bid of 30 million yuan. Xiaoyang made up his mind to acquire this vehicle. I bid 30 million yuan. Dear friends, please don't compete with me, Sharon. Before Xiaoyang could speak, he heard a familiar voice from afar. It was his half-brother, Shaoren, who spoke. There was a group of men and women surrounding Shaoren, which was quite eye-catching. Upon hearing that it was the second young master of the Xiao family, those who were sensible didn't compete with him in the auction. Besides, the configuration of this off-road RV was a bit overly high. Who would really drive it out for adventures every day? Seeing that no one was vying with him, Shaoren nodded in satisfaction, clasped his fists and said, "Thank you all for your magnanimity." Just as he was going to pay with great elation, Xiaoyang spoke up, "I'll offer 40 million. Suddenly, the whole venue fell into dead silence. Some people were looking around to find out the source of the voice, wondering who was so disrespectful to the second young master of the Xiao family. When they saw Xiaoyang standing up, some still recognized him. Huh, isn't this the eldest young master of the Xiao family? Why are these two brothers going against each other? Yes, it's said that these two brothers are at odds. It seems to be true. Haha. Then there'll be a good show. Guess who will win this RV? Probably the second young master of the Xiao family. I heard he just inherited the group shares and has plenty of money." Shaoren was also stunned when he saw Xiaoyang. How did this good for nothing come to such a high-end occasion? And he even dares to compete with me for something. I haven't found a chance to deal with you for the villa incident, and now you're causing trouble again. Shaoren was determined to get this today. Although Xiaoyang had inherited the savings for this event, he had borrowed 700 million from Uncle Wang Jian. You? Do you dare to spend as freely as I do? Moreover, he had long sent people to secretly follow Xiaoyang and knew that he had spent a lot of money stocking up on a lot of supplies. This idiot doesn't even know how to spend money. With the little over 1 billion you have left, can you afford to play? Shaoren sneered and directly and unhesitatingly increased the bid to 50 million. After shouting, he couldn't help but cast a provocative glance at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang couldn't be bothered to pay him any heed. At present, his eyes were solely fixed on the off-road RV, which he was determined to acquire. Thus, he didn't want to engage in idle chatter and directly made a bid. Adding 10 million at a time is too cumbersome. I'll bid 1 billion right away. As soon as Xiaoyang uttered these words, the entire venue was immediately in an uproar. The eldest young master of the Xiao family is quite bold, yet somewhat foolish. Spending 1 billion on such a large toy is truly not worth it. On Xiaoren's side, he was fuming with rage. This elder brother must have lost his wits. This vehicle isn't worth such a high price. As expected, he has the mentality of a nouveau riche, with more money than sense. However, Xiaoren couldn't swallow this humiliation and was still intent on raising the bid, but was dissuaded by his friends beside him. Brother Ren, there's no need to compete with him. If you really fancy this thing, you can have it custom, made by the manufacturer. They'll finish it in 2 months. Why get into a feud with him? Yes, dear brother Ren, we no longer have an inclination to go to the wilderness. Instead, we yearn to venture into the deep sea. Let's go take a look at the yachts. The several heavily made-up girls with scantily clad bodies surrounding him implored one after another. Upon hearing this, Xiaoren decided to seize the opportunity to save face. All right, I'll heed your advice. Since you're fond of the sea, I'll definitely secure that Doomsday Edition yacht for you. Haha. Shooting a venomous look at Xiaoyang, Xiaoren led a group of people away. Xiaoyang finally obtained the off-road RV as he wished. He promptly paid the money and arranged for the staff to deliver it to the courtyard of his Purple Mountain Villa after the event. Subsequently, there were auctions of luxury cars and planes that failed to pique Xiaoyang's interest, so he remained indifferent. In the afternoon, a Doomsday-style luxury yacht once again caught Xiaoyang's eye. This yacht was not only luxurious, but more importantly, it boasted an impressive. The yacht was as long as 80 meters and had a total of 4 decks. There was no need to elaborate on the extravagance inside. It was fully equipped with all kinds of entertainment and living facilities, and was also equipped with a seawater purification system. What was most remarkable was its hull, which was made of high-strength special steel and had a semi-submersible structure, coupled with a powerful independent intelligent control system. This yacht could withstand a 10-level wind and 10-meter waves, boasting extremely high safety and could be said to be unique in the world. The entire ship was equipped with wind power generation, solar power generation, diesel power generation, and hydro power generation, ensuring an uninterrupted power supply. Xiaoyang was quite satisfied. Yet he worried that he didn't have enough money. Such a large vessel surely cost a fortune. As expected, the starting bid for this luxury yacht was 400 million yuan. However, Xiaoyang didn't want to give up. He had to obtain this yacht. In the doomsday, during the Great Flood, humans lived such a hard life. Since he had been reborn, he must not endure such hardships again. Otherwise, he would be letting down his second chance at life. As for the situation where the money might not be enough, well, he would just have to resort to some other means. 450 million yuan. Xiaoren. We'll take it. As long as you all don't compete with me, I'll invite you all for a trip to the deep sea some other day. All expenses will be on me, Xiaoren. As soon as Xiaoren spoke, several eager young masters from wealthy families decided not to compete. Wasn't it enough to have a free trip for a taste of the experience? They could definitely save the money to buy a smaller yacht. Seeing that everyone was being so accommodating, Xiaoren was elated and was about to go and pay. Hold on. I'll offer 500 million yuan. As Xiaoyang spoke, the crowd erupted again. It seemed that the eldest young master of the Xiao family was deliberately going against the second young master. Who doesn't think so? However, he's truly wealthy, as if his money came with the wind. But no matter how rich he is, he can't compare to the second young master. The second young master holds shares worth 20 billion in the group. Would he care about such a small amount of money? Who knows? Let's just keep watching. Chapter 10. Completion of the shelter. Hearing the surrounding people's gossip, Xiaoren felt extremely humiliated. Xiaoyang, trying to outbid me? Let's see what you can use to compete with me. Xiaoren muttered through gritted teeth, then shouted at the top of his voice, I bid 700 million. I'm taking this yacht for sure. At this moment, money was no longer of significance to him. What mattered most was his face. 700 million was his limit. However, he guessed that Xiaoyang's funds were also running low, and he was absolutely confident that he could win. Sure enough, after Xiaoren placed his bid, Xiaoyang didn't immediately follow up. Some people around even began to offer their congratulations to Xiaoren. Just as the host was about to finalize the deal, Xiaoyang suddenly spoke up. I bid 1 billion. I'm also determined to get this yacht today. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone stared at Xiaoyang in astonishment. Is this guy crazy? Does he have so much money to squander? Xiaoren was so furious that he burst into laughter. Ha ha, Xiaoyang. All you do is shout out bids. Do you even have that much money? Stop causing trouble here. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. I don't have that much money at the moment, but I can pay a deposit of 800 million first. I'll clear the remaining 200 million the day after tomorrow. The organizers didn't say this isn't allowed, did they? Organizer, it's not impossible. The organizer isn't stupid. The price has soared to 1 billion yuan. Naturally, they don't care whether the payment is settled today or the day after tomorrow. Someone on Xiaoren's side raised a question. What if you go back on your word? Wouldn't it dampen Brother Rin's desire to purchase and disrupt our plan to set sail? The organizer thought it made sense and decided to sign a contract. As for the terms, it doesn't matter. We can sign a contract. If I can't pay the remaining 200 million yuan by the day after tomorrow. As a penalty, the 800 million yuan deposit I've paid will belong to the organizer. How about that? Everyone gasped in astonishment. How extravagant. He was willing to forfeit 800 million yuan without hesitation. It seemed that young Master Xiao still had the confidence. Xiaoren suddenly frowned. Did Xiaoyang have a backup plan? Was he going to sell the goods stored in the warehouse just to buy a yacht? But in any case, he couldn't raise the price any further. 700 million yuan was his limit. The organizer naturally readily agreed to the terms proposed by Xiaoyang. It was a risk-free deal, so they were more than happy. In the end, Xiaoyang got what he wanted, and the yacht nominally belonged to him. Many beautiful women, seeing Xiaoyang's generosity, flocked to him, rubbing their bodies against him with every available part, trying to show their intimacy. Xiaoren was gnashing his teeth in anger. He had lost all his face today. Having been overpowered by Xiaoyang twice, he couldn't bear it any longer. Humph. Since you want to compete with me for everything, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll make you pay a heavy price. Xiaoren cast a venomous glance at Xiaoyang and stormed off angrily. As for Xiaoyang, he was overjoyed as he had gotten what he wanted today. Subsequently, during the browsing process, he placed an order for 100 amphibious wandering pods. These pods were 10 meters in length, cylindrical in shape, resembling capsules. Inside, all kinds of living facilities were fully equipped, similar to the interior of a recreational vehicle. However, each wandering pod was furnished with 4 space capsule beds, akin to a university dormitory. The key feature was that they could withstand tsunamis, and each pod could be randomly connected to other pods from all 4 sides. It was precisely this characteristic that caught Xiaoyang's fancy. If all these pods were connected and placed on the water, it would undoubtedly become a well-established water base. Moreover, these pods could also serve as houses when placed on land, which was simply perfect. Since the wandering pods were purchased in bulk, they were not involved in the auction. Xiaoyang paid the deposit and made an appointment to have the 100 pods delivered to the warehouse the next day, and to settle the remaining payment along with the yacht the day after. Having completed these arrangements, Xiaoyang deemed that his affairs for the day were almost wrapped up and it was time to return, as his funds were running low. During this period, Zhou Fei came over and introduced several young masters to him, including the son of the tobacco company's CEO and the son of the large pharmaceutical company's boss. Xiaoyang had been worrying about how to stockpile such items, and taking advantage of this connection, he decided to spend the remaining tens of millions on cigarettes and medicines. Naturally, the 2 young masters were overjoyed. Zhou Fei and others invited Xiaoyang to participate in an exciting game in the evening, but he declined. As he always said, he was willing to take the blame alone, but he refused to be part of a collective scapegoating. He simply didn't have such a perverse inclination. When Xiaoyang drove to Mu Wanqing's school to pick up Meiqiu, he also received a call from Mu Guang, informing him that the villa had been renovated as required and inviting him to conduct an inspection. Xiaoyang hurriedly grabbed Mu Wanqing and couldn't wait to see his masterpiece. Well, of course, a large part of it was due to Mu Wanqing's efforts. When they arrived at the Zijin Mountain Villa, Xiaoyang was astounded by the renovated villa. The swimming pool had been sealed off and transformed into a water reservoir, which was now filled with clear water. A thermal insulation room was built on top of it. Since they were worried about the noise from the generators, 2 large diesel generator sets were installed there. Heating equipment was also installed inside to ensure normal operation in freezing weather. The exterior walls of the villa were insulated once again. Mu Guang said that it could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. The roof of the villa was covered with solar panels, serving as a secondary power generation option. All the doors and windows of the villa were replaced with those that were both thermally insulated and soundproof, and they were extremely strong. Unless bombarded with cannons, no one could force their way into the villa. A large coal-fired boiler was installed on the second basement floor, and radiators were added to every room and corner. Although it was a bit unsightly, it was highly practical. The villa's wall was heightened to 4 meters, and barbed wire was installed. The gate was replaced with a thick steel one. Mu Guang claimed that only a tank could knock it down. Xiaoyang was extremely satisfied. In this way, when the end times came, he wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. Not only did he not need to fear, but he could also lie comfortably in the villa as warm as spring, enjoying a blissful time. How wonderful! Mu Guang thoughtfully hired cleaners to clean the villa thoroughly inside and out, so that Xiaoyang could move in directly. Xiaoyang was very pleased and decided to take the siblings out for a sumptuous meal. They chose the Haiju restaurant as the dining destination. This time, Xiaoyang became wiser. He called the boss, Lu Yu, in advance to reserve a private room. As expected, he didn't need to wait in line when he arrived. The dishes were still ordered by Mu Wanqing. When they were halfway through the meal, Mu Guang suddenly returned 10 million yuan to Xiaoyang. Mr. Xiao, only 10 million yuan of the additional 20 million you gave has been used. It was all spent on the wages of the additional workers and the expedited delivery of materials. I'm returning the remaining 10 million to you. I, Mu Guang, have a principle in business, which is to take only what I deserve. I won't take even a single extra cent that isn't mine. Xiaoyang was truly astonished and even forgot to swallow the food in his mouth. This Mu Guang was simply too honest. However, no matter how much Xiaoyang tried to persuade him, Mu Guang was adamant about not accepting the money. Xiaoyang sighed with emotion, thinking that there were not many such honest people in this day and age. After the meal, Xiaoyang felt a pang of compassion. He secretly took out 2 sets of down jackets, sleeping bags, stab-resistant vests, military knives, and flashlights from his space, put them into 2 bags respectively, and gave one bag to Mu Guang and the other to Mu Wanqing. The siblings were utterly bewildered. It was the middle of summer. Were they supposed to think that Xiaoyang thought they weren't hot enough by giving them down jackets? Chapter 11. The Advent of the Apocalypse. Settling Old Scores, Part 1. Mu Wanqing and her brother both thought that Xiaoyang was a bit deranged, but they couldn't say so explicitly. They could only force smiles and accept the gifts. Xiaoyang knew that they must have thought he had lost his mind, but he still instructed them. You must keep these things close to you. After midnight tomorrow, you can do whatever you want with them. Xiaoyang could only do so much. The rest would have to be left to fate. Watching the brother and sister leave, Xiaoyang murmured, I hope we can become friends when we meet again. After seeing them off, Xiaoyang thought for a while and then returned to the Cape Hotel. Elder sister Yu, how many private rooms are there on the upper floor? 10. Why do you ask? Well, I'll book all the private rooms on the second floor tomorrow. Prepare 10 tables of your best cooked dishes. The banquet starts at 9 p.m. So late? Yes. My friends are all busy. Xiaoyang paid in advance before leaving with peace of mind. At night, Xiaoyang sent a WeChat message to Su Xiao, whom he hadn't contacted for a long time, asking her to take a leave and not fly the flight tomorrow. However, Su Xiao didn't reply. Xiaoyang tried to call her, but the phone showed it was turned off. Forget it. Anyway, I've informed her. It all depends on her fortune. Having done this much, I can't be regarded as heartless. Early the next morning, the staff delivered the Conqueror heavy-duty truck off-road RV to the villa. After Xiaoyang and others left, he directly stored the vehicle into his spatial storage. Immediately afterwards, he went to the warehouse to pick up cigarettes, medicines, and mobile shelters. However, he noticed that the doors of the tin warehouses and the cold storage showed signs of being pried open. Is someone eyeing me? Fortunately, I was cautious enough to store the supplies in the space long ago. Otherwise, something bad would have happened. Humph. Trying to plot against me. Your doom arrives today. After storing all the cigarettes, medicines, and mobile shelters in the space, Xiaoyang returned to the villa. By evening, Xiaoyang started the boiler, fearing that he wouldn't have enough time at night. He also filled the diesel generator with fuel, which would last for 10 days or half a month. After handling these matters, he fed the little coal ball until it was full before setting out. There were still numerous things to do that night. The city of Haiqing was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity at night. The ants in the square were dancing square dances with boundless enthusiasm. If things remained as usual, they would vie with the young people for seats on the bus early the next morning and queue up at a distant supermarket to buy discounted eggs. In the woods of the park, college, student couples were whispering sweet nothings to each other. Perhaps they were discussing their future and how to build their own little family. However, after that night, many people would perish, and all the past would vanish into thin air. In Xiaoren's villa, young master, last night we sent people to the warehouse and found it was empty. It's likely that Xiaoyang has disposed of all the goods, a servant reported. Upon hearing this, Xiaoren gnashed his teeth in hatred. However, we've discovered that he has been getting quite close to a female college student named Mu Wanqing from Haiqing Arts College these days. They might be in a romantic relationship. The servant continued. Xiaoren's eyes suddenly lit up. Can you deceive this female college student here? Coincidentally, I once dated a girl from the same school. She said she could invite Mu Wanqing out, the servant replied. Xiaoren's face contorted, and he said venomously, Xiaoyang, just wait. Tonight, I'll let you experience the pain of having your beloved taken away. At 9 o'clock that night, Xiaoyang arrived at the Cape restaurant on time. Seeing Xiaoyang alone, Liu asked in surprise, just you? Where are your friends? Xiaoyang touched his nose and replied guiltily, don't worry about that. Just serve the dishes first. After all the dishes for the 10 private rooms were served, Xiaoyang said to Liu Yu, Sister Yu, ask everyone to leave. Without my summons, no one should be allowed to come up. Liu Yu gave Xiaoyang a pitying look. All right. She understood. All the invited friends had stood him up. It would be embarrassing for anyone. However, his character was really too poor. After everyone went downstairs, Xiaoyang tiptoed to each room, planning to put all the dishes into his spatial realm, considering it too troublesome to put the dishes in one by one. He simply put the whole tables with the dishes on them into the space. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang only put away 9 tables and left one. After finishing this, Xiaoyang went downstairs and gave Liu another 10,000 yuan. Sister Yu, don't clear the tables. Don't let anyone go up. My friends will come later. This money is for your overtime pay. After saying that, regardless of whether Liu agreed or not, Xiaoyang left directly. Liu said, Brother, why do you try so hard to put up a front? Xiaoyang then rushed on, stopped to the port where the yacht was moored. The staff on guard naturally recognized him. Young Master Xiao, why have you come at this hour? Xiaoyang replied, I need to pay the balance tomorrow. I've come to take a look tonight. The staff naturally didn't suspect him and quickly led Xiaoyang there. The yacht had been cleaned spotlessly, which satisfied Xiaoyang. I'd like to stay here alone for a while. You all go about your business. I'll leave by myself later. The staff left without a worry. How could such a big yacht be stolen? After the staff had gone far away, Xiaoyang stretched out his hand and put the yacht into the space. Due to the excessive size of the yacht, which had consumed a great deal of his energy, Xiaoyang felt somewhat fatigued. As Xiaoyang was leaving, the staff greeted him, saying, "Young Master Xiao, see you tomorrow." Xiaoyang replied, "Farewell, never to meet again." Now that all matters had been settled, all that remained was to settle the final score. It was 11 o'clock. An hour would be ample. Just as Xiaoyang was about to drive to the villa of Xiao Ren and his mother, his phone rang. Glancing at it, he saw that it was a call from Xiao Ren. After answering, he heard Xiao Ren's sinister laughter. "Xiaoyang, if you don't want your girlfriend, Mu Wanqing, to be defiled, come to the Purple Mountain Villa right away." Xiaoyang was taken aback. How had Mu Wanqing gotten involved? However, since Xiao Ren had presented himself, it saved him the trouble of seeking him out. Xiaoyang quickly drove back. On the way, he didn't forget to call Zhongli, asking her to come to the Purple Mountain Villa for a good talk. He wouldn't let either of this mother-son pair get away. When he arrived at the villa's entrance, he noticed a commercial van and a Lamborghini parked there. Seeing Xiaoyang return, Xiao Ren got out of the Lamborghini, and 8 or 9 people tumbled out of the van behind. Mu Wanqing, with tape over her mouth and her hands tied behind her back, was dragged out of the car. Behind her was Wang Min, the classmate he had met at the Cape Hotel that day. As soon as Xiaoyang saw Wang Min, he guessed what had happened. "Shall we talk inside?" Xiaoyang pointed at the villa. "Damn it, of course we'll talk inside. Look at how you've turned the outside into something like a prison. I have to see what a mess you've made of the inside." Xiao Ren grumbled angrily. As soon as they entered the villa, Xiaoyang was seized from behind. After being thoroughly searched to ensure he was not hiding any weapons, he was finally released. "Xiaoyang, look at what you've done. You've turned my villa into a complete mess, making it look like a shelter. Are you trying to play some post-apocalyptic survival game?" Xiao Ren said angrily when he saw the dilapidated state of the villa due to the renovation. Xiaoyang simply ignored him and merely pointed at Mu Wanqing, saying indifferently, "Let her go. I have nothing to do with her. Threatening me with her is pointless. How can you say there's no relationship? I think you two are a couple. You either pick her up or see her off, and you even have meals together." It was Wang Min who spoke. Since she had found an opportunity to avenge the previous humiliation, she of course wouldn't let it go easily. Chapter 12. The Arrival of the Apocalypse, Settling Old Scores, Part 2. Shut up. When men are talking, women should keep silent. Get out of the way. Xiao Ren roared at Wang Min. The latter shrank her neck and stepped aside, not daring to make a sound. "Xiaoyang, since you have no relation with her, it's even easier. Such a pure and charming girl has really caught my fancy. I'm going to enjoy her company tonight. You won't mind, will you?" Haha. As Xiao Ren spoke, he unbuttoned the collar of his shirt. "Why is it so hot in this room? Maybe I should take off my clothes right now. How about I give you a live show, Xiaoyang?" Hearing Xiao Ren's words, Mu Wanqing grunted twice in protest. However, she remained relatively calm, glaring at Xiao Ren with hatred, as if she could devour him. Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh. This girl usually seemed so gentle and quiet. But when faced with danger, she was quite brave, daring to confront the man with just her fierce looks. Xiaoyang didn't appear overly anxious. Instead, he calmly stated, "Xiao Ren, release her. How about you take me captive? Let's settle our grudges between the two of us." Xiao Ren burst into hearty laughter. "Sure. Then kneel down and plead with me." Xiaoyang replied helplessly, "Do you think it's manly to bully a woman?" Xiao Ren then leered lasciviously at Mu Wanqing and said, "Whether I'm a man or not, just watch my performance." As he spoke, he reached out to tear at Mu Wanqing's clothes. "How dare you? I've truly given you too much leeway." Once Xiaoyang uttered these words, he suddenly launched an attack, using the edge of his palm to strike at the throats of the 2 men behind him. In pain, the 2 men instinctively covered their throats. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyang punched them hard in the pit of their stomachs. Instantly, the 2 men curled up on the ground like prawns, losing their ability to resist. Xiaoyang sneered. Did they really think his decade in the post-apocalyptic world was for nothing? Although he was cautious, when faced with those who threatened his life, he was merciless. All the people in this room combined might not be his match. He was confident that he could rescue Mu Wanqing from Xiao Ren's clutches. Taking advantage of their momentary daze, Xiaoyang rushed straight towards Xiao Ren, intending to subdue him first. However, before Xiaoyang could get close, Xiao Ren had already regained his senses. He suddenly took out a dark, colored revolver from his waist and pointed it at Mu Wanqing. "Stop. One more step, and I'll shoot her dead." Xiao Ren roared at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang suddenly halted. Damn it. This guy actually had a gun, which was quite unexpected. Although Xiaoyang wasn't sure whether it was true or not, he didn't want to gamble with Mu Wanqing's life. Since she had been sent to him, he might as well save her to add some zest to his post-apocalyptic life. All right. I'll stay still. Don't get excited." Xiaoyang said as he took a step backward. Just when they were at a standstill, two people suddenly entered the villa. They were Zhongli and Wang Jian. Seeing the scene in the room, they were immediately taken aback. Didn't we come here to have a talk? Why are you all fighting? Zhongli exclaimed. And there was her son, holding a gun in his hand. What an ignorant fool. Carrying a gun was against the law. Xiaoren, put the gun down right away. Do you really need to take such a big risk to deal with a good for nothing like Xiaoyang? Zhongli advised her son. To be honest, Zhongli only cared about money. She didn't want her son's impulsive act to ruin her plan. Xiaoren glanced at his mother. Mom, stay out of this, he said. Then he turned to Xiaoyang and declared, Xiaoyang, it's quite simple to settle this matter today. Return all your belongings, including the villa, to me. And kowtow to me to apologize. As for this woman, I'll return her to you after having my fun with her for one night. I want you to experience the pain of having your beloved taken away. Seeing that her son wasn't joking, Zhongli didn't know how to persuade him. At this moment, Wang Jian spoke up. Xiaoyang, why don't you agree right away? Do you have to wait until someone gets killed to be satisfied? Hurry up and agree to Xiaoren. If he loses his temper and shoots you in the leg again, you'll have to crawl for the rest of your life. Seeing Wang Jian say so, Zhongli echoed, right? And this girl, it won't cost you a thing to have this once. I promise you that tomorrow I'll give you 1 million. Take this girl and flee far away. Consider it the last bit of kindness from this step, mother of yours. Right. Mu Wanqing, you slut. Since young Master Xiaoren wants to sleep with you once, I advise you to obediently agree, or you'll lose your life. Wang Min seized the opportunity to flatter. Xiaoyang watched them chattering back and forth. So angry that he laughed. A small slip up of his own had allowed them to steal so much of the limelight. He glanced at the time. It was 11:59 p.m. Hee, the opportunity has come. It's time for all this to end. It was as soon as it struck midnight. Everyone in the room felt a sharp pain in their heads, accompanied by a ringing in the ears. Xiaoyang was no exception, but having experienced it before, he was mentally prepared. The others were not so fortunate. The sudden pain made each of them instinctively cover their heads and crouch down in discomfort. This was the opportunity Xiaoyang had been waiting for. Suddenly, a riot baton appeared in his hand. While everyone was off guard, he knocked the gun out of Xiaoren's hand with one swift move. Then he immediately grabbed the gun. To test if it was real, he fired directly at Xiaoren's leg. Bang! The gunshot, accompanied by Xiaoren's shrill screams, jolted everyone in the room. On my leg. Xiaoren covered his leg, wailing non-stop. How dare you, Xiaoyang? You actually fired a gun. You're doomed. Zhongli shrieked hysterically, enduring the headache. This is a real gun. Xiaoyang was quite satisfied. With this, the subsequent matters would be easier to handle. He glanced at his left arm, where 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 50 seconds of the year 2000 were displayed. It had only taken him 10 seconds to complete that series of actions. Xiaoyang pulled Mu Wanqing behind him, untied the ropes binding her, and then pressed the gun against Xiaoren's head. He addressed the others in the room. Do you see the time on your left arms? Everyone instinctively looked at their left arms and were all stunned. If you don't want me to pull the trigger, do as I say. Xiaoyang directly grabbed Xiaoren's left hand with his left hand and said coldly, use mental transmission to transfer this time to me. You can keep just 10 minutes for yourself. Xiaoren had been shot in the leg and was already terrified. Although he thought that doing so would bring him no benefits, he was truly afraid of death. He quickly complied. And the time on his display was now only 10 minutes. Xiaoyang was pleased to see the increased time. He pressed the gun hard against Xiaoren's head and said to the others, as for you all, if you don't want Xiaoren to die, do as I just said. Hurry up. All right. Don't be impulsive, Xiaoyang. Don't harm Xiaoren. We'll do as you say. Wang Jian stepped forward anxiously to persuade him. Seeing Wang Jian's nervous expression, which showed that he cared about Xiaoren even more than Zhongli did, Xiaoyang asked suspiciously, you're always here. I'm really curious. Could it be that Xiaoren is your son? Hit right on the mark by Xiaoyang. Wang Jian and Zhongli suddenly looked a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 13. The End of the World Descends, Settling Scores, Part 2. Upon seeing the expressions on the two individuals' faces, Xiaoyang suddenly had an epiphany. Goodness gracious. Xiaofeng, oh Xiaofeng, you've been cuckolded. Aha. No wonder Wang Jian's figure could be seen everywhere. So he is truly the proverbial neighboring Mr. Wang. One can never be too cautious. Well, today I, Xiaoyang, will clean up your family for you and repay your kindness of raising me. You two are truly a despicable couple. I was wondering why Xiaoren has a face like a pig's kidney. So it turns out he takes after you, Wang Jian. Oh, no, it should be Wang Ren. Xiaoyang mocked. Hearing this, Wang Jian dared not show his anger but could only endure it. Come on, stop dawdling. Hurry up and transfer the time to me. You know, right now I'm truly capable of killing him on the spot. Xiaoyang pressed the gun against Xiaoren's forehead. Wang Jian quickly urged, hurry, hurry. Do as he says. Tomorrow I'll give each of you a reward of 1 million. Everyone knew that Xiaoyang wasn't joking. Although they were worried that transferring the time would have an impact on themselves, seeing that Xiaoren had done it just now without any visible changes, and moreover, there was money to be earned, a full 1 million, they all did as he asked one by one. Looking at the time energy transferred from 11 people on his arm, Xiaoyang beamed with joy. You can get out of here. Xiaoyang kicked Xiaoren to the other side. I truly loathe the thought of this bastard's blood soiling the villa. In fact, Xiaoyang could have directly killed them. However, wasn't it more satisfying to give them hope and then plunge them into despair? Additionally, it also saved him the trouble of cleaning up their corpses. Zhongli and Wang Jian quickly helped up the severely injured Xiaoren. Wang Jian glared at Xiaoyang menacingly and said, Xiaoyang, I don't care what backing you have. Just for that shot you fired, you'll be rotting in jail. After saying that, he quickly called on others to carry Xiaoren into the car and rush to the hospital. Taking advantage of Xiaoyang's inattention, Wang Min tried to slip away, but was blocked by Mu Wanqing, who dashed forward in a flash. Stop. 3 resounding slaps landed on Wang Min's face, instantly making the corners of her mouth bleed. My elder brother has always told me that if someone treats us well, we should reciprocate with even greater kindness. If someone tries to harm us, we should return the favor with double the vengeance. I never go looking for trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. From today on, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. I mean what I say. Wang Min looked into Mu Wanqing's cold eyes and suddenly felt as if she were a different person. Was this still the pure and sweet campus belle from their college? She actually filled Wang Min with fear. Wang Min was terrified and didn't even dare to utter a sound as she fled in a sorry state. As it turned out, there was no car waiting for her outside. She had long been forgotten. Suddenly, she felt a chill. What was going on? Was it because she was too scared? In the warm as spring villa, Xiaoyang stared blankly at Mu Wanqing, who seemed like a changed woman, filled with guilt. Miss Mu, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this today. You can rest assured that I. Before Xiaoyang could finish, Mu Wanqing burst into tears with a sob and turned around to hug him. A softness nestled in his arms, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Caught off guard, Xiaoyang was completely dazed. He could only pat Mu Wanqing on the back and gently soothe her. Gradually, he also came to understand that this young lady had been extremely nervous and terrified all along, yet she had merely been forcing herself to hold on until now. After seeing that the danger had passed, she finally couldn't endure any longer. Nevertheless, her psychological fortitude still impressed Xiaoyang greatly. At this moment, Mu Wanqing's heart was also filled with a complex mix of emotions. She didn't know why she had hugged Xiaoyang when she was on the verge of collapse. It seemed as if everything had happened quite naturally. In fact, she had been scared too, ever since she was deceived by Wang Min and tied up in the car. She had been petrified. However, when she got out of the car and saw Xiaoyang, and also learned that these people had kidnapped her to blackmail Xiaoyang, she suddenly wasn't afraid anymore. There was no specific reason. It was just a feeling, or perhaps a woman's intuition. She believed that as long as Xiaoyang was around, everything would be all right. After hugging like this for a while, after Mu Wanqing's mood gradually calmed down, she then embarrassedly let go of the hands that had tightly clung to Xiaoyang. Suddenly, she saw the time displayed on her left arm and curiously inquired, Mr. Xiao, what is this? It seems that you know quite well. With the beautiful lady leaving his embrace, Xiaoyang felt a pang of emptiness. Why not hold on a bit longer? I can't explain this clearly to you right away, but you just need to remember one thing. Never let the time reach 0. Because it means death. Xiaoyang introduced it very seriously. Mu Wanqing was stunned. If what Xiaoyang said was true, then those people had only had less than 10 minutes left just now. Then wouldn't. She didn't dare to think further. Although she hated those people, she never intended to kill them. Was Xiaoyang being too ruthless? Also, the way he had fired the gun just now was so decisive, calm, and composed. Either he had extremely strong psychological endurance, or he had truly killed someone. Mu Wanqing suddenly felt that Xiaoyang seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her, which made her feel a twinge of fear. Mr. Xiao, it's getting late. I think I'd better go back, Mu Wanqing said, eager to leave this place as soon as possible. You can't leave, Xiaoyang said calmly. Mu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by can't leave? What was he going to do to her? As Mu Wanqing was lost in wild and random thoughts, she heard Xiaoyang say again, the temperature outside has probably dropped to -30 degrees. You'll freeze to death if you go out. Mu Wanqing thought it was ridiculous. How could one freeze to death in the middle of summer? She opened the door, and a cold, biting wind rushed in. Mu Wanqing stood there, stunned. In a speeding car on the mountain road of Zijin Mountain, Xiaoran shouted hysterically, "Mom, Uncle Wang, quickly call someone and have Xiaoyang killed." "Don't worry, son. Mom will definitely avenge you. I'll make sure Xiaoyang meets a bad end," Zhongli said through gritted teeth. "Hiki, rest assured. Tomorrow, I'll get the right connections and have Xiaoyang arrested first. Then, with a little manipulation, I'll secretly get rid of him." Wang Jian sneered menacingly. "Mom, it's so cold. And there are only 10 seconds left on my arm. I have a bad feeling." "What on earth is this?" Xiaoran said, looking at the countdown on his arm with a look of panic. Suddenly, the time reached 0. Xiaoran remained fixed in his previous posture, motionless, with his eyes wide open in death. "Son, what's wrong with you, son?" Zhang Li and Wang Jian shouted in unison. "Hurry up," Wang Jian yelled at the driver. Zhang Li and Wang Jian's hearts were on the verge of shattering. Their son was fine just a moment ago. How could he suddenly be gone? Their hearts instantly plummeted as if into an ice cave. "Xiaoyang, if anything happens to Xiaoran, I'll make you wish you were dead," Zhang Li exclaimed with bloodshot eyes, gnashing her teeth. However, subsequently, all sounds came to an abrupt halt, and the car careened out of control, careening through the intersection and plunging down the mountain. Wang Min, who had just walked a short distance out of the villa area, was now shivering violently from the cold. She simply couldn't fathom how a sweltering day could suddenly turn so bitterly cold. Moreover, the continuously ticking time on her arm filled her with dread. "Mu Wanqing, how dare you threaten me? Your arrogance won't last long. Once I seize the opportunity, I'll make you kneel before me like a dog, begging for mercy." "Haraha." Wang Min's voice quivered, and the blood at the corner of her mouth had frozen into icy clots. Her laughter was truly eerie, but the next moment, she collapsed straight onto the ground, still wearing a smile on her face. Chapter 14. Outside, the cold wind howled, yet the villa remained as warm as spring. Mu Wanqing had already retreated into the room, feeling that everything was like a dream, utterly surreal. What had happened to this world? Why had it suddenly turned so cold? Why was there a time display on her arm? How could all these abnormalities be explained? However, there was someone who could offer an explanation. Mu Wanqing glanced at Xiaoyang, who was feeding little Cobalt. Recalling the events of the past few days, she increasingly suspected that there was something amiss with this Xiaoyang. It seemed as if he had known everything in advance. Initially, she thought he might have been driven insane and had a screw loose. Now, it appeared that he was prescient. Who on earth was he? She walked up to Xiaoyang, seeking an answer. "Mr. Xiao, it seems you knew all this would happen beforehand. Why? Why? How could Xiaoyang tell others that he was reborn? Even if he did, no one would believe it. If I said I had a dream, would you believe it?" Xiaoyang said, smiling at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing pondered for a moment and then nodded. It seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. Moreover, in the dream, this was just the beginning. After the cold snap, half of the world's population would freeze or starve to death. However, it didn't end there. The global temperature would remain below 0 for a full 2 months. During this period, there would be earthquakes and snowstorms. The dead would turn into zombies, and animals would mutate, preying on the lives of the survivors. Later, as the weather warmed up, there would be a succession of heavy rains, typhoons, tsunamis, and floods, submerging the entire land. Xiaoyang recounted calmly, while Mu Wanqing stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. This was simply preposterous. Seeing Mu Wanqing's skeptical expression, Xiaoyang gave a faint smile and continued, "Do you think it ends there? Later, the weather will get hotter and hotter. The water will gradually evaporate, volcanoes will erupt, and people will slowly be roasted and die of thirst. Eventually, humanity will perish." Mu Wanqing gasped in horror. This was too tragic. If it were really the case, what was the point of living? She stared intently into Xiaoyang's eyes, trying to discern if he was joking. However, his eyes were calm, as if he were stating a fact. Moreover, the cold snap had indeed occurred, which served as evidence. Would a great many people really die? Suddenly, she thought of her brother, Mu Guang, and couldn't help worrying about him. She intended to make a call to Mu Guang, yet her phone had already been taken away by those hooligans earlier. "Could I make a call to my elder brother? I'm worried about him," Mu Wanqing pleaded. "Certainly." Xiaoyang took out his phone and checked. There was still a signal. He found Mu Guang's phone number and dialed it, but it showed that the phone was turned off. Mu Wanqing was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. "What should I do? What should I do? Has something happened to my brother? Don't be anxious. Perhaps your brother is sleeping at home. Maybe he's tucked up in the quilt right now," And it's inconvenient to charge his phone, Xiaoyang consoled her. Mu Wanqing shook her head. It's impossible. He called me this afternoon and said he'd taken on another decoration project. He was going to invite that CEO to stay in a bathhouse tonight. He couldn't have gone home. Xiaoyang was taken aback. Well, Mu Guang, you've also taken on my decoration project. Why didn't you invite me to stay in the bathhouse tonight? Initially, he'd been a bit worried about him, but now, humph, just freeze to death in the bathhouse. Thinking this in his heart, he still consoled her with his words. Don't worry. There are hot water and heating in the bathhouse. Maybe there's even someone to warm his bed. Your brother will be fine. Mu Wanqing simply didn't believe it. How could there be someone to warm the bed? They're all men. Hugging each other would be so disgusting. However, the fact that there were hot water and heating was undeniable, which reassured her a great deal. Xiaoyang sighed. Alas, still so innocent. Noticing Mu Wanqing's thin clothing, Xiaoyang said, wait here for a moment. I'll go and get you a thicker pajamas. You can take a bath and change into it later. These days, you should stay here quietly. Wait until the cold snap passes. And then we'll go out together to find your elder brother. How does that sound? Mu Wanqing knew it was useless to be anxious now, so she could only agree for the time being. Xiaoyang ran to the second basement floor and added a large amount of coal to the boiler. Then he took out a lady's pajamas from his storage space and gave it to Mu Wanqing, telling her to go take a bath first. Fortunately, the villa had been comprehensively renovated. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to take a bath. While Mu Wanqing was taking a bath, Xiaoyang took out various vegetables and meats from his storage space and put them into the refrigerator. He also took out a great deal of snacks, beverages, fruits, as well as beer and red wine, and arranged them on the dining table. It looked very warm and cozy. Xiaoyang was quite satisfied. It would be even better if there were some candles. Honestly, what had just happened really caught him off guard. Originally, he had planned to deal with that mother and son pair directly and then come back to relax comfortably alone. However, the sudden appearance of Mu Wanqing disrupted his plan of staying in the villa by himself. Nevertheless, it was quite nice to have a beautiful woman as company. It added a bit of charm. Oh, of course, there was also my lovely little Meiqiu. Xiaoyang looked at the little crow, Meiqiu, who had eaten to its fill in the cage and was curiously eyeing him. He was instantly melted by its cuteness. This little Meiqiu had long regarded him as its mother and was extremely clingy. Sometimes during the day, if it couldn't see Xiaoyang for a short while, it would caw loudly and only stop when it saw him. Alas, this little clingy thing. Just as Xiaoyang was busy playing with little Meiqiu, Mu Wanqing emerged after her bath, wearing the pajamas. Xiaoyang turned around and thought, good heavens, a woman really looks charming right after a bath. What was it called again? Ah, a lotus emerging from the water. Yes, that's it. Her wet hair hung loose, exuding an air of languor. Coupled with that devastatingly beautiful face, it made Xiaoyang a bit dazed. In a form-fitting black pajamas, Mu Wanqing's elegance and graceful figure were even more accentuated. Xiaoyang couldn't help but lament the bias of the heavens. Why did it bestow so many beautiful qualities upon one person? Mu Wanqing felt a bit flustered under Xiaoyang's gaze. She tidied her hair and clothes and asked, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with me? Xiaoyang snapped out of his trance. No. You're just so incredibly beautiful that I was almost captivated by your charm. Xiaoyang was smiling cheerfully. Yet Mu Wanqing always sensed a lecherous glint in his eyes. Oh, right. Are you hungry? There are snacks on the table. If they're not filling enough, there are ingredients in the fridge. However, you'll have to cook them yourself. I'm not very good at cooking. Following the direction of Xiaoyang's finger, Mu Wanqing saw the table full of snacks, fruits, and beverages. A pleasant surprise welled up within her. Had Xiaoyang prepared all these food items right after the villa's renovation? Some of the snacks were even her favorites. Could it be that he had actually purchased all the supplies on the doomsday list she'd made? She was increasingly impressed by Xiaoyang. This man surely held numerous secrets waiting for her to uncover. Coming back to her senses, she looked at Xiaoyang and noticed there was still blood on his clothes. She reminded him, do you want to take a shower and change your clothes? Hearing this, Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. Sure. Mu Wanqing saw his mischievous look. Afraid that he might misunderstand, she quickly said, I have no other intentions. I just think taking a bath would make one feel more comfortable. Chapter 15. The End of The World Revelry, Part 1. Xiaoyang burst into laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to take a bath. When you're hungry, eat. When you're thirsty, drink. Just treat this place like your own home. Stepping into the bathroom, which was still damp, Xiaoyang thought of the scene where Mu Wanqing had bathed here just now. His heart fluttered with a little excitement. After taking a cozy hot water bath, Xiaoyang took out a set of pajamas from his space. He even deliberately picked one that was quite similar to Mu Wanqing's, making them look more like couples' outfits. Xiaoyang walked into the living room and found Mu Wanqing lost in thought as she stared out of the window. Hearing the noise, Mu Wanqing turned around and was momentarily stunned when she saw Xiaoyang's attire. He did it on purpose, right? Why is he wearing something so similar to what I have on? However, he really looks good in it. Xiaoyang stood at a height of 1.8 meters. Although he didn't have well-developed muscles, his figure was well-proportioned, with a face like that of a celebrity, sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely sunny and handsome. This kind of appearance really suited Mu Wanqing's aesthetic taste. This was also one of the reasons why she had agreed to go out for a meal with Xiaoyang before. If Xiaoyang had been an oily middle-aged man, even if he had been a major client of her brother, she wouldn't have accepted the invitation. What were you thinking about just now? You seemed so absorbed, Xiaoyang inquired. Nothing much. I just feel quite lucky. It's so cold outside. Yet I've turned misfortune into a blessing and don't have to endure the cold and hunger in the frigid night. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiaoyang earnestly and expressed her innermost feelings. Xiaoyang smiled, pulled out a dining chair, and motioned for Mu Wanqing to come over. Don't just stand there. Come and have something to eat. Mu Wanqing gave a gentle smile, gracefully took a seat, and playfully said, Then I'll express my gratitude for Mr. Zhao's warm hospitality. Hee. Hey, stop calling me Mr. Xiao from now on, okay? It sounds so formal. Xiaoyang proposed. Mu Wanqing blinked her eyes. Then what should I call you? Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. Well, call me Brother Xiao. How about it? Mu Wanqing thought briefly and nodded, saying, All right. Anyway, you're older than me. Xiaoyang was overjoyed and then asked, Then what should I call you? Well, Sister Qing. Mu Wanqing blushed. This doesn't sound quite right. How about you just call me Wanqing? Sure, Wanqing. Xiaoyang smiled as he uncorked a bottle of red wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Mu Wanqing. Come, Wanqing, let's have a toast. Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment but still took the glass. I'm not very good at drinking, but I'll have this glass tonight. She raised her glass and clinked it with Xiaoyang's. I propose this toast to you. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xiaoyang quickly advised, if you're not good at drinking, don't gulp it down. Sip it slowly and stay with me for a while longer. Mu Wanqing gave an embarrassed smile. Okay. Mu Wanqing obediently took a small sip, while Xiaoyang tilted his head back and downed his glass in one go. At that moment, the fierce wind howled outside, making the glass buzz, which formed a sharp contrast with the warmth inside the villa. Throughout the entire villa district, nearly all the villas were illuminated. Presumably, the sudden chill had roused everyone from their slumber. In the dormitories of various schools in the university town at the foot of the mountain, there was also a great deal of commotion, with continuous screams echoing. The entire city, due to the momentary headache at the very beginning, witnessed numerous car accidents. Subsequently, the cold current swept in, rendering the already chaotic city even more in disarray. All the emergency call lines were inundated, yet it was of no avail. All those wandering outside, except for those who managed to find suitable shelters, were mostly frozen to death. Even taking refuge in cars was futile. Gradually, ever so gradually, the city grew increasingly quiet until all sounds ceased. However, this night was an insomnious one for people across the globe, just like at present. Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing in Zijinshan Villa showed no sign of drowsiness. Mu Wanqing replaced the wine with beverages and continued to toast Xiaoyang. As they conversed more, they grew more familiar with each other and got along even more harmoniously. Xiaoyang learned that Mu Wanqing had lost her parents at a young age and was raised by her elder brother, Mu Guang. The siblings had relied on each other. Mu Guang had dropped out of school early to work hard and support his sister's education. It had truly been an arduous journey for them. Therefore, in order to change their fates, they both persevered with unwavering efforts. Mu Guang had been toiling away to earn money and remained unmarried to this day. Mu Wanqing had been studiously applying herself to her studies and had never been in a romantic relationship. Although there were numerous suitors from her college and even from other institutions, she had never paid them any heed. And Mu Wanqing also came to know about Xiaoyang's family feuds. The two people who shared the same misfortune seemed to draw closer to each other. They chatted back and forth until dawn, when sleepiness finally overtook them. Come on, let's go to sleep. Xiaoyang stood up and said. A flurry of panic seized Mu Wanqing. It sounded as if they were going to sleep together. Hastily, she asked, Which room will I sleep in? Xiaoyang gave a mischievous smile. There are so many rooms. You can choose whichever you like, he said. However, I'd recommend the 3rd floor. It offers a great view. And we'll be close by. You can just call me if you need anything. Mu Wanqing blushed. Xiaoyang's words always had a way of leading one astray. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. She felt that this arrangement would make her feel more secure. Xiaoyang then went to the second basement floor to add more coal to the boiler. He led Mu Wanqing to the third floor and settled her in the secondary bedroom next to the master bedroom. After ensuring that the room was warm and draft-free, he returned to his own bedroom with peace of mind. Checking his phone, he saw that it was already past 5 a.m. and there was still signal. Taking advantage of the signal, Xiaoyang opened a certain map app and downloaded the 3D maps of the entire Haiqing city and a mountain city in the south, west of the Dragon Country. After finishing these tasks, he lay in the quilt and fell asleep soundly. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyang was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Brother Xiao, are you awake? Hearing Mu Wanqing's voice, he glanced at the time. It was already noon. He quickly got out of bed and opened the door. What's up? Wanqing. Brother Xiao, I've cooked a pot of noodles. Come down and have some if you're hungry. Hearing this, Xiaoyang asked in pleasant surprise, can you cook? Mu Wanqing said somewhat bashfully, I can only cook some noodles or instant noodles. As for other dishes, I'm not very good at them. Xiaoyang felt helpless as he himself couldn't cook either. However, he had a large amount of supplies. He had self-heating hot pots, hot pot seasonings, and so on. Wanqing. Do you want to have hot pot? Mu Wanqing widened her eyes and said incredulously, I saw there were quite a few vegetables and meats in the fridge. Do you have hot pot seasonings? Xiaoyang gave a hearty laugh. Of course I do. On such a cold day, having a hot pot would surely be an exhilarating experience. Come on, let's divide the work. You boil the soup and prepare the seasonings. And I'll arrange the side dishes. How about that? Hot pot was Mu Wanqing's favorite. She couldn't have asked for more. That's wonderful. The two went downstairs. After a flurry of deft actions, a sumptuous hot pot feast was laid out on the dining table. Xiaoyang took out some beer, and Mu Wanqing picked up a beverage. Cheers to the hot pot. Chapter 16. The Doomsday Revelry, Part 2. Outside, it was freezing cold, and countless people were struggling on the verge of death. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing were having a good meal and drink in the warm villa. On the third night when the cold snap arrived, the power went out. The sudden darkness startled Mu Wanqing, who was sitting on the sofa in the bedroom listening to music. She glanced out of the window and saw that all the lights in the villa area were out. It was pitch black outside. She hurriedly got up, staggered along the wall to the door, and opened it. Instinctively, she was about to look for Xiaoyang when she heard Xiaoyang open his door and come out. Is the power out? Yes. Don't worry. I'll go and turn on the generator right away. Xiaoyang was about to leave when Mu Wanqing's hand reached out. Wait, have you put on extra clothes? It's so cold outside. However, when her hand touched Xiaoyang, who was bundled up like a ball, she smiled. He really had prepared everything. When her hand reached his collar, she found the zipper wasn't fully done up. Subconsciously, she pulled it up for him. Go and come back quickly. Pay attention to your safety. Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned. This feeling was so heart-warming. Since his mother passed away, who had ever cared for him so considerately? Xiaoyang suddenly grasped Mu Wanqing's hand. It was soft and warm. Mu Wanqing was obviously a bit flustered, but didn't pull away. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Xiaoyang said softly. He went downstairs and opened the small side door of the villa. A gust of cold wind blew straight into his face. It was truly freezing, and his face felt as if it was being cut by a knife. He really couldn't imagine how those people without heating and electricity could survive. He rushed into the generator room rapidly. It was relatively warm inside. It took him a great deal of effort to start the generator. Xiaoyang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no problem. The lights in the villa came on again. Xiaoyang quickly ran back to the villa. When he opened the door, he saw Mu Wanqing standing there anxiously waiting. Are you okay? Did you get frostbitten anywhere? Mu Wanqing inspected Xiaoyang from head to toe. Yes, my hands are frozen. Xiaoyang wanted to tease Mu Wanqing and deliberately pretended to be in great pain. Let me have a look quickly. Mu Wanqing believed him and immediately grabbed his hands, examining them carefully. Seeing her earnest expression, Xiaoyang burst into laughter. However, after your touch, the pain suddenly disappeared. Mu Wanqing, having rounded the corner, cast a glance at Xiaoyang's mischievous grin. Instantly, she shook off his hand, looking extremely vexed. You deceiver. I'm ignoring you. With that, she spun around and was about to leave. Xiaoyang seized her hand right away, wearing a playful smile. Oh, don't be cross. It was just a jest. Otherwise, every day would be dreadfully dull. Mu Wanqing continued to pay him no heed. Are you sleepy? How about we go to watch a movie? Xiaoyang kept trying to placate her. Sure enough, Mu Wanqing was intrigued. A movie? There's no internet now. How can we watch? Oh, what can baffle me? Xiaoyang waved his large hand, and suddenly there was a USB flash drive in it. Here, I bought it online before. There are 1,000 high-definition movies in it. Watch whatever you like. Mu Wanqing instantly became overjoyed. She had long been feeling bored. And a movie was just the perfect thing. Come on, let's celebrate the fact that we still have electricity and go watch a movie. The two of them dashed merrily towards the private cinema on the basement floor. In the following days, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing would eat and then sleep, wake up and watch movies. When they grew tired of movies, they would amuse the little crow, Coal Ball, together. Coal Ball could already fly. It couldn't stay in the cage and preferred to perch on Xiaoyang's shoulder. Its two tiny eyes would always stare at Xiaoyang curiously. Sometimes it would also fly onto Mu Wanqing's head and help her comb her hair, often making her giggle. After a long-term acquaintance, the little crow presumably regarded the two of them as its parents. The two humans and the bird lived merrily in this cozy villa. On the 9th day, the wind outside had subsided, yet the sun still failed to appear. After 98 days of revelry, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing gradually grew closer. After all, he was wealthy and she was beautiful, and in such an environment, it was easy for affection to blossom. Moreover, Xiaoyang not only lacked nothing to eat and drink, but he was also truly good looking. However, the two began to fret over food. Having feasted on hot pots, instant meals, and snacks daily, they were thoroughly sick of them and simply couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Mu Wanqing said longingly, "I'm reminded of the dishes from the owner of the Cape restaurant. How I miss them." She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, propped her chin on her hand, and said with a smile, "Oh, I feel that if someone could bring me a few plates of dishes from the Cape restaurant right now, I'd surely marry him." Mu Wanqing had merely said it in jest, but Xiaoyang, who was beside her, instantly perked up. Damn it, was she saying this to me? Is she dropping a hint? I really do have the dishes from the Cape restaurant in my space. There are 9 full tables, untouched. And I even brought the tables along. This is a perfect opportunity to court a girl. Apart from Su Xiao on the plane, Xiaoyang hadn't been with a woman for a long time. During the apocalypse, he had once traded a piece of ham for a liaison. However, that woman had only had eyes for the ham and couldn't wait to devour it during the encounter, which left Xiaoyang utterly speechless. After that hasty end, Xiaoyang never sought such encounters again. Yet now, with a stunning beauty flitting in front of his eyes every day, he truly found it hard to resist. If he could make Mu Wanqing his woman, then everything would fall into place. Having made up his mind, Xiaoyang took advantage of the time when Mu Wanqing was taking a bath at night and directly fetched a table of dishes from the Cape restaurant out of his space. As for how to explain things to Mu Wanqing, he would do it when she became his. The dishes were still warm and exuded a tantalizing aroma, just as they did when they were first served. He promptly fetched 2 bottles of red wine and poured a glass for both himself and Mu Wanqing. It would be even better if he lit 2 candles. With everything in place, he awaited to surprise Mu Wanqing. Sure enough, as Mu Wanqing emerged from the bathroom, she sniffed the air. The scent was so familiar. She rushed into the living room and saw a table full of dishes, all of which were the signature ones from the Cape restaurant, cooked personally by Boss Liu. She could hardly believe her eyes. She rubbed them and stepped closer to take a look. After confirming it was all real, she stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. "Oh my goodness, where on earth did you get these? They're still warm. Oh my, even the plates are the restaurant's special ones. Brother Xiao, how did you manage it? Where did you hide them? I didn't notice at all." Xiaoyang gazed at the excited Mu Wanqing with a smile. He cleared his throat and said, "Classmate Wanqing, this doesn't seem to be the key point you should focus on." Mu Wanqing suddenly froze in place, looking at Xiaoyang in disbelief. She said nervously, You mean? Yes, that's exactly what I mean." Xiaoyang didn't spell it out and simply watched to see what Mu Wanqing would do. Mu Wanqing was obviously a bit dazed. She was excited because she had long harbored feelings for Xiaoyang. However, she was afraid she wasn't good enough for him. He was handsome, a wealthy young man, and took such good care of her, while she couldn't help him with anything. Chapter 17. Winning Mu Wanqing's heart, however. Since Xiaoyang had gone to such lengths, should she still be coy? There were so many suitors in college, but she had never agreed to any of them because she hadn't met her Prince Charming. Yet, at the moment she saw Xiaoyang, she found her heart fluttering. Later, by some strange coincidence, she was trapped in Xiaoyang's villa. Perhaps this was what people called fate. So, she should be more proactive and pursue Xiaoyang. Having thought this through, Mu Wanqing made up her mind. Looking serious, she said, "Xiaoyang, may I be your girlfriend?" Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's confession, Xiaoyang finally smiled. He leaned towards her ear and whispered, "Yes, Seeing Mu Wanqing's blushing face, Xiaoyang lifted her chin with his hand, intending to give her a wall kiss. Sensing Xiaoyang's intense gaze, Mu Wanqing seemed to anticipate what was about to happen and shyly closed her eyes. Just as Xiaoyang was about to act. The cries of the little crow, Coal Ball, rang out. Both of them shuddered simultaneously. Shut up. The ambiguous atmosphere was shattered, and Xiaoyang was extremely annoyed. This little thing, it ruins my good deed. Coal Ball cried out twice more, indicating its dissatisfaction with Xiaoyang's attitude. Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing exchanged an awkward smile. It was impossible to continue. With such a sumptuous dinner on the table, they might as well have a meal first. It was a pleasant dinner. Both of them gradually got used to their new roles as a couple, starting from the initial unease. Xiaoyang downed glass after glass of red wine. Unusually, Mu Wanqing didn't switch to a beverage and quietly accompanied him, sipping slowly. Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh that the dishes cooked by Lu Yu were truly excellent. Each dish had its own unique charm, leaving an indelible aftertaste. It seemed that he should visit the Cape restaurant when he got the chance. He wondered if Liu was still trapped there. When he left, he gave Liu 10,000 yuan and told the shop to close later. Aiming to keep Liu in the restaurant. It was such a good place, with food and drink available, so she wouldn't starve. This would also make it convenient for him to find her. If he could bring Liu to the villa, he wouldn't have to worry about what to eat in the future. In the apocalypse, being able to savor such delicious food was definitely a luxury. After a sumptuous meal, Mu Wanqing tidied up the leftovers. After brushing her teeth again, she rushed upstairs without a word. Xiaoyang didn't pay her any heed. In the villa, where could she run? After taking a meticulous bath and brushing his teeth twice, Xiaoyang ascended the stairs contentedly. He saw that Mu Wanqing's door was shut. Xiaoyang knocked on the door and asked, Wanqing, are you asleep? I'm already asleep. You should go to bed too. Came Mu Wanqing's rather unnatural voice from inside. Xiaoyang smirked. Trying to avoid me? No way. Oh, I drank a bit too much. After the bath, I'm feeling dizzy. I can hardly stand. Could you help me back to my room? Mu Wanqing covered her head with the quilt and said, I don't believe you. Oh. I can't hold on anymore. Why is the wall moving while I'm not? Xiaoyang continued to act outside the door. Mu Wanqing threw the quilt aside and poked her head out, asking worriedly, Did you really drink too much? Xiaoyang stole a furtive smile and said, Oh. When have I ever deceived you? I can't hold on anymore. I'll just sleep in the corridor. Mu Wanqing was genuinely concerned that he had imbibed. If he slept in the corridor, he'd surely catch a chill. Fine, just help him for a bit. Can he really devour me? She quickly got out of bed and opened the door. There she saw Xiaoyang, leaning against the wall, his eyes bleary with drunkenness, gazing at her. It seems you're truly drunk. I'll help you into the room and then leave right away. Cover yourself with the quilt properly, she said. All right. Xiaoyang slung his arm around Mu Wanqing's shoulder, and they slowly made their way towards his bedroom. The gesture was rather amorous, and Mu Wanqing felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. But unable to break free, she had to endure it. Once inside the bedroom, when they reached Xiaoyang's spacious double bed, Mu Wanqing tried to extricate herself and lay Xiaoyang down. However, suddenly, Xiaoyang exerted a force and pinned the unsuspecting Mu Wanqing beneath him. A delicate fragrance wafted over, and Xiaoyang took a deep breath. Mu Wanqing was at a loss and tried to get up, but she couldn't move an inch. Flustered, she said, Xiaoyang, you to say. Before she could finish, Xiaoyang silenced her with a kiss. Mu Wanqing's mind went blank. Her first kiss was gone. The night seemed endless, yet the dream was fleeting. It wasn't until the next afternoon that Xiaoyang woke up leisurely. Opening his eyes, he found Mu Wanqing looking at him with tender affection. Seeing him awake, she blushed and said huffily, Liar. Xiaoyang burst into laughter and said, What did I deceive you about? Tell me. Mu Wanqing was tickled by Xiaoyang and burst into fits of giggles. You tricked me. Humph. Eventually, she was too shy to voice her thoughts. After the two rested for a while, they got up. After taking a hot bath, Xiaoyang thoughtfully brought out fresh meals for Mu Wanqing, urging her to eat more to replenish her energy. Mu Wanqing looked at the still warm food, hesitating to speak several times. Xiaoyang knew what she wanted to ask, but how could he tell her? Well, Mu Wanqing was his now. Since they would be living under the same roof, he couldn't always avoid the topic. I've awakened a spatial ability. There are some supplies stored in the space. As Xiaoyang spoke, like performing magic, a down jacket appeared in his hand. Mu Wanqing stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. She really couldn't quite accept such a miraculous thing. However, Xiaoyang didn't disclose all the supplies in the space. Some things could wait until he was powerful enough before letting others know. Mu Wanqing collected herself. As if suddenly struck by an idea, she asked excitedly, "What about the supplies on the list I gave you?" "Yes, I've stored some of them," Xiaoyang replied. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiaoyang and softly said, "You never cease to amaze me. Just because of a dream, you've done so much. Aren't you afraid the dream was fake?" Mu Wanqing asked, somewhat puzzled. Xiaoyang scratched his nose and remained silent. Some things were better left unsaid. A white lie wouldn't hurt. Well, this dream was very real. Anyway, what I've done is right, isn't it? Mu Wanqing thought it made sense. Why should she care about the reason? As long as the outcome is favorable, it should suffice. Even if Xiaoyang is withholding something. It might very well be as well, guarded secret, and one has no right to pry into it. Then, when will I be able to awaken my superpower? Mu Wanqing inquired with great anticipation. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. In his past life, he had awakened his superpower after the cold snap. Although he wasn't certain if everyone would awaken on the same day, it should be within a few days' margin. Don't be hasty. It should be within these coming days. Xiaoyang was also brimming with curiosity about what kind of superpower Mu Wanqing would awaken. Xiaoyang calculated that the 10-day cold snap was about to end. The temperature would rise to around minus 30 degrees Celsius the next day, making it feasible to venture outside. With the super heavy-duty off-road RV at his disposal, he wasn't concerned about the frigid temperature. There were currently two matters that required his attention. One was to help Mu Wanqing search for her elder brother. The other was to pay a visit to the Haiji restaurant to check if Liu was still there. Of course, even if she was in the restaurant. If luck was against them, she might only be a cold, lifeless body. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang was willing to take a chance. Chapter 18. Half a barrel of liquid in exchange for 20 days of energy early the next morning. Xiaoyang retrieved the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road RV from his spatial storage. He started the vehicle in advance and switched on the air conditioner so that he could step into a warm interior later. He also took out the revolver he had seized from Xiaoren. There were still 5 bullets left in it. Firearms were highly useful in the early days of the crisis. They could dispatch an opponent quickly and effortlessly, yet the number of bullets was rather limited. Such guns were commonly issued to police officers in police stations. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain more bullets, perhaps paying a visit to the police station would be a viable option. Waking up the exhausted Mu Wanqing, the two began to put on their clothes. Xiaoyang originally didn't want Mu Wanqing to accompany him and wished her to rest in the villa since it was quite safe here. However, Mu Wanqing insisted on going. In case her elder brother was at home, she could see him immediately. Of course, mainly, she only felt secure when staying by Xiaoyang's side. Xiaoyang took out 2 tang swords from his spatial dimension and gave one to Mu Wanqing. Take this for self-defense. You know what to do in case of danger. Xiaoyang made a slitting throat gesture. Mu Wanqing received the sword and nodded solemnly. After everything was ready, the two got into the RV and set off. Xiaoyang was quite unaccustomed to driving such a large vehicle for the first time. He only had a Class C driving license and had never driven such a long vehicle before. Fortunately, there were few cars and pedestrians on the road, so he wasn't worried. He slowly drove the car out of the villa and didn't see a single person along the way. At this temperature, people couldn't go out without strong thermal protection. However, he knew that with the huge noise the car made, many survivors in the surrounding villas must have noticed them. Driving down the mountain along the winding mountain road, a frozen corpse in the middle of the road caught Mu Wanqing's attention. That seems to be Wang Min. Thinking of the scene 10 days ago as if it were still vivid, but in a blink of an eye, Wang Min had become a corpse. Mu Wanqing sighed that this was fate. She cast a grateful look at Xiaoyang, who was concentrating on driving. If it weren't for his shelter, she might have ended up like this too. Sensing Mu Wanqing's gaze, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said nothing. He simply stepped on the accelerator, driving the car over the corpse. The RV accelerated away, leaving behind a pool of minced flesh. In the university district at the foot of Zijin Mountain, numerous cars were haphazardly parked on the streets. Scattered corpses could be seen by the roadside, and there were also quite a few inside the cars. In the cold snap, taking shelter in the cars was of no avail. Without hesitation, guided by Mu Wanqing, Xiaoyang drove straight to the neighborhood where Mu Guang lived. The neighborhood was not far from the university town. Xiaoyang rammed through the railing at the entrance and drove in. Arriving at the building where Mu Guang lived, they climbed up to his floor. Mu Wanqing couldn't wait to knock on the door. As expected, there was no response. It seemed that Mu Guang was indeed not at home at that time. To confirm that Mu Guang hadn't frozen to death inside, Xiaoyang took out a crowbar from his space and pried the door open. The house was empty, with no one inside. Mu Wanqing felt a mixture of relief and worry. She was glad that her brother hadn't frozen to death at home. Yet she was concerned that he might have met such a fate at a bathhouse. There were countless bathhouses in the entire Haicheng city. It was impossible for Xiaoyang to search them one by one. Not only would it be a waste of time, but the risk factor was also high. Mu Wanqing was well aware of this and didn't press the matter further. Just as the two were about to leave, suddenly, the door of the opposite apartment opened. A disheveled woman wrapped in a quilt stood inside. Hello? Hey, why? You here for our rescue? The woman stammered, shivering from the cold. Mu Wanqing recognized her. This was the neighbor living opposite her brother. She would occasionally run into her when she came back, but they had never exchanged a word. No. Xiaoyang spoke. The woman, upon hearing this, was greatly disappointed, yet she still went on to inquire, Do you have any water? If you do, could you spare me some? My child is dying of thirst. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing recalled that there was still half a bucket of purified water left unfinished in her brother's room. Although it was frozen, it could still thaw if placed in the quilt to warm up. Yes, wait a moment. Mu Wanqing turned around and went into the room to retrieve the half bucket of water. Just as she was about to step forward and offer it to the woman, Xiaoyang stopped her. Xiaoyang merely glanced at the woman and calmly stated, There is water, but it's not free. You have to exchange something for it. The woman was taken aback. Immediately afterwards, she hurriedly said, There's really nothing at home that can be used for exchange. My phone is out of power, so I can't transfer money either. Xiaoyang smiled and replied, No need for things or money. Exchange it with the time on your arm. The woman exclaimed in surprise, Can that be exchanged? How? Xiaoyang took the bucket of water from Mu Wanqing's hand and asked, How much is your monthly salary? The woman, not understanding his intention, instinctively answered, 3,000. Then, in a situation like this, how much would you be willing to pay to buy this half bucket of water? Xiaoyang held up the bucket to let the woman see it more clearly. The woman licked her lips, pondered for a moment, and said, I can offer 1,000. No. I can offer 2,000. Xiaoyang said, That's equivalent to 20 days' salary. Well, transfer 20 days of the time on your arm to us, and this half bucket of water will be yours. The woman stretched out her left arm from under the quilt and took a look. There were still more than 354 days left. She had no idea what this thing was, yet she felt that it was quite worthwhile to exchange 20 days for half a bucket of water. In this way, neither she nor her child would die of thirst. Good. Under Xiaoyang's guidance, the woman transferred 20 days of time energy to Mu Wanqing, and she was contentedly rewarded with half a bucket of water. Just before leaving, the woman suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, could you tell me what this time actually represents? Without turning back, Xiaoyang replied, It represents life. All you need to remember is to prevent it from reaching zero. Otherwise, you'll perish. The woman stood there, stunned. On the RV. Seeing Mu Wanqing looking as if she had something to say but hesitated, Xiaoyang smiled and asked, Are you going to ask why we didn't offer them help for free? Mu Wanqing nodded. It was just a trifling matter for them, after all. Xiaoyang put away his smile and said solemnly, Wanqing, you must bear in mind that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to obtain what you need, you have to pay the due price. If we wish to survive, we must become powerful. And the sole way to become powerful is to acquire more time energy. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing pondered over Xiaoyang's words carefully and finally grasped his intention. As Xiaoyang had previously stated, the world was on the verge of complete destruction, then only by surviving could they stand a chance of finding a way out. Showing mercy to strangers was an act of extreme irresponsibility towards oneself. Moreover, without Xiaoyang, perhaps she herself would have been in greater need of that half bucket of water. Chapter 19. Lu Yu's encounter inside the Cape Hotel. Lu Yu and a female waitress were trapped in a small room on the second floor. This was a room that Lu Yu had reserved for herself to rest in. It was fully furnished with a bed and a sofa. However, there was only one quilt in the room. Lu Yu wrapped the quilt around the waitress, while she herself pulled down the mattress from the bed and wrapped it around herself. The two of them huddled side by side on the sofa. At this moment, Lu Yu was gazing blankly at the door, lost in thought as she recalled the night when the cold snap hit. After Xiaoyang left that night, she indeed didn't allow anyone else to go up to the second floor. Thinking that Xiaoyang might come back, she specifically asked two waitresses to work overtime. Coincidentally, there was still a table of diners downstairs who were drinking and showed no sign of leaving. Time passed quickly, and it was midnight. The diners downstairs finished their meal, paid the bill drunkenly, and were about to leave when suddenly, everyone felt a splitting headache. After the pain subsided, they all noticed the changes in their bodies. Just as they were all looking bewildered, the cold snap arrived. Since it was hot, They were all wearing light clothes, and the sudden cold wind made them shiver. Although they didn't know what was going on, Liu kindly asked that table of diners to take shelter in the restaurant first and close the door. She had thought that it might get better in a while, but unexpectedly, the temperature kept dropping until it was bone-chilling. Fortunately, there was no power outage. So Liu adjusted the air conditioner in the restaurant to warm mode. However, the effect was minimal. There was nothing they could do. Liu and the two female waitresses had to take refuge in her lounge on the second floor, while that table of diners hid in a storage room downstairs. Apart from the cold, there was no shortage of food in the restaurant, and they could drink some white wine to warm themselves up when they felt cold. Liu inspected the private rooms on the second floor and found that all 9 of them were empty. Not even a single table was left. She was immediately stunned. However, she didn't have the time to dwell on it. Fortunately, there was still an untouched table of dishes in the last private room. This table of dishes came in extremely handy and sustained them for several days. Everything remained relatively peaceful. However, after the power outage, the temperature inside the house dropped drastically to a level that humans could hardly endure. The 5 diners left downstairs were clearly no good. Once they finished their white liquor, they staggered upstairs to cause trouble. They insisted on squeezing into the same room with Liu and the others. Liu knew that they had ulterior motives. After being firmly rejected by Liu, the 5 men still wouldn't give up. When a female waitress went to the restroom, they forcibly dragged her away and assaulted her. That waitress eventually died because she was exposed to the air for too long and had sweated profusely. After this incident, the 5 men became even more brazen and shifted their target to another waitress. But that other waitress was severely ill with a fever and on the verge of death. So they summoned up their courage and started to target Liu. The reason they didn't dare to touch Liu before was that she had some connections in Haicheng City. They were afraid of the consequences if they really did something to her. These 5 men were local bullies in this area. They were used to throwing their weight around and feared nothing. Moreover, they were drunk every day. What couldn't they do? Fortunately, Liu had taken precautions and the door of the room was strong enough, so the men didn't succeed. However, today, the temperature suddenly rose again, and the 5 men finally became restless once more. At the mere thought of Liu's voluptuous figure, their lust flared up. Bang, bang, bang. The violent sounds of kicking the door resounded. Liu was so startled that she shuddered and quickly picked up an empty wine bottle from the ground. Warily eyeing the door. Open the door, you bitch. Let the brothers relieve some stress. We guarantee you'll feel great. A drunk-looking man outside the door shouted. Right, you're an old woman, yet you still act like a young maiden. Stop pretending to be innocent. Let me tell you, around here, we're the bosses. There's nothing we can't handle. If you serve us well, we'll protect your restaurant from now on. Hurry up. Did you hear that? Once we break in, we won't be so polite. Do you know how that young waitress died? Inside the room, Liu listened, trembling with anger. She shouted abuse. You beasts. I took you in out of kindness, but you repay me with evil. I tell you, none of you will get away. You'll surely get your just deserts. Just deserts? It's been days, and we haven't seen any. The phone doesn't work, and we haven't even seen a single soul. Stop wasting time with her. Break the door down quickly. I can't stand the sound of her voice any longer. The men outside stopped talking and started ramming the door violently. Under their repeated impacts, the door began to shed soil debris, and it seemed that it wouldn't hold out much longer. Liu's expression turned steely. She directly smashed the wine bottle against the ground. The bottle shattered, leaving half of it with a sharp end in her hand. She decided to go all out. Since she couldn't avoid this, she would fight to the end. Even if she had to die, she'd take a few with her. With a loud crash, the door finally couldn't withstand the continuous ramming and fell to the ground with a thunderous noise. The men outside had ferocious expressions on their faces and excitedly rushed into the room. The first man who rushed towards Liu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He let out a loud cry and quickly stepped back. Looking down, he saw a cut on his belly. Whoever comes closer will die, Liu declared with a determined look in her eyes, gritting her teeth. Damn it, you bitch. How dare you hurt my brother? Just wait and see how I'll torture you later. One of the men signaled to the remaining 3, and they surrounded Liu from both sides. Realizing the dire situation, Liu thought to herself that she absolutely couldn't endure such humiliation. She'd rather die than let them succeed. She raised the broken wine bottle in her hand and was about to stab it into her own neck when a man beside her suddenly rushed forward and snatched it away. Humph. Wanna die? It's not that easy. You can die after you've satisfied us. After saying that, 2 men firmly pinned Liu down on the sofa. Boss. You go first. The man called the boss showed a lecherous smile. Fine, then I won't be polite. One of the idle men beside them lifted the quilt of the female waiter and felt her, saying, "This one's still alive. She's still warm. I'll relieve my lust with her first. Brother, can you guys bandage me first?" The stabbed man wailed as he sat on the ground. "Wait. Your wound isn't life-threatening. We can't wait any longer." Just as several men tore at Lu Yu's clothes and were about to assault her, two blasts of a car horn suddenly rang out outside the restaurant. The sharp sounds jolted the men, who exchanged bewildered glances. What was going on? Had the rescuers arrived? "Lao Wu, go to the window and check what's happening." The man who was about to assault the waitress rose reluctantly after hearing this, grumbling, "Damn it. I'll see who's spoiling my fun." Chapter 20. Rescuing Liu Xiaoyang drove straight to the Haijia restaurant. He honked the horn twice, hoping to elicit a reaction from inside. If Liu was there, she would surely respond. However, after waiting for a while, there was no sign of movement. Could she not be in the restaurant? Or had she frozen to death inside? No, since he had come all this way. It was better to get out of the car and check. He needed to see her, alive or dead. If she was truly gone, it would end his lingering concern. Xiaoyang got out of the car, and Mu Wanqing followed suit. They walked to the restaurant door, pounding on it and shouting, "Sister Yu, are you in there? Sister Yu, can you hear us?" At that moment, the man who had been peeping out of the window upstairs rushed back into the room. "Boss, a young man has come in a heavy-duty truck RV. It seems he's looking for Lu Yu. There's also a woman behind him." Hearing this, the leading man realized they were looking for Lu Yu, and there were only two of them, one of whom was a woman. The crucial thing was the heavy-duty truck RV. It would surely come in handy if they needed to make a quick getaway. It was as if fortune had answered their prayers. How fortunate. Second and third, gag this woman's mouth. Don't let her make a sound. You two stay in this room and don't go out. Fourth, move aside a bit. Don't let him spot you right away when he comes up. Fifth, go downstairs and open the door, then lead those two up here. I'll go and hide in the opposite private room. After hearing my signal, we'll all attack together and subdue those two. Good. At this moment, Lu Yu, who had temporarily escaped the disaster, was puzzled. Who could be looking for her at this time? However, regardless of who it was, this might be her only chance to escape from the clutches of the devil. She mustn't let these people succeed, or it would be all over. Xiaoyang stood at the entrance of the restaurant. Seeing that there was no movement inside for a long time, he was about to use a crowbar to pry open the door. At this time, the rolling shutter door of the restaurant suddenly lifted, revealing a bearded man inside. Xiaoyang was stunned. Why was there a man here? With a fierce look on his face and reeking of alcohol, he didn't seem to be a waiter in the restaurant. "Who are you? Where's Sister Yu?" Xiaoyang asked warily. "Oh, I'm a friend of Sister Yu. I was just trapped here. Sister Yu isn't feeling well and can't come downstairs. She asked me to take you upstairs to see her." The speaker was the fifth of that group. At this moment, he tried his best to keep a smile on his face, though it looked worse than crying. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, "All right, lead the way." Xiaoyang really didn't take just this one person seriously. The other guy didn't have any weapons either, so it didn't pose any real threat to him. The two walked into the restaurant. When the fifth saw Mu Wanqing's appearance, his eyes suddenly lit up. Such a beautiful and young woman. What a profitable day. Feeling the lecherous gaze of the man, Mu Wanqing shot him a disdainful glare. Seeing this, the fifth man became even more excited. She has personality and a temper. I like it, he thought to himself. When the two of them walked in, the fifth man quickly pulled down the rolling shutter door. Inside the restaurant, the light immediately dimmed. Why did you close the door? Mu Wanqing asked warily. Oh, it's cold, isn't it? Come on, let's go upstairs quickly. Your sister Lu is waiting for you up there. The fifth man rubbed his hands together and hurriedly urged them. Seeing the fifth man turn around and head towards the stairs, Mu Wanqing tugged at Xiaoyang and whispered, I have a feeling this guy is up to no good. He doesn't seem like a decent person. Don't worry. I'm here. It'll be all right. Xiaoyang consoled her. Xiaoyang also sensed that something was amiss with this man. However, in case this man was really a friend of Lu Yu, if he were to take action now, it would only strain the relationship. Just as they reached the stairway, a sudden sound of a broken cup echoed from upstairs. All three of them stopped in their tracks. The fifth man was taken aback. Turning around to face the two suspicious-looking individuals, he forced a smile and said, Maybe your sister Lu accidentally knocked over. Let's go up quickly and check it out. But in his heart, he was thinking, what on earth are the boss and the others doing? They can't even watch over a woman. Mu Wanqing stared fixedly at the fifth man. Just then, she felt a momentary daze. And the voice of the fifth man suddenly flashed through her mind. What on earth are the boss and the others doing? They can't even watch over a woman. Mu Wanqing was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that she was so nervous that she was having an illusion? The fifth man hadn't spoken a word after that. Then where did this voice come from? She didn't dare to be careless. Leaning close to Xiao Yang's ear, she whispered softly, "Be cautious. There are still others upstairs. He isn't Boss Lu's friend." Xiao Yang cast a puzzled glance at her and murmured, "How do you know that?" Mu Wanqing frowned slightly, not knowing how to explain. She just whispered, "I'm not quite sure. In any case, it's better to be more careful." Xiao Yang glanced at Lao Wu. Humph, if that person was a friend of Lu Yu, things would be easier to handle. If not, and if he dared to attack him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Wanqing, wait downstairs. I'll go upstairs to see Sister Yu, since there might be danger. He wouldn't let Mu Wanqing go up. In case of any unexpected situation, her presence might even be a hindrance. Mu Wanqing understood his intention and stepped back a few steps, saying, "All right." Seeing that Mu Wanqing wouldn't go up, Lao Wu grew a bit anxious. But then he thought that Xiao Yang was alone and had no weapon in hand. Knocking him down would be a piece of cake. Once he was subdued, could that young woman still escape? Xiao Yang followed Lao Wu upstairs. On the way, he quietly took out a military knife from his space and held it in his hand. When Xiao Yang was led to the door of Lu Yu's room, suddenly a man rushed out from the private room behind. Attack! Lao Wu also suddenly turned around and pounced on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang had been on guard. He took out the military knife and stabbed backwards. The leader of the group never expected that Xiao Yang would have a weapon. Caught off guard, he was stabbed in the thigh. Letting out a wail, he stepped back. Seeing this, Lao Wu was so frightened that he wanted to retreat. But before he could react, he was kicked flying by Xiao Yang and lay on the ground, unable to get up. "Be careful, he has a knife." The stabbed gang leader shouted loudly into the room. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang stepped forward and stabbed the other leg of the leader. "Ah!" The leader let out a shrill scream. "All of you, come out." Xiao Yang shouted towards the room. There was an immediate flurry inside the room. Soon after, two men dragged a woman to the door. The woman was Lu Yu, with the so-called second in command pressing a broken wine bottle against her neck. Seeing Xiao Yang, Lu Yu was visibly stunned. "How could he be here? Your sister Yu is in our hands. Put down your knife, or I'll kill her," the second in command said menacingly. It was impossible for Xiao Yang to be coerced by them. He let out a sneering laugh. "You seem to have it backwards. It should be you releasing Sister Yu, or I'll kill him." Xiao Yang pressed the knife against the neck of the gang leader. The second in command and the third in command were taken aback. How could they be the ones being threatened instead? "Don't think we dare not act." The second in command exerted a little more force, and the broken bottle punctured a small wound on Lu Yu's neck, trying to force Xiao Yang to submit. Xiao Yang was immediately enraged. He stabbed the leader's leg again and said, "Don't push me. I'll use even more force." Chapter 21. Lu Yu joins in. The leader, having been stabbed, twitched in pain. Gritting his teeth, he said to the second in command and the third in command, "Do you want me dead? Release that woman quickly." Helplessly, the second in command said, "We can release this woman, but you release my eldest brother first." Xiao Yang shook his head without saying a word. He directly raised his military knife and was about to stab the eldest brother's leg again. Fine, fine, fine. Release her." The second and third brothers were enraged. Damn it, this guy is ruthless. He resorts to deadly force at the slightest provocation. "Sister Yu, come downstairs quickly. Leave this to me," Xiao Yang shouted to Lu Yu. Lu Yu cast a profound glance at Xiao Yang. She couldn't fathom why he had come to her rescue when they had only met twice. Nevertheless, this did not impede her from feeling sincere gratitude towards Xiao Yang. If it weren't for him, she dared not continue along that train of thought. With her tattered clothes, she could only shiver in the cold as she walked towards Xiao Yang. At this moment, Mu Wanqing rushed upstairs in quick steps, holding a tang sword in her hand. Having heard the commotion downstairs, she had promptly returned to the RV to fetch the sword and then hastened back. "Wanqing, take good care of Boss Lu and cover her with a piece of clothing," Xiao Yang said as he glanced at Lu Yu's large expanse of exposed fair skin. Mu Wanqing quickly took off her own overcoat and put it on Lu Yu. Fortunately, she was dressed warmly, so losing one layer of clothing didn't matter much. "All right. We've released the person. You can let our eldest brother go now, right?" the second brother said. Xiao Yang smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry. I still need to take something from you." Having said that, he firmly grasped the eldest brother's left hand with his own left hand. "See the time on your arm? Well, keep half an hour for yourself and transfer the rest to me with your mind." The others were utterly confused. They subconsciously glanced at their own arms, still completely at a loss as to what this thing was. "What is this?" the eldest brother stammered. Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say, Xiaoyang replied impatiently. The leader was somewhat reluctant, although he didn't know what this time represented. He felt that this thing must be of great significance. Otherwise, this young man wouldn't have specifically asked for it. You brat, you're going back on your word. Don't push us too far, or I'll fight you to the death. The third one shouted when he saw Xiaoyang not releasing the person. Xiaoyang immediately took out his pistol and shot each of the second and third ones in the leg. The two let out a wail and fell to the ground. Except for Mu Wanqing, everyone was stunned by the gunshots. The second and the third were in great agony. If you had a gun, you should have taken it out earlier. If you had, the time would have been transferred to you long ago. Can you do as I say now? Xiaoyang said coldly. The leader didn't dare to be vague at all and did it right away, very neatly. Then, Xiaoyang threw him aside, walked to the second and the third, and stretched out his left hand. The two didn't waste any more words and endured the pain to transfer the time to Xiaoyang. Then he walked to the fifth one who had been kicked unconscious, kicked him with his foot, and said, "Stop pretending. I know you're awake. Do it quickly." When Xiaoyang fired the gun just now, he saw the fifth one on the ground shiver twice. Now he was still pretending to be dead here. After collecting the time energy from the fifth one, Xiaoyang entered the room and saw a wounded man sitting in the corner and a female waiter lying half naked on the sofa. Walking up to the man, Xiaoyang took a look. Due to excessive blood loss and the low temperature, the man had already passed away. Xiaoyang secretly sighed in pity. Then he walked up to the female waiter, felt her breath and pulse, and found that she had also been dead for a long time. Xiaoyang shook his head and walked out. "Sister Yu, the female waiter inside, is already dead." Lu Yu heaved a sigh and nodded. "I understand. Thank you for saving me." Xiaoyang smiled. "It's just a trifle. Let's go." "Wait," Lu Yu suddenly said, glancing at the several thugs groaning on the ground. Her eyes were full of hatred. "Give me a chance to kill these scoundrels with my own hands. Otherwise, I won't be at peace in my heart." Xiaoyang wanted to say that actually they wouldn't live long anyway. However, since Lu Yu wanted to avenge herself personally, he must grant her wish. He handed the tang knife in Mu Wanqing's hand to Lu Yu. Lu Yu picked up the knife and stepped forward, while Xiaoyang followed behind with a gun in hand. "Boss Lu, please spare me. I know I was wrong." The leader pleaded. Lu Yu didn't even give him a chance to finish. With a swing of the knife, half of the leader's head was cut off. Lu Yu was stunned. This knife is so sharp. Xiaoyang was also taken aback. This woman is really ruthless. The remaining three thugs over there were so terrified at the sight that they crawled away desperately, constantly shouting words of pleading for mercy. Lu Yu remained unmoved. These men had almost defiled her and killed two of her waitresses. If she didn't kill them, she couldn't relieve the hatred in her heart. With several swings of the knife, the men were hacked to death. Even the already dead fourth thug couldn't escape Lu Yu's revenge. His lower body was cut to pieces. Lu Yu took a quilt to cover the body of the female waitress. Then she fetched another mattress and went downstairs to cover the body in the restroom. Only then did Xiaoyang notice that there was actually another body on the first floor. Per Lu Yu. How unlucky she was to encounter such hooligans and thugs. After finishing all this, Lu Yu returned the knife to Xiaoyang and said gratefully, "Although I'm a woman, I understand that one should repay the life, saving grace with one's own self. You're my savior. From now on, my life, Lu Yu's, belongs to you." Xiaoyang took the knife, nodded, and said, "Very well. Let's go home." Naturally, all the remaining wine in the restaurant was loaded onto Xiaoyang's RV by him. Such a thing couldn't be wasted. As Lu Yu walked out of the restaurant, she cast a reluctant glance at the restaurant she had single-handedly established. Finally, without looking back, she got on Xiaoyang's RV. On the RV, Lu Yu had changed into a thick set of clothes, which covered her snow-white long legs. She was absent-mindedly gazing out of the window at the chaotic streets. Collided cars were parked on the road without being cleared away, and frozen corpses could be seen beside the roads from time to time. The situation was far more serious than she had imagined. Xiaoyang felt a twinge of regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have fetched clothes for her. There was heating in the RV, and she wouldn't have been cold. As if remembering something, Lu Yu withdrew her gaze and looked at Xiaoyang in the driver's seat, saying, "Oh, my savior, I still don't know how to address you." She only knew him but had never asked his name. "Just call me Xiaoyang," Xiaoyang replied. Lu Yu uttered an "oh," yet she felt a bit shy about directly calling Xiaoyang by his name, as it seemed disrespectful to her savior. Xiaoyang seemed to sense Lu Yu's awkwardness and said with a smile, "Sister, you should be older than me, right? You can just call me little brother from now on. This way, we'll seem more familiar." Hearing this, Lu Yu thought it was a good idea. "Well, I'm 35 this year. I should be quite a bit older than you. Then I'll call you little brother Xiao from now on." Xiaoyang was, of course, quite willing. This was the best outcome. Mu Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Lu, you truly don't seem old at all. How on earth do you maintain such a youthful appearance? If you hadn't told me, I'd have thought you were only 28. Lu Yu smiled and replied, "Miss Mu, you are so good at flattering." Mu Wanqing was taken aback. "How do you know my name is Wanqing?" Lu Yu answered, "Just now in the restaurant, didn't Brother Xiao address you as such? I heard it clearly." Chapter 22, Mu Wanqing's superpower on the way back. Xiaoyang didn't make any stops and drove straight back to the villa in one go. The entire villa area remained deathly silent, showing no signs of activity. Light snow had begun to flutter from the sky. Xiaoyang knew that after this snowfall, another disaster was looming. After the heavy snow, the temperature would rise to around -10 degrees Celsius, and this would become the norm. During this period, blizzards would often occur. However, this was not the most fatal aspect. The most perilous thing was the corpse transformation. A virus within the bodies of the deceased would be activated. This virus could control the nerves of the dead, transforming them into zombies. These zombies had no self-awareness. They would only attack all surviving humans and animals, spreading the virus and turning those who were bitten into zombies as well. Although these zombies were not as agile as normal people, they were extremely difficult to kill. They felt no pain and would not show any signs of fear no matter how they were attacked. To completely eliminate them, one had to strike directly at their brows, where there would be a crystal-like object. This object stored the remaining time energy of the deceased before death. Obtaining it could replenish one's own energy. Of course, if a person died because their time energy had been exhausted, they would not turn into a zombie. Without the nourishment of the crystals, the virus would be unable to survive. Xiaoyang sighed. After this zombie catastrophe descended, less than 1 in 10 of the entire human race would remain. He drove the car into the yard and parked it. Then, Xiaoyang and the others got out of the car and entered the villa. Lu Yu was astounded at the sight of this well-fortified villa. Was it prepared in advance? As soon as they stepped into the villa, a warm current enveloped them. There was actually heating in the villa. Mu Wanqing switched on the lights in the living room, and Lu Yu stood there in a daze again. There was no power outage here. When the little crow, Meiqiu, saw Xiaoyang return, it cawed and flapped its wings to land on Xiaoyang's shoulder. It pecked at Xiaoyang's hair with its long beak, expressing its discontent. "Where have you been? You didn't even come home for so long and didn't take me with you." "Oh, this foul-tempered bird." Xiaoyang dodged and laughed. "I went to add some coal to the boiler." "Wanqing, take Sister Yu and let her take a hot bath." Lu Yu was already numbed by these surprises. Compared with her restaurant, this villa was nothing short of paradise. There was electricity, heating, and even hot water. For Lu Yu, who hadn't had a bath for 10 days, this was the happiest thing in the world. Moreover, these two seemed to have such an idyllic lifestyle that they even had the heart to keep a bird. How ugly this bird was, all black and shabby. Mu Wanqing led Lu Yu to the bathroom and then fetched a nightgown for her and placed it at the bathroom door. After Xiaoyang added the coal, he went upstairs and happened to see Lu Yu emerge from the bath. "Wow!" Xiaoyang couldn't help but exclaim. There was a unique charm about this mature woman. Lu Yu was originally a coquettish and alluring woman with a plump figure. With this form-fitting nightgown on, it was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. Seeing Xiaoyang looking at her, Lu Yu gave a charming smile and said generously, "Well, Xiaoyang, do I look good in this outfit? At my age, I've experienced everything. I won't act coy like a young girl just because you're looking at me." Hearing this, Xiaoyang stared at her with even more interest. "Beautiful. Oh my. A fully blossomed woman is truly wonderful." "Oh, right. Sister Yu, are you hungry? Have something to eat first." After looking at her for a while, Xiaoyang thought it was enough and then changed the subject. "Growl." At Xiaoyang's reminder, Lu Yu's stomach growled. She gave an awkward smile. "I'm really hungry. Fortunately, the table of dishes you ordered back then wasn't taken away. Otherwise." At this point, Lu Yu suddenly stopped, as if she had thought of something. She asked puzzledly, "By the way, you ordered 10 tables of dishes back then. What about the other 9 tables? Even the tables are gone. I thought I was seeing a ghost." Xiaoyang smiled but didn't say a word. With a wave of his hand, a table appeared in the living room, filled with an abundance of dishes. Lu Yu stared at it, stunned. What kind of magical skill is this? And these dishes, aren't they all the specialties of my restaurant? Holy cow, even the table is from my restaurant. Lu Yu's mouth gaped in an O shape. She looked at Xiaoyang incredulously and said, "Xiaoyang, are you a magician?" Xiaoyang replied with a beaming smile. "Well, you can think so." Lu Yu took a deep breath, inhaling the enticing aroma of the dishes. She touched the plate with her hand and then said in astonishment, "Good heavens. The dishes are still hot. She truly couldn't understand how Xiaoyang managed to do all this. Come on, sister Yu. Welcome to join us. From now on, we're family. This meal is to welcome you. Xiaoyang greeted Liu to take a seat. He fetched several bottles of wine and called Mu Wanqing down from upstairs. Getting ready to start the meal, Xiaoyang poured a glass of wine for each person. He raised his glass and said, "Come, let's raise this glass to toast Sister Yu. From now on, we're all one of our own." Liu quickly raised her glass and said, "No, I should be the one to toast you first. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, how could I be here enjoying such a wonderful moment?" After Liu finished speaking, to show her respect, she downed the red wine in her glass in one gulp. Seeing Liu's boldness, Xiaoyang also emptied his glass at once. Mu Wanqing wasn't good at holding her liquor, yet she still took a big sip. Putting down the glass, Mu Wanqing looked deeply troubled. Xiaoyang asked with concern, "Wanqing, what's wrong? You seem absent-minded." "I'm thinking about what happened at the Cape restaurant today. I remember hearing that person's voice." Sure enough, there were really other people upstairs. Mu Wanqing frowned and said, mentioning this matter, Xiaoyang slapped his thigh and said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten." Liu asked curiously, "Wanqing, what's going on?" "Let me explain. At that time, the two of us were being led by that man, and we're about to go upstairs to find you. As soon as we heard the sound of a glass breaking, we were on high alert. Then, Wanqing seemed to hear that man speaking and knew there were other people upstairs, and even that someone had control over you. However, I know clearly that that man didn't say a word at all." Xiaoyang explained preemptively. "Well, I thought I was having auditory hallucinations, but the situation upstairs was indeed as I heard. It's truly puzzling," Mu Wanqing said, shaking her head. Liu was also quite astonished. "Could it be that you have special abilities?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. Right, it must be that Mu Wanqing has awakened a supernatural power. However, he had never heard of such an ability before, so he wasn't quite certain. Thus, it needed to be verified. "Wanqing, if I'm not mistaken, you should have awakened a supernatural power. How about we conduct a verification?" Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with delight. She exclaimed, "Really? I have a supernatural power too. How can we verify it?" Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and said, "I guess you might have heard that person's innermost thoughts at that time. Well, focus your mind and look at me. I'll think of something, and then see if you can hear it." "Okay," Mu Wanqing replied impatiently. Looking at the full table of dishes, Xiaoyang kept thinking in his mind, "Sister Yu's cooking is truly delicious." Mu Wanqing stared intently at Xiaoyang. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's voice echoed in her mind. "Sister Yu's cooking is truly delicious." Chapter 23. From now on, Sister will rely on you. Mu Wanqing was once again stunned by the sudden voice in her mind. The voice was so real, and she knew that Xiaoyang hadn't spoken. "What you were thinking just now with Sister Yu's cooking is truly delicious, right?" Mu Wanqing asked for confirmation. "Damn it, that's amazing." Xiaoyang gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up. "Completely correct. Congratulations, Wanqing. You've awakened a supernatural power, and it's quite special." Xiaoyang had heard of and seen quite a number of supernatural abilities. Yet the majority of them were of the martial, force type and the spell, casting type. For instance, in the latter stage of the apocalypse, many survivors with great strength would discover swordsmanship and knife skills, which fell into the martial, force category. Such awakeners were overly reliant on weapons. Although their combat power was formidable, the weapon factor also played a significant part. As for those who could emit lightning and fireballs, they belonged to the spell, casting type. Then there were special type abilities like Xiaoyang's spatial ability, which were extremely rare. Mu Wanqing's ability should also be of the special type. The remarkable aspect of this ability was that she could hear others' innermost thoughts, leaving no privacy for others in her presence. Xiaoyang was somewhat excited. Unexpectedly, by chance, he had found someone like Mu Wanqing. It was truly a great gain. With her assistance, when he established his own team in the future, he would be able to discern people's true intentions. How wonderful. Damn it. Are you two in cahoots to amuse me? There really are supernatural abilities? Liu was somewhat incredulous as she had no knowledge of the existence of such abilities. Sister Yu, if you don't believe it, you can also have a try and let Wanqing listen to your innermost thoughts, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Okay. Liu could no longer contain her curiosity and was eager to give it a go. Mu Wanqing once again concentrated her energy on Liu. After a moment, Liu's voice echoed in her mind. However, Mu Wanqing's pretty face blushed. Xiaoyang was curious. What had Mu Wanqing heard that made her blush? What on earth was Sister Yu thinking? Seeing that Mu Wanqing remained silent, Liu grew anxious. Well, Wanqing, did you hear my innermost thoughts? Say it out to prove it. Mu Wanqing said somewhat shyly, Sister Lu, what you're thinking in your heart is Brother Xiao is truly blessed with romantic luck. He's actually managed to win the heart of such a beautiful girl like Wanqing, right? Lu Yu let out an exclamation and slapped the table excitedly, saying, That's absolutely spot on. Not a single word off. Then she turned to Xiao Yang and asked, Brother, that thing you did just now, which seemed like magic. Was it also a supernatural power? Xiao Yang deemed it unnecessary to conceal it from Lu Yu, so he told her everything in detail. Of course, he didn't disclose how many supplies there were in the space. Xiao Yang also fabricated his pre-rebirth experiences as a dream of his and recounted it to Lu Yu. Lu Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a series of exclamations. Brother Xiao, if what you said is true, I'm starting to regret being saved by you. Life is going to be so tough in the future. Lu Yu couldn't help but worry about the future. Xiao Yang smiled and consoled her. Don't worry, Sister Lu. With me around, I'll definitely ensure you all live a comfortable life. Please have faith in me. Gazing into Xiao Yang's calm and resolute eyes, Lu Yu inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of trust. It seemed that with him around, she truly felt a sense of security. Just look at this villa as warm as spring, and this table full of delicious food. These were things an ordinary person couldn't provide. Lu Yu raised her wine glass to Xiao Yang and said, Come, Sister offers you a toast. From now on, Sister is in your care. Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. It sounded as if she meant that she was his from then on. He wondered if Lu Yu did it on purpose. Leave it to me. Rest assured. Xiao Yang also raised his glass and said with a meaningful tone, Oh, right, Sister Lu. There's one more thing I'll have to trouble you with in the future. Xiao Yang drained the wine in his glass, put it down, and said, Speak. Lu Yu replied straightforwardly, Well, neither Wanqing nor I can cook. So from now on, could you take care of the cooking? What do you think? Hearing this, Lu Yu thought it was no big deal. She patted her chest and declared, Brother Xiao, I won't boast about other things, but cooking is my forte. You saved my life, so this is the least I can do. I promise I'll fatten you two up. Of course, you have to ensure there are enough ingredients. Haha. Xiao Yang was quite satisfied. He imitated Lu Yu and patted his chest, saying, Sister Lu, you can rest assured. There'll be an ample supply of ingredients. The snow was falling more and more heavily, turning into large, fluffy flakes like goose feathers. The meal in the villa had ended. Due to using her supernatural power several times, Mu Wanqing was feeling rather exhausted mentally and went upstairs to rest early. Unfortunately, she currently had too little time energy, and her physical constitution was still rather weak. She couldn't withstand the mental drain of using her power. It would get better once she had more time energy in the future. This time energy was like the levels in a game. Could a level 1 player compare with a level 100 player? Certainly not. So, next, Xiao Yang was going to focus on obtaining more time energy. The zombie virus was about to break out. Wasn't this a golden opportunity? Lu Yu chose to sleep in a bedroom on the first floor. Originally, Xiao Yang wanted her to sleep in the room on the third floor that Mu Wanqing used to occupy. However, Lu Yu declined, saying it would be more convenient for her to cook in the morning. Xiao Yang didn't insist further. He prepared brand new bedding for her and filled the fridge with all kinds of ingredients before going upstairs himself. Lu Yu tossed and turned in her room, unable to fall asleep. Too many things had happened today. Suddenly finding herself in such a comfortable dwelling, she instead suffered from insomnia. Perhaps it was due to her own harrowing experiences and the fact that she had taken a life. Maybe it was the apocalyptic scenarios that Xiao Yang had described to her. In any case, sleep eluded her. She rose unsteadily and made her way to the living room, lost in thought as she stared out of the window at the heavy snow. Suddenly, some indecent sounds drifted down from the upper floor. Lu Yu was startled for a moment. Then a charming smile curved her lips. The young are so full of energy. They've been tired all day and still don't know how to rest. She mused inwardly. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes. Lu Yu was utterly dumbfounded. Is this young Master Xiao really that potent? She wondered, her throat parched from listening, yet still unable to tear herself away. An hour and a half later, the noises upstairs gradually subsided, while downstairs, Lu Yu's face had flushed a deep red. Lu Yu, who had been in several relationships and endured a failed marriage, had seen her fair share of men. But a man with such stamina as Xiao Yang was a novelty to her. After the divorce, she had thrown herself into her career and abstained from amorous affairs. The sounds from above seemed to have rekindled a long, dormant desire within her, and she felt some physical stirrings. Unbidden, Xiao Yang's handsome face appeared in her mind, and she found herself yearning for him. Fi. What am I thinking? How can I be so disloyal to Miss Wanqing? Lu Yu swiftly reined in her boundless desires, composed her rapid breathing, and hastened towards her bedroom. Coincidentally, as she passed by the staircase, she bumped into Xiaoyang, who was descending the stairs bare-chested, intending to add charcoal to the boiler. Xiaoyang was stunned at the sight of Lu Yu. In this pitch blackness, "Why aren't you turning on the light and just standing here? Sister Yu, why aren't you asleep?" Lu Yu panicked inwardly and quickly covered up, saying, I'm going to the bathroom." Chapter 24. Lu Yu's superpower. Early the next morning, Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment. Glancing at the time energy on his arm, it had reached over 15 years. Xiaoyang could perceive that there had been significant changes in his body. Before his rebirth, he had possessed over 1,000 years of time energy, and ordinary knives and instruments no longer posed a threat to him. He had witnessed those who owned 10,000 years of time energy. For them, being hit by ordinary guns was like being tickled. Therefore, attaining time energy was essential for enhancing one's strength, and this would be his next step focus. Not only his own, but also Mu Wanqing's and Lu Yu's strength needed to be bolstered. However, he had to make himself powerful first. Looking at Mu Wanqing lying beside him, she was still fast asleep. Outside the window, the snow was still falling, and the earth was cloaked in a white mantle. Xiaoyang planted a kiss on Mu Wanqing's face, tucked the quilt around her, and then headed downstairs. Before reaching the first-floor living room, he caught the aroma of dishes. When he entered the living room, 2 dishes were already laid out on the dining table: fried pig kidneys, and okra drizzled with oil. The person who had cooked these 2 dishes was still bustling about in the kitchen. "Elder sister Yu, is it necessary to prepare such a sumptuous meal so early in the morning?" Xiaoyang inquired with a hint of confusion. Lu Yu poked her head out from the kitchen and replied with a smile, "There are only 2 dishes. It's not sumptuous at all. Young people need to replenish their energy. I'm also making a health-preserving porridge. It'll be ready soon." What does elder sister Yu mean? There are kidney slices and okra. Is such a rich supplement really necessary? Well, it's good to have delicious food anyway. After Xiaoyang finished washing up in the bathroom and came out, he saw Lu Yu placing the porridge on the table. "Where's Wanqing? Call her down for breakfast." Xiaoyang scratched his nose and said sheepishly, "She's a bit tired. Let her sleep a little longer." Lu Yu gave Xiaoyang a reproachful look. "Alas, young people are too rough. They don't know how to cherish the fairer sex. I'll cook for her when she wakes up. Let's start our meal first." "Okay." Xiaoyang devoured the dishes in no time, while Lu Yu barely ate. Xiaoyang let out a contented belch and quickly complimented, "Elder sister Yu, with you around, life is truly complete." Lu Yu smiled but said nothing. She promptly began to clear the tableware. Xiaoyang quickly stood up and said, "Let me do this." "Elder sister Yu." Lu Yu gently pushed him away and said, "What's a man doing with these household chores? Leave it to me. Go and do your own thing. By the way, feed your bird. It's been chirping for ages this morning." Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh that having a woman at home who could cook and was willing to do housework was truly bliss. After that, Xiaoyang idled away his time teasing the little crow, Meiqiu. Meiqiu was getting smarter and smarter. It could understand many of Xiaoyang's words and had become much more docile. Crows are highly intelligent creatures capable of utilizing tools. As demonstrated by the well-known fable of the crow and the pitcher, Xiaoyang resolved to raise the coal black crow, keep it by his side. If trained well, it could make an excellent pet. The morning slipped by in a flash. At noon, Mu Wanqing finally got out of bed and came downstairs. "Oh, Wanqing, you're up. Go freshen up quickly, and I'll cook for you," Lu Yu said with a smile. "Thank you, sister Yu." Mu Wanqing headed to the washroom, while Lu Yu started bustling around in the kitchen, making a clattering noise. Xiaoyang was sitting on the sofa directly opposite the kitchen, gazing at Lu Yu's busy back in the kitchen. It had to be admitted that Lu Yu had an exquisite figure, curvaceous and alluring. It was often said that chefs were portly, but Lu Yu only had a voluptuous posterior, while her waist was astonishingly slender. From this angle, she was like a ripe peach, tantalizing and mouth-watering. Suddenly Lu Yu let out a shrill scream. Xiaoyang's train of thought was interrupted, and he quickly rushed into the kitchen to check what had happened. Mu Wanqing also dashed out of the washroom. "What's wrong, sister Yu?" Lu Yu was clearly flustered. She had tossed the spoon aside. Staring at the discarded spoon in horror, she said, "Just now, when I was holding the spoon, an extremely powerful electric current shot out." Mu Wanqing quickly grabbed Lu Yu's hand, concern etched on her face. "Did you get an electric shock? Are you okay, sister Yu?" I didn't feel anything, but that electric current was so thick. It really gave me a huge fright," Lu Yu said, still shaken. Beside him, Xiaoyang seemed to be deep in thought. He walked up to the stove and glanced at the wok. The dishes inside were already burnt to a crisp. Xiaoyang unplugged the power cord of the induction cooker and touched the edge of the wok with his hand. A crackling sound of small-scale electric current rang out, and his hand felt numb. He then picked up the ladle, and it also carried an electric current. Xiaoyang held the ladle, gesturing as he spoke. Sister, you said that just now when you were stir-frying. An electric current suddenly emerged from the ladle and struck the wok, which is why the dishes got burned, right? Yes, exactly like that. Liu nodded her head incessantly. Xiaoyang smiled. He understood. Sister, congratulations. You've awakened your supernatural power. What? Liu looked utterly incredulous. I've also obtained a supernatural power? Yes. If I'm not mistaken, the supernatural power you've awakened is the lightning ability. That electric current just now was accidentally emitted by you. In his previous life, Xiaoyang had encountered lightning-powered supernatural beings. Those of lower levels emitted lightning similar to what they witnessed just now. However, those of higher levels could unleash lightning orbs, and the explosive power was no less than that of thermal weapons. Unexpectedly, Liu, a beautiful chef, had actually awakened the spell-type lightning supernatural power. This truly surprised Xiaoyang. That lightning originated from her hand, not the ladle. You can try to release the electric current again. Xiaoyang guided Liu on how to release the electric current. Liu concentrated her mind and gently struck out a palm towards the wok from a distance. FDZZ bang. A visible electric current as thick as a chopstick shot directly from Liu's palm and hit the wok more than a meter away. The wok was directly overturned and fell to the ground. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. This lightning ability was truly formidable. It was only at level 1. Yet it could probably stun an adult directly. If it were to reach level 9, what kind of power would it possess? Liu herself trembled in fear. Was this ability a bit too dangerous? She examined her palm repeatedly, failing to fathom how the lightning was released. It was truly miraculous. Sister, now that you've awakened this ability, no one will dare to bully you anymore. If anyone is so foolish, just strike them with it. And I guarantee they'll end up charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Xiaoyang said with a smile. He was extremely happy for Liu, as it also invisibly added considerable strength to their side. With this ability, Liu should be able to protect herself in critical situations. As long as she mastered the lightning skills proficiently and raised her level in the future, she would definitely become an indispensable combat force. Liu was overjoyed. She had finally awakened an ability, so she wouldn't be a burden to Xiaoyang anymore. I'm not only good at cooking in the kitchen, but also capable of fighting on the battlefield. Chapter 25. Zombie virus. Liu remained in an excited state and attempted to unleash the lightning twice more. However, each time it grew weaker, and she stopped only when she felt completely drained. The original wok was definitely unusable, so Xiaoyang got her a brand new set. They reheated the leftovers from last night for lunch, and Liu specially stewed a bowl of chicken soup for Mu Wanqing. As soon as Xiaoyang took a bite of the food, he was stunned. He wondered if it was an illusion, but he felt as if there were popping candies in his mouth, making a crackling sound. Xiaoyang looked at Liu, who was also staring blankly at the top of his head. What's wrong? Xiaoyang asked in confusion. Why are all your hairs standing up? Liu pointed at the top of his head and asked in astonishment. Xiaoyang quickly touched his hair. Crackling sounds of static electricity were heard as soon as he made contact. Damn it, it's really the case. Mu Wanqing giggled, picked up the bowl and took a sip of the chicken soup. Then her expression suddenly froze. Liu asked gingerly, what's wrong? Wanqing? Is it not delicious? Mu Wanqing quickly put the bowl back on the table and exclaimed in surprise, Sister, there's static electricity in this chicken soup. Really? Why didn't I feel it just now? Liu was somewhat skeptical. Xiaoyang stretched out his hand and placed it on top of Mu Wanqing's head. Her long, beautiful hair actually stuck to Xiaoyang's palm. Damn, this static electricity is quite strong. Sister, did you discharge electricity again while cooking just now? Xiaoyang said with a helpless smile. Caught in the act, Liu immediately felt a bit embarrassed and said sheepishly, well, I got distracted while cooking just now and didn't notice that Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing were expressions of utter disbelief. Sister, please have mercy in the future. This meal almost numbed us to death. Liu blushed at their remarks. I'll definitely pay attention next time. Definitely. Just then, a shrill scream of a crow came. The three of them quickly looked towards the direction of the coal ball, presumably a pet. There they saw a little coal ball lying flat on the ground with its two paws sticking up in the air. Xiaoyang quickly ran over and squatted down to check. He saw that its two black eyes were spinning around non-stop, and there was also a fresh pile of feces behind its tail. Xiaoyang reached out and grabbed it. A static sound came from his fingertips. Xiaoyang looked up at Lu Yu. Lu Yu said nervously, I saw it had no water, so I poured some for it. The snow had stopped, and the outdoor temperature had risen to around -10 degrees. As long as most people had sufficient warming measures, they wouldn't suffer so much. When everyone was secretly glad that the disaster was about to end, another greater disaster struck. Suddenly, on the street thickly covered with snow, a frost, blue hand reached out from the snow. Slowly, a body, as if performing a robotic dance, crawled out of the snowdrift bit by bit. This body was still wearing summer shorts. It was a person who had been dead from freezing for several days, yet unexpectedly came back to life. Its eyes were vacant, and its movements were stiff. Only a glimmer of white light sparkled in the center of its forehead. It just stood there blankly, swaying from side to side, not knowing where to go. In a small room of a hotel beside the street, a female college student was shivering under the quilt. Under the bed lay a cold corpse, which was her college boyfriend. When the cold snap came, they had just checked into the room to have a profound discussion about life. During the intense discussion, the temperature dropped sharply, and her boyfriend broke out in a sweat. So he caught a cold. Predictably, he didn't last 3 days and his life ended. She was scared and desperate, but helpless. Fortunately, there were instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water in the room, which kept her from starving. Then, a hoarse sound like came from someone's throat. She nervously lifted a corner of the quilt and happened to see her boyfriend standing up in a strange posture. Her mind went blank. Wasn't he dead? She was a bit frightened, but also hoped for a miracle to happen. She softly called out, "Darling?" The boyfriend suddenly turned around, with hollow eyes and a purplish, blue face, showing no expression at all. She let out a terrified scream. Her boyfriend seemed to have heard some kind of summons. His body jolted, and then he rushed straight towards her and sank his teeth into her throat. On the nearby streets, somehow, those creatures like zombies had already gathered. Hearing the scream, they all rushed madly towards the source of the sound. These scenes were being staged in every corner of the world. At this moment, the world had turned into a purgatory. The zombie virus had officially broken out. Inside Xiaoyang's villa, the first thing little Cobalt did after waking up was to screech at Lu Yu. "Cobalt, what did you do to me?" Lu Yu rolled her eyes. This little thing was still holding a grudge. "I didn't do it on purpose." Little Cobalt stood on its hanging rod, glaring angrily at her. Suddenly, a chorus of screams came from outside the villa. The 3 of them were all stunned, looking at each other. Xiaoyang quickly got up and said, "Come on, let's go upstairs and take a look. It should be the outbreak of the zombie virus." Mu Wanqi followed closely behind, and after a moment of hesitation, Lu Yu also followed. They came to Xiaoyang's master bedroom, where there was an oversized floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the entire villa area. At this moment, the whole villa area was in a state of great chaos, with continuous screams. Some people even ignored the cold outside and rushed out wrapped in quilts, followed by zombies making pouncing and biting gestures. Those who ran slowly or accidentally fell would be pounced on by the zombies, and the zombies would take a bite at their bodies. Large patches of blood stained the snow-covered ground. Xiaoyang watched this scene coldly, as if he were an onlooker enjoying a good show. Mu Wanqi and Lu Yu turned pale and trembled all over at the sight of these scenes. Although they had heard Xiaoyang describe the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, witnessing such a tragic situation with their own eyes, they still couldn't bear the visual impact. Xiaoyang turned around, patted Mu Wanqi and Lu Yu on the shoulders, and said, "These are bound to happen. You'll get used to it gradually. We should make some preparations. We'll start harvesting energy tomorrow." After saying that, he walked downstairs without looking back to prepare some combat supplies. Oh, my goodness. Xiaoyang was really right. So these are zombies? Lu Yu sighed with a trembling voice. Mu Wanqi stared blankly at the scene before her and said sorrowfully, "They are so desperate, but there's nothing we can do." Lu Yu sighed and said, "I'm getting more and more curious about Xiaoyang. If it weren't for him, I might have been the one being chased and bitten, and finally become a piece of meat in the zombies' mouths. Yes, maybe I'd even become one of those chasing and biting others." Mu Wanqi gave a sad smile. The 2 of them just watched quietly, both feeling fortunate that they weren't among those poor people. They were grateful to Xiaoyang in their hearts, for he had provided them with a warm and safe haven. Chapter 26. Clearing zombies in the villa area. Xiaoyang took out many sets of winter special training uniforms, military boots, and gloves from his space. These clothes were thick. Normally, zombies couldn't scratch or bite through them. Then he took out 3 tang swords, 3 military knives, and the only revolver with 3 bullets. The tang sword was the best weapon to kill zombies. It had a long blade and was extremely sharp. If one mastered the strength well, A single strike could chop off a zombie's head. After that, he called Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who were still on the third floor feeling emotional, downstairs. He said to them seriously, "Try on the equipment. Tomorrow, come with me to kill zombies." The two were stunned and couldn't help but feel nervous. "Do we have to go?" Xiaoyang frowned and said, "Of course you have to. You'll have to face it sooner or later. I'm doing this for your own good. There are a total of 100 villas in this villa area, and the total population is estimated to be around 700. This is already a very low population density. A low density means the zombies are relatively scattered and not concentrated. This is exactly the best place for you two to train." But Mu Wanqing still hesitated. Before she could finish her words, Xiaoyang interrupted her coldly. "There's no but. In this apocalyptic world, only by constantly strengthening yourselves can you have a better chance of survival. I don't want you to die before me." Mu Wanqing looked into Xiaoyang's cold eyes and suddenly felt a little scared. This man always acted so roughly. Wasn't he quite gentle before they got together? Seeing Xiaoyang's attitude, Liu thought for a moment and then resolved to say, "You saved my life. I'm willing to do anything for you." Xiaoyang looked at her, shook his head, and corrected, "Remember, it's not for me, but for us." Lu Yu gazed deeply at Xiaoyang, then nodded and said, "Yes, it's for us." During the remaining time, the three of them each tested their equipment and weapons. Xiaoyang explained to the other two the techniques of killing zombies and repeatedly warned them that no matter what happened, they should not shout, for that would attract more zombies. At night, after dinner, they went to bed early. Early the next morning, Lu Yu got up early and prepared a sumptuous breakfast. She had to ensure that everyone ate their fill so as to have enough strength to kill zombies. After a hearty meal, the three changed their clothes, took up their weapons, and prepared to go out. "Remember, when we go out later, I'll be in the front, Wanqing in the middle, and Sister Yu at the back. We'll search the villas one by one. If we encounter zombies on the way, you two stay still and watch how I kill them first. When we meet a lone zombie in a villa, then you can practice killing it." Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu quickly nodded. Stepping out of the villa gate, Xiaoyang glanced at the smooth snow on the road in front of the villa, which showed no signs of being trampled on, indicating that no zombies had been around here. He decided to start clearing from a villa directly below in the front and then conduct a sequential search. When they arrived at the first villa, the door was closed, but such a door couldn't stop him. He took out a crowbar and gently pried the door open. Suddenly, a zombie, perhaps having heard the noise, lunged straight towards the door. Xiaoyang remained utterly calm. He swiftly drew out his Tang Dao and plunged it right into the zombie's forehead. The zombie immediately ceased its lunging and biting. Xiaoyang withdrew the knife, and the zombie collapsed to the ground, motionless. Xiaoyang stepped forward, deftly pried open the zombie's skull, and retrieved a white cylindrical crystal from the spot between its eyebrows. Turning around, he showed the crystal in his hand to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. To his surprise, the two were covering their mouths, their faces deathly pale, staring at him in shock. Xiaoyang was puzzled. Did women, when nervous, either scream or cover their mouths? Look closely. This thing must be taken out. He waved the crystal in front of the two. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu watched as the crystal, stained with red and white substances, swayed back and forth before their eyes. Their stomachs churned, and they finally couldn't hold back. Ugh, ugh. They vomited. Xiaoyang was utterly bewildered. Their stomachs were so weak. However, thinking back to his past life, when he had also gone through such a phase at the beginning, he said nothing. Fortunately, the two managed to control the noise they made, thus avoiding attracting the zombies. Since there was a certain distance between each villa, as long as the noise wasn't too loud, they would be safe. Seeing that the two had vomited enough, he quickly beckoned them into the villa. The inner door was open. Xiaoyang led them to search each room one by one. They discovered two more zombies, two female zombies, one large and one small, who seemed to be a mother-daughter pair. The zombie he had killed at the door earlier was male. It seemed that this whole family had not escaped the calamity. Xiaoyang effortlessly dispatched the zombie mother. Then he took out his riot baton and pinned the small zombie against the wall, rendering it immobile. "Sister Yu, go and kill it. Do as I do." Xiaoyang first issued an order to Lu Yu. After all, she had once wielded a knife to strike down a person. She's still a child. Lu Yu's hand holding the knife trembled, and she found herself hesitant to act. Xiaoyang rebuked, "Remember, they are no longer human. They are but walking corpses. Hurry up." Having no other choice, Lu Yu gritted her teeth, shut her eyes tightly, and raised the knife to strike at the snarling little zombie. As the blade sliced through, the zombie's head was instantly cleaved in two. Xiaoyang was pleased. One who has cooked and wielded a spatula is truly different. "The strength is quite good," he commented. Xiaoyang put away the baton, and the small zombie collapsed to the ground. Sister Yu, you did well. However, you mustn't close your eyes again in the future. It's extremely perilous. Xiaoyang both encouraged and warned her. Liu seemed lost in thought and absent, mindedly replied with an affirmative. Wanqing, go and extract the crystals from the brows of the two zombies. Xiaoyang turned to look at Mu Wanqing, who was standing behind him with a terrified expression, and pointed at the two corpses on the ground. Me? Mu Wanqing was flustered. Yes, go quickly, Xiaoyang urged. Although Mu Wanqing was reluctant in her heart, she understood that Xiaoyang was helping her overcome that nauseating feeling. Reluctantly, she slowly approached the zombies. She took out her military knife, hesitated for a long time, and finally summoned the courage to insert the knife into the zombie's head. After a moment of stirring, she picked out a white crystal. Then, she walked towards the other zombie, tilted her head, and contorted her body to extract another crystal. After completing these tasks, Mu Wanqing felt on the verge of collapse. It was incredibly nauseating. Xiaoyang watched silently, fairly satisfied with Mu Wanqing's performance. Not bad. However, next time, make sure to do it more neatly. Also, this crystal is of utmost importance. Once you take it out, you must put it away quickly. It's our lifeline. Mu Wanqing nodded without protest and promptly picked up the two crystals. Seeing that the two women hadn't fully adjusted yet, Xiaoyang told them to rest on the spot for a while. After all, women are different from men, and they need some time. Chapter 27. Absorbing the crystal's energy after a full half-hour of rest. Xiaoyang deemed the time appropriate and led Mu Wanqing and Liu to clear the next villa. The door of this villa was still closed. Xiaoyang deftly pried it open and entered. Inside, they found a total of 5 zombies, 2 old ones and 3 young ones. There were no wounds on the zombies, indicating that they had died before the virus outbreak. This should have been a happy family, but unfortunately, they all fell victim. Xiaoyang eliminated 4 of them and left 1 young zombie for Mu Wanqing to practice on. Mu Wanqing summoned her courage, imitating Xiaoyang's actions, and aimed at the zombie's head. However, she stabbed it in the neck instead, and the blood splashed all over her face. Frightened, Mu Wanqing dropped her tang knife and quickly stepped back. Pick it up. Stay calm at all times. If your first strike misses, you can take another one. But never abandon your weapon. If you were alone facing the zombies, you'd probably be torn to pieces by now. Xiaoyang rebuked sternly. Mu Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Reluctantly, she stooped to pick up the knife on the ground. Once again, she raised the blade and aimed it at the zombie's glabella. Summoning up her courage, she thrust it in. The sound of the skull cracking echoed, and the zombie slumped to the ground, motionless. Mu Wanqing stared blankly at her handiwork. For her, this was truly a significant breakthrough. Sister Liu, go and retrieve the crystal from its glabella this time. Liu didn't dare to be negligent. She stepped forward directly and retrieved all the crystals. Although she felt nauseated, she had done quite well. Let's go to the next building. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang led them towards the next villa. They followed the same pattern. By noon, the 3 of them had cleared 10 villas. Inside the villas, all the usable supplies were stored by Xiaoyang in his spatial storage. During this period, Xiaoyang deliberately left 2 young zombies for Mu Wanqing and Liu Yu to kill on their own, and he refrained from interfering, merely observing from the side. This was a colossal challenge for them. In a moment of desperation, Liu Yu failed to land a blow with her first strike. She only managed to sever one of the zombie's arms. However, this didn't stop the zombie from lunging at her. Fortunately, the young zombie didn't have much strength. With her second strike, Liu sliced off its head. Mu Wanqing's performance surprised Xiaoyang. When the zombie pounced on her, she struck directly at the glabella, dispatching it neatly. They had killed a total of 50 zombies in the 10 villas. Xiaoyang believed that their goal for the day had been achieved. He was afraid that Mu Wanqing and Liu Yu wouldn't be able to endure if they continued cleaning, so they headed back home. Upon returning to the villa, Mu Wanqing and Liu Yu couldn't wait to take off their coats and headed to the bathroom for a rinse. Xiaoyang washed all the crystals. After the 2 women finished bathing, he distributed them. Mu Wanqing had obtained 20 days of time energy last time and still had more than 1 year and a few days remaining. Liu Yu had been consuming her time energy and only had more than 350 days left, less than a year. Xiaoyang himself had over 15 years. Nearly 16 years of energy, the most among the 3. Wanqing, 10, Sister Yu, 10, and I'll take 30, Xiaoyang said as he distributed the crystals. Seeing that she was given so many, Liu Yu quickly declined. I can't take these. It's all thanks to you, Brother Xiao. I've only been holding you back. Yes, you should keep them for yourself. Killing zombies still depends on you. Mu Wanqing also pushed the crystals back. Xiaoyang shook his head and stuffed the crystals into their hands. Remember, from now on, we're all one. You should raise your time energy to over 10 years. That way, it'll be easier for you to kill zombies and you won't hold me back anymore. Seeing that the two were about to decline again, Xiaoyang quickly waved his hand. All right, stop talking. Just do as I say. Come, let me teach you how to absorb these crystals. Xiaoyang picked up a crystal and pointed at the number on it. See, this shows the remaining time energy. The only difference between it and the time on our arms is that the time on this crystal is static. He stretched out his left arm to make a comparison for the two. If you want to turn all the time energy in the crystal into your own, you have to remember the time on this crystal first. For instance, this one shows 0 years, 364 days, 19 hours, 30 minutes, and 20 seconds. Memorize this time in your mind. Grip the crystal tightly with your left hand, and then use your mind to absorb the time energy. Xiaoyang demonstrated. Then he opened his hand, and the time on the crystal became 0. All the energy had been transferred into his body. However, you must remember to note the time accurately. If you note more time, the transfer will fail due to insufficient energy. If you note less, you'll have to transfer the remaining energy again. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing and Liu watched in great amazement and nodded in unison. Well, then try to absorb all the crystals. After Xiaoyang said this, he absorbed the remaining 30 crystals one by one. His time energy now showed over 45 years. He stretched his muscles and bones. My physical constitution is obviously stronger than before. This improvement in physical constitution is comprehensive. Strength, agility, physique, and spirit will all be enhanced. Of course, it won't increase your intelligence. Those who are stupid will still be stupid. As Mu Wanqing and Li were trying this for the first time, their progress was rather slow. It took a full 5 minutes for them to absorb their respective 10 crystals. Nevertheless, the changes in their physical constitution were quite obvious to them. After all, going from 1 to 10 is a significant breakthrough. Liu Yu stood up, stretched his body, and waved his arms, saying, "This thing is truly miraculous. I feel like I can now hold a 20-pound pot with one hand." Xiaoyang smiled. This chef can't stray far from his old profession in just 3 sentences. Mu Wanqing also stood up and said cheerfully, "I feel that my whole being has become much lighter, and my spirit is more buoyant. I can devour 3 bowls of rice." "Sister Yu, cook more today?" "Very well. No problem," Liu Yu replied with a smile. "By the way, have you noticed these crystals from which the energy has been fully absorbed? Actually, they can be reused. They're like storage cards. You can also transmit temporal energy back into them. If you don't want to directly shake hands when trading temporal energy with others, these can serve as substitutes." Xiaoyang pointed at the pile of used crystals on the table. "Oh, I understand." The two responded in unison. "All right, Sister Yu, go and prepare the meal. After that, let's have a good rest and review today's combat experience thoroughly. By the way, Sister Yu, try using your lightning ability to attack the zombies tomorrow. That's your trump card." "Sure, young Master Xiao." Liu Yu, full of vim and vigor, rushed towards the kitchen. After Liu Yu left, Mu Wanqing, with misty eyes, looked at Xiaoyang shame-faced and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, did I perform terribly today? Am I extremely stupid?" Xiaoyang's heart softened. He tightly embraced her in his arms and stroked her tresses, saying, "No, you did excellently. It's me being too hasty. But it's all for your own good." Mu Wanqing buried her head deeply in Xiaoyang's chest and softly said, "Yes, I know." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Xiaoyang lowered his head and whispered into Mu Wanqing's ear, "Didn't you say that after absorbing the energy, you're full of vitality? Then, shall I test you tonight?" Chapter 28. Besieged by zombie dogs, Mu Wanqing blushed deeply as Xiaoyang blew on her face. She pounded his chest lightly and said, "You rascal. You always bully me." "Humph." Xiaoyang let out a hearty laugh. "I just love bullying you." While the two were engaging in their amorous banter, Liu Yu finished cooking the meals. After the 3 of them had dinner, it was still not dark. So, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing went to bed early. Downstairs, Liu Yu endured another arduous auditory ordeal. Early the next morning, the 3 got up promptly. After breakfast, they got ready to set off. Liu Yu specifically observed Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing and found that both of them looked in excellent complexion and full of vigor. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. Youth is truly a precious asset. This time, they continued the cleaning process, moving sequentially from the villa they had cleared last time. Compared with the previous day, their progress was much faster today. Firstly, both Liu Yu and Mu Wanqing had significantly improved their physical constitutions. Secondly, they had overcome their psychological barriers, and their endurance had become increasingly stronger. Later on, the cooperation among the three became more and more harmonious. They could basically handle 3 zombies simultaneously without much difficulty. Taking this opportunity, Lu Yu used his lightning ability to launch an attack. Although his ability level was too low to kill the zombies in one go, it could stun or knock them down, making it easy to deliver the finishing blow. The parts that were struck always turned into a charred paste, and from time to time, a faint scent of cooked meat wafted through the air. "Hey, smell it. Does it smell like grilled meat cooked by electricity?" Xiaoyang quipped. "Get out of here. Can you stop being so disgusting?" Mu Wanqing glared at him and retorted irritably. They didn't stop until they had cleared up to the 48th villa. Upon rough calculation, they had slain approximately 300 zombies today, which was quite a remarkable feat. After clearing 2 more villas, they would head back. This time, they would split up. "You two go and clear 1 villa together." After saying that, Xiaoyang strode towards a more distant villa. Having no other choice, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu steeled themselves and entered a nearby villa. As soon as they stepped through the villa's entrance, they unexpectedly encountered a teddy dog. Ordinarily, it would have been an adorable canine, but at present, it looked extremely eerie. Its body was covered in wounds, and its lower lip had been torn, revealing its menacing teeth. Needless to say, this teddy had also turned into a zombie. The moment the teddy came across the two of them, it let out a low growl and lunged forward with its mangled mouth wide open. Liu didn't dare to be negligent. Dogs were different from humans. They were agile in life and remained so even after turning into zombies. Shielding Mu Wanqing behind her, Liu pierced the charging teddy zombie with her knife. Since the blow didn't kill it instantly, the teddy zombie displayed its characteristic behavior when alive, barking incessantly. The shrill and non-stop barking was ear-piercing. Mu Wanqing cursed under her breath, "Damn teddy that humps everything." She quickly raised her tang knife and stabbed it into the teddy's forehead. Finally, the teddy fell silent. However, due to the commotion earlier, it had already caught the attention of nearby zombies. Hearing the noise, Xiaoyang rushed over. Nevertheless, he could already hear many rapid footsteps approaching from all around. "No good. Retreat quickly." Sensing the impending danger, Xiaoyang shouted at Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. But it was already too late. A pack of dogs was seen running towards them from the front, and another pack had blocked their way from behind. Xiaoyang silently exclaimed, "Damn it. Well, this is just great. I said that after clearing so many villas, not a single pet dog zombie had been sighted. So they had all gone out in groups to have their fun." Looking at the dog packs on both sides, there were golden retrievers, poodles, Pomeranians, Labrador retrievers, border collies, Alaskan Malamutes, Siberian Huskies, Akita Inus, Corgis, German Shepherds, mongrel dogs, and even a damn Pekingese. It was truly a gathering of zombie dogs. Some had their eyeballs hanging out. Some had holes bitten in their noses, some had a layer of their skin torn off, revealing the fresh meat underneath. And some even had their intestines trailing on the ground. It was simply a heart-wrenching sight. However, Xiaoyang had no time to feel sympathy for them. If these numerous zombie dogs launched an attack simultaneously, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu would be in great danger here. Suddenly, the 2 packs of zombie dogs, as if seeing their masters, rushed frantically towards Xiaoyang and the 2 inside the villa respectively. "Close the door quickly," Xiaoyang shouted to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. But one of the villa's doors was already broken. Lu Yu could only block the doorway to stop the charging zombie dogs. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang quickly took out an explosion-proof shield from his spatial storage to fend off the attacking zombie dogs. Then, seizing the opportunity, he waved his sword and directly chopped off half of the head of the border collie in the front. The explosion-proof shield was battered with loud thuds, and Xiaoyang took every chance to strike and slay the zombie dogs. Suddenly, Xiaoyang saw a German Shepherd leap over Lu Yu's head and enter the villa, which instantly startled Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. "Sister Yu, blast it with lightning," Xiaoyang shouted in a hurry. Lu Yu came to her senses. Seeing the German Shepherd roll on the ground and get up to pounce, she quickly sent a bolt of electricity towards it. Crackle. Bang. The electric current directly struck the German Shepherd on the head, and it immediately collapsed to the ground. Mu Wanqing quickly stepped forward and delivered a finishing blow. The sound of the electric shock seemed to further agitate the zombie dogs outside the door. They flung themselves at the door more frantically. Liu quickly stepped back and then struck an Akita that was attempting to jump in with a bolt of lightning. After that, she felt as if she was on the verge of collapse. "I can't hold on, bro. I'm out of energy," Liu shouted feebly. Originally, Liu could only unleash lightning a few times, and being able to do it twice was already her limit. Xiaoyang reached out and stabbed the corgi right between the eyes, shouting loudly, "Sister Yu, step back first. Wanqing, move forward. I'll be there right away." Mu Wanqing didn't dare to be negligent. She stepped forward directly and chopped off the head of a husky that had just poked its head out. However, immediately afterwards, a golden retriever and a Labrador jumped into the villa where Mu Wanqing was. This made even Xiaoyang panic. Then, an Alaskan Malamute also leaped in. Xiaoyang realized that things were going badly. Liu was out of energy, and Mu Wanqing was struggling on her own. Moreover, he himself was surrounded by zombie dogs and couldn't extricate himself for the moment. Xiaoyang waved his big knife, killing 2 zombie dogs in front of him simultaneously, and then rushed towards the villa recklessly. Just at this critical moment, suddenly, there came a melodious sound of musical instruments. The dog pack, which had been baring their teeth, extremely irritable and about to attack, suddenly seemed to be possessed. They turned their heads and ran in unison towards the source of the musical sound. Xiaoyang was stunned. He looked up, and the sound was coming from the second-floor windows of the neighboring villas. There, a woman playing the flute was standing. Xiaoyang's first reaction was that this was a survivor. As to why those zombie dogs ran in her direction after hearing her flute music, Xiaoyang had no idea. The woman took the flute out of her mouth and said to Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, "Run quickly. I can only bewilder them for a short while." Hearing this, Xiaoyang knew that the woman had helped him out of the predicament at this critical moment. Xiaoyang clasped his fists in salute to the woman, then quickly went over and pulled Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu towards his villa. After seeing them escape safely, the flute-playing woman patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she immediately closed the window and went back to her bed. Chapter 29. The crystal nuclei and animals. Xiaoyang and the others retreated to their villa. Today had been extremely perilous. Lu Yu, his personal chef, had almost lost her life. If it hadn't been for the help of that flute-playing woman, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It seemed that he couldn't be careless in the future. He must strengthen the protection and expedite the improvement of their strength. Just thinking of the figure of the flute-playing woman, Xiaoyang couldn't help feeling somewhat puzzled. What kind of magic did that woman possess that she could lead the zombies away? Surely, she had awakened a special ability. He must visit the woman's villa tomorrow to find out. If possible, Xiaoyang intended to invite her to join them. After all, her ability was of great significance to Xiaoyang. After the 3 of them took showers respectively, since Lu Yu was a bit weak, Xiaoyang didn't ask her to cook. He took out a lot of instant food from his storage space, such as self-heating hot pots, ham sausages, spicy strips, and so on, and placed them all on the table at once. He also took out some wine and poured it for each of them. "Let's have a little wine to calm our nerves." Sipping on his wine, Xiaoyang took out the crystals he had obtained today. He counted them and found there were exactly 300. "Come on, 10 for each of you. Absorb them right after dinner," Xiaoyang said as he stuffed the divided crystals into the hands of the other 2. This time, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu didn't refuse. They knew that Xiaoyang was a decisive person, so they just followed his arrangement. In this way, the time energy of all 3 of them would break through the 20-year mark, and their strength would be elevated to a new level. When encountering those zombie dogs again, it would be much easier to kill them. Of course, they still had to avoid being surrounded. Xiaoyang felt a twinge of regret. If he had known, he should have absorbed the crystals as soon as he got them. Then, the 3 of them wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. As a matter of fact, there were scarcely any people with 100-year time energy at present. Since most people hadn't communicated with each other yet, they had absolutely no idea how to transfer this time energy. Even if they killed the zombies and found the crystals, they wouldn't know how to use them. Xiaoyang remembered that in his previous life, it took him a whole month to learn from others about the function and usage of time energy. As for how the first person discovered it, that remained a mystery. Therefore, he must cherish this current opportunity. This was an information gap, and he intended to make good use of it to gain an edge. After dinner, the 3 of them each absorbed all the crystals. The moment their time energy broke through the 100-year mark, their bodies trembled. They could feel the significant changes within themselves. They seemed to be brimming with boundless energy. Their skin became smoother, and their senses sharpened. In the end, Xiaoyang's time energy was fixed at a bit over 325 years, while Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both reached 20 years. All right, today, we shall take an early rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll pay a visit to the villa of the woman who plays the flute. She helped us today, so we ought to show our gratitude. If she's willing, it wouldn't be bad to invite her to join us. Xiaoyang expressed his thoughts to the other 2. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both nodded in agreement. That night was extremely tranquil. Early the next day, the 3 of them were in high spirits. Lu Yu fried 3 drumsticks and cooked a pot of sea cucumber soup. After a sumptuous breakfast, they armed themselves fully and set off towards the villa of the flute-playing woman. When passing by the villa where they had fought the previous day, Xiao Yang retrieved the crystals from the brows of the slain zombie dogs. The crystals of animals are different from those of humans. They are spherical and entirely black. Xiao Yang named them crystal nuclei. These crystal nuclei cannot convert time energy, yet they can enhance human supernatural abilities. The crystal nuclei are classified into 9 grades. The distinction in grades lies in the golden stars on the crystal nuclei. 1 star indicates the first grade, 2 stars the second grade, and so on. Generally, the crystal nuclei of ordinary animal zombies have no stars. Only some mutants carry stars. For instance, in his previous life, Xiao Yang accidentally obtained a 6-star crystal nucleus, which elevated his space supernatural ability to the 5th grade perfection, just a step away from the 6th grade. The reason he didn't reach the 6th grade was that the crystal nucleus was slightly incomplete. The crystal nuclei in animals can be consumed directly by mouth, unlike the more troublesome human crystals. Strangely enough, such a hard crystal core is only most vulnerable to saliva and the gastric acid. Once it enters the mouth, it will gradually dissolve, just like a piece of candy. Of course, it is out of the question for Xiao Yang to consume the crystal cores in his hand at present. They don't even have a star, so they are of no use to his supernatural power. 10.1. Star crystal cores can upgrade one's supernatural power from level 1 to level 2. And 10.2. Star crystal cores can elevate it to level 3. Certainly. 101. Star crystal cores can also achieve an upgrade from level 2 to level 3. Currently, Xiao Yang's spatial supernatural power has reached 99. 9 progress at level 5. He only needs one last push. It is estimated that a 4-star crystal core can help him break through to level 6. However, 4-star crystal cores must come from 4-star mutants. With Xiao Yang's current strength, he surely cannot defeat them. Only when his time energy reaches over 1,000 years will he be capable of fighting against 4-star mutants. Xiao Yang glanced at the crystal cores in his hand. He could save these for little Cobalt. For animals, this is an excellent ration for enhancing their physique and abilities. After putting away the crystal cores, Xiao Yang led Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to the villa where the flute-playing woman was. The villa's main door was wide open. The snow in front of the door was in a mess, with numerous dog paw prints. It seemed to be the work of yesterday's pack of zombie dogs. The 3 of them quietly entered the yard and saw 2 zombie dogs, a mongrel and a Pekingese. Xiao Yang sized up the tiny Pekingese, which was even smaller than his military boots. "You little thing dared to bully my people?" he thought angrily. As soon as he saw them, his temper flared up. He drew out his Tang Dao and swiftly dispatched them with 2 slashes. After inspecting the yard, they found that the other dogs had disappeared. After ensuring it was safe, the 3 of them entered the villa. There were no zombies on the first floor or the 2 basement levels of the villa. Xiao Yang went straight to the second floor. He remembered that the woman playing the flute was on the second floor yesterday. Among the rooms on the second floor, only one was closed, and there was a zombified golden retriever and a middle-aged zombie wandering in front of the door. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang stepped forward and eliminated them. Lu Yu deftly retrieved the crystals and nuclei. After confirming there were no more zombies, Xiao Yang knocked on the door. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Xiao Yang asked tentatively. "Who is it?" came a vigilant voice from inside. It was the woman from yesterday. "Hello. We're the people who were besieged by zombie dogs yesterday. We've come here today specifically to thank you," Xiao Yang said sincerely. After a short while, the door opened a crack, and a disheveled, haired woman peeked out. After seeing the 2 women behind Xiao Yang, she opened the door wide. Xiao Yang looked closely at the woman opposite. She was wrapped in a quilt, holding a flute in her left hand. Although her face was haggard, one could still tell at a glance that she was a very elegant and beautiful woman. When the flute-playing woman saw Mu Wanqing, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Wanqing." Mu Wanqing was taken aback by the call. After looking at her carefully, she said in surprise, "Sure." Chapter 30. Lin Sure, Xiao Yang, and Lu Yu were also stunned. "Oh my God, they even ran into an acquaintance here?" Lin Sure said happily. "I'm so glad to see you, Mu Wanqing." Mu Wanqing quickly stepped forward and embraced Lin Sure. Sure, you're still alive. How wonderful." Mu Wanqing was wearing thick clothes, and Lin Sure was wrapped in a quilt. Although they hugged each other, they couldn't even get their heads close. Xiao Yang found it rather comical. "Wanqing, who is she?" Xiao Yang inquired curiously. Mu Wanqing promptly released Lin Sure and turned to Xiao Yang. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is my college roommate and good friend, Lin Sure." Xiao Yang and Lu Yu hastened to greet Lin Sure. "How do you do, Miss Sure?" Lu Yu greeted with a smile. "Hello, Miss Lin Sure. Thank you for coming to our rescue yesterday," Xiao Yang said with a beaming smile. Lin Shishir glanced at Xiao Yang and Lu Yu and asked Mu Wanqing, "Who are these two gentlemen?" "Oh, let me introduce them to you. His name is Xiao Yang. He is my boyfriend." When introducing Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing felt a bit bashful. After all, they had just established their relationship not long ago, and no outsiders knew about it. She was still a bit embarrassed. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's introduction, Lin Shishir stared at Xiao Yang in disbelief, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Good heavens, Mu Wanqing. When did you start dating?" "How come I had no idea?" Mu Wanqing said shyly, "It's only been a few days. I'll tell you about it later." Then she quickly changed the subject and pulled Lu Yu over. "This is Lu Yu. We all call her Sister Yu. She's the owner of the Cape restaurant. Do you still remember?" Lin Shishir widened her eyes again, stared at Lu Yu, and exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder you look so familiar. So you're Boss Lu. Boss Lu, I'm extremely fond of your cooking." Upon receiving praise, Lu Yu beamed with delight and patted Lin Shishir on the shoulder. "Miss Shishir, since you're a dear friend of Wanqing, you're also my friend. Just call me Sister Yu." Lin Shishir obediently nodded and replied, "Sure, Sister Yu. Miss Shishir, feel free to voice any of your needs. We'll definitely fulfill them," Xiao Yang offered. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shishir finally said bashfully, "Normally, since I'm helping you, I shouldn't ask for any rewards. However, I'm simply famished. I haven't eaten for days. Could you spare me some food? I don't need much, just a few steamed buns or instant noodle packets. I'm truly starving." By the end of her plea, tears welled up in her eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Yang and the other two exchanged stunned glances. Her request was incredibly modest. Seeing their silence, Lin Shishir assumed they were also short on food and quickly added, looking troubled, "I understand that your food supplies must be scarce." Miss Shishir, what's so appealing about steamed buns and instant noodles? Come, I'll take you to my place and treat you to sumptuous delicacies. Eat to your heart's content." Unable to bear seeing Lin Shishir's distress, Xiao Yang interrupted her promptly. Lin Shishir stared at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing in disbelief. "Do you have a lot of food?" "Yes, there's definitely more than enough for you. Come on, let's go to my home." Mu Wanqing grabbed her hand and led her outside. As they passed by the middle-aged male zombie that Xiao Yang had slain, Lin Shishir cast a sorrowful glance downward, her heart filled with grief. However, she didn't linger and directly followed Mu Wanqing out. "Do you also live in this villa area?" Lin Shishir asked. "Yes, in the villa at the very top," Xiao Yang replied. Hearing this, Lin Shishir couldn't help but cast a profound glance at Xiao Yang. This Xiao Yang was not only handsome but also quite wealthy. At such a young age, he already owned a villa. Moreover, yesterday she had witnessed Xiao Yang bravely slaying zombies. He was like a valiant warrior with remarkable combat power. How fortunate Wanqing was to have found such a boyfriend, who was good, looking, rich, and capable. She was overjoyed that Mu Wanqing had found such a perfect boyfriend. As they walked all the way back to Xiao Yang's villa, Lin Shishir was astounded by the villa's protective measures. With such high walls and thick iron gates, it seemed that few people or zombies could break in from the outside. Upon entering the villa, Lin Shishir was even more stunned to the point of being speechless. There was heating, electricity, and water. Everything was just as it had been before the disaster. For her, this place was nothing short of a paradise on earth. Xiao Yang went to her room alone. He took out a set of pajamas from his storage space and also fetched a great deal of food. Then he brought everything to the living room. By this time, Lin Shishir had removed the quilt wrapped around her, revealing a Chong Sam beneath. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Damn, she's so hot. This Chong Sam was truly made for girls, especially those with a good figure like Lin Shishir. The design of the Chong Sam fully showcased the female curves. The slits on both sides extended all the way to the thighs, which was even more alluring and always tempted men to explore further. At this moment, Lin Shishir still held her flute in her hand. At first glance, she seemed like a transcendent and refined celestial maiden. Xiao Yang couldn't help but be captivated. "Xiao Yang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the food over." Mu Wanqing shouted anxiously when she saw Xiao Yang standing there motionless. "Oh, coming." Xiao Yang snapped out of his trance and quickly walked over, stuffing all the food into Lin Shishir's hands at once. Eat to your heart's content." Seeing the large bag of various foods in her hands, Lin Shishir was so touched that she was almost in tears. "Thank you. However, I can't eat all of these. I'll just take a few." Lin Shishir thought these might be all the rations of Xiao Yang and the others. So she was touched, but felt embarrassed to eat to her fill. "Miss Shishir, you can eat at ease. There's plenty of food. This is just to fill your stomach first. We'll have a big meal tonight." Xiaoyang advised with a smile upon seeing Lin Shishir's reaction. Lin Shishir's mouth formed an O. There'll be a big meal tonight, she said in disbelief. Yes, eat. Mu Wanqing also quickly urged. Seeing the confident looks in Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing's eyes, Lin Shishir felt much more at ease. Eventually, she gobbled up the food. She was really starving. Wanqing. After Miss Shishir finishes eating, take her to take a bath and then change her clothes. Xiaoyang handed the pajamas to Mu Wanqing. Stay with her at home and tell her about the current situation, by the way. I'll go out with Sister Yu to continue clearing the zombies. We'll come back at night and have a big meal. Xiaoyang instructed further. Hearing that only Xiaoyang and Lu Yu were going out, Mu Wanqing was a bit worried about their safety. However, considering that Xiaoyang had absorbed energy for more than 300 years, these zombies probably posed no threat to them at all. Moreover, Sister Yu was even more powerful in combat than herself, so there was nothing for her to worry about. Thus, she agreed to Xiaoyang's arrangement. Before leaving, Xiaoyang stole a glance at the Cheongsam on Lin Shishir's body and her particularly rounded hips wrapped by the Cheongsam. He swallowed his saliva before reluctantly walking out of the villa. Chapter 31. The two-person team Xiaoyang and Lu Yu continued with yesterday's progress and started to clear the remaining 50 villas. Since Mu Wanqing was not with them, they had to develop better teamwork and become qualified partners for each other. Sometimes they advanced one after another, sometimes side by side, and sometimes back to back, rotating alternately and launching attacks in turns. By the time they reached the 90th villa, Li was already sweating profusely. The heat made both her and Xiaoyang take off their outerwear. Inside this villa, there were actually 5 zombies and a zombie cat. Xiaoyang and Liu instinctively leaned back to back to prevent the zombie cat from attacking from behind, with their backs tightly against each other. Xiaoyang could feel the softness and elasticity of Lu Yu's curves. Every time this happened, Xiaoyang would feel extremely excited. The two of them cooperated to kill 4 zombies. After Lu Yu used her lightning power to knock down the remaining zombie, suddenly, the zombie cat launched an attack on Lu Yu from the side. This cat was more agile and faster than a dog. And since Lu Yu had just used her special ability, she didn't have enough time to stop the attack. Xiaoyang had just killed a zombie. Seeing the zombie cat attacking Lu Yu, without a second thought, he turned around, wrapped his arms around Lu Yu from behind, pressed her to the ground, and shielded her under his body. Then, with a swift lateral sweep of his knife, holding hand, he precisely struck the cat's head. The zombie cat let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground, motionless. So close. This cat's attack was so devious. Xiaoyang murmured, lying on Lu Yu's back. Pressed beneath Xiaoyang, Lu Yu felt that this position was rather too intimate. Hearing Xiaoyang's warm breath whispering beside her ear, she blushed furiously. Young man, get up first. I can hardly breathe, Lu Yu gasped under the weight. Oops, sure. Xiaoyang also realized the impropriety of the position and quickly got up, pulling Lu Yu up from the ground as well. Seeing the shy flush on Lu Yu's face, Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned. This young, looking middle-aged woman was truly alluring when shy, especially during their brief physical contact, even through the clothes. Xiaoyang could instantly sense her voluptuous figure. Lu Yu was in her 30s. Unlike young girls with a slender build, she had a well-proportioned, voluptuous body. A perfect plumpness where an ounce more or less would spoil the beauty. Lu Yu dared not meet Xiaoyang's eyes. She felt flustered. An unfamiliar feeling after all these years. She calmly retrieved the crystals and cores from the zombies' bodies and walked out of the villa. Shall we call it a day? It's getting dark, and I'm exhausted, Lu Yu said without looking back. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. There were only 10 villas left, and it wouldn't be too late to clean them up tomorrow. There were 2 beautiful ladies waiting for him at home. Just thinking of Lin Shishir in a Cheongsam, Xiaoyang was eager to return home. Ahem. Mainly, he was quite intrigued by her extraordinary ability. Thus, Xiaoyang closely followed Lu Yu and headed towards his own villa. In the Zijinshan villa area, the 10 villas that Xiaoyang hadn't cleaned up yet were located at the entrance of the entire villa area. The property management office hall was also built here. Inside a storage room, there were no fewer than 20 people sitting along the walls, both men and women. There was only a small window in this room, so it would become extremely dark at night, but it was relatively warm. Stop pushing in. Can't you hear me? A man shouted angrily. Don't push. Can't you hear what our captain is saying? Another person chimed in. That's right. You're really a nuisance. We shouldn't have taken you in the first place. Someone else added. Sorry. It's just so cold near the door. I want to get closer to the inside, a woman explained meekly. Cold? Who isn't cold? Your constant pushing in disturbs our captain's rest. Who will go out to find food for you tomorrow then? One person wasn't convinced and loudly scolded. We also participated in going out to find food. It wasn't just the credit of your security team. Someone retorted. Hearing this, the previous person immediately flared up and said, You participated? Who was so scared that they peed when those monsters came up. If it weren't for our captain, you'd have been devoured by them long ago. I know. We are also very grateful to you. When the rescue arrives, we will definitely thank you properly. The woman at the door said timidly once again. Rescue? What kind of rescue are you talking about? There's no signal on the phone at all. There are those walking monsters everywhere outside. Apart from here, have you seen any living people in the entire villa area? The security captain said with a sneer. Whoosh. A powerful beam of light shone on the woman at the door. The woman instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Her hair was in a mess. Yet she still looked fairly young. She was wrapped in a banner. The security captain stared at her lasciviously and said, Well, aren't you cold? Then come over here to me. Upon hearing this, the woman was so terrified that her beautiful face turned pale. She quickly waved her hands and said, No, thanks. I can endure it for a while. The security captain didn't care at all. He said to the two men beside him, Go and drag her over here. Two strong men in security uniforms got up, walked to the woman's side, directly grabbed her, and dragged her to the security captain. The security captain tore off the banner on the woman's body, sized her up carefully, and lifted her chin with his hand, saying, You want to thank me, right? I think there's no need to wait until the rescue arrives. Just do it now. Suddenly, the flashlight went out, and then came the woman's panicked voice. What are you doing? Your hands are so cold. Let go of me. There came the sound of clothes being torn. No. I'm begging you. However, the security captain didn't stop. Soon, there came some indescribable sounds from the room. The others in the house could only seethe with anger silently. There was nothing they could do. If they wanted to survive, they had to rely on the security team. They had witnessed with their own eyes 5 members of the security team jointly killing a monster that was about to attack them. Most of these people were the owners of the first 10 villas. In the past, who among them wouldn't have bowed and scraped before them? However, now the tide had turned, and it was their turn to curry favor with the security team. As night fell completely, the groans from inside the house continued to ring out. Everyone chose to remain silent, as they were still counting on the security team to search for food the next day. Or, it would also be great if the security team could kill the dozen or so zombies lingering at the entrance of the villa area, so that they could go down the mountain to seek rescue. In Xiaoyang's villa, he and Lu Yu had finished washing up. They had cleaned all the crystals and crystal nuclei they had obtained and piled them on the coffee table. Lu Yu was exhausted. Xiaoyang felt sorry for her and didn't ask her to cook. Instead, while Lin Shishir was not in the living room, he took out a full table of delicious food. Wine and beverages were all ready. When Lin Shishir entered the living room and saw the sumptuous feast on the table, her eyes sparkled with greed, and she almost drooled. Oh my goodness! Even if I were to die after having these dishes, I would have no regrets. Chapter 32. Never abandon, never give up, never betray. Come on, Miss Shishir. This banquet is prepared especially for you. Help yourself. Xiaoyang smiled and pulled out a dining chair for Lin Shishir, gesturing for her to sit down. Lin Shishir was flattered when she sat down. Oh, I don't deserve such extravagance. You've brought out all the most delicious food for me, haven't you? Xiaoyang smiled and glanced at Mu Wanqing. It seemed that she hadn't told Lin Shishir about his spatial ability. Xiaoyang poured a glass of wine for everyone, then raised his glass and said to Lin Shishir, Thank you for your timely assistance yesterday. Come, I'll drink first as a show of respect. Xiaoyang downed the wine in one gulp. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu also raised their glasses as a gesture and drank it all up. Lin Shishir was also a drinker. Seeing how respectfully they treated her, she quickly tilted her charming face and finished the wine in her glass. You really don't have to do this. I'll feel embarrassed. Lin Shishir said shyly as she put down the glass. All right, then let's have our meal quickly, Xiaoyang said. During the whole meal, most of the time, it was Xiaoyang and the other two watching Lin Shishir eating alone. During this period, through the conversation, Xiaoyang learned that Lin Shishir was a student majoring in flute playing in the music department of Haiqing Art College. She was Mu Wanqing's roommate and a very close friend. The villa where she was staying belonged to her aunt's family. On the night when the cold wave hit, she happened to come for a visit and got trapped there. She was very lucky not to have frozen to death. When the temperature rose a little, she wrapped herself in a quilt and went out of the room to look for food. By chance, she saw her uncle biting her aunt crazily at the stairs. This scene really terrified her, and she couldn't help screaming. This scream immediately attracted the attention of her uncle, who had turned into a zombie, and he redirected his attack towards her. As soon as she reacted, she quickly ran back to her room and closed the door at once. However, the zombie uncle outside the door showed no sign of stopping. He started to bang on the door frantically, and it seemed that the door was about to give way. She habitually picked up the flute in her hand and began to play it to alleviate her fear. However, a miraculous scene occurred. As soon as the sound of the flute rang out, the zombie uncle outside the door suddenly quieted down. She had no idea why this happened. Anyway, she stayed inside the room, too afraid to go out. Once, she accidentally knocked over the bedside lamp. Hearing the sound, the zombie outside the door started to bang on the door frantically again. Frightened, she played the flute once more. Sure enough, it became quiet outside the door again. At that time, she vaguely discovered that playing the flute could calm the zombies down. It was not until yesterday that she heard the sounds of survivors fighting against zombie dogs outside the window. Curiously, she stood by the window to take a look and happened to see the scene where zombie dogs were surrounding Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing, and Lu Yu. She was deeply impressed by Xiaoyang's combat ability and courage. Therefore, at the critical moment, she mustered up her courage, opened the window, and intended to offer them some help. As expected, upon hearing the sound of her flute, those zombie dogs fell silent immediately, scattered, and ran towards the direction where she was. She called out to Xiaoyang and the others. Only after seeing them retreat safely did she feel relieved. And those zombie dogs gathered under her window, not howling but looking up at her obediently. She quickly closed the window. After a short while, she heard the growls of those zombie dogs running away downstairs again. The group listened in a daze. It seemed that Lin Shishir had also awakened her supernatural power, and this power was quite special as it could bewitch the zombies. Miss Shishir, presumably Wanqing has explained the current situation to you today? Xiaoyang said. Yes. Will the world really turn out to be as you described? Lin Shishir still harbored a hint of skepticism, yet with zombies rampaging outside, she found herself unable to refute. Indeed, it will only be worse and more severe than you can imagine. Fortunately, you've also awakened your supernatural ability, Xiaoyang declared with utmost solemnity. Supernatural ability? What's my supernatural ability? Is it this flute? Upon hearing about the supernatural ability, Lin Shishir quickly took out her flute and examined it. It's not the flute. Yours should be a type of mental-based supernatural ability. With this ability, whatever you play will have an effect. Xiaoyang explained to her. Miss Shishir, the world is extremely perilous now. Why don't you join our family? I, Xiaoyang, can guarantee that you won't suffer from cold or be bullied. And you'll also enjoy delicious food. What do you think? Xiaoyang straightforwardly invited Lin Shishir to join. Lin Shishir glanced at Mu Wanqing and then looked at Xiaoyang, saying, well, Wanqing has already mentioned this to me. Anyway, I have no relatives in Haiqing. My parents are in a far-off city, and I don't know how they are now. I think you're all very kind people, especially with Wanqing here. I'm willing to join you. Excellent. Xiaoyang was overjoyed. With Lin Shishir's participation, it would be safer for them to kill zombies and obtain supplies in the future. However, Xiaoyang didn't show excessive excitement. Instead, he said seriously, but I must tell you that joining this family isn't like playing house in a peaceful era. We're a community sharing a common destiny, and each of us must shoulder our respective responsibilities and obligations. Never abandon, never give up, and never betray are our bottom lines. Moreover, you have to obey my commands. Can you accept that? When Xiaoyang was saying this, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu were also listening intently. They highly approved of what Xiaoyang said. Suddenly, Lu Yu raised her right hand and declared, Xiaoyang, I, Lu Yu, shall always heed your commands. My life belongs to you, and I'll never betray you. Lu Yu was no fool. She needed to make her stance clear first to show her formality. Moreover, she had been living off Xiaoyang, and he had also taken on the bulk of the efforts. What was crucial was that he had in-depth knowledge of the post-apocalyptic world, far surpassing her, a novice. She was more than willing to follow him. Seeing Lu Yu make such a statement, Mu Wanqing also raised her hand and said, well, as Xiaoyang's girlfriend, I'll surely always stand by his side. Those who regard Xiaoyang as family are also my family. Lin Shishir watched as Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu made such solemn declarations. She understood that Xiaoyang held a very important place in their hearts. This also indirectly proved that Xiaoyang was a highly capable person. Looking at her current living situation, it was as warm as spring, with a full supply of water and electricity and an abundance of delicious food. Moreover, she had good friends around. It was like night and day compared to before she met Xiaoyang and the others. Then, what reason did she have not to follow them wholeheartedly? She imitated the two and raised her hand, swearing, I, Lin Sure, vow to join this family and follow Xiao Yang's commands. I'll never abandon, never give up, and never betray. If I break this vow, may I meet a miserable end. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the outcome he desired. Although such vows were worth less than a pile of feces in the post-apocalyptic world, showing the right attitude was still necessary. Well, from now on, we are all family. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Come, let's drain this cup. Welcome Miss Lin Sure to join us. Xiao Yang proposed. The four of them raised their glasses together and emptied them in one gulp. Chapter 33. When a man has money, he's on good terms with everyone. After a sumptuous meal, Xiao Yang gathered the others around the living room coffee table. He pointed at the large pile of crystals on the table. Come, today Sister Yu and I obtained a total of 320 crystals. Let's divide them up. Lin Sure was still greatly astonished to see so many crystals placed together. During the day, Mu Wanqing had already informed her of the functions of these crystals and the effect of time energy. Thus, she was well aware of what this heap of crystals signified. Hey, lad, I've got a suggestion, Lu Yu suddenly said. Xiao Yang looked at Lu Yu in puzzlement and said, Oh, Sister Yu, go ahead. I think you should absorb these crystals yourself. You can't keep distributing them to us every time. I feel that with the more than 20-year time energy we have, it's more than sufficient to deal with those zombies. However, as the backbone of our group, you should enhance your own strength more rapidly. Didn't you say that once your time energy exceeds 1,000 years, your constitution will experience a qualitative leap? I propose that you distribute the surplus crystals to us after your time energy surpasses 1,000 years. What's your opinion? After listening to Lu Yu, Xiao Yang fell into a brief contemplation. Indeed, if his time energy could break through the 1,000-year mark, his constitution would make a significant leap, and ordinary cold weapons would no longer cause harm to his body. By then, unless he encounters high-level mutants, individuals with a higher level of time energy, or those armed with machine guns and cannons or possessing powerful abilities, nothing else will pose a threat to him. It is indeed right to enhance the physical fitness of the team members, but the core of all this is still himself. With him around, they will be safer. Moreover, currently, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both have over 20 years' worth of time energy. Having reached this level of time energy at this stage, in terms of physical constitution alone, they are already unparalleled. All right, do you two have any objections? Xiao Yang looked at Mu Wanqing and Lin Sure. Mu Wanqing shook her head, indicating she had none. Lin Sure also chimed in. I haven't contributed at all. I definitely won't take it. Xiao Yang smiled. He took Lin Sure's left arm and checked. Her time energy was less than 350 days remaining. He stuffed 20 crystals into Lin Sure's hands and said, You really can't refuse. Take these 20 and absorb them. Then you'll also have over 20 years of time energy, and your physical constitution will be greatly improved. When we leave here, you won't hold us back. Oh, this isn't right. Lin Sure dared not take them. She felt it was unjust to accept without merit and was filled with guilt. Take them. Xiao Yang is right. Mu Wanqing advised. Yes, sure. Only by strengthening your physical constitution can you go out with us to slay the zombies. Otherwise, with your delicate body, you won't even be able to keep up. Lu Yu said with a smile as she patted Lin Sure on the shoulder. Well, all right. When there are more crystals in the future, you guys take a larger share? Seeing that everyone was saying so, Lin Sure didn't decline anymore. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu escorted Lin Sure away to instruct her on how to assimilate the crystals. Xiao Yang glanced at the little crow, Coal, cowering in its cage. He retrieved over 30 unstarred crystal nuclei from his bosom and approached it. The little crow seemed to be intimidated by Lu Yu. As long as she was present, it would never venture near Xiao Yang. Come, Coal, look what goodies I've brought you. Xiao Yang extended his palm, displaying the crystal nuclei before Coal. The previously listless Coal's eyes suddenly gleamed with vitality upon seeing the crystal nuclei, perhaps driven by animal instinct. It seemed to recognize the value of these crystal nuclei and promptly swallowed one whole. With the crystal nucleus ingested, Coal luxuriated in the sensation, preening its glossy black feathers. It then consumed another before its appetite waned. It should be noted that the size of these animal crystal nuclei varied. The two Coal had just consumed were the smallest of the lot, likely from a small Pekingese dog or cat, no larger than a peanut. The others were about the size of marbles, making them difficult to swallow even if it desired to. After stowing the remaining crystal nuclei and frolicking with Coal for a while, Lin Sure, under the tutelage of Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, had completely assimilated the crystal. Xiaoyang observed a remarkable transformation. Lin Shishir's complexion was now rosy, her skin smooth and increasingly fair, as if it could exude moisture. Standing beside Mu Wanqing, their similar height made them appear like twin blossoms. Indeed, it's just a pity she's currently clad in sleepwear. If she were to don a cheongsam, the sight would be even more exquisite. Xiaoyang never expected that after his rebirth, he would be so lucky in terms of romantic encounters. He was actually sharing a room with such beautiful women. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Indeed, strength matters a great deal. If he didn't have this villa and supplies, would he still have had the chance to meet them? The answer, of course, is no. He never had such an encounter in his previous life. This just goes to prove that old saying, a man with money can get along with anyone. In the post-apocalyptic world, supplies are like money. No matter how powerful a person is, they still need to eat and drink. And Xiaoyang had it all. After absorbing all the crystals, Xiaoyang's time energy had reached over 620 years. His physical constitution had almost doubled compared to before. Now, he was full of vigor, radiant, and extremely handsome, with a more well-proportioned figure. Coupled with his handsome face, he left the three women across from him in a daze. It was still early. Come on, let's go watch a movie together. Xiaoyang was quite pleased with their infatuated expressions and spontaneously made the suggestion. Lin Shishir was aware that movies could be watched in this villa. Immediately, she exclaimed excitedly, "Great! I haven't watched short videos on my phone for more than 10 days. It would be wonderful to watch a movie." Lu Yu also didn't refuse. After a tiring day, watching a movie to relax sounded like a good idea. The four of them went to the private cinema on the basement floor. Xiaoyang thoughtfully prepared fruits, snacks, and drinks. He also prepared a bottle of red wine for himself and took out a pack of high-end cigarettes. When it came to choosing a movie, they all opted for a post-apocalyptic themed one. They believed that against the backdrop of the current world, watching a post-apocalyptic movie would give them a stronger sense of immersion. Xiaoyang directly played I Am Legend for them. Amidst the occasional screams of the three women, he leisurely sipped his red wine and puffed on his cigarette, savoring this wonderful moment. When the movie ended, they were still craving more and all turned their gazes to Xiaoyang. Considering that there were only 10 villas left in the villa area and that the workload for the next day was light, with no need to wake up too early, Xiaoyang decided to play another movie, Waterworld. This would also let the women understand the harsher disasters they would face in the future. As the three women watched this movie, they couldn't help but be filled with various concerns about the future. However, seeing Xiaoyang's nonchalant and indulgent demeanor, they thought to themselves, this man must have a way. At least, on this freezing night with zombies roaming everywhere, they were in this warm private cinema, relaxing while watching movies. And all this was provided by Xiaoyang. Chapter 34, Call Me Daddy-ya. Brother Xiao, come down quickly. Early in the morning, Xiaoyang was awakened by Lu Yu downstairs. He opened his eyes and saw that he was the only one on the large double bed. Mu Wanqing had a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Shishir in the next room on the third floor last night and apparently stayed there instead of coming back. He got up and rushed downstairs, asking Lu Yu, "What's up, sister Yu?" When Lu Yu saw Xiaoyang come down, she pointed at the bird cage in the corner of the living room in a panic and said, "Look, bro, your bird has grown bigger." Following the direction Lu Yu pointed, Xiaoyang was so shocked that he blurted out an expletive. "Oh, damn it." The little crow, Coalball, which was only the size of a palm yesterday, had now more than doubled in size and was as big as an adult crow. A Coalball? Xiaoyang could scarcely believe it. Tentatively, he called the raven by its name. As soon as the raven named Coalball heard Xiaoyang calling it, it immediately flapped its wings excitedly towards him and alighted on Xiaoyang's shoulder. Xiaoyang felt relieved. It was undoubtedly Coalball. He had been worried that he hadn't closed the doors and windows properly, allowing another raven to occupy Coalball's nest. However, Coalball's growth rate was astonishingly rapid. Could it be because he had fed it the crystal core last night? Well, it must be so. Otherwise, there would be no other plausible explanation. When Coalball noticed that Xiaoyang had gone silent, it tilted its head and gazed at his face. Suddenly, catching sight of Xiaoyang's eyes that resembled twinkling stars, it immediately perked up and stretched its head to peck at Xiaoyang's eyeballs. Fortunately, Xiaoyang, with his quick reflexes, detected it in time and gave it a swift swat to the side. "Get out of here. These are my eyeballs, not crystal cores. What are you pecking at?" Xiaoyang scolded Coalball angrily. Coalball seemed to sense Xiaoyang's anger and began to groom his hair in a flattering manner, which made Xiaoyang burst into laughter as his scalp tickled. All right. Come on. Here are crystal cores for you. Xiaoyang immediately beamed with joy again. He took out 2 crystal cores the size of marbles and fed them to Coalball. Coalball swallowed them one by one without the slightest hesitation. After finishing, it kept staring at Xiaoyang, clearly indicating that it wanted more. Xiaoyang straightened his face and said, "You can only have 2. You won't be able to digest more. Be a good boy." Coalball tilted its head and listened attentively, as if it had understood. Then it flew back from Xiaoyang's shoulder to the hanging rod, and surprisingly, it imitated Xiaoyang's voice and said, "Be a good boy. Be a good boy." Damn it. Xiaoyang and Liu stood there, completely stunned. "Sister Yu, can ravens talk?" Xiaoyang inquired. Liu shook her head. I don't know." Xiaoyang was puzzled. He had heard that mynas and parrots could mimic human speech, but never that crows could. Could it be that he had raised a fake crow? At this moment, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir also heard the commotion and walked downstairs hand in hand. "What's going on, Xiaoyang?" Mu Wanqing asked curiously. Xiaoyang pointed at the crow named Coalball hanging on the pole. Upon seeing it, Lin Shishir exclaimed, "How did your bird grow so big overnight?" "It's not just about growing bigger. It can also mimic speech," Xiaoyang said as he addressed Coalball. "Come on, call me daddy." Coalball tilted its head, rolled its eyes, and squawked, "Call daddy. Call daddy." Xiaoyang was instantly speechless. After Liu prepared breakfast, Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir ended their joyful time of teasing the bird. After breakfast, Xiaoyang said, "There are still 10 villas in the villa area that haven't been cleared. It's perfect for Shishir to practice with." With that, he fetched a set of equipment for Lin Shishir and told her to change into it. Although Lin Shishir was extremely nervous, she obediently went back to her room to change. She also wanted to be as brave as Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, so she couldn't be a burden. After they all changed into their gear, they headed straight to the area of the last 10 villas. Under the careful guidance and practical demonstrations of Xiaoyang and the other 2, Lin Shishir quickly overcame her psychological barriers and successfully killed a zombie. To help her hone her skills more rapidly, Lin Shishir was tasked with clearing the remaining villas alone, while Xiaoyang and the others followed behind just in case. By noon, all 10 villas had been cleared. Finally, seeing more than a dozen zombies lingering at the entrance of the villa area, Xiaoyang didn't let Lin Shishir go over. Instead, he asked her to use her supernatural power to play the flute melody, luring those zombies over. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Shishir played the flute, those zombies, as if hearing a summons, flocked towards Lin Shishir one after another. However, these zombies approached quietly, showing no sign of pouncing on and biting Lin Shishir. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing, and the others still remained on high alert, guarding against a sudden attack from the zombies. However, the zombies stopped several meters away from Lin Shishir and started dancing to the lively flute melody. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Weren't zombies supposed to be mindless? How could they dance to the music? This state didn't last long, though. Suddenly, those zombies launched an attack on Lin Shishir, Xiaoyang, and the others. But they were quickly wiped out in an instant by the well-prepared group. Xiaoyang speculated that Lin Shishir's supernatural power might have awakened the zombies' pre-death instincts, which was why they danced to the music. However, due to the relatively low level of Lin Shishir's supernatural power and its short acting time, the zombies resumed their attacking state. Still, this was quite remarkable. In a critical moment, the short interval of time was definitely sufficient for a safe evacuation. After collecting all the zombie crystals, Xiaoyang noticed there was actually a property management office here, which he hadn't paid attention to before. Leading the 3 of them to the entrance of the property management office, they found a zombie on the ground that had been hacked to pieces. Were there survivors? Xiaoyang rummaged around the zombie's forehead and dug out a crystal. It seemed that these survivors were unaware of the secret of the crystals. At this moment, the property security team hiding in the utility room of the property office building was leading other survivors out to search for food. They happened to see Xiaoyang taking something from a zombie's head and putting it into his pocket. When they saw the 3 beautiful women behind Xiaoyang, the members of the security team almost popped their eyes out. "My goodness, Captain, there are beautiful women. Really, they're so gorgeous, just like the stars on TV. Their figures must be amazing too. Look, there's only one man with them. He looks like a pretty boy. Captain, should we go up and take him out? And keep those 3 women for ourselves to enjoy?" "Yeah, boss. I'm still a bachelor. If I could sleep with a woman like that, I'd die a happy man." For security guards beside the security captain were chattering away. Their words made his eyes sparkle. How could he not be tempted by such beautiful girls? They were tens of thousands of times better than the woman he had played with yesterday. "Let's go?" He waved and led the 4 security guards and the group of men and women behind him out of the property office building. What did you take from this monster just now? Hand it over. It was our 5 men who killed this monster. The security captain looked down at Xiaoyang haughtily. Apparently, he didn't know that this monster was called a zombie. Chapter 35. Instantly taking down the security team when Mu Wanqing and the other 2 women saw so many people rushing out. They immediately became highly vigilant and drew out their tang swords. Seeing that the other side had knives, the security team quickly raised the steel pipes, kitchen knives, mops, and benches in their hands as weapons. The 5 leading security guards were equipped with more powerful weapons, including machetes, riot forks, and rubber batons. Surprisingly, the security captain even held an electric baton in his hand. Captain, they've got knives. A security guard whispered. What are you afraid of? They're just ornaments. I bet they're not even sharpened. Look at you all, such cowards. The security captain scolded in a low voice. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang regarded the tense group of people with an air of nonchalance and disdain. He smiled and took out a crystal from his pocket, saying, Is this what you're talking about? Upon seeing it, the security captain thought, What on earth is this? It's neither edible nor useful. He feigned anger and said, I clearly saw you pick up a pack of ham sausages. Are you trying to deceive me with this? After that, he signaled to his subordinate security guards, You guys, go and search their bodies. See if they've hidden it in their clothes. Hearing this, Xiaoyang cursed inwardly, Damn it. There really are some reckless fools daring to extort me. 3 security guards leered as they approached Mu Wanqing and the others, while the latter were still hesitating whether to take action. After all, killing zombies was a different matter from killing real people. Although Lu Yu had killed before, it was her enemies she had slain. These people didn't have much enmity with her. She was waiting for Xiaoyang's order. With a swift swing of his hand, Xiaoyang severed the head of the approaching security guard. The head rolled to the ground while the body still stood, and blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain. This scene instantly stunned everyone. Lin Shishir covered her mouth in shock. Even Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who had witnessed Xiaoyang's actions before, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. They never expected Xiaoyang to act so swiftly and decisively, not even uttering a single word. The headless body of the security guard crashed to the ground with a thud, the sound instantly rousing everyone from their stupor. Among the security team, apart from the remaining guards, the rest shrieked and retreated back into the property management building. The security captain turned around and cursed, A bunch of useless cowards. None of you is of any use. Captain, his knife is sharpened, stammered a security guard. I'm not blind, damn it. Do I need you to tell me that? The security captain pushed the guard aside disdainfully, squinting at Xiaoyang and his companions. You, very well. How about staying to work with me? I won't treat you badly, and I'll let the matter of you killing my subordinates pass. The reason the security captain was so fearless was that after he vented his desires on that woman last night, he suddenly found that his agility and speed had both improved. Although he couldn't figure out the reason, he could sense that now he was capable of killing a zombie single-handedly. However, he hadn't told anyone about it. His intention was to put on a great show when going out to search for supplies today, to shock everyone, make his subordinates more in awe of him, and solidify his position as the boss. Who would have thought that before even leaving the door of the property management building, he would encounter Xiaoyang? Such a hot-headed young man. Nevertheless, he was confident that he could deliver a fatal blow to Xiaoyang when the latter let down his guard. As for the remaining 3 women, well, with a jolt from the electric baton, wouldn't they just collapse into his arms? Xiaoyang was amused. You 5 had to work together to kill a single zombie, and you want me to join you? Mu Wanqing quietly used her ability to eavesdrop on the security captain's thoughts. These 3 women are all top-notch. I'm going to enjoy them thoroughly. As for this pretty boy, I'll never let a man more handsome than me live. Hearing the security captain's inner thoughts, Mu Wanqing felt extremely disgusted. She said to Xiaoyang, He has ill intentions. Be careful. Hearing what Mu Wanqing said, the security captain gave a contemptuous sneer. Suddenly, he raised his electric baton and stabbed at Xiaoyang at the fastest speed. Indeed, his speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. But it was nothing in front of Xiaoyang. He originally thought the other party might have awakened some special ability, but now it seemed to be just an ordinary speed-type ability. This kind of ability belonged to the combat category, emphasizing victory through speed. When this ability developed to a later stage and was paired with a divine weapon, the combat power was definitely not to be underestimated. However, in the early stage, one had to develop stealthily, otherwise, it was easy to end up dead. When the electric baton was only a few centimeters away from Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang made another swift slash. The The security captain's hand holding the electric baton was cut off, and a shrill scream rang out. He looked at Xiaoyang in horror, never expecting the other party to be even faster. Xiaoyang stared coldly at the security captain, who was retreating continuously, and said, "I really don't know where you got your confidence." Immediately afterwards, he made another slash, directly beheading the security captain. Then, he turned around and glanced at Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir respectively. You must remember that if someone shows hostility towards you, the only thing you should do is to kill them before they make a move. Never show mercy, otherwise, it's very likely that you'll be the ones who die. Xiaoyang was highly dissatisfied. After he had killed a security guard just now, Mu Wanqing and the other two didn't take any action. If the opponents were powerful, they would surely suffer losses. Well, there are still 3 security guards left. You go and deal with them. Xiaoyang pointed at the 3 security guards who were so frightened that they were lying limp on the ground and said. Lu Yu didn't hesitate any longer. She directly drew out her Tang Dao and went up to chop a security guard down to the ground. The opponent didn't even have a chance to fight back. At present, for her, killing a person was no different from chopping a chicken. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir still hesitated a bit. Suddenly, Xiaoyang said with a cold face, "Don't you remember that they were about to attack you just now? SP, spare our lives. We were wrong. It was all the security captain who forced us to do so." The remaining 2 security guards were so scared that they wet their pants and were crying and begging for mercy. "Go quickly," Xiaoyang urged. Mu Wanqing understood Xiaoyang's good intentions. Finally, she steeled herself, regardless of the security guard's pleas for mercy. With one strike of the knife, one of the security guards fell silent. Seeing this, the last security guard felt that there was no hope for survival. Suddenly, he went crazy and stood up and pounced on Lin Shishir, who was still struggling mentally. Just as he was about to get close, Lin Shishir instinctively raised her knife and pierced through the security guard's chest. They were all people who had spent 20 years with energy. Such small fries couldn't hurt her. She just couldn't get over the psychological hurdle. After all the security guards had been dealt with, Xiaoyang said to the 3 of them, "Remember, once the opponent has the thought of killing or evil intentions towards you, don't expect them to change. As long as they have a chance, they will never let you go. In this world, there are 2 things that are the most unbearable to look straight at. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Being lenient towards the enemy is tantamount to suicide." Gazing at Xiaoyang's frigid gaze, the 3 young ladies all lowered their heads. Chapter 36. Recruiting 2 gatekeepers. Don't offend me unless offended. If offended, I'll surely retaliate. This has always been Xiaoyang's principle of dealing with matters. Who would relish killing if there were no necessity? However, it is now the end times. If anyone vies for supplies with him, they must be eliminated. Seeing that Mu Wanqing and the other 2 seemed to accept his words with humility, Xiaoyang said no more. He strode directly into the property management office building. The survivors inside immediately became flustered and raised the items in their hands in defense. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. These mobs were as easy to kill as chopping vegetables. Nevertheless, he was no blood-thirsty maniac. It was evident that these people had been coerced by the security team and had not assisted the security team in attacking him earlier. Hence, he had no intention of harming them. Don't be alarmed. Put down the things in your hands. I won't kill you. Xiaoyang sheathed his knife to prevent the others from becoming overly nervous. Everyone had already witnessed Xiaoyang's prowess and ferocity. If he intended to slay them, it would be a breeze. They were already terrified. At the sound of Xiaoyang's words, they promptly discarded the weapons in their hands and awaited his decision. I've eradicated all the zombies in this villa area. From now on, this entire villa area is my territory. Therefore, you can't stay here any longer. Xiaoyang had long made up his mind. This Purple Mountain Villa area boasted a favorable terrain, being easy to defend and hard to attack. With so many villas, it was the most suitable place to serve as his base. This was also the reason why he had chosen this villa here in the first place. Then, may we go down the mountain now? Someone asked gingerly. Many people had long been eager to descend the mountain. There was neither food nor drink here, and perhaps they could find something to eat after reaching the city down the mountain. However, the entrance was swarming with monsters, namely the zombies in Xiaoyang's words. And they dared not act rashly, so they were forced to take shelter in the property management office building. Now that the zombies had been cleared away, they were, of course, extremely eager to go down the mountain right away. Of course you can, but there's a condition. As soon as Xiaoyang spoke, everyone tensed up again. Generally speaking, in such a situation, it couldn't be a good condition. Clean up all the zombie remains in the villa area before you leave. Xiaoyang thought that those zombie remains were truly disgusting. If he were to clean them up himself, it would take ages. With these people at hand, it would be a waste not to make use of them. He might as well exploit some free labor first. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was just a matter of exerting some effort, and they wouldn't lose anything. Moreover, it was this person who had killed all the zombies. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to get out. Sure, no problem, everyone replied in unison. However, I have to make it clear in advance that I won't provide food. You can figure it out on your own. Seeing that they agreed so readily, Xiaoyang quickly added, he didn't want to waste his own food on these people. There were some leftovers in those villas, which would be enough to fill their stomachs. Everyone pondered for a moment. There were so many villas, surely they could find some food. Immediately, they readily agreed without any objections. All right, stop standing around. Hurry up. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can go down the mountain. When Xiaoyang shouted, everyone rushed out as if injected with a stimulant. However, gradually, these people began to regret it. The villa area was like a place that had been looted, with only some frozen and rotten fruits and vegetables left. Finding a pack of instant noodles was like finding a luxury item. What was even more unbearable were the remains of the zombies. Some had half of their heads missing, and intestines were strewn all over the place. It was truly disgusting to look at. The little junk food they had just eaten immediately came back up. Enduring such torture, they didn't clean up all the zombie remains in the villa area until it got dark. At this time, everyone looked at Xiaoyang with eyes full of awe. How powerful a person must he be to kill so many zombies? Moreover, most of them were killed with a single blow. They were glad that they hadn't opposed Xiaoyang. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even have a complete corpse left. All right, you can leave now. Xiaoyang was very satisfied with the efficiency of these people. After hearing this, everyone said goodbye to Xiaoyang. In the end, only 2 women remained. Why haven't you 2 left? This is the only home I have. I really don't know where else to go, said a female villa owner. I've always worked in the property management. My hometown is extremely far away from here. I also don't know where to go, said the other woman. These 2 women were not stupid. They could tell that Xiaoyang was definitely a capable person. Staying with him was definitely safer than going anywhere else. Have you 2 awakened your supernatural powers? Xiaoyang examined the 2 women carefully. Apart from being young, they were of average looks and had decent figures. They really didn't appeal to him. If they have awakened special abilities, it's okay to keep them here to do some odd jobs. What are special abilities? One of them asked. Well, have you noticed any changes in your bodies compared to before the disaster? After thinking for a while, the 2 women found that apart from feeling hungrier than before, there were no other changes, so they both shook their heads. Xiaoyang sighed. Then there's no other way. I don't keep useless people here. Just as he was about to drive the 2 women out, the female property owner suddenly pleaded, Sir, I'm begging you. Otherwise, look at this huge villa area. You don't even have a doorman. How about I guard the gate for you? Yes, brother. As long as you can keep me. I'm willing to do anything. Xiaoyang thought to himself, right, he was short of a doorman. He couldn't let Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir guard the gate. In such a large villa area, if someone sneaked in secretly, he couldn't always be on guard. Xiaoyang nodded. Well, then you can stay as temporary doorman. Go find your own clothes and bedding in the villa. I'm not responsible for your food, drink, and daily necessities. As he said that, Xiaoyang threw them a walkie-talkie and a lighter. Find your own wood for heating. Call me directly on the walkie-talkie if there's any situation. Lin Shishir, standing aside, couldn't help but sigh that she was really lucky when she saw how harshly Xiaoyang treated the 2 female survivors. Compared with her own treatment, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Oh right, later, when we go down the mountain to look for supplies, one of you can come with us to find some food and improve your strength by the way. Leaving you here is only temporary. If you still show no improvement, I won't keep good, for nothing's here. The 2 women nodded hastily. The conditions were a bit harsh, yet it was good enough to be allowed to stay. Immediately, the 2 went into the villa to find bedding, thick clothes, and some toiletries. They also gathered some firewood, then moved to the 2nd floor of the guardhouse to settle down. They even divided shifts according to time periods to ensure that there was always someone on duty at all times. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and led Mu Wanqing and the others back to his own villa. Chapter 37. Putting romance before friendship. After returning to the villa, everyone took a hot bath. The coal ball hastily flew onto Xiaoyang's shoulder, demanding crystal cores. Xiaoyang took out 2 crystal cores to appease the coal ball. Then he directly took out the hot pot ingredients and asked Lu Yu to prepare a hot pot meal to ward off the cold. With the help of Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, All the hot ingredients were ready in less than an hour. At this moment, in the warm dining room, the hot pot was billowing with steam, and the spicy aroma of the hot pot base wafted in the air, whetting people's appetites. Gazing at this warm scene before them, Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir all fell into deep thought. They thought of the two female survivors on guard duty. Those two were probably shivering with cold and hunger in the icy guardhouse at this moment. While on their side, they lacked nothing in terms of food and clothing, enjoyed a stable supply of water and electricity, and had a different meal every time. All this was because they had one Xiao Yang's approval and were regarded as family members, thus being able to enjoy such privileges. They sighed about the unfairness of fate, while deeply appreciating Xiao Yang from the bottom of their hearts. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and eat. Seeing the three girls with their heads down in silence, Xiao Yang urged them. The three girls came to their senses and quickly cast grateful glances at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was quite perplexed by their looks, stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me. I've completely forgotten. How could a hot meal be without beer? You were asking me for beer, right?" Haha. With a clatter, he took out a case of snow beer from his space and placed it on the ground. He opened a bottle for each of them, then raised his bottle and said, "Come on, let's bravely explore the world. Bottoms up." Having said that, he tilted the bottle and downed it in one go. The three girls didn't expect Xiao Yang to misunderstand their intentions. However, influenced by his enthusiasm, they all raised their bottles, tilted their heads back, and took huge gulps. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Xiao Yang watched the fair necks of the three girls, with their throats constantly swallowing and wriggling. It was truly alluring. Girls who could down a whole bottle of beer were so charming. Lu Yu was the first to finish. She emptied her bottle and showed it to Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, being younger, drank more slowly, due to the large amount of fizz in the beer. Some of it would occasionally spill out from the corners of their mouths and flow down their necks into their collars. Xiao Yang was eager to catch it with his hands. What a waste. After finally finishing their bottles, the collars of the two girls were all wet. Xiao Yang quickly handed them tissues and said, "If you can't finish it, don't force yourselves. Look, your collars are all wet. Wipe them quickly." Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir blushed. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. All right, come on. Let's start eating quickly. The mutton is already cooked. Hey, why are there two kidneys in this pot?" After a sumptuous meal, Liu led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to tidy up the dining room. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang sprawled on the living room sofa in a slouchy posture, leisurely absorbing the more than 70 crystals he had obtained today. The hot pot meal was extremely enjoyable. Xiao Yang alone consumed a whole case of beer, and the three women together finished another case. Xiao Yang noticed that his alcohol tolerance was increasing significantly, which he supposed was closely related to the improvement of his physical constitution. He mused that if his time energy reached 10,000 or 100,000 years, he might be able to drink an entire truckload of alcohol in one go. Given this trend, the limited stock of alcohol in his space would surely not suffice for his consumption. Supplies, truly, were of utmost importance. Upon seeing that the three women had finished their chores, Xiao Yang beckoned them to his side. "Come, let me share something," he said as he sat upright, aiming to appear more formal. "The entire villa area has been cleared. From now on, this will be our home. All three of you have received varying degrees of training. With your current strength, you would be absolute elites anywhere. However, we must be vigilant in times of peace. For, with our present capabilities, we are still far from reaching the pinnacle. Therefore, starting tomorrow, we shall descend the mountain to eliminate more zombies and acquire more crystals to continuously enhance our strength. Additionally, we need to gather supplies. We surely can't deplete our resources without replenishing them. In fact, the supplies in Xiao Yang's space were sufficient to sustain the group for hundreds of years. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang wouldn't disclose this information. He understood the principle of keeping one's wealth hidden. Naturally, Mu Wanqing and the others obeyed unconditionally. Currently, Xiao Yang's words were like imperial edicts to them. Xiao Yang was the guiding light on their journey and the leader of their fate-bound community. In any case, they would follow whatever Xiao Yang said. Seeing the three girls becoming increasingly docile in front of him, Xiao Yang felt quite smug. However, he kept a straight face and earnestly admonished them, nevertheless. "I still have something to admonish you. As the saying goes, there are always higher mountains and more capable people. The outside world is vast, with all sorts of characters. Although we are not cold-blooded killers, when the situation turns unfavorable, we must act swiftly and decisively. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to leave even a single potential threat. Xiaoyang cast a sharp glance at Mu Wanqing and the other two, shouting sternly, "Do you understand?" Hearing his tone, the three girls instantly sat upright, puffed out their chests, and replied in unison, "Understood. Good. Well done. All right. Go to bed early. We'll set off early tomorrow morning." Xiaoyang went up to the third floor with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Lin Shishir wanted to drag Mu Wanqing to sleep with her. Xiaoyang immediately got annoyed and said, "If you keep trying to take my girlfriend to sleep with you, do you believe I'll sleep with you too?" Lin Shishir blushed immediately. How vulgar this guy was. She was just a bit scared to sleep alone. Sure. We're right next door. Just call out if you need anything, Mu Wanqing said. Mu Wanqing also thought that since she had a boyfriend, she couldn't always ignore him. You're such a man. Crazy girl. Go and have your sweet time. Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at Mu Wanqing and stormed into her room. Slamming the door behind her, Xiaoyang gave a charming smile and quickly took Mu Wanqing's hand, saying, "Come on, Wanqing. Let's go to bed right away. I've missed you so much since we weren't together last night." Mu Wanqing blushed shyly and asked, "How much did you miss me?" "Terribly much." Suddenly, the door of Lin Shishir's room swung open. "Can you two stop showing your affection right outside my door?" Xiaoyang burst into laughter. "Come on, Wanqing. Let's go back to our room and continue showing our love." Humph. Lin Shishir angrily slammed the door shut. Half an hour later, Lin Shishir, lying in bed tossing and turning restlessly and unable to fall asleep, heard some noise from the next door room. She pricked up her ears and listened attentively. Gradually, her face turned crimson. "Oh my goodness. These two are so embarrassing," she thought. "It should end soon, right? I'll endure it. 1.5 hours later, Lin Shishir was on the verge of madness. Is Xiaoyang even human? He's being so excessive. She fumed. No. I must sleep with Mu Wanqing tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't be able to get any sleep at all. However, if she slept with Mu Wanqing, would Xiaoyang really dare to climb into their bed and sleep with them? Good heavens. Lin Shishir couldn't even bear to imagine it. Chapter 38. Play a square dance tune. The warm sun on a snowy day was incredibly delightful. Waking up early in the morning, Xiaoyang felt refreshed and energetic. He gently shook Mu Wanqing, who was lying in his arms, but she merely let out a soft snort, turned over, and presented her perfect back to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang suddenly felt a stir of desire again, and quickly suppressed the burning passion in his heart. Then he got out of bed and went downstairs. Although Mu Wanqing now had a physique that had accumulated energy for over 20 years, she still couldn't withstand his wild indulgence. Downstairs, the virtuous Lu Yu had already started making breakfast. Seeing Xiaoyang coming down, she turned her head and said, "Look at your coal ball. It's grown even bigger." Xiaoyang looked in coal ball's direction. Goodness, its size was almost that of a hen. When coal ball saw Xiaoyang, it excitedly fluttered over, chirping, "Dad. Dad." Xiaoyang's eyes widened in surprise. Even Liu turned her head in disbelief to take a look. Xiaoyang exclaimed in delight, "You've finally dropped the call word. It's not easy. Come, my good son. Here are 2 crystal nuclei as a reward." Huh? Wait. How could he be so sure it was a good son? What if Coalball was a little female bird? Xiaoyang grabbed Coalball, turned it belly up, and carefully rummaged around for quite a while. Coalball squawked in protest, pecking at Xiaoyang's hand with its long, pointed beak. "Oh well, forget it. I don't know how to tell anyway. Let's just assume you're my son." Xiaoyang let go, and Coalball quickly flew back to its nest to digest the crystal nuclei. After washing up, Xiaoyang sat on the living room sofa, facing the kitchen, admiring Lu Yu's busy back in the kitchen. She was voluptuous, especially when she bent over. She was no less charming than the beauties on those short videos who often wiggled their waists. After admiring for half an hour, breakfast was ready. Xiaoyang took a look. Oh no, there was stir-fried kidney slices again. There were also big sausages, fried eggs, milk, and preserved egg and lean pork congee. Xiaoyang gave Lu Yu a meaningful look. "Sister Yu, why is the breakfast she makes so nutritious every time I have a wild night? Is she deliberately trying to nourish me? Oh no, how did she calculate it so accurately? Could it be eavesdropping?" Lu Yu noticed Xiaoyang staring at her all the time and waved her hand in front of Xiaoyang's eyes. "What are you doing? Go and call them downstairs for dinner right away. It's okay for Wanqing to sleep in, but Lin Shishir also gets up so late." Xiaoyang rushed upstairs in quick steps. He woke up Mu Wanqing and then casually knocked on Lin Shishir's door. Lin Shishir opened the door, yawning continuously, and her eyes with dark circles cast a resentful glance at Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing. "I'm going to move to the 2nd floor tonight. Also, Wanqing, it's such a pity that you don't join the soprano class in our music department." Humph. After saying that, Lin Shishir stomped downstairs angrily, leaving Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing looking extremely embarrassed. Mu Wanqing shyly murmured in a low voice, "Did I speak too loudly?" Xiaoyang put his arm around Mu Wanqing's shoulder to console her. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Is there any sense in eavesdropping?" Breakfast ended in a rather delicate atmosphere. The three women, quite in tacit understanding, didn't eat the stir-fried pig kidneys, which seemed like a special nutritional meal prepared for someone. After a full meal, they seemed to be brimming with energy. Even Lin Shishir didn't feel sleepy anymore. The four of them put on their equipment and were specially issued an explosion-proof shield each. This shield could not only block zombies but also bullets. It was better to be cautious when going on a long trip. Xiaoyang took out his phone and checked the pre-downloaded 3D map of Haiqing City. The university town at the foot of Zijin Mountain was the closest to here, with a straight line distance of only 10 kilometers. There were also many residential buildings in the surrounding area. The key was that there were a large number of students, and the population was relatively dense, making it the optimal place to obtain crystals. There were also large-scale shopping malls and supermarkets in the vicinity, so there would be no shortage of supplies. "This is the place. Let's go." "Set off," Xiaoyang called out. Several people got into the heavy-duty truck off-road RV. With a press on the accelerator, they rushed out of the villa. Then, the gate slowly closed. Electric gates are truly convenient. When they reached the entrance of the villa area, the two female security guards who heard the commotion quickly descended from the guardhouse and opened the gate. Xiaoyang poked his head out of the window, looking down at them and asking, "Which one of you is going with us today?" One of the female residents replied, "I just finished my shift. I'll go." "Let me make it clear first. There'll be risks on this trip. Once we arrive, you must stay close. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety," Xiaoyang reminded. The woman nodded, saying, "Got it. Get in the vehicle." Half an hour later, the heavy-duty truck off-road RV stopped in front of a group of residential buildings. This was the periphery of the university town, filled with old-fashioned residential buildings where mostly elderly people lived. The reason why Xiaoyang chose this place was that, based on his experience, there would definitely be a large number of zombies here. When the cold snap hit, the elderly were the ones who died in the greatest numbers. There was nothing they could do. Their bodies were too frail. No matter how much they danced square dance, it was of no avail. However, clearing this area was a bit troublesome. Most of the zombies were inside their homes, and they had to open the doors one by one to kill them. The few zombies wandering in the community garden were easily dealt with by Xiaoyang and his group. After clearing one building, Xiaoyang realized that this was a huge waste of time. The indoor space was cramped. They had to both collect supplies and guard against zombies. What was even more headache-inducing was that these elderly people were very thrifty, and there was basically not much stored food in their homes. They preferred to eat fresh food and would buy and cook it as they needed. Throughout the entire household, apart from an abundance of medicine, there was nothing else of note. The crucial point was that those medications were of no use to Xiaoyang and his companions. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He shifted his gaze to Lin Shishir. "Shishir, take out your flute, play a square dance tune, and see if you can lure out those zombie grannies." Everyone stared at Xiaoyang in astonishment simultaneously. "What a peculiar idea you have. What was that song called? The Most Dazzling Ethnic Style?" "Yes, that's the one. Grannies love it. Come on, play it." Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir let out a stifled laugh. "The square dance tunes you're talking about are so outdated. Nowadays, grannies are into old dreams." Xiaoyang gave an awkward smile. "Really? Well, then play Old Dreams. Blow hard and make sure the whole neighborhood can hear it." "All right, I'll give it a try." Lin Shishir took out her long flute and placed it against her rosy lips. The beautiful flute rendition of Old Dreams began to play. Sure enough, as the music filled the air, the entire neighborhood came alive. From the nearby buildings, Xiaoyang could already hear the zombies pounding on the doors frantically. Before long, more than 200 zombie grannies had gathered in the small garden square of the neighborhood. Some of the grannies were even holding broken door frames in their hands. The doors in this old-fashioned neighborhood were made of wood, so they couldn't withstand the thrashing of these zombie grannies. They surrounded Lin Shishir and started to dance to the music, their movements surprisingly synchronized. Truly, square dancing had become ingrained in their very being. Chapter 39. Plundering the mall. Noticing that the opportune moment was nigh, Xiaoyang sought out a propitious location, poised to commence the reaping. He gently nudged an elderly zombie woman, who was standing rather close to the front, towards the rear, thereby securing the spot for himself. The zombie crone, momentarily impeded by Xiaoyang, found herself abruptly out of sync. Immediately, She was consumed by a surge of mortification and rage. Young man, dare you vie for position with an old lady like myself? The zombie crone, reverting to a state of savage ferocity, lunged forth, jaws agape. With a single, swift stroke, Xiaoyang dispatched her, bringing her existence to an abrupt end. Alas, Xiaoyang lamented, even in zombified form, the inclination to compete with the younger generation persists. Is there any sense in it? In less than half an hour, this assemblage of zombies was vanquished by Xiaoyang and his comrades. As if they were merely slicing through fruit. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with their efficiency. Remarkable efficiency, indeed, he declared. The female gatekeeper, who had been trailing them all along, was truly astounded by this spectacle. The might of Xiaoyang and his companions far exceeded her expectations. She grew ever more convinced that her decision to remain as the gatekeeper of the villa complex was the correct one. To be in the company of such a formidable group of individuals was far preferable to being alone. Although they might perceive her as lacking in strength and being of little use, she would strive to improve herself, to become stronger and earn her place among them. Only then would no one dare to mistreat her again. Thus, she summoned her courage and approached Xiaoyang, inquiring with trepidation, "Excuse me. Would you be so kind as to lend me a blade?" I wish to. To scavenge for supplies, perhaps?" Xiaoyang inquired. "Indeed," she replied. Xiaoyang extended the tang blade towards her, saying, "Here, but you must return before we finish collecting the crystals." The female gatekeeper accepted the blade, bowed deeply to Xiaoyang, and then hastily darted into the nearest building. Xiaoyang and his companions naturally wouldn't go door to door to collect supplies anymore, as it was a waste of time. It would be more practical to go straight to a supermarket or a shopping mall. Approximately half an hour later, the female guard returned with half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour. Coincidentally, Xiaoyang and the others had just finished collecting all the crystals. The female guard approached and took out a crystal from her pocket, saying, "Here, this seems to be quite useful to you. I saw you all collecting them, so I removed this one." Xiaoyang looked at the crystal in her hand, genuinely surprised. "Did you kill a mist zombie in the building?" The female guard nodded. "Yes. I happened to encounter one, so I imitated what you did and killed it." Xiaoyang began to regard this woman in a new light. It seemed she wasn't entirely useless. She knew how to learn and had a bit of courage. "What's your name?" Xiaoyang hadn't known her name before, as she had never caught his eye. "Sutong." "Sutong. Good. Keep this crystal for yourself. Later, I'll ask them to teach you how to use it." "Oh, okay. Here's the knife back." Sutong could sense that they didn't really care about the single crystal she had, so she obediently put it away and then prepared to return the knife to Xiaoyang. "Since you have the courage to kill zombies, you can keep the knife for now. Take the opportunity to kill more zombies and improve your skills." Xiaoyang didn't take back the knife. He thought that since she was so eager to learn, he should give her a chance to train herself. Sutong looked at Xiaoyang gratefully and uttered a word of thanks. Then the group got back into the off-road RV and headed for the next neighborhood. On the way, Sutong learned how to absorb crystals. Looking at the double time on her arm, she felt that her energy and spirit were a bit better than before. What's the function of this time? She was somewhat curious. "I'll tell you gradually later. Just remember not to let the time reach zero." Xiaoyang didn't give her much explanation. At present, she couldn't be regarded as a member of his team, at most. It was just an employment relationship. After that, during the whole morning, Xiaoyang and the others followed the example and cleared 3 more old residential areas, collecting more than 600 crystals in total. Sutong also killed 3 zombies and obtained 3 crystals. Lin Shishi's mental energy was severely depleted, and the effect was getting worse and worse. Xiaoyang decided to continue the cleaning the next day. In the afternoon, they planned to go to a large shopping mall to get some supplies. At noon, they took a short rest in the RV and had a simple meal. Xiaoyang unceremoniously absorbed all the obtained crystals. When there were only 300 crystals left, his time energy had already exceeded the milestone of 1,000 years. His physical constitution had also undergone a radical transformation. Now he no longer feared the attacks of ordinary knives, guns, clubs, etc. In his previous life, it took him 10 years to obtain more than 1,000 years of time energy. Now, after being reborn, he was about to reach this level of strength in just over half a month. It was truly astonishingly fast. If things continued like this, it was believed that it wouldn't be long before Xiaoyang would soon break through the 10,000 year mark and reach a higher level of strength. By that time, he could act with impunity in Haicheng. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang couldn't help laughing out loud. Subsequently, Xiaoyang distributed the remaining 300 crystals to Mu Wanqing, Luyu, and Lin Shur respectively. After they absorbed the crystals, their time energy surpassed the century mark, and their powers achieved a qualitative leap. The three ladies were overjoyed. After taking a rest, Xiaoyang drove the off-road RV directly to a large shopping mall. This mall was the largest one in the university town. Since the heavy-duty off-road RV was too tall to enter the underground garage, Xiaoyang drove the vehicle right to the mall entrance. Su Tong, stay here to guard the car. Use the walkie-talkie to call if there's anything. Xiaoyang handed a walkie-talkie to Su Tong, then removed the car key and led Mu Wanqing and the other two ladies towards the mall. The outer door of the mall was open, but the iron gates in each area inside had been lowered. There were no signs of the inner iron gates being tampered with. It seemed that no one had come yet, or those who had come couldn't get in. This was good news, at least indicating that the supplies inside remained untouched. These iron gates were quite sturdy, yet they couldn't stop Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took out a crowbar and, with his physical constitution, easily pried open a corner of the iron gate. After entering, they headed straight for the supermarket on the first floor. The supermarket was quite large and well-stocked. Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony and directly stored all the items along with the shelves into spatial storage. This scene left the three ladies behind him marveling. They had seen Xiaoyang taking supplies out of the space, but they had never witnessed him storing items into it. It took Xiaoyang less than 2 hours to empty the entire supermarket. The three ladies couldn't help but marvel at how capacious Xiaoyang's spatial storage was. After clearing out the supermarket, they proceeded to the clothing sections on the second and third floors. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang stored all the clothes inside into his spatial storage. Although they were all summer clothes, they would surely come in handy in the future. Especially the bras and panties. Mu Wanqing and the others would definitely need them, and they had to be changed regularly. Xiaoyang even sorted the bras into different sizes. This one is breathable and black. It suits Wanqing well. This one is a bit smaller. It's perfect for Lin Shur. This larger one is most suitable for Sister Liu. Chapter 40. Female team leader Tang Ying. After collecting all the clothes, they ascended to the fourth floor. This floor was filled with restaurants, and there were few useful supplies. So, they headed for the fifth floor. There was a cinema on this floor, and the rest of the area consisted of gyms and clubs. Xiaoyang deemed there was nothing of use, but under Liu Yu's guidance, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shur each picked up a yoga mat. Liu Yu said she would teach Mu Wanqing and Lin Shur yoga. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang thought it was excellent. He would get to feast his eyes this time. Xiaoyang immediately offered to provide them with yoga outfits. Before the apocalypse, he had bought quite a few yoga clothes online, just as he was envisioning that delightful scene. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. This is Su Tong. There are several people being chased by a horde of zombies and are running towards our RV. What should I do? Xiaoyang was taken aback. Were they being targeted or just passing by? Regardless, it was best to go out and check. Stay in the vehicle and don't come out. We'll be there right away. Xiaoyang replied and promptly led Mu Wanqing and the others downstairs in a hurry. However, when they ran out of the mall, they found that the off-road RV was surrounded by a group of zombies. Looking around, there were only zombies and no living people. Could it be that they had hidden inside the off-road RV? Su Tong. Xiaoyang called out through the walkie-talkie, hoping to check if she was still alive. I'm here. Our RV is surrounded by zombies. After a short while, Su Tong's deliberately lowered voice came through the walkie-talkie. What about those people? Xiaoyang pressed on. They are in the car. Su Tong spoke nervously. It seemed that she also realized it was wrong to let those people into the RV without permission. Xiaoyang was extremely annoyed. This Su Tong. She didn't even know whether they were friends or foes, yet she let them into the RV. Xiaoyang glanced at the zombies around the off-road RV. There were at least nearly 100 of them. Forget it. First, get rid of these zombies. As for those people, if they were sensible, they'd better leave right away. If not, well, don't blame him for being ruthless. 100 or so zombies were a piece of cake for Xiaoyang and the other three. They drew out their tang swords and started slashing randomly. In no time, they had cleared the zombies away. When they reached the door of the off-road RV, Liu Yu quietly raised her palm behind Xiaoyang. As long as she detected something amiss, she could make the people inside taste the power of lightning at any moment. Su Tong, open the door. Xiaoyang shouted. The RV door opened, and the steps extended. Su Tong stepped down. Seeing that Su Tong wasn't under control, the group felt slightly relieved. It seemed that the others meant no harm. Why did you make such an arbitrary decision to let them in? Xiaoyang said in an unfriendly tone. They are police officers from the Public Security Brigade, so I just... Before Su Tong could finish speaking, a woman stepped down from the RV. She had short hair, fair skin, a beautiful face, clear eyes, and an air of righteousness. Just standing there, she exuded an extraordinary heroic aura. Is she a police officer? Xiaoyang had seen police officers before, but he had never seen such a beautiful and elegant female police officer. Hello, I'm Tang Ying, the captain of the Public Security Brigade of the Municipal Police Station. The two behind me are my colleagues. Here's my ID. Tang Ying introduced herself first and took out her ID. Xiaoyang took the ID and glanced at it. The photo didn't do her justice. However, he felt like laughing inside. At this time, showing the ID, did it really work? Well, Xiaoyang admitted that it still had a bit of use. After all, before the apocalypse, they were quite trustworthy. He believed that, at least for the time being. She meant no harm. Hee, Captain Tang, hello. Xiaoyang greeted her with a smile. Tang Ying looked at Mu Wanqing and the others behind Xiaoyang and said appreciatively, "You're really amazing. For have you managed to easily take down so many zombies? If we weren't all injured and afraid of causing you trouble, I would have come down and fought with you earlier." Hearing this, Xiaoyang took a closer look and noticed that there were some torn parts on Tang Ying's clothes. It seemed that they had been in a fierce battle. Looking inside the RV, he saw a woman bandaging a man's hand. Suddenly, Xiaoyang asked warily, "Has any one of you been bitten by a zombie?" Xiaoyang was well aware that if they had been bitten by zombies, they couldn't be allowed to live. This kind of zombie virus is highly contagious. If one is bitten or scratched by a zombie, they will most likely succumb to the infection and transform within 3 hours. Tang Ying was puzzled as to why Xiaoyang had suddenly become so vigilant. Wasn't it quite normal to get injured? Well, my female colleague and I accidentally fell during the fight against the zombies. As for that male colleague, he accidentally got bitten on the hand by a zombie. However, it was just a minor wound with a little bleeding. He'll be fine. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's face immediately darkened. "Captain Tang, please ask your colleagues to get off the vehicle right away. We're leaving." Tang Ying was confused. Why did Xiaoyang's attitude change so abruptly upon learning that her colleague had been bitten by a zombie? "Well, how about this? Could you take us to the police station in the university town and let us off there?" She still tentatively pleaded. Hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately refused, saying, "I can take you and your female colleague, but your male colleague must get off the vehicle right now." Tang Ying frowned. She was a bit taken aback by Xiaoyang's direct refusal. Meanwhile, the female colleague in the vehicle stood up angrily and said, "How can you be like this? Our captain has already said that it's okay to just take us to the nearby police station. If we hadn't killed over 50 zombies and got injured today, we wouldn't have bothered you." Cough, cough. "Captain, perhaps I should get off. You and comrade Xiaojiang go first. I can just walk there," the male colleague. Upon realizing that Xiaoyang didn't want him in the vehicle, voluntarily offered to get off. Suddenly, a dog dashed out from the RV and barked furiously at Xiaoyang. Taken aback, Xiaoyang took a closer look and realized it was a German Shepherd police dog. Just now, perhaps it had hidden in the corner of the RV. So Xiaoyang didn't see it. "Xiaoyang, stop barking," Tang Ying commanded sternly. Xiaoyang was about to say something when he suddenly noticed that the police dog obediently stood at Tang Ying's feet and meekly ceased barking. Damn it. This dog is named Yang Yang. When he was a child, Xiaoyang's biological mother always called him Yang Yang. Hearing this name suddenly, he instinctively thought it was being called to him. Who would have thought that this dog actually shared the same nickname with him? Ahem. Is this dog named Yang Yang? Xiaoyang pointed at the police dog and asked Tang Ying. "Yes, I gave it that name." Xiaoyang's face darkened. Damn it. He had the same nickname as a dog. Seeing that Xiaoyang fell silent, Tang Ying felt that if she kept pleading, it would seem impolite on her part. "Xiaojiang, Xiaolu, get off the RV. We'll walk to the police station on our own," Tang Ying said to her two colleagues in the RV. Then turned around and saluted Xiaoyang. "However, we still have to thank you. Without you, in this RV, we might have sacrificed already." After saying that, she led her colleagues and the police dog and was about to leave. "Wait," Xiaoyang suddenly said. Chapter 41. Everyone has a first time. Xiaoyang stopped Tang Ying and the others. "May I ask what else you have to instruct?" Tang Ying turned around and said indifferently, "I can take you to the nearest police station, but you have to keep an eye on your colleague. Once bitten by a zombie, one will surely turn into a zombie and no one can save them." The reason why Xiaoyang changed his mind wasn't out of compassion. Instead, he suddenly remembered Tang Ying's name and her identity. In his past life memory, this Tang Ying seemed to be the well-renowned goddess of archers. What was the goddess of archers? Taking an enemy's head from 100 miles away, that was the goddess of archers in the apocalypse. It was said that before the apocalypse, this goddess of archers had been a security captain, and the Tang Ying right in front of him exactly matched this information. If he could recruit her, wouldn't the hope of surviving in the end be even greater? Therefore, Xiaoyang must help her with this favor. When Tang Ying and the others heard that Xiaoyang agreed to take them to the police station, their expressions relaxed. However, upon learning that their injured colleagues would turn into zombies, their faces immediately showed tension. Tang Ying walked up to Xiaoyang with a solemn look and whispered, "Is what you said true?" Xiaoyang nodded. "Is there any way to save them?" Tang Ying looked at Xiaoyang with a glimmer of hope. Although she had previously witnessed her colleagues being disemboweled by zombies, she still thought that there should be a chance if one was just bitten slightly. If the arm is cut off immediately upon being bitten, there's still hope. But now, Xiaoyang shook his head. It's a certainty of death. After hearing this, Tang Ying was slightly stunned. Then, she tried her best to appear calm. "Then let's set off quickly and try not to cause you any trouble." Tang Ying immediately turned around, supported the injured colleagues, and got back on the RV. Xiaoyang also hurriedly beckoned everyone to get in the vehicle, stepped on the accelerator to the floor, and headed straight for the police sub-station in the university town. Less than 20 minutes later, the off-road RV drove directly into the police station compound. It was obvious that this place had also been attacked by zombies, and the yard was littered with zombies whose heads had been shot. The glass door of the police station building was also shattered, indicating that the situation inside was far from optimistic. Everyone got out of the car. Tang Ying and her female colleague Xiao Jiang each took out a dagger for defense. "Thank you for bringing us here. You can leave now." Tang Ying saluted Xiaoyang and the others. Then she turned to her colleague and ordered, "Xiao Jiang, take Xiao Lu to a room and stay there first. I'll go to the equipment room to see if there are any remaining ammunitions." Suddenly, as if remembering something, she walked up to Xiao Jiang and whispered a few words in her ear. Xiao Jiang listened attentively. After glancing at Xiaoyang and then at her colleague Xiao Lu, she nodded solemnly. Xiao Jiang supported Xiao Lu and entered the nearest office. Meanwhile, Tang Ying led the police dog and continued to search deeper into the police station building. Xiaoyang had no intention of leaving. His goal was yet to be achieved, and he himself was also eager to find some ammunitions. This was a great opportunity, and he mustn't miss it. Xiaoyang said to Mu Wanqing and the others, "You stay here and guard. I'll go inside and have a look." Then he drew his Tang's sword and followed. Tang Ying was surprised to see Xiaoyang following with a sword in hand. "I told you to leave. Why did you follow me again?" Captain Tang, the police and the civilians are as close as one family. I noticed that you were short-handed, so I came to give you a hand. We'll leave after making sure this place is safe." Tang Ying gave Xiaoyang a scrutinizing look, but the latter wore a sincere expression and she couldn't detect any ulterior motives. Considering that Xiaoyang's combat ability was no weaker than her own, Tang Ying tacitly approved. The police dog Yang carefully sniffed ahead. Tang Ying was in the middle, and Xiaoyang followed behind. Xiaoyang gazed at the scene before him, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. With two Yangs protecting you, you should be content. As they walked deeper inside, at the end of the corridor, there was a staircase leading to the basement. The password-protected door at the staircase entrance was ajar. Xiaoyang simply followed Tang Ying downstairs. Once they entered the basement, the light dimmed as there were no windows. Xiaoyang promptly retrieved a high-intensity flashlight from his spatial storage and switched it on, shining it ahead. The sudden illumination gave Tang Ying quite a start. She glanced back at the flashlight in Xiaoyang's hand and mused that this young man was well equipped. Then she shot Xiaoyang a reproachful look, implying that he should have given her a heads up before turning on the flashlight. Xiaoyang gave a helpless smile, feeling that his good intention had backfired. Observing Tang Ying's cautious demeanor, he found the progress to be excruciatingly slow. He stepped forward and gently patted her on the shoulder, motioning for her to step back. Then he softly rapped on a nearby door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just audible throughout the entire basement. Tang Ying immediately brandished her dagger, on high alert. After a while, seeing no sign of any movement, Xiaoyang relaxed his guard and said, "All right, there are no zombies in this basement. Remember, zombies are highly sensitive to sound. If there were any, they would have emerged at the sound long ago. There's no need to go through so much trouble." "Got it." Tang Ying accepted Xiaoyang's guidance humbly. However, she was intrigued as to why Xiaoyang had such rich experience and who he really was. But it wasn't an appropriate time to inquire. So she continued the search for the equipment room. After confirming the area was safe, the search accelerated. Before long, they located the equipment room. The door of the equipment storage room was also ajar, which filled Xiaoyang and Tang Ying with a mixture of elation and trepidation. On one hand, the door to this storage room was extremely ponderous. If it had been shut, they would have had to exert a great deal of effort to open it. On the other hand, The fact that it was open indicated that someone had entered, and it was highly likely that the ammunition inside had been taken. Dwelling on it was of no avail. They decided to enter first. Tang Ying took the lead and stepped inside, with Xiaoyang trailing closely behind, shining their flashlights around. They found the interior in disarray. The cabinets were all wide open. Several pistols were strewn on the ground, and some bullets were still placed on the cabinets. Tang Ying immediately rushed forward to collect the bullets, and Xiaoyang followed suit. While Tang Ying was not paying attention, Xiaoyang used his spatial ability to surreptitiously pocket several boxes of bullets and a pistol. He had no idea whether these bullets were compatible with the guns, but he figured it was better to take them first. Then, he stowed away all the usable equipment such as the scattered handcuffs and police batons into his space. Tang Ying packed all the bullets and loaded the pistols, which gave her a glimmer of confidence. Turning around and seeing Xiaoyang standing there in a daze, she said crossly, "What are you standing there for? Look for something useful and take it." Hearing this, Xiaoyang snickered to himself. He had nearly emptied the equipment storage room. Didn't she notice? However, he still feigned surprise and picked up a pistol from the ground. "Can you use it?" Tang Ying mocked when she saw him pick up the gun. "Come on. Everyone has a first time. I'll learn after firing a single shot." Xiaoyang retorted angrily upon hearing her tone. Chapter 42. Failing to appreciate a good deed. Hee. You can't fire a gun without bullets. Tang Ying jeered. Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows. "Hey, this woman is really getting on my nerves." He took a step forward and pressed himself tightly in front of Tang Ying, saying in a flirtatious manner, "Even without bullets, it's still hard. Do you think it'll hurt if I poke you with it?" Tang Ying could feel Xiaoyang's breath right beside her, warm puffs hitting her high, bridged nose, making her feel a bit ticklish. Hearing what Xiaoyang said, she sensed there was a hidden meaning. She gave Xiaoyang a disdainful look, pushed him away forcefully, and raised the gun in her hand, saying, "Stay away from me." It's easy for the gun to go off accidentally. Just as Xiaoyang was about to retort, he suddenly heard screams coming from upstairs. The two glanced at each other and immediately rushed upstairs. When they reached the first floor entrance, they saw Mu Wanqing and Liu standing around the door of an office, and that was where Tang Ying's two colleagues were. The police dog Yang squeezed through the legs of the crowd and got into the room first. "What's going on?" Xiaoyang asked hurriedly. "The male police officer has turned into a zombie and bit the female police officer," Lin Shishir replied. Hearing this, Tang Ying quickly pushed them aside and entered the office. The room was in a mess, with a large pool of blood on the floor. The zombie turned male police officer had a big hole in his head and lay motionless on the ground. The female police officer, Xiao Jiang, had a bloody hole on her neck from which blood was oozing out. The police dog Yaoyang was whining softly and licking her face. Tang Ying rushed directly to Xiao Jiang's side, picked her up, and pressed the other hand on her wound, trying to stop the bleeding. "What happened?" Xiaoyang asked Mu Wanqing. "We heard the screams and came over to check. We found that the male police officer had bitten her neck. Even though she had a knife in her hand, she couldn't bring herself to act. It was me who finally put an end to that zombie, transformed police officer." Mu Wanqing recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, Xiaoyang let out a sigh of lament. Tang Ying hugged Xiao Jiang and sobbed. "Didn't I tell you that if Xiao Lu turned into a zombie, you shouldn't show mercy and should protect yourself? Why didn't you listen?" Xiao Jiang replied weakly, Captain, Xiao Lu was my comrade in arms. I just couldn't do it." Alas, everyone present felt a deep sense of pity. "Silly girl," Tang Ying said with tears in her eyes. "Captain, am I also going to turn into something like Xiao Lu?" Tang Ying didn't answer but just hugged Xiao Jiang tightly. "Captain, I don't want to become that kind of monster. Please, give me a quick end." Xiao Jiang summoned up her last bit of strength, widened her eyes, and looked at Tang Ying, her eyes full of pleading. Tang Ying, who had always been strong-willed, finally couldn't hold back her tears when she heard her colleague's last request. Please. Xiao Jiang's eyes were starting to lose focus. Gradually, the virus began to invade her brain, and she showed signs of baring her teeth. Xiaoyang was getting anxious watching from the side. He worried that Tang Ying might follow in her colleague's footsteps. "Captain Tang, I know. Please, I'll leave." Xiaoyang wanted to remind her, but Tang Ying drove him out. Several people left the room. The eyes of Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir were all moist. Xiaoyang was speechless. They really had little experience. Xiaoyang had witnessed such scenes countless times. In the apocalypse, human lives were the most worthless. You might be full of affection, but others were heartless, and zombies were even more merciless. Therefore, one had to be ruthless to survive longer. Bang! A gunshot rang out from inside the room. Xiaoyang nodded. Captain Tang, if you can get through this hurdle, you'll truly grow up. After a long while, Tang Ying emerged, leading the police dog. Her eyes were red, and she remained silent. She closed the office door again and saluted it. Then, she took out 2 pistols and gave one to Mu Wanqing and one to Lin Shishir respectively. These belong to my colleagues. Keep them for self-defense. The magazines are fully loaded. Remember to protect yourselves in the future. After saying that, she headed towards the 2nd floor with the police dog. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir were stunned holding the pistols. They had never even touched a pistol before, let alone fired one. We don't know how to use them, Mu Wanqing said. Everyone has a first time. Just fire a shot, and you'll learn. Tang Ying replied without looking back. Hearing this, Xiaoyang suddenly became interested in Tang Ying. This woman, after being mentally stimulated, was able to learn and apply immediately. Put the guns away. Wait here. I'll go up with her to have a look. Xiaoyang instructed and then followed her up to the 2nd floor. Tang Ying led the police dog to search each room one by one, and Xiaoyang followed behind. After searching the 2nd floor, they went to the 3rd floor. Why are you still following me? To laugh at me? To mock me for not being able to protect my colleagues? Watching Xiaoyang trailing behind persistently, Tang Ying finally lost her temper. With red, rimmed eyes, she vented her anger on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was taken aback by Tang Ying's outburst and felt utterly bewildered. Captain Tang, I merely intended to offer some assistance. There's no other ulterior motive. Tang Ying sneered. Do you think you're truly remarkable? Well, you are quite capable, but I have no need for your so-called help. Xiaoyang was at a loss for words. He thought, she's just like a dog biting the kind-hearted Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good deed, if it weren't for her status as the divine archer in the apocalypse. Would he have followed her? Suddenly, the growls of zombies echoed from the innermost office. Both Xiaoyang and Tang Ying were stunned for a moment, then they instinctively made their way towards the source of the sound. They only halted when they reached the commissioner's office at the end of the corridor. The sound was definitely coming from inside. Xiaoyang kicked the door open forcefully and found a zombie in a police uniform standing inside. Presumably, it had been a police officer in its former life. There was also another zombie lying on the ground, dressed in ordinary clothes. Seeing the uniformed zombie lunging towards the door, Tang Ying raised her gun and was about to shoot, but Xiaoyang stopped her. There's only one. Don't waste your bullets. Xiaoyang stepped forward and with a single slash of his knife, he chopped off half of the zombie's head. The zombie crashed to the ground with a thud. Xiaoyang inspected the zombie on the ground and found that it had been dead for a long time. It seemed that zombies had attacked this place. The police officer had managed to kill one zombie, but had unfortunately been bitten in the process and finally turned into a zombie himself. It appeared that there were no survivors in the entire police station. Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing were about to leave when suddenly, they heard someone crying for help. Hey, is it the rescue team? Xiaoyang and Tang Ying followed the sound and found that there was actually a hidden door in this office. Xiaoyang kicked the hidden door open. The person inside was so frightened that he shouted, I'm Li Gang from the municipal police station. Who are you? Xiaoyang discovered that there was a whole new world inside, with beds and sofas available. At this moment, a man in uniform was hiding in the corner, shouting at him. When Tang Ying saw this man, she exclaimed in surprise, Li Yang, why are you here? The man called Li Yang was overjoyed when he saw Tang Ying. He shouted, Tang Ying, it's really you. Did you come here specially to save me? I knew you still cared about me. Tang Ying suddenly frowned and said coldly, Comrade Li Yang, I'm glad you're alive. However, please don't overthink it. Chapter 43. Your RV has been seized. Li Yang didn't care about Tang Ying's lukewarm attitude. He stepped forward obsequiously and said, Tang Ying, I know you actually have feelings for me, right? Tang Ying took a step back and said in disgust, Sorry, you've got the wrong idea. Xiaoyang felt disgusted seeing Li Yang's fawning look. It was really an insult to his image as a police officer. The girl clearly had no interest in him. Was it really meaningful for him to feel so good about himself? Perhaps sensing Xiaoyang's gaze, Li Yang sized him up. Finding that Xiaoyang was much better looking than himself, he couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. He puffed out his chest to make himself seem taller, and then looked at Xiaoyang in a superior manner. Comrade, you're also from the police department, aren't you? Do you know who my father is? Xiaoyang sneered. At this moment, still relying on one's father? I'm not a police officer, and I have no interest in knowing who your father is. My father is Li Gang. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't seem to take him seriously, Li Yang shouted proudly. Xiaoyang was utterly confused. What does it matter to me that your father is Li Gang? If your father were Wang Gang, things would really be in a mess. Xiaoyang retorted irritably and then turned around, preparing to walk out. He really didn't want to say another word to this kind of person. Tang Ying beside him suddenly felt like laughing because of Xiao Yang's words. However, due to Li Yang's presence, she tried hard to hold it back. Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't give in and even retorted to him in front of his goddess, Li Yang got a bit angry. Suddenly, he noticed the Japanese sword in Xiao Yang's hand, and his face darkened. Wait, you said you're not a police officer. Then carrying a restricted weapon in your hand is illegal. Do you know that? Xiao Yang, who was about to leave, was so angry that he laughed when he heard this. Even Tang Ying beside him looked at Li Yang as if he were a fool. Idiot. Xiao Yang really didn't want to waste time on such a person. After leaving these two words, he turned around and walked away. Hearing this, Li Yang flew into a rage and chased after him, shouting, "Who are you calling an idiot? I'll sue you for insulting the police. You'll see." Suddenly, Li Yang's voice stopped abruptly. Xiao Yang looked back and saw that Li Yang was so scared by the two zombies lying on the ground that he couldn't even speak. Seeing his look, Xiao Yang knew he was a coward. Looking at the two zombies on the ground, Xiao Yang seemed to have guessed something. What, are you scared already? If at that time, instead of constantly hiding in the dark room, you had come out to give your colleague a hand, your colleague might not have sacrificed, right? Xiao Yang directly voiced his speculation. Upon hearing this, Li Yang was instantly on the verge of a breakdown. Staring at the body of the police officer turned zombie, he kept repeating, Sorry. The moment Xiao Yang witnessed Li Yang's reaction, he knew his guess was most likely correct. With a contemptuous glance, he turned around and walked away. Tang Ying, standing beside them, also understood what was going on when she saw Li Yang's state. This Li Yang was simply a disgrace to the police station. The more she looked at him, the more annoyed she became, so she simply followed Xiao Yang out. Hey, Tang Ying, where are you going? Wait for me. Reacting belatedly, Li Yang hurriedly scurried after them in a flurry. All the way down to the first floor entrance, no one paid any more attention to Li Yang. It was not until Li Yang caught sight of the off-road RV at the entrance and Mu Wanqing and the others beside it that he suddenly froze. There were actually 3 beautiful women among them, and in terms of looks, they were on par with Tang Ying. Goodness, when did new recruits join the police station? How come he had no idea? Could they be from Tang Ying's security brigade? Seeing so many beautiful women, Li Yang instantly perked up. He straightened his back, trying to appear more refined. Clearing his throat, he effectively asked, Ahem, Captain Tang, are those female comrades from your security brigade? No, Tang Ying replied crisply, not wanting to say a single extra word to him. Then who are they? They are mine. So what? Xiao Yang replied coldly. Li Yang narrowed his small eyes and stared at Xiao Yang. He noticed that not only was Xiao Yang handsome, but he also had so many beautiful women around him. He was truly consumed by envy, jealousy, and hatred. Glancing at the men holding knives in their hands, Li Yang threatened, Your men are all armed with prohibited knives. Are you a gang of mobsters? Do you believe I can arrest you? Everyone was taken aback by Li Yang's words. Is this guy crazy? Couldn't he be aware of what was going on outside? Why don't you give it a try? Xiao Yang's face turned cold as well. He had encountered foolish people before, but never one as stupid as this. Li Yang took a step back, intimidated by Xiao Yang's gaze. From that look, he could sense that Xiao Yang must have taken lives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exuded such a powerful aura of intimidation. Fine, you outnumber me now, so I won't argue with you. Once social order is restored, I'll definitely apprehend this man and earn some merit. As for those beautiful ladies, they must have been coerced by him. By then, it'll be up to me to rescue them from their plight. Then, with a few tricks, they'll surely submit willingly and be extremely grateful to me. Thinking of this, he sneered coldly and said, Just you wait. Not daring to look at Xiao Yang's face any longer, he bypassed Xiao Yang and approached the off-road RV. Whose car is this? It's mine too. Xiao Yang turned to look at him expressionlessly. Li Yang was infuriated. This guy seemed to have everything. No wonder there were so many beautiful women around him. Just this RV alone could attract a lot of people. In the current chaos of the city, having such an RV was like having a mobile fortress. If he had such an RV, he could return home safely. Excuse me. I'm here in my capacity as a police officer to inform you that this RV is now being commandeered. Tang Ying, get in the car. I'll drive you home. Li Yang declared solemnly, as if his mere words could make the vehicle his own. Seeing that no one said a word, he proudly addressed Mu Wanqing and the others. As for you lovely ladies, my father is the chief of the Haiqing City Police Department. If you're willing to come with me, I'll have my father offer you his full protection. Looking at Xiao Yang, Li Yang felt extremely smug. He thought to himself, trying to compete with me? I can make you lose everything in an instant. He then turned around, opened the RV door, and was about to get in. Suddenly, He felt a blade against his neck. Dare to take a step in and see what happens? The voice was cold yet melodious. Li Yang slowly turned his head in disbelief and saw Mu Wanqing with an icy expression on her face. Admiration flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. Well done. Indeed, making progress. He stole a glance at Tang Ying and noticed that she was just watching the scene coldly, without intervening. It seemed that Tang Ying also disapproved of Li Yang's behavior. Miss, don't be impulsive. You should know that what you're doing is an assault on a police officer. You'll end up in jail. Li Yang stood there, not daring to move an inch, and merely tried to give Mu Wanqing a verbal warning. If it weren't for that uniform you're wearing, I'd have chopped you into pieces long ago. Get out of here and stay away from our RV. Mu Wanqing shouted in disgust. All right. Don't be impulsive. I'm leaving. Chapter 44. Even a dog can enter. But you can't. Li Yang slowly retreated to Tang Ying's side. Feeling much safer, he immediately pointed at Xiao Yang and his group and shouted, Captain Tang, did you see that? These hooligans are trying to rebel. You're the captain of the Municipal Public Security Brigade. Are you just going to stand by and watch them do whatever they want? Tang Ying shifted aside, keeping a bit of distance from Li Yang. Li Yang, you're really disgracing our police department. Xiao Yang watched Li Yang's performance from behind as if he were watching a monkey. If it weren't for Tang Ying being there, he would have sliced Li Yang up with a knife long ago. Since Li Yang dared to offend them, Xiao Yang had already sentenced him to death in his heart. He definitely wouldn't let Li Yang leave alive. With his father's background and his malicious attitude towards them, leaving him alive would only plant a huge hidden danger for himself. Captain Tang, what are your plans next? Xiao Yang directly ignored Li Yang and walked up to Tang Ying, asking, I don't know yet. My colleagues either sacrificed their lives or got scattered. I haven't figured out what to do next, Tang Ying said sorrowfully. Hearing this, Xiao Yang saw an opportunity. Captain Tang, since you haven't made a decision yet, why not come back with us? Our place is spacious, and we've cleared out all the zombies. It's very safe. You can settle down there first, and then figure things out later at your leisure. Xiao Yang really wanted to recruit Tang Ying into his team. But he knew that a person like her wouldn't easily submit to others. However, if he could keep Tang Ying by his side first, there would be a chance. Xiao Yang didn't believe he couldn't win her over. Hearing Xiao Yang's invitation, Tang Ying was truly tempted. She had witnessed the strength of Xiao Yang and his companions. If she were with them, without any burdens around her, she wouldn't have to live such a tiring life. Moreover, so many girls were willing to follow Xiao Yang, which also indicated that he had good character. Most importantly, she didn't have any aversion to Xiao Yang in her heart. The previous outburst of anger was just because she felt her dignity had been severely damaged in front of him and she lost face. She thought that if she were to choose teammates, she would unhesitatingly choose Xiao Yang. There was no specific reason. A woman's intuition told her that Xiao Yang was reliable. Anyway, he was much more reliable than Li Yang. Captain Tang, come with us. I believe you'll be pleasantly surprised when you join us. Mu Wanqing also stepped forward to invite her actively. She had a good impression of Tang Ying. It wasn't only because Tang Ying was the captain of the security team, but also because she was really touched when Tang Ying gave her that gun just now. Yes. There are only a few of us there. If you go, it will be lively. Lin Shishir also stepped forward to invite. Captain Tang, if you go back with us, I can cook delicious food for you. Li Yu also stepped forward, trying to tempt Tang Ying with delicious food. At the mention of delicious food, Tang Ying's stomach betrayed her and growled. These days, she had only eaten 2 packets of instant noodles, taken a few mouthfuls of snow, and fought with zombies. She was already famished. Glancing at Li Yu apologetically, and then meeting the sincere gazes of several others, Tang Ying murmured softly, well, then I'll trouble you. Great. Come on, Captain Tang. Get in the car. Xiao Yang was also secretly delighted. These women were becoming increasingly sensible. Xiao Yang gave them full marks for this assist. Li Yang felt ignored by the group, as if he was invisible. Seeing that Tang Ying was about to get in the car and leave with them, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Tang Ying. Captain Tang, you can't leave me alone. We're colleagues in the same system. Seeing the pleading look on Li Yang's face, Tang Ying felt a twinge of pity. Abandoning a colleague was not her style. Repulsively brushing off Li Yang's hand, she looked at Xiao Yang with a hint of embarrassment. She knew that Xiao Yang was the one in charge among this group. Xiao Yang smiled. He understood what Tang Ying meant. He had been thinking about how to deal with this guy. Since Tang Ying was making a silent plea, he might as well do her a favor. As long as Li Yang went to the villa area, Xiao Yang would never let him live through the night. Since he's Captain Tang's colleague, let him come along. We have enough rooms there. Xiao Yang looked at Tang Ying with a beaming smile. instantly making Tang Ying feel that Xiao Yang was an extremely magnanimous man. Despite Li Yang's previous treatment of them, he didn't bear a grudge and was willing to take him in for fear of embarrassing her. At this moment, Xiao Yang's image in Tang Ying's heart soared significantly. Seeing that Xiao Yang had agreed, Li Yang couldn't wait to be the first to get on the RV. Afraid that Xiao Yang would go back on his word and leave him behind, everyone felt a sense of nausea at Li Yang's actions. I've never seen such a piece of trash. Ugh. Along the way, several women chattered idly, getting to know each other better. Li Yang noticed that Xiao Yang was solely focused on driving and paying no heed to him, so he tried to strike up a conversation. One needs an A-class license to drive this vehicle. Do you have one? Let me tell you, it's illegal to drive with an inappropriate license. Get out of here. Xiao Yang felt that uttering even one more word to him was a waste of time. Li Yang had a bad encounter. Bored, he then went to pester Tang Ying's police dog, Yang Yang. However, the police dog Yang Yang had no intention of paying him any attention and even bared its teeth at him sometimes. Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Trash. Even the dog doesn't want to be around you. What a failure to be alive. All the way, they drove to the entrance of the Purple Mountain Villa area. The heavy-duty off-road RV came to a stop. The female security guard on duty had already opened the gate and was waiting. Su Tong got off the vehicle with half a bag of rice and flour in hand. Xiao Yang instructed Su Tong to exchange experiences with the other security guard. Next time when going out, she should be taken along. Su Tong nodded solemnly. Xiao Yang drove on satisfactorily towards his own villa. When they arrived at the gate of his villa, the electric gate slowly opened. We're home. You can get out now. Xiao Yang issued an eviction order to Li Yang. Li Yang was taken aback and asked in bewilderment, "It's so cold outside. Where do you expect me to go? There are so many villas here. You can go wherever you like." Xiao Yang replied impatiently. "No, I'm with Captain Tang. I'll go wherever she goes. If she doesn't get off, neither will I." Li Yang suddenly started acting like a nuisance and stubbornly refused to get out of the vehicle. Tang Ying frowned, growing more and more disgusted with Li Yang. Witnessing Li Yang's audacious persistence, Mu Wanqing promptly seized him, flung open the car door, and unceremoniously ejected him. Li Yang landed face first in the snow, his head reeling from the impact. Before he could gather his senses, Xiao Yang drove into the villa courtyard, the gates slowly closing behind him. Inside the vehicle, Tang Ying was taken aback by Mu Wanqing's feat regardless of Li Yang's shortcomings. He was still a man of considerable weight, yet she had effortlessly lifted and cast him out. Was this young woman truly so formidable? Her skill seemed to rival her own. The others beckoned Tang Ying to disembark, and she gradually recovered from her astonishment. Just then, they heard Li Yang's enraged shouts from outside the gate. "So, even that dog is allowed in, but not me?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang glanced at the police dog Yang Yang and burst into laughter. "Indeed, the dog is welcome, but you are not." No one paid further attention to the rejected Li Yang as Mu Wanqing and the others warmly ushered Tang Ying into the villa. Xiao Yang discreetly retrieved a walkie-talkie and contacted Su Tong. "Su Tong, keep an eye out. If that man named Li Yang leaves the villa area, contact me immediately." Understood. Inside the villa, Tang Ying remained in a state of wonder. The place was simply extraordinary. From the moment she arrived, seeing the electric gates, to entering the villa with its electricity and heating, she was in a daze. In all these days, this was the most blissful and secure she had felt. Even her police dog, Yang Yang, was joyously frolicking about. However, in a short while, it caught Meichio's attention. The sudden appearance of a dog seemed to pose a threat to Meichio, making it restless. It always flapped its wings menacingly and cawed at Yang Yang. Yang Yang also showed great interest in Meichio and kept circling beneath Meichio's perch. From time to time, it would bark at Meichio above, but every time, it was scolded by Tang Ying and would lie on the ground whimpering pitifully. At first, Xiao Yang was worried that Yang Yang, being so heedless, might harm Meichio. Yet, seeing Yang Yang's obedient demeanor, he felt relieved. After Mu Wanqing and the others had all finished bathing and changed their clothes, they called Tang Ying to take her turn. Upon learning that there was a place to bathe here, Tang Ying was overjoyed. It had been nearly 20 days since the disaster struck, and she hadn't had a bath. Her body reeked. For a woman, this was utterly intolerable. Xiao Yang thoughtfully fetched a set of pajamas for Tang Ying. "I'm not sure if it fits. Wanqing and Sure are of this size. I see you're about the same height as them, so it should be fine. Try it on after your bath." Tang Ying took the pajamas, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, they were intimate garments, and it was a bit awkward to receive them from a man. "Thank you," Tang Ying said, then lowered her head and rushed into the bathroom. Xiao Yang found it amusing. The valiant female captain of the security brigade could actually be shy. Xiaoyang, would you like to have for dinner? There aren't many vegetables left in the fridge. Liu peeked into the fridge, noticed it was almost empty, then poked her head out and asked Xiaoyang. After a moment's thought, Xiaoyang considered that since it was Tang Ying's first time here, the dishes should be more sumptuous. In case she was also a foodie, perhaps a single meal could capture her heart. After pondering for a while, Xiaoyang suddenly realized that it had been a long time since he last had a seafood feast. There were quite a few seafood items stored in his spatial realm. So why not have seafood today? Pair it with some red wine, and it would exude an air of sophistication. Taking advantage of the opportunity to add charcoal to the boiler in the second basement floor, Xiaoyang directly retrieved various kinds of seafood from his spatial realm. There were king crabs, Australian giant lobsters, Australian abalones, sea urchins, and large sea snails. Well, add a wild large yellow croaker, some slices of salmon, and caviar. Perfect. Sister Yu, we're having a seafood feast today. When Xiaoyang brought a large pile of seafood to the kitchen, everyone was astounded. Dude, there's so much. Liu looked rather startled. These are such high-end ingredients. You're treating them as regular meals. Mu Wanqing didn't say much. Anyway, she knew that there were abundant supplies in Xiaoyang's spatial realm. Having a seafood meal to change the taste was quite feasible. Li Shishir looked at Xiaoyang curiously. She really couldn't believe that Xiaoyang had stored so many ingredients. This man was full of mysteries everywhere, and he was also so strong physically. What am I thinking? Li Shishir quickly interrupted her train of thought and went to assist Lu Yu. Mu Wanqing started to tidy up the table and tableware, presenting a scene of harmony. With nothing to do, Xiaoyang went to the bathroom in the master bedroom on the third floor and took a hot bath. After finishing the bath and changing into his pajamas, when he came to the dining room, he found that Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir had already taken their seats. The dining table was already laden with an abundance of seafood, their vibrant colors whetting one's appetite. Liu had just placed the last dish, a braised wild large yellow croaker, on the table, completing the meal. Seeing Xiaoyang coming down, Tang Ying immediately rose to her feet and said somewhat bashfully, Xiaoyang, thank you for your hospitality. I'm at a loss for words. Xiaoyang was taken aback. He hadn't even introduced himself, yet she knew his name. It seemed that Wanqing and the others had told her. Looking at Tang Ying in her pajamas, well, the pajamas were a bit too small on her. Tang Ying was originally a police officer, so her muscles were surely more toned than Mu Wanqing's and Lin Shishir's. And then there was her prominently rounded chest. When she was wearing the overcoat before, it wasn't that noticeable, but now it was quite a sight. The size was comparable to Lu Yu's. However, Tang Ying was taller than Lu Yu. Coupled with her medium-length bob haircut, she exuded an irresistible charm. Especially at this moment, with her hair tucked behind her ears, she looked extremely alluring. The only slightly discordant aspect was that her eyes and eyebrows appeared a bit too sharp. Nevertheless, the sharper they were, the more they kindled a man's desire to conquer. Ahem, buddy, take your seat quickly. The dinner can't start without you. Lu Yu noticed Xiaoyang's entranced look and gave a gentle reminder. Oh, Captain Tang, don't be polite. We don't treat you as an outsider, so of course, we'll offer you the most sumptuous feast. Come, don't stand on ceremony. Dig in. Xiaoyang took a seat and poured a glass of the well-prepared red wine for each person. Come, let's raise our glasses to welcome Captain Tang. Raising her glass once more, Tang Ying stood and proposed, Rather, it is I who should express gratitude for your gracious hospitality. I shall partake first. Tang Ying finished her drink, and naturally, Xiaoyang and the others followed suit. Captain Tang, there's no need for such formality. Consider this place your own home. Xiaoyang said with a smile, refilling her glass. Come now, let us not simply observe. Let us indulge in the feast before it loses its warmth. Xiaoyang cracked open a king crab's substantial leg and placed it in Tang Ying's hand. Regarding the crab leg in her grasp, Tang Ying cast aside all pretense and sank her sensuous lips into it. Exquisite. Truly a divine delicacy. She then dissected an Australian lobster, stuffing the entirety of its flesh into her mouth, her lips bulging from the sheer volume. Such a manner of consumption was immensely gratifying, and the sea urchin, so succulent and luscious, melted upon the palate. The abalone and sea snails, with their firm, resilient texture, provided a delightful chew. Utterly delightful. Each individual present reveled in this exceedingly lavish banquet. They even experienced the illusion of a life predating the cataclysm. So serene, so delectable. It seemed impossible to reconcile with the end of days. Swiftly, the seafood upon the table vanished, leaving all with expressions of profound contentment. Even Yang Yang, the police dog beneath the table, benefited from the bounty. Shrimp shells and crab shells are simply divine. Chapter 46. Marksman within the villa, joyous harmony reigned, while outside, Li Yang endured a miserable existence. Seeing that entering Xiao Yang's villa was a lost cause, he was compelled to seek lodging in a nearby villa. There was no light here, pitch black, which formed a sharp contrast with Xiao Yang's magnificent and brilliantly lit villa. By the moonlight, he rummaged through boxes and chests but found nothing to eat, so parched with thirst that he could hardly bear it. He had no choice but to scoop up a handful of snow from the ground outside and stuff it into his mouth. Staring at Xiao Yang's villa, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Boy, just you wait. Once I meet my dad, I'll have him arrest you first. And that Tang Ying, that bitch, actually siding with other men. Don't blame me for being heartless later. If you don't strip off your clothes and come to me voluntarily, I'll never forgive you. As for those little women, heh, get ready to endure my fierce onslaught. Just thinking about these scenes, Li Yang felt much more at ease. A lustrous smile crept across his face, as if all that he was imagining was about to come true. Xiao Yang absorbed all the crystals that he hadn't had time to absorb today. His time energy directly broke through to 1,100 years. He stretched his muscles and bones, and his whole body crackled. His skin was more firm and compact than before. Although there wasn't much visible change on the outside, he knew that now. Even a knife couldn't cut through his skin. Ordinary cold. Weapons were nothing to him. Having reached this level, he no longer feared the attacks of ordinary zombies. If a zombie bit him, it would probably break all its teeth. Without exaggeration, as long as he didn't encounter hot weapons, Xiao Yang was almost invincible. At this moment, Xiao Yang exuded an air of domineering and was extremely charming. Tang Ying sensed Xiao Yang's change and showed a look of astonishment. Although she had already learned from Xiao Yang the function of the crystal just now, she never expected that the energy of time could transform a person so completely. Mu Wanqing and the others had already understood the reason, so they were not surprised. However, they were still captivated by the masculine charm exuded by Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing even felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Well, my boyfriend is such a perfect man. Liu also felt quite proud. Well, this is my younger sworn brother. Lin Shishir also felt quite honored. Well, the boyfriend of my best friend can also be regarded as half of my own boyfriend, right? By the way, Captain Tang, have you awakened your supernatural power? Xiao Yang said to Tang Ying, who was staring blankly at him. What is supernatural power? Tang Ying suddenly came to her senses and replied somewhat bewilderedly. It means, have you felt that you suddenly have some special abilities? Or that some of your functions have changed? Hearing this, Tang Ying's eyes lit up. If you put it that way, I'm really a bit different from before. What's the difference? Mu Wanqing and the others were very curious, while Xiao Yang already had an idea in his mind. However, he still wanted to confirm it. How should I put it? I found that my shooting accuracy has improved. It has suddenly improved by several levels compared to before. Moreover, I also found that I'm extremely accurate at throwing things. Look, as Tang Ying spoke, she picked up a crystal on the table and placed it in the farthest corner of the living room. Then she ran back, picked up another crystal and said, look, from such a long distance, I can hit it with one throw. With that, she raised the crystal in her hand, took a brief aim, and then threw it out. A sharp cracking sound echoed in the air. The crystal right in the corner amazed Mu Wanqing and the others. They were in awe of the accuracy. Well done. Actually, I think I could hit it even from a greater distance, as long as I have the strength to throw. I wonder if this counts as a superpower. The ladies were also unsure if it was a superpower and all looked to Xiao Yang for confirmation. Xiao Yang was extremely delighted at this moment. He had already confirmed Tang Ying's identity as the goddess of archery. This archery superpower belongs to the combat-related category, yet it is rather special. It can enhance a person's perception of accuracy. Those with this superpower are like snipers in the military. In his previous life, Xiao Yang had heard of Tang Ying's prowess. With just a bow, she could effortlessly shoot a squirrel from a distance of 10 kilometers. Isn't that astonishing? If there was such a sharpshooter in the team's safety would be greatly ensured. As the sharpshooter develops, they can truly eliminate enemies imperceptibly. You might be dead before you even notice their presence. Xiao Yang's gaze upon Tang Ying grew increasingly intense. He must recruit Tang Ying. She would surely be of great use in the future. When the Great Flood arrives, almost all hot weapons will become ineffective. All teams and forces will lose their long-range attack capabilities. That's when the significance of a sharpshooter will be fully manifested. Tang Ying felt a bit uncomfortable under Xiao Yang's gaze. His look was as if he wanted to devour her. Ahem, Comrade Xiao Yang. Does this of mine count as a superpower? Xiao Yang was roused by Tang Ying's voice. He had a sudden thought and played it smart. Captain Tang. This can be regarded as a type of superpower. However, if there isn't a powerful team to assist you in rapidly enhancing your capabilities, it'll be arduous for you to develop this supernatural power. Advancing one's supernatural power consumes a great deal of crystal cores, and moreover, dealing with mutated animals isn't a walk in the park. Upon hearing Xiaoyang say that he had awakened a supernatural power, Tang Ying was overjoyed. Yet, when she learned that it was difficult to develop this power, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Oh, I see. By the way, judging from how well informed you are, have you also awakened supernatural powers? She suddenly became intrigued by Xiaoyang and his companions. Come on, Sister Lu. Put on a show. Xiaoyang smiled. Well, it was time to showcase the strength of his team. Without hesitation, Liu dashed into the kitchen, grabbing a pot with one hand and a ladle with the other, and then unleashed her lightning-based supernatural power. Crackle, crackle. Liu did her utmost to control the intensity of the lightning so as not to damage the wok. Tang Ying stood there, mouth agape. Holy cow! This is simply incredible! Sister Lu, you're amazing, she exclaimed. What about Wanqing and Shishir? What kind of supernatural powers do you have? Before Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir could speak, Xiaoyang interjected, their supernatural powers are rather peculiar. You'll find out later. Tang Ying noticed Xiaoyang's air of mystery and surmised that it might be inconvenient for him to disclose, so she didn't press further. What about you? What's your supernatural power? She asked, eyeing Xiaoyang with great interest. Me? My power is to ensure that all of you are well, fed, and content. I'll make sure you lack for nothing in this apocalyptic world. How about that? Isn't it impressive? Xiaoyang imparted this information to Tang Ying in a rather subtle manner, only to receive a disdainful look from her. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Xiaoyang deemed it advisable not to reveal everything at present. After all, Tang Ying hadn't truly chosen to join him yet. Well, it's getting late. Let's all go to rest. Xiaoyang stood up first and took out 2 crystal nuclei to feed to Coal Ball. Police dog Yaoyang sniffed the air. It seemed to sense the extraordinariness of the crystal nuclei as well, wagging its tail and looking up at Xiaoyang longingly. It also wanted one. Chapter 47. Everyone has a love for beauty. Do you want it? Xiaoyang enticed police dog Yang. The police dog stared at the crystal nucleus in Xiaoyang's hand, and its saliva started to flow. I'll give it to you when you change your name. Suddenly, Xiaoyang put away the crystal nucleus, leaving the police dog utterly bewildered. It dejectedly ran up to Tang Ying and nuzzled her leg for comfort. While stroking the police dog's head, Tang Ying looked at Xiaoyang and said, You're a man, yet you even bully a dog. Captain Tang, change the dog's name. The name Yang doesn't suit it, Xiaoyang sincerely suggested. Why should I change it? I spent a long time coming up with this name. Yang is such a nice name. Yang represents. Tang Ying was still utterly confused. She wondered why Xiaoyang suddenly asked her to change the dog's name out of the blue. Suddenly, she thought of Xiaoyang's name. Yang. Uffed. Tang Ying couldn't hold back her laughter. Look at this. There's a name conflict. Comrade Xiaoyang, the yang in my Yang is the one for son. Different from the one in your name. As soon as she said this, Mu Wanqing and the others sitting on the sofa also seemed to realize something. Suddenly, several people burst into uncontrollable laughter. Well, Yang, stand up. Yang, lie down. Yang, you're licking me. The police dog Yang ran excitedly back and forth among the women. It had no idea why these humans were suddenly so enthusiastic about it. You women are truly unreasonable. Xiaoyang was somewhat speechless. They were deliberately using the dog to tease him. Go back to your rooms and go to sleep right away. Otherwise, Xiaoyang smirked as he lifted his right hand and made a gesture at them. Otherwise, I'll make your pajamas disappear right away. Believe it or not. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Liu immediately stopped laughing. Damn it, this Xiaoyang is so naughty. It's no joke. He really can put their clothes into his space right away. Xiaoyang took a step forward, scaring the 3 women into a hasty escape. Only Tang Ying was left there grinning foolishly, looking at the pajamas on her that were bulging due to her full bosom. An idea suddenly flashed through Xiaoyang's mind. If I put her pajamas into the space, will she beat me? Are they really scared? Tang Ying didn't expect the others to really run away. She found it quite amusing. Could Xiaoyang's single sentence really scare them like this? Truly. The ignorant have no fear. Xiaoyang sighed and went upstairs. As expected, Lin Shishir didn't sleep on the 3rd floor tonight. Instead, she stayed on the 2nd floor with Tang Ying. There were 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, and each of them had one. Lin Shishir sighed with relief, feeling that she could finally have a peaceful sleep. Tanging lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. At this moment, her mind was in a whirl, with the various scenes she had experienced since the disaster flashing through her head. On the night when the cold snap hit, she led a dozen people on a police mission and got trapped in a clothing factory. Fortunately, there was no shortage of clothes here, and they had good physical fitness, so they didn't freeze to death. As for food, a team member risked their life to go to the canteen and brought back a bag of potatoes. A dozen people survived the cold snap relying on that single bag of potatoes. However, later the zombie outbreak occurred, and almost all the workers in the clothing factory turned into zombies. During the fight against the zombies, half of their team members were lost. The remaining people finally managed to return to the municipal general police station, only to find it had long been overrun. Watching her former colleagues turn into monsters one by one and pounce on her team members, her heart was wrung with pain. With great difficulty, they escaped, only to be chased by the wandering zombies on the road. Finally, they met Xiaoyang and his group and were fortunate to survive. She really couldn't understand what on earth was wrong with this world and why such an unthinkable disaster had occurred. For so many days, this was the first time she could lie in bed so relaxedly and ponder these questions. Although she was the captain of the municipal security team, she was also a woman. The drastic changes in the world had far exceeded her capabilities. None of the team members who followed her had survived, and she was overwhelmed by a strong sense of powerlessness. When she felt the harmonious and happy atmosphere within Xiaoyang's team today and saw how all the women followed Xiaoyang's lead, she couldn't help but feel envious. If her own man were also this capable, how could she have turned herself into such a tough as nails woman? The more Tanging thought about it, the more heart-wrenching it became. She decided not to dwell on it any longer. All she desired at the moment was a good sleep. To hell with responsibilities. She just wanted to be herself again, a woman with a sweet tooth and a penchant for sleeping in. At this moment, in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Wan Qing, did you use your ability to eavesdrop on Captain Tang's thoughts today? Yes. Xiaoyang smiled. Wan Qing, you're quite smart. What did you hear? I listened twice. The first time was at the mall entrance. She was thinking that our team was really strong and she admired us very much. The second time was just during the meal. She was thinking that it would be wonderful if she could live such a wonderful life every day. Mu Wanqing rested her head on Xiaoyang's shoulder, blinking her eyes as she gazed at him. Her hand kept tracing circles on Xiaoyang's chest, stirring up some amorous feelings in him. Do you really want Captain Tang to stay? Hearing Mu Wanqing's question, the valiant figure of Tanging immediately flashed across Xiaoyang's mind. Yes, she has good looks, a great figure, abilities, and an inborn sense of righteousness. All these combined create a special charm that makes one have a strong desire to conquer. If I were to. A sharp pain shot through Xiaoyang's chest, and he couldn't help crying out. Mu Wanqing scowled, exerting force with her hand, and angrily said, in front of me. You still dare to think about other women. I knew all men were no good. Xiaoyang bemoaned his carelessness. He had been so negligent that this young girl had caught him. It was as if he had no privacy at all. What a travesty of justice. It was outrageous that she even dared to pinch him. Xiaoyang casually removed her tiny hand. The flesh on his chest was also a man's weak spot, okay? Humph. Don't think I'm oblivious. You have designs on Shirshir and Sister Yu as well. I've just chosen not to expose you. Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth and said menacingly. The love for beauty is universal. I'm a normal man, Xiaoyang declared with great solemnity. It seems you have an overabundance of energy. I'll have to think of a way to deal with that, Mu Wanqing said, and then leaped onto Xiaoyang's body. Come on, brother Xiaoyang. Charge me up. Once again, Lin Shirshir suffered from insomnia. Good heavens. I must have been blind to choose a room right beneath their bedroom. Chapter 48. I'll wait to collect your corpse. Hey, that guy just tried to enter our security building, but I refused him. Now, he's gone into the property management office building. At night, after having just finished his work, Xiaoyang heard Su Tong's voice coming through the walkie-talkie. All right. I got it, Xiaoyang replied, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He had been thinking about looking for Li Yong, and now the man had shown up on his own. This would save him a great deal of trouble. Glancing at Mu Wanqing, who had collapsed into a limp heap and was fast asleep, Xiaoyang smiled faintly. He put on his clothes and then quietly stepped out of the bedroom. Li Yong woke up hungry in the middle of the night. Daring not to go to Xiaoyang's villa, he staggered to the guardhouse where Su Tong was. Knowing there were guards here, he hoped to scrounge some food. Unfortunately, Su Tong completely ignored him. He wanted to bang on the door, but it was too thick and he couldn't make a dent. Having suffered a setback, he groped his way into the property management office building. He found a storage room and temporarily took shelter inside to ward off the cold. Damn it. You'll all pay for this. There'll come a time when you'll beg me. I'll show you no mercy then. Li Yong muttered resentfully, his heart filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially that man, he thought. I'll surely make you kneel and plead with me. He let out a sinister laugh. Just as Li Yong was chuckling malevolently, the door of the storage room was suddenly opened. In the moonlight, Li Yong saw a tall figure outside. Startled by the sudden appearance of someone in the pitch blackness, he jolted. Were you referring to me when you mentioned that man just now? The person standing at the door spoke icily. Judging from the voice, it was Xiaoyang. Li Yong never expected Xiaoyang to show up here at this moment. Moreover, his menacing words had been overheard. Flustered, he stammered. I wasn't talking about you. Hardly had he finished speaking when a powerful beam of light flashed on his face. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. Xiaoyang approached Li Yong with a powerful flashlight in hand and said expressionlessly, "Transfer the time on your arm to me." Li Yong was taken aback upon hearing Xiaoyang's words. He was aware of the time displayed on his arm, yet he didn't know what it signified. He subconsciously replied, "Why should I give it to you?" "Why?" "Hiki." Xiaoyang let out a laugh. Then, right in front of Li Yong, he took out a baseball bat from his spatial storage. Under Li Yang's astonished gaze, Xiaoyang smilingly said, "Because if you don't, I'll smash your head." Believe it or not. Although Li Yong couldn't clearly discern the expression on Xiaoyang's face, judging from his tone, he didn't seem to be joking at all. However, he didn't want to appear too cowardly, so he summoned up his courage and pointed at Xiaoyang with his right finger, exclaiming, You dare?" Just as he uttered the words "you dare," Li Yong let out a shrill scream. He clutched his right hand with his left, his face contorting in pain. Xiaoyang had just unhesitatingly struck his right arm with the bat, and Li Yong felt as if his bone was broken. "Now do you know whether I dare or not?" Xiaoyang sneered. After being hit by the bat, Li Yong finally realized that Xiaoyang really dared to take action. Trembling, he said, I know. Then quickly stretch out your left hand and transfer that time to me." Xiaoyang took a step forward and extended his left hand. Hearing this, Li Yong didn't dare to delay and immediately stretched out his left hand. How to transfer?" he stammered. Xiaoyang firmly grasped his left hand, rolled up his sleeve, and examined the time energy on his arm, which was less than a year's worth. "See this time? Keep 30 seconds for yourself and transfer the rest to me with your mind. Hurry up." Li Yong was stunned upon hearing this. So, the time could be transferred in this way. Moreover, judging from Xiaoyang's demeanor, he felt that this time seemed to be of great significance. He resisted somewhat but was also afraid that Xiaoyang would hit him with another stick. Well, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. He'd give it to him first, and when there was an opportunity later, he'd get it back. Having made up his mind, Li Yong steeled himself and transferred the time energy to Xiaoyang, and there was only 30 seconds left on his arm. Watching the seconds constantly decreasing, Li Yong inexplicably began to feel flustered. Xiaoyang, after obtaining the time energy, calmly took out a pack of Huazi cigarettes and a lighter from his space. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep puff. Seeing that Xiaoyang had no intention of leaving, Li Yong asked nervously, "I've given you all the time. Why aren't you leaving yet?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and said in a very calm tone, "I'm waiting to bury you." Upon hearing this, Li Yong was immediately stunned. He asked in horror, "Do you want to kill me?" Unexpectedly, Xiaoyang shook his head upon hearing this and said, "You're just seeking your own doom. I'm just here to bury you." Li Yong didn't understand what Xiaoyang meant. He still wanted to open his mouth to threaten Xiaoyang. However, before he could speak, the time energy on his arm ran out. Li Yong directly slumped to the ground, with a grimace still frozen on his face. Seeing this, Xiaoyang threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stamped it out. Looking at Li Yang's body, he muttered, "Blame yourself for being so over-ambitious. How could I possibly leave behind such a hidden danger? You should be content that I let you live a few more hours." After saying that, he let out a cold laugh and put Li Yang's body into the space. After finishing all this, Xiaoyang finally returned to his villa with peace of mind. After Xiaoyang returned, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. He had been doing homework for several consecutive nights, especially exerting himself too much last night. Despite his strong constitution and abundant energy, he was still extremely sleepy. Particularly after going out last night, he was desperately fatigued. However, as soon as dawn broke, he woke up. Looking at Mu Wanxing beside him, with her hair in disarray and still in deep slumber, Xiaoyang sighed with a smile. Alas, fool, why bother? Without the ability to withstand the might of thunder, she still wanted to drain my energy. It's truly self-inflicted suffering. Who was the one pleading last night? Xiaoyang smoothed Mu Wanxing's messy hair, kissed her on the face, then got out of bed, walked to the window, drew the curtains, and looked out. The snow was still falling, and the view was not very clear. Alas, the weather is so unpredictable. This will be the norm for the next 2 years. Snow and wind come whenever they please. One just has to get used to it. Picking up the walkie-talkie, Xiaoyang went downstairs. When passing by the second floor, he saw that the doors of Lin Shishir and Tang Ying's rooms were still closed. Well, it seemed they were sleeping soundly. When he reached the first floor, he found Liu sitting on the living room sofa, laughing heartily. Curious. Xiaoyang walked closer and saw that she was watching the coal ball cat playing with the police dog. Xiaoyang also burst into laughter. It was more like the coal ball cat was bullying the police dog than playing with it. The coal ball cat would fly behind the police dog when it wasn't paying attention and bite its tail. As soon as the police dog turned its head, the cat would fly back to its perch. No matter how well trained the police dog was, it couldn't do anything about the cat. The police dog was so angry that it barked at the cat on the ground. This process repeated, and they were having a whale of a time. Chapter 49. Someone is taking over the territory. Sister, you got up so early. Liu looked up at Xiaoyang, sizing him up with a half smile, and said in a teasing tone, some people don't sleep at night and just know how to make a ruckus. They finally quieted down. Yet these two little ones started causing a stir again. It's not that I got up early. I just couldn't fall asleep. Xiaoyang ran his hand through his hair and gave an awkward smile. Truly, it's better to share joys with others. Otherwise, someone might harbor grievances. Why did you get up so early without getting proper rest? Liu asked with a smile. Alas, there's no way. It's become a habit. Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Since his rebirth, he had only slept in during those 10 days of the super cold snap. On other days, he always got up early. This might be related to his past life's experiences. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he lived in constant fear every day. His life hanging by a thread. There was no time for sleeping in. Liu nodded, then said with concern, let me cook breakfast for you, then. Anyway, it's snowing outside. We won't go out today. I'll make you a delicious meal. Before Xiaoyang could even respond, Liu rushed to the kitchen to get busy. Xiaoyang could only silently gaze at Liu's back for a long time, sighing inwardly that she was truly a virtuous woman. When Liu brought the breakfast to the table, Xiaoyang was shocked again. There were stir-fried Chinese yams, black rice with Chinese wolfberries and walnuts, and a pot of seafood soup made from the leftover seafood in the fridge last night. Come, young man. Have more to nourish your body, Liu said. Sure enough, Liu had planned everything. However, Xiaoyang wouldn't decline her kind offer because it was simply delicious. He devoured the food in one go, leaving nothing on the plate. Letting out a satisfied belch and patting his stomach, Xiaoyang felt a renewed surge of energy coursing through his body. At this moment, Tang Ying, Lin Shishir, and Mu Wanqing descended the stairs. Lin Shishir was astounded to see Xiaoyang sitting at the dining table, leisurely cleaning his teeth. Is this man powered by nuclear energy? How can he never seem tired? Tang Ying, on the other hand, wore a non-committal expression, exhausted from the previous day. She had slept soundly and was oblivious to what had transpired. Good morning. What would you like to eat? I'll cook for you, Liu asked considerately upon seeing them. Sister, we'll eat whatever you prepare. There's no need to ask us. You've been doing all the work. We wouldn't dare to be picky, Mu Wanqing said empathetically. As women, they were well aware that Liu had shouldered far more responsibilities than them. All right, then I'll just cook whatever comes to mind. Just as the women were enjoying their breakfast, the urgent voice of Su Tong crackled over the walkie-talkie. Hello. There are several delivery trucks parked at the entrance of our villa area. They're insisting that we open the gate to let them in. Upon hearing Su Tong's report, everyone immediately grew vigilant. How many of them are there? About 50 or so. Xiaoyang was taken aback. Clearly, the other side had come well prepared. Whether they were after him or the villa area remained a mystery. He had already eliminated those who had conflicts with him, so it was highly likely that they were here for the villa area. Well, it's better to go and have a look first. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang put on his combat gear. Seeing this, the women quickly rushed back to their rooms, donned their equipment, grabbed their weapons, and followed Xiaoyang out of the villa. The snow outside was still falling heavily. There was still a certain distance from here to the entrance of the villa area. Xiaoyang directly drove the off-road RV over. When they arrived at the entrance of the villa area, they found that there was a crowd of people outside, shouting at Su Tong and her companions. Since Su Tong had locked the gate, they couldn't get in for the time being. When Su Tong and her friend saw Xiaoyang, they ran straight over. What's going on? Xiaoyang frowned and asked. I don't know. Suddenly, several delivery trucks came and a group of people got out. They insisted on us opening the gate. However, I think there's a man among them who looks very familiar. He seems to be one of those who were trapped in the property building the other day. As soon as Su Tong said this, Xiaoyang guessed what was going on. It must be the group of people he had let go. Someone among them had brought acquaintances to try to seize his territory. Damn it. I was kind enough to give them a way out, but they want to bite the hand that feeds them? When the people outside saw Xiaoyang and the others, they suddenly let out a howl. Damn. There are really quite a few women. These ones are much better than those two. Hey, beauties, are you hungry? We've got delicious food here. Let us in and we'll definitely fill you up. Haha. Right. It's so cold. Do you want us to warm your beds? I'm burning with desire just looking at you. The group of people outside kept making lewd remarks. And some even whistled and cheered, which made the women inside the gate grit their teeth in anger. However, Xiaoyang turned a deaf ear. In his eyes, those who dared to come to his territory to cause trouble were just a bunch of dead people. He was just carefully observing the strength of this group of people. Most of these people were in their 30s, each holding a weapon. There were steel rods, machetes, axes, and other common arms. None of these concerned Xiaoyang, as these weapons couldn't harm him anyway. He merely thought that since these people had come to him, the time energy in them shouldn't go to waste. 50 people meant at least 50 years of time energy. As Xiaoyang was observing the people outside the door, one of them outside held up a large package and shouted, "Hey, those inside, do you know what's in here?" Seeing no one paying attention to him, the man put the package on the ground and opened it, then said to himself, "See, there are all sorts of delicious things in here. You mustn't have seen such nice things for a long time here. Our boss, Qian, has said that as long as you open the door, this will only be a welcoming gift. If you're willing to join us, we can offer you even more food." After this man finished speaking, another man chimed in. "Have you heard clearly? Look how kind-hearted my cousin is. Hurry up and open the door to let us in so we can find a few villas to stay in. On such a snowy day, aren't you afraid of freezing us?" Xiaoyang scrutinized the man who was speaking and indeed found him somewhat familiar. He seemed to be one of the survivors that he had let go that day. At this moment, Tang Ying behind Xiaoyang, upon seeing the group outside, suddenly shouted at the top of her voice, "Qian Yuquan, it's actually you scoundrels." Hearing Tang Ying shout, a burly man at the front outside looked in Tang Ying's direction. He scrutinized Tang Ying carefully. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Captain Tang?" Recognizing that the man had identified her, Tang Ying sneered and retorted, "Precisely, it's me. What a fateful encounter." Noticing that Tang Ying seemed acquainted with the group outside and sensing there was some animosity between them, Xiaoyang turned to Tang Ying and inquired, "Do you know them?" Gritting her teeth and glaring at the men outside, Tang Ying replied, "Of course I do. They're employees of Tianqian Financial Company. The man leading them is Qian Yuquan, the company's CEO. Their company specializes in offering usurious loans to college students. They force female students to take nude photos and resort to violent debt collection methods. Moreover, they even coerce female students who can't repay their loans into selling their bodies to settle the debts. This company has a notorious reputation. Many victimized college students have reported them to the police, but I've been unable to do anything about it. I wonder who is shielding them behind the scenes." Chapter 50. Subduing the enemy with one move. After listening to Tang Ying's account, Xiaoyang let out a soft "oh." It seemed that this group of people were no good. At this moment, the burly man named Qian Yuquan looked at Tang Ying with a smile and said, "Captain Tang. What a coincidence. However, I must advise you, it's high time you put the past behind you. In my opinion, you'd better open the door and join us. We'll let bygones be bygones. I guarantee you'll live a life of comfort and luxury. How about it?" "Huh." Tang Ying spat in disgust upon hearing this. "You scoundrels. Do you even deserve it?" Seeing Tang Ying like this, Qian Yuquan didn't get angry. Instead, he said with a beaming smile, "Captain Tang, to be frank with you, see those 5 vans behind me? They're fully loaded with all kinds of food and supplies. We've moved a small supermarket here, which is enough for us to live on for some time. As long as you let us in, I can support you all. Get out of here." Tang Ying couldn't help but curse. Hearing this, Qian Yuquan immediately wiped the smile off his face, and his complexion turned extremely unsightly. Fine, Captain Tang. Don't regret it later." After saying that, Qian Yuan shifted his gaze to Xiaoyang and said, "Young man, my brother told me you're quite remarkable. Well, I'll give you a chance today. If you open the door yourself, how about I make you my second in command?" "Not interested," Xiaoyang replied coldly. "Haha. Good. You've got guts. Then don't blame me for being merciless." The big man suddenly raised his right hand and made a slashing gesture towards the gate. With a crashing sound, the gate swung open. The women inside the gate were stunned. The lock had actually been snapped off by the big man with his bare hands. Xiaoyang was also taken aback. It turned out that this big man had awakened a supernatural power, an extremely rare metal-based one at that. This power could transform his palm into a sharp metal weapon capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud. No wonder Xiaoyang had seen him without any weapons. His real trump card was his own hands. As soon as the gate opened, the people outside shouted frantically and swarmed in. "Don't move yet." The big man suddenly stopped his subordinates. Then, looking at Xiaoyang and the others, he said, "I'll give you one last chance. Put down your weapons obediently to avoid suffering." At this moment, the survivor who had been let go earlier also stepped forward, smiling at Xiaoyang and saying, "Brother, I've witnessed your skills. You're truly a man of metal. However, I still advise you to be sensible. You're no match for us at all. No matter how sharp your blade is, it's no match for my cousin's prowess. Young man, one should learn to size up the situation and act within one's capabilities." Qian Yuquan then added persuasively. After that, he glanced at the group of women behind Xiaoyang and continued with a beaming smile, "Ladies, cease this futile resistance. As long as you lay down your arms, I guarantee you can pick any food from the van outside. I, old Qian, may not have many skills, but I know how to pamper women. Yes, yes. Our boss is indeed good at pampering women. Surrender quickly, haha." The lackeys behind Qian Yuquan also joined in the commotion. As for Mu Wanqing and the others, upon hearing these enticements, they remained cold-faced and unmoved. "These people are truly like clowns." "Have you finished speaking?" Xiaoyang said coldly. "Done. Well, are you eager to surrender?" The survivor from before replied with a smile. "I, Xiaoyang, loathe one type of person the most in my life, and that is the kind who repays kindness with enmity." Whoosh. Before anyone could react, Xiaoyang stepped forward and struck the man with his blade. With a swift motion of his hand, the man's leg was severed. By the time Manager Qian and his group came to their senses, the man was already lying on the ground, wailing in pain. "Damn it! How dare you cut my cousin? Attack him and kill him. Keep those women alive. I'll use them to vent my furious rage." Upon hearing General Manager Qian's order, a group of people instantly charged madly towards Xiaoyang and his companions. And General Manager Qian, leading the charge, aimed directly at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately rushed forward with his sword at the fastest pace and directly severed Qian Youquan's right hand with a single stroke. Then, he placed the sword against Qian Youquan's neck. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, so much so that Qian Youquan's subordinates hadn't even reacted yet. "Tell your men to stop and hand over their weapons here," Xiaoyang said, gazing at Qian Yuquan with a frigid stare. Only then did Qian Yuquan feel the excruciating pain of losing his arm. He was now shivering uncontrollably from the pain. His mind was in a daze. He hadn't even clearly seen how his arm had been severed. He had thought himself quite formidable, yet unexpectedly, in the hands of this young man. He was so utterly vulnerable. Looking at the sword against his neck, he didn't dare to be negligent. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he said to his subordinates, "Hand over your weapons right away." Qian Youquan's subordinates were utterly shocked to see their boss being held hostage in just one encounter. However, none of them were willing to hand over their weapons. 5 men at the back, sensing something amiss, even turned around and ran towards the cars. Apparently, they had no intention of caring about their boss's fate and wanted to flee in the car. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots rang out. The 5 men who had just run a short distance dropped to the ground. They clutched their thighs and let out ear-splitting screams. Without turning back, Xiaoyang knew it was Tang Ying who had fired the shots. "Your men don't seem to be very obedient," Xiaoyang said as he forcefully drew the sword across Qian Youquan's neck, instantly making a gash from which blood oozed. "Alas, good sir, have mercy." Qian Yuquan was so frightened that he quickly pleaded for mercy from Xiaoyang. Then he loudly berated his subordinates. "You good-for-nothings. Do you all just wish for my death? Haven't I treated you well before? Hurry up and hand over your weapons." Hearing this, his subordinates finally obeyed their boss's order. After all, Qian Yuquan still held some prestige. Mu Wanqing and the others stepped forward to collect the weapons and then retreated to their original positions, awaiting Xiaoyang's instructions. "Come on. Have your subordinates transfer the time on their arms into this crystal using their minds. You can each keep 3 minutes for yourselves. However, you'd better not play any tricks or your boss will lose his life." As Xiaoyang spoke, a packet of crystals suddenly appeared in his left hand. He then threw them onto the ground. These were the empty crystals he had saved before, and now they came in handy. Qian Yuquan and his subordinates all instinctively glanced at their arms. They were aware of the time on their arms, yet they had no idea that it could be transferred. Nevertheless, since their boss was in the enemy's hands, they had no choice but to comply. Moreover, there was a female police officer with a gun pointed at them. So they dared not disobey. Each of them picked up a crystal and placed it in their left hand. Following Xiaoyang's instructions, they transferred their time energy into the crystals. Then, they successively handed the crystals to Mu Wanqing and the others. Xian Yuan also transferred his time energy to Xiaoyang through a handshake. After all this, Xiaoyang finally smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. The time energy of these people hasn't been wasted much. Chapter 51. Yoga clothing. Watching these people on the verge of death, Xiaoyang said to Tang Ying, Captain Tang, do you have anything else you'd like to ask him? Hearing this, Xian Yuan thought Xiaoyang was about to set him free. Immediately, he said excitedly, Yes. Captain Tang, do you have any other questions for me? I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Tang Ying pondered for a moment, then stepped forward to Qian Yuquan and coldly inquired, Well, there is indeed a question. I'd like to know, who is the real backer behind your company? Although it was already the end times, Tang Ying still couldn't let this matter go. She was determined to get to the bottom of it. Qian Yuquan knew that Tang Ying would ask this question. He quickly replied, Captain Tang, the backer behind us is actually Li Gang, the director of your general police department. His son, Liang, is my sworn brother. Now, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Tang Ying instantly grasped the situation. No wonder she had never been able to bring down Tianqian Financial Company. It turned out that their protector was her superior. Thinking about how hard she had worked, it seemed so laughable. She had been so eager to rid the people of harm, but unexpectedly, the greatest evil was within the police department. While Tang Ying was in a daze, Qian Yuquan looked at Xiaoyang imploringly and said, Brother, I've done everything I could. Can you let me go now? Xiaoyang removed the knife and said with a smile, All right, go. Just as Tang Ying came to her senses and was about to stop Xiaoyang from letting the tiger back into the mountains, she saw Qian Yuquan and his subordinates suddenly collapse to the ground, straight as poles. Tang Ying was confused. She quickly rushed over to check one by one and found that these people were all dead. She cast a skeptical glance at Xiaoyang, failing to fathom what means Xiaoyang had employed to cause this group of people to drop dead in an instant. Could it be related to the time on his arm? Nevertheless, though she was brimming with doubts in her heart, she didn't question Xiaoyang, for she was more concerned about another matter at present. Have you seen Liang? I'll kill this scoundrel with my own hands. Tang Ying stepped forward to Xiaoyang and inquired. Xiaoyang spread his hands with a smile and replied, I've no idea. Maybe this guy ran away when he realized the situation was going against him. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying said indignantly, No matter where he's gone. If I ever encounter him, I'll surely slay him with my own hands. Xiaoyang merely smiled and didn't pay further heed to Tang Ying. He put away the crystal and then ordered the men to clear all the corpses outside. Glancing at the 5 vans parked outside the door, Xiaoyang opened the carriage door for a look. Goodness, it was filled with daily necessities. Xiaoyang broke into a delighted smile. Truly, one could sit at home while supplies arrived at the doorstep. Who among you can drive? There were so many vehicles that if Xiaoyang drove them all by himself, he would have to make several round trips. I can. Me too. I can drive as well. Lu Yu, Tang Ying, and Su Tong raised their hands to indicate. Only these 3 could drive. Together with Xiaoyang, there were 4 people in total. Xiaoyang heaved a sigh. He would have to make one more trip. It seemed that he should have Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir practice driving when he had time. It was the end times, and it was time for the female drivers to showcase their driving skills. All right, come on. Help drive these vehicles to the yard of my villa. Sure. Leaving Mu Wanqing and the others behind to keep watch, Xiaoyang and the others first drove 4 vans back to the villa. Then they returned and drove the last van away. Leaving Xiao Lu alone to guard the door, Xiaoyang pulled Su Tong to help unload the goods. When Su Tong carried the goods into Xiaoyang's villa, she was deeply astonished. She never expected that Xiaoyang's villa was so warm with the lights on. And everything seemed no different from before the disaster struck. Especially after the goods were unloaded, Xiaoyang even invited her to wash her hands. The water was warm. Immediately, Su Tong thought that if there was hot water, then she could surely take a bath. Since the disaster had befallen, she hadn't had a bath even once. It was simply too cold. In case she fell ill, there would be no medicine, and she might even meet her end. However, in this villa, there was no need to worry about such things. Su Tong envied greatly and yearned to take a nice hot water bath. Nevertheless, she knew that by her standing, she was unworthy of such privileges. What's the matter, Su Tong? Why are you standing there in a daze? Mu Wanqing noticed Su Tong standing in a trance in front of the wash basin and stepped forward to inquire. Oh, it's nothing, Su Tong replied, coming back to her senses. Seeing that Su Tong looked preoccupied, Mu Wanqing's curiosity was piqued, so she used her ability to eavesdrop on Su Tong's thoughts. I really want to take a bath, but unfortunately, I'm not qualified. Mu Wanqing was stunned upon hearing Su Tong's innermost thought. She herself could take a hot water bath every day. Yet this easily achievable thing was a luxury in Su Tong's eyes. Filled with compassion, Mu Wanqing pretended to smell Su Tong. Oh, Su Tong, you're sweating so much and you have an odor. Why not take a bath here? Su Tong was startled, and her heart was filled with boundless delight. Really? Can I? Her eyes involuntarily glanced at Xiao Yang in the living room. She knew that here, it was still Xiao Yang who held the sway. Mu Wanqing smiled, understanding her concerns. Xiao Yang, Su Tong is sweating profusely. Can she take a bath here? Hearing this, Xiao Yang looked over. He saw Su Tong looking at him expectantly. Thinking that she had behaved quite well in the past 2 days and had put in so much effort, it was reasonable to let her take a bath here. Yes. Later, get her a new set of clothes to change into. Upon getting Xiao Yang's permission, Su Tong almost jumped for joy. Great. Finally, I can take a bath. Oh. Right. So his name is Xiao Yang. She hadn't even known his name before. Xiao Yang, Xiao Yang. What a pleasant-sounding name. Su Tong finally had her first hot water bath since the end of the world. While Su Tong was taking a bath, Xiao Yang fetched a set of thickened special training uniforms for her and prepared a box of food. When Su Tong came out after the bath, changed into the new clothes, and was about to return to the guardhouse, Xiao Yang handed the food to her. Here, take it and share it with Xiao Lu. Su Tong took the box and felt it was quite heavy. Apparently, there was a lot inside. She stared blankly at Xiao Yang, her eyes slightly moist. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. She just bowed deeply to Xiao Yang and then walked out of the villa. When she was a bit farther away from the villa, Su Tong burst into tears. She knew that she was not qualified to live in Xiao Yang's villa. However, Xiao Yang and the others were still very kind to her. She used to think that Xiao Yang was aloof and a bit heartless. However, it seems now that he isn't as cold-hearted as he appears. These people are all quite nice. Su Tong secretly vowed in her heart that she must become stronger. She would rely on her own strength to become one of them. At this moment, she found new motivation for the future. Outside, the gale howled and the snow had transformed into a blizzard. Although it was still noon, it was impossible to go out. Anyway, they had reaped quite a lot today. So Xiao Yang decided not to go down the mountain and instead take a day's rest at home. Lu Yu stewed a pot of braised pork and steamed a pot of rice, which served as today's lunch. After a satisfying meal, everyone sat on the living room sofa to rest. Tang Ying still looked preoccupied. It seemed she hadn't recovered from the shock of killing Li Yang. At this time, Mu Wanqing walked up to Xiao Yang and stretched out her hand. Didn't you promise to give us several sets of yoga suits? Hand them over. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, So, are you going to start practicing yoga? Yes, since we have nothing to do this afternoon. Let Sister Yu teach us. We've been eating a lot recently and are starting to get flabby. Xiao Yang was, of course, more than willing. He had long been eager to see them in yoga suits. He rushed to the room and carefully selected several sets of yoga suits from his spatial storage. Well, black is good. Black has the most allure, he thought. And flesh, colored is also nice. It's like wearing nothing at all. Pink is also great. It's so delicate. In chapter 52, it says, Can you control the sky, the earth, and even my imagination? Xiao Yang took out several sets of yoga suits in one go and gave them to Mu Wanqing and the others. Seeing the gloomy Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing went over, took her hand, and said, Come on, Captain Tang. Don't just sit there. Let's exercise together. Well, I don't know how to do yoga either. I usually go to the gym and practice martial arts. Sister Lu can do it. Let her teach us. By the way, you're good at martial arts. Teach us too. Apart from having relatively strong physiques, we don't have any other skills. Hearing this, Tang Ying quickly waved her hands and said, How dare I teach you? You're all much more skilled than me. Oh, we only rely on brute force. If you had as much time and energy as we do, you could do it too. What we lack now is technique. Come on, let's go. Tang Ying was dragged upstairs by Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to change into yoga suits. Li Yu also took her yoga suit and went back to her room. Xiao Yang waited in the living room full of anticipation, extremely excited. Wearing yoga suits was great as it could directly show off women's figures. This time, he could feast his eyes. During the anxious wait, Li Yu was the first to come out of the room. Wow! Xiao Yang was stunned by her beauty. Li Yu was wearing a green yoga suit, which added a touch of youthfulness to her already mature appearance. Her plump figure filled out the tight, fitting yoga suit. She was like a ripe peach, so delicate that it seemed a gentle blow could break the skin. She looked extremely alluring. Seeing Xiao Yang's infatuated look, Li Yu blushed a little. She shyly tucked the hair on both sides of her temples behind her ears. Turning her head, she gave Xiaoyang a sidelong glance and said, "Kid, stop staring at me like that. You're making me feel embarrassed." Seeing Lu Yu's expression, Xiaoyang became even more excited. Her eyes seemed to be able to captivate his soul. It was a kind of charm that came from the very core of her being. Perhaps this was the charm of a mature woman, and she was an outstanding one at that. Before Xiaoyang could fully savor the sight, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir dragged Tang Ying downstairs as well. Good heavens! Xiaoyang almost popped his eyes out. Mu Wanqing was wearing a pair of black yoga pants on the bottom and a flesh-colored yoga vest on the top. In contrast, Tang Ying had flesh-colored yoga pants on her lower body and a black yoga vest on her upper body. How ingenious! They actually knew how to mix and match. As for Lin Shishir, she chose a set of pink yoga wear, which made her look even more youthful. The three women were of similar height, around 170 centimeters. Evidently, Tang Ying had a more voluptuous figure. The top she was wearing was on the verge of bursting. It seemed that this was related to her regular fitness routine. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, on the other hand, appeared a bit thinner. After all, they were still students at school, perhaps due to their lack of frequent exercise. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice that Mu Wanqing's figure was more curvy than Lin Shishir's. Well, perhaps this was the difference between having a boyfriend and not having one. Those who understand will get it. In terms of appearance, all of them were goddess-level beauties. Coupled with their figures, they were simply perfection personified. Especially Tang Ying's medium-length short hair, which added a touch of wildness. It made men feel an irresistible urge to conquer her. Xiaoyang was dazzled, and his eyes kept wandering among the women. It was truly a wonderful experience. Ahem. Mu Wanqing coughed at Xiaoyang, rousing him from his reverie. After giving Xiaoyang a glare, she said to Lu Yu, "Sister Yu, this green color suits you so well. It makes you look several years younger." Lu Yu used to fondle their waist one by one and sighed, "Alas, I'm getting old. You young girls are so lucky. Look at your slender waists. I can't help but want to embrace you." "Ha ha, Sister Yu, yours is not bad either. It's full of soft flesh and feels so comfortable." The girls fondled each other's waists and giggled. Not far away, Xiaoyang witnessed this scene and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Come on, Sister Yu. Let's go to the fitness area on the second basement floor." Mu Wanqing noticed Xiaoyang's covetous look and quickly beckoned the girls downstairs. The girls laughed and made their way down to the second basement floor. The police dog Yan Yang, which had been playing with Meiqiu, saw Tang Ying going downstairs and followed her eagerly. Xiaoyang thought to himself, if the dog can go, why can't I? He quickly rummaged through his space and found a set of men's sportswear. Since there was no one around, he directly took off his clothes and changed on the spot. Then he couldn't wait to follow them down to the second basement floor. Seeing Xiaoyang following them down and having changed into sportswear, Mu Wanqing said with a feigned anger, "We women are going to do yoga. What are you, a grown man, doing following us down?" Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. "Can't you see I'm wearing sportswear? I'm going to do some exercise too." "What kind of exercise are you going to do? Do yoga with us?" No. I'm not doing yoga. I'm going to box." Saying so, Xiaoyang walked up to the sandbag and threw out more than a dozen punches in succession. Mu Wanqing looked helpless. Men, their true nature is hard to change. They're born philanderers. She raised an eyebrow, glared at Xiaoyang, and then pointed at her own head, warning him, "Don't have any wild thoughts." The mere thought of Mu Wanqing's ability to eavesdrop on others' innermost thoughts made Xiaoyang ill at ease. "Damn it. You can control everything, but can you control my imagination?" Li began to teach several people how to do yoga, whether it was intentional or not. Everyone had their backs turned to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang couldn't help feeling secretly delighted. "Sister Yu really understands me," Liu demonstrated and taught in the front. While Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying imitated her actions at the back. From Xiaoyang's perspective, well, it was indescribable. It made his blood boil and his heart race. I can't stand it. He quickly averted his gaze and started punching. 1, 2. 500. 501. 1,000. Xiaoyang punched 1,000 times in one breath to relieve his restless heart. It was extremely hot, and since the boiler was on this floor, he was soaked in sweat. So he simply took off his shirt. Looking back at Lu Yu and the others, they had stopped their yoga poses and were looking at him in utter disbelief. Xiaoyang was utterly bewildered. "What's wrong?" Lu Yu said, "Little brother, I must say, your physical fitness is truly remarkable." Tang Ying chimed in, "Impressive. Really impressive." Lin Shishir glanced at Xiaoyang and then looked at Mu Wanqing, saying, No wonder. I finally understand why you, Wanqing, call Before Lin Shishir could finish her sentence, Mu Wanqing covered her mouth with her hand. What are you doing? Lin Shishir broke free and said huffily. You know too much. So I'm going to. Ahihi. Mu Wanqing lunged at Lin Shishir playfully. And the two of them started frolicking and teasing each other. Lu Yu and Tang Ying were now gazing at Xiao Yang, seemingly in a daze. Xiao Yang's well-built and well-proportioned upper body, with his bronze-toned skin, exuded a distinct male allure, paired with his resolute and handsome face. Which woman could resist stealing a few extra glances? Tang Ying mused to herself. If one were to seek a boyfriend, someone like Xiao Yang would be the ideal choice. Chapter 53. 4 against 1. The group spent about an hour doing yoga, and then they asked Tang Ying to teach them combat techniques. However, Xiao Yang found these combat techniques rather lackluster. In the face of powerful supernatural abilities, even the most formidable combat skills were, unless one had an exceptionally strong constitution capable of withstanding the attacks of supernatural powers, these techniques would be of little use. Nevertheless, it was always beneficial to have more skills. They could just consider it a form of physical exercise. Tang Ying's skills were indeed quite decent. At least they looked aesthetically pleasing. High roundhouse kicks, downward chops, grappling holds, choke holds, and groin kicks. Xiao Yang couldn't help but wince at the thought of the groin kick. It was just too brutal. Xiao Yang was thoroughly enjoying the sight of their graceful figures. It was an absolute delight. Hey, Xiao Yang, now that you possess a millennium's worth of energy, do you think the 4 of us, joining forces, could take you down? Mu Wanqing suddenly had an idea and wanted to test just how strong Xiao Yang's constitution was. Xiao Yang scoffed at the idea. Come on. You've just learned the groin kick. Forget it. Your groin kicks are way too harsh. If each of you gave me one, I'd be done for. The women burst into laughter upon hearing this. Don't worry, we won't kick. If we did, Wanqing would be mad at us, haha. Lin Shishir glanced at Xiao Yang's lower body and covered her mouth, teasing. Goodness, Lin Shishir, you're such a chatterbox. Mu Wanqing put her arm around Lin Shishir's slender waist and tickled her armpit with the other hand. I was wrong. Lin Shishir burst into giggles and quickly bent over, begging for mercy. All right, you two, stop fooling around. Brother Xiao, I think Wanqing's suggestion is excellent. We can give it a try, just for amusement. Liu stepped forward, raising her eyebrows and smiling at Xiao Yang in a rather provocative manner. Only Tang Ying stood aside in silence, yet her eyes revealed a look of anticipation. Seeing the eager expressions on the faces of the young ladies, Xiao Yang was overjoyed. As long as they didn't aim for his groin, he was more than willing. Xiao Yang was a bit excited. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. He wondered what was on Mu Wanqing's mind. Okay, then let's begin. But first, it's agreed that you're not allowed to kick my groin. Sure, let's start. As long as we can knock you down, you lose. Lin Shishir clapped her hands and said, Fine. If I fall, I lose. If all of you fall, you lose. After Xiao Yang said that, he stepped into the middle of them. Come on. You can make the first move. Use all your skills. I'm not afraid. Swords, guns. Clubs can't harm me. How can your dainty punches and kicks pose a threat? When the young ladies saw Xiao Yang's confident stance, they were instantly filled with fighting spirit. We don't believe we can't take you down today. Immediately, they launched a flurry of small punches and long-legged kicks at Xiao Yang. Tang Ying even tried to choke Xiao Yang, but she couldn't even budge him. With only about a year's worth of energy, she was still too weak in front of Xiao Yang, and Mu Wanqing and the others were obviously much stronger than her. Although their attacks couldn't inflict the slightest harm on Xiao Yang, they still made a crackling sound when hitting his body. Wanqing and Shishir, hold his legs. Sister Yu, hold his waist. I'll grab his neck. Let's all pull back together and knock him down. Seeing that their random punches and kicks couldn't shake Xiao Yang at all, Tang Ying began to direct the others to change their strategy. Okay. With a grunt, the girls followed Tang Ying's instructions, gritting their teeth. They grabbed his legs and waist with all their might. Seeing that the girls were only capable of this, Xiao Yang burst into laughter. Is this all you've got? How feeble. He scoffed. Now, it's my turn. With that, he reached behind him and seized Tang Ying's arms. Then he lifted her up with a jerk, holding her above his head before gently tossing her to the ground. Next, he reached back and grabbed Lu Yu around the waist. With a bit of effort, he hoisted her up. Then he quickly freed one hand and spun Lu Yu around his waist. Terrified, Lu Yu let out shrill cries. After gently tossing Lu Yu to the side, Xiao Yang immediately bent down and wrapped his arms around Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir's slender waists. He held one in each hand, hoisted them up, and slung them over his shoulders. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir shrieked in fear, but their narrow waists were firmly held by Xiao Yang. and they couldn't break free no matter how hard they tried. Xiaoyang carried them on his shoulders and spun around 3 times on the spot. Amid their screams, he gently laid them on the ground. Xiaoyang flashed a smug smile. Trying to fight me? It seemed that they truly had no idea of the prowess of the millennium-old monster. At present, the young ladies were looking at Xiaoyang with panic in their eyes. This man was incredibly powerful, treating them as if they were dumbbells. Looking at the elated Xiaoyang, Tang Ying was extremely indignant. Suddenly, she leaped up and clung to him like an octopus, firmly pressing Xiaoyang's head into her bosom while tightly locking his waist with her long legs. Xiaoyang's entire head was buried in Tang Ying's embrace. An tempting fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making him feel somewhat dazed. Due to the excessive softness, he even found it a bit hard to breathe. Wanqing, sure, quickly hold his 2 arms. Tang Ying shouted after taking a deep breath. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir immediately got up, one on each side. They clasped Xiaoyang's arms. With his vision obstructed, Xiaoyang couldn't dodge. He could only exert force and lift the 2 women up. However, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir refused to let go. Like 2 monkeys, they wrapped their legs around Xiaoyang's legs and tightly grasped his arms. MMM. Xiaoyang was almost suffocated. He wanted to speak, but Tang Ying was squeezing him too tightly, and he couldn't utter a sound. Seeing this, Lu Yu directly squatted down at the back of Xiaoyang's heels, grabbed his ankles with both hands, and pulled hard backwards. But she couldn't move him. At this moment, even Yang Yang, the police dog that had been watching the fun from the side, couldn't stand it any longer. It stepped forward and bit Xiaoyang's trouser leg, tugging hard backwards. Ha, buddy, even the dog can't stand you. If you keep resisting, I'll have to use my lightning ability, Lu Yu threatened playfully. Hearing this, Xiaoyang was startled and instinctively tensed up. Then he relaxed his body. Taking this opportunity, Lu Yu pulled his legs backward. Losing his balance, Xiaoyang tumbled forward. Alas, as he fell, the 3 women beneath him hit the ground first. Since they cushioned his fall, Xiaoyang actually felt rather comfortable. At this moment, Lu Yu executed a reverse wrist lock, smiling and saying, Brother, we've brought you down. You've lost this round. Hearing this, Xiaoyang retorted defiantly. I was just going easy on you. If I really fought back, how could you possibly beat me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu tightened her grip and declared, I don't care. You've lost. No cheating. Chapter 54. Is Xiaoyang still human? Monkey, my seal is void. Xiaoyang's head was still tightly held by Tang Ying, and he could barely speak clearly. Only after hearing Xiaoyang admit defeat did the women release him. Exhausted, they lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Come on. Get up quickly. I can hardly breathe. Lin Shishir pushed away Xiaoyang's arm and complained. Xiaoyang, get off me. My back hurts from the fall. Mu Wanqing also pushed away his other arm. Xiaoyang had intended to enjoy the soft human cushion a bit longer, but due to the insistent demands of the 2 ladies, he had no choice but to stand up. Standing up, he stared at Tang Ying lying on the ground and said, Captain Tang, you're 2. It almost suffocated me. A blush crept onto Tang Ying's face as she realized that her actions just now had indeed been a bit inappropriate. However, it was unintentional. She had only been focused on bringing Xiaoyang down and hadn't given it much thought. She quickly covered her chest with one hand and propped herself up with the other. Sorry, Tang Ying said to Xiaoyang somewhat bashfully. It's okay. You were just too engrossed. Xiaoyang waved his hand as if he had suffered a great deal. Come on. Stop acting like a victim when you've gained an advantage. Well, you lost. How should we punish you? Xiaoyang was taken aback. There's a punishment? You didn't mention it just now. Humph. After knocking us down like this, it would be unfair not to punish you for all the effort we've put in. Lin Shishir persisted. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and then suddenly smiled. How about I give you a massage as an apology? Would that be all right? Get out of here. You're dreaming. Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at Xiaoyang. Since his cunning plan had failed, Xiaoyang quickly let out a forced laugh. I think. How about this? Young man, aren't you really good at doing push-ups? Then let the 4 of us take turns standing on your back. You carry each of us and do 1,000 push-ups. What do you think? As soon as Lu Yu spoke, the other 3's eyes immediately lit up. Great. Let's see how he gets exhausted. Lin Shishir raised both hands in approval. Well, I think it's a good idea too. Let's see how long you can hold on. Mu Wanqing also agreed wholeheartedly. I'll follow the majority, Tang Ying said with a smile. Looking at their gloating expressions, Xiaoyang felt a bit nervous. This was too harsh. However, a man's pride is inviolable, even if it means sacrificing his life. Come on, don't take turns. All four of you stand on my back at once. I'll do 4,000 push-ups right away. Upon hearing this, the four girls were utterly stunned. How could Xiaoyang be so overconfident? Fine, since you've said so, don't blame us for overpowering you. Come on, let's get on. Mu Wanqi was the first to step onto his back. Immediately, Xiaoyang felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. Then, Lin Shishir joined on his back. Next came Tang Ying, and finally, Lu Yu. Steady yourselves. I'm about to start. Wait. The dog also contributed just now. Come on, let the dog come up too. Lu Yu suddenly stopped him. Tang Ying exchanged a knowing look and called Yang over. The dog stood by Xiaoyang's calves. Xiaoyang's face darkened. You guys are ruthless. Hey, look. Don't we look like the Tang monk and his 3 disciples riding on a giant turtle across the Tongdian River? Haha. Lin Shishir's sudden inspiration made the others burst into laughter. Yes, Xiaoyang is that giant turtle. Haha. Hearing this, Xiaoyang almost lost his strength. He said with a half-angry smile, Who are you calling a giant turtle? Be careful, or I'll throw you all off. All right, stop fooling around. Let's start. Brother Xiao. At Lu Yu's order, Xiaoyang immediately started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,999 for 1,000. The four girls counted above while Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and persevered until the last push. Then he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Seeing that Xiaoyang had truly completed 4,000 push-ups in one breath, all of them wore expressions of utter incredulity. Wow, Xiaoyang, you're really amazing. I'm completely convinced. Lin Shishir was extremely impressed. Xiaoyang, you're truly remarkable. Tang Ying also gave a thumbs up. Kid. Sister has really broadened her horizons today. You're indeed my wonderful Xiao brother. Lu Yu patted Xiaoyang to show her encouragement. Xiaoyang, you're excellent. Mu Wanqing stroked Xiaoyang's head, looking extremely proud. Woof woof. It was unclear what the police dog Yang Yang was trying to convey. All right, it's done. You can get off now. Haha, okay. The four people and the dog got off Xiaoyang's back, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shishir looked at Xiaoyang, who was as limp as a puddle of mud, and was overjoyed. Humph. This time, you won't have the energy to mess around with Wanqing tonight. I can finally have a good sleep. Tang Ying was genuinely shocked. The combined weight of the four people and the dog was over 400 caddies. Was Xiaoyang still human? Lu Yu stood aside, looked at Xiaoyang, lost in thought. Then, with a pitying look, she glanced at Mu Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, you've really suffered. Mu Wanqing blushed when she caught Lu Yu's look and shyly lowered her head. However, soon she started to worry. How was she going to deal with Xiaoyang in the future? It was getting late. Mu Wanqing and the others went upstairs to take a hot bath. When Xiaoyang went up, the four of them were already sitting on the living room sofa chatting. Sister Yu, what shall we have for dinner? Kid. What do you want? You're the most exhausted. We'll follow your suggestion. Hiki. Xiaoyang pondered for a while. How about having barbecue today? I've got plenty of ingredients here. I'm sure you'll love them. Upon hearing this, the four young ladies instantly showed surprise and delight. Really? That's wonderful. I haven't had grilled skewers for ages, exclaimed Lin Shishir. Leaping up with joy, Tang Ying couldn't contain her excitement either, as she was also fond of grilled skewers. Agreed. All right, then I'll go fetch the ingredients and seasonings. Seeing that they all wanted to have grilled food, Xiaoyang rushed to the basement level. He retrieved charcoal, a barbecue grill, and various barbecue seasonings from his spatial storage. There were also half a lamb, meat tendons, chicken wings, leeks, several large kidneys, as well as some shrimps, oysters, and vegetables. All set. Xiaoyang handed these to Lu Yu. Sister Yu, you take care of this. Let the others assist you. I need to take a shower and have a rest. The group were overjoyed at the sight of such a sumptuous spread of ingredients. Okay, we'll call you when it's ready. Just wait and enjoy your meal. Watching them happily bustling about, Xiaoyang took a shower while musing on the sight of the young ladies in their yoga outfits. How exquisite. He relished this feeling immensely. However, the thought of Mu Wanqing quickly put an end to his wild reveries. No, stay calm. I can't let Wanqing notice. Take it slow, there's no hurry. Haste makes waste. Chapter 55. I willing Xiaoyang. Come down quickly and have the barbecue. Mu Wanqing's call interrupted Xiaoyang's daydreaming. He got up and went downstairs. The entire living room was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled skewers. There were already quite a few grilled meat skewers and oysters on the table. You start eating first. I need to finish grilling this lamb leg. Lu Yu sat beside the barbecue grill in the kitchen, turning the lamb leg as she spoke. Xiaoyang went downstairs and brought up 2 cases of Tsingtao Augsburger beer. He opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Lu Yu. Come on, Sister Yu. You've had a hard time. Drink while we barbecue. Seeing Xiaoyang so considerate, Liu said to the group, "Don't fight with my little brother for those kidneys and leeks. Let him have more to replenish his energy. I won't eat such disgusting stuff. Anyway, I won't fight for them." Lin Shishir murmured with a pout. Xiaoyang smiled. "You don't understand. Is there anything more delicious than kidneys?" He opened a bottle of beer for each person and raised his bottle. "Come on, enjoy the barbecue and beer. Cheers." Xiaoyang downed another bottle, while the women sipped casually. Then, everyone indulged in the skewers, their mouths glistening with grease. Especially the girls, with their shiny lips, looked extremely alluring. When Liu placed the roasted lamb leg on the table, the atmosphere of the barbecue reached its peak. Everyone clinked glasses, feasted, and had a great time. At this moment, Xiaoyang picked up a bottle of wine and walked to Tang Ying. Looking at her seriously, he said, "Captain Tang, let's share this bottle." Tang Ying quickly picked up her bottle and stood up. "Don't call me Captain Tang. I'm just a commander with no troops. How can I still be called a captain? Just call me Tang Ying." Xiaoyang clinked his bottle against Tang Ying's and then gulped down the whole bottle in one go. Tang Ying was not to be outdone and tilted her head to finish her drink at once. "Bravo!" Mu Wanqing and the others applauded immediately. "Tang Ying, what do you think of us?" Xiaoyang was about to get to the point. Tang Ying thought for a moment and replied sincerely, "You're all excellent and powerful. Moreover, I find myself quite in tune with these sisters." As she spoke, she smiled at Mu Wanqing and the others. "Sister Tang Ying, we feel an immediate affinity with you." Tang Ying is about the same age as Xiaoyang, so Lin Shishir addresses her as sister. "Indeed, Sister Tang Ying, I took a fancy to you at first sight." Liu also said with a smile, "Sister Ying, I believe we can become sisters." Mu Wanqing stood up, taking Tang Ying's hand. "Thank you all. You are all so kind." Tang Ying was somewhat touched. She had lost so many colleagues and teammates. If it weren't for these people staying with her, she might have been even more heart-stricken. "Tang Ying, stay and join our big family. As you can see, the world has gone awry. Moreover, the future will be even more dire. I, Xiaoyang, dare not claim to be all-powerful, but I can absolutely guarantee to keep you all well nourished. I have the ability to shield you from the elements, to prevent you from suffering cold and hunger, and I will also strive to make you all stronger. Besides, we really need capable people like you to join us. Are you willing?" Xiaoyang stared intently into Tang Ying's eyes, sincerely inviting her. Tang Ying's eyes were a bit moist. She was overjoyed that Xiaoyang and the others valued her so much. When she first met Xiaoyang and his group yesterday and witnessed their extraordinary combat power, she even contemplated recruiting them to join her. However, after the battle this morning, Tang Ying finally realized that her own combat level was abysmal. She was simply not on the same level as Xiaoyang and the others, especially Xiaoyang, the leader, whose combat power was off the charts. Perhaps even 10 of herself combined might not be a match for him. Women have always admired the strong. In Tang Ying's eyes, Xiaoyang was the most formidable person she had ever met. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he also had a handsome face that she could never tire of looking at. Moreover, Xiaoyang had completely different attitudes towards outsiders and his own people. She could sense that Xiaoyang was a person who would protect his own and was worthy of trust and reliance. Besides, there were 3 beautiful young ladies here, so staying wouldn't be so awkward. Thus, she had long wanted to stay. "Agree to him. Agree to him." Lin Shishir couldn't help but clap her hands and shout. Mu Wanqing gave Lin Shishir a fierce glare, which made Lin Shishir shrink her neck in fright. "Oops, my mistake." Hiki. Xiaoyang was utterly speechless. Thanks to Lin Shishir's disruption, it seemed as if he were proposing marriage to Tang Ying. Tang Ying also felt a bit embarrassed, and her face turned a little red. However, she took a deep breath and said resolutely to Xiaoyang, "Okay, I'm willing." "Yeah, great. Sister Tang Ying, we'll be family from now on." Lin Shishir exclaimed as she jumped up. Mu Wanqing also happily hugged Tang Ying and said, "Welcome to join us, Sister Ying." Liu picked up a bottle of wine, stood up, and raised the bottle, saying, "Great. We should have a celebration. Let's celebrate having one more wonderful sister." At present, no one was happier than Xiaoyang. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was actually trembling with excitement. He opened all the bottles of beer and placed them on the table, then picked up one himself. "Well, we really should celebrate. I'll down 3 bottles in a row." "Great, great, great." Xiaoyang fulfilled his promise. Amid the cheers of the women, he downed 3 bottles of alcohol in a row without changing his complexion. Influenced by Xiaoyang's enthusiasm, Mu Wanqing and the others also each drank a bottle. It must be said that since they followed Xiaoyang, their alcohol tolerance had improved. "Oh, there's still a procedure left. Sister Tang Ying, please take an oath to Xiaoyang," Lin Shishir reminded. Tang Ying was taken aback. What? I have to take an oath? And it's to Xiaoyang? They also do this here? She looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. The latter laughed it off and said, no need, no need. It's just a formality. It doesn't matter if we skip it. Lin Shishir was not happy. Pouting, she said, how can you say no? You made us take the oath back then. Seeing Xiaoyang looking a bit embarrassed, Tang Ying seemed to understand his concerns. In a team, what was the most important thing? Of course, it was loyalty and cohesion. She knew this well. To save Xiaoyang from the awkward situation, Tang Ying stood straight in front of him and said sincerely, Xiaoyang, I don't believe in oaths. However, I, Tang Ying, guarantee with my personality that I will definitely regard you all as my family. I will never betray you. Good. I believe you. Xiaoyang also nodded seriously at Tang Ying. There's another point. You have to absolutely obey Xiaoyang's command, Lin Shishir added. Before Tang Ying could say anything, Xiaoyang quickly said, well, Tang Ying has received professional training and was once a team leader. She has more experience than us. In the future, for combat operations, let Tang Ying lead and command. After all, this is her specialty. Xiaoyang paused here, then cast a sharp glance at everyone and raised his voice, saying, however, the overall strategy and deployment must be decided by me. On this point, you must unconditionally obey, because I know better than anyone else the future trends of change. Chapter 56. Team Yang of a different Yang. Seeing Xiaoyang so confident, although Tang Ying was unclear as to the reason. She understood that since Xiaoyang could make the several girls so powerful, he must possess such capabilities. Moreover, Xiaoyang had already shown great regard for her, and she was not one to be ungrateful. Fine, I'll obey. After seeing Tang Ying's stance, Xiaoyang reverted to his innocent-looking face. He secretly stole a glance at Mu Wanqing, and coincidentally, Mu Wanqing was also looking at him. Upon seeing Xiaoyang's look, Mu Wanqing knew what he wanted to ask. She gently nodded, and Xiaoyang gave a knowing smile. All right, passed. Hey, by the way, we now have 5 people, which is enough to form a small team. How about giving our little team a name? Lin Shishir suddenly proposed. Xiaoyang noticed that Lin Shishir had a quick-witted mind and could think of anything. This was completely inconsistent with her elegant temperament when playing the flute. However, Lin Shishir's suggestion was a good one. Xiaoyang also thought it was time to establish their own flag. Just as he was deep in thought, Lin Shishir suddenly clapped her hands and said, I've got it. I remember there was a very popular mini-game called Sheep of a Different Sheep. Many people played it and scrambled to join the sheep flock. Look, the character Yang in Xiaoyang's name is a homophone of sheep. How about naming our team Yangelgang Team? This way, it also foretells that our team will become increasingly powerful in the future. What do you think? As soon as Lin Shishir finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. They truly admired Lin Shishir's creative mind. Well, I have to say, it's really a great idea. I approve. I also approve. From now on, those who join our team can be said to be joining the Yang group. Haha. Xiaoyang was quite satisfied. Excellent. I like it. Just as he was feeling extremely pleased, Lin Shishir suddenly said to Tang Ying, however, Sister Tang Ying, your police dog is also named Yang. Isn't it a bit of a conflict? The smile on Xiaoyang's face suddenly froze. He glared at Lin Shishir and said, Get out of here. You always bring up the most uncomfortable topics. Looking at the police dog Yang lying under the table and gnawing on a lamb bone, Xiaoyang thought to himself, this dog shouldn't stay here for long. The blizzard outside had stopped. It had come and gone in a hurry. Xiaoyang and the other 4 people kept drinking until the middle of the night before the gathering ended. During this period, Xiaoyang gave Tang Ying a general account of the future disasters again, which left Tang Ying utterly stunned. Xiaoyang also unreservedly demonstrated his spatial ability in front of everyone. He continuously took things out of his space, just like Doraemon. This also made Tang Ying and Lin Shishir truly witness the power of his spatial ability. Tang Ying said, Show off. You're really good at showing off. By chance, Lin Shishir discovered a pair of sheer black lace stockings among the things Xiaoyang took out. Xiaoyang, why do you have black stockings in your space? They're so sheer. Whose did you steal? Xiaoyang looked extremely embarrassed. How could he have accidentally brought this thing out? Mu Wanqing, upon seeing the black stockings held high in Lin Shishir's hand, immediately cast a scrutinizing look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang quickly snatched the stockings back and said somewhat, Hee, these are for Wanqing. Please forgive my rudeness. The other women suddenly realized what was going on and stared at Mu Wanqing with their mouths agape. Oh, so this is your thing. Mu Wanqing blushed instantly. She gave Xiaoyang a reproachful look and said, Don't listen to his nonsense. I have no idea about this. Seeing that the others still didn't believe her, and were looking at her with smiles on their faces. Mu Wanqing got up and rushed upstairs. I'm going to bed first. You guys talk. Seeing Mu Wanqing running upstairs, Xiaoyang felt it inappropriate to stay any longer. Then I'll go to sleep too. Bye. After saying that, he took the black stockings and chased after her upstairs. The remaining three, Lu Yu, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying, looked at each other in bewilderment. Inside the master bedroom on the third floor, Wanqing, try these on and let me see if they fit. Xiaoyang stuffed the black stockings into Mu Wanqing's arms and looked at her with expectant eyes. No, they look so sheer. Come on. That's exactly why I want you to wear them. Hurry up. Be a good girl. Did you really intend to give me these black stockings? Of course. Who else would I give them to? Then, all right. Close your eyes first. Open them when I tell you to. Okay. A few minutes later. Okay. Xiaoyang opened his eyes. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. I'm losing my mind. It's so incredibly alluring, especially when paired with Mu Wanqing's shy expression. It was truly perfect. Xiaoyang pounced like a hungry tiger, about to make his move, but was stopped by Mu Wanqing. Xiaoyang, not today. You need more rest. I'm fine. I can do it. Listen to me. I really have your best interest at heart. Tomorrow, I'll definitely wear it again, okay? Mu Wanqing coaxed Xiaoyang. All right. Then it's tomorrow. You can't refuse again tomorrow, got it? Okay. It was a rare quiet night, and everyone slept extremely soundly. It wasn't until noon that everyone gradually got up to wash up. Liu laboriously prepared a meal of 4 dishes and 1 soup, which left Xiaoyang and the others stuffed to the brim. Looking at the time, seeing that it was still early and the snow on the ground wasn't too thick, Xiaoyang decided to go down the mountain again to harvest some crystals. Thinking of the crystals, Xiaoyang quickly took out the more than 50 crystals he'd obtained the previous day and gave them to Tang Ying. Take advantage of this time and quickly absorb all the energy from the crystals. Right now, you have the least time energy. Use them first. Okay. Under Mu Wanqing's guidance, Tang Ying soon finished absorbing the energy from the more than 50 crystals. Now, the time energy in her arms had reached 60 years. Tang Ying truly felt the changes the energy had brought to her body. She now felt refreshed, as if she had an endless supply of strength within her. And even her physical strength had increased many-fold. She couldn't help but sigh at how incredibly miraculous the world had become. Thinking about Xiaoyang's energy that was over 1,000 years old, she finally understood why Xiaoyang had such a powerful constitution. It seemed that these crystals were truly of great importance. However, Xiaoyang, without the slightest concern, gave all these crystals to her, fulfilling his promise to help her become powerful. Xiaoyang was a man of his word. This was the deepest impression Xiaoyang left on Tang Ying. After donning the equipment, Xiaoyang took out his pistol and the box of bullets he had casually obtained. To his discovery, they were not a match. Seeing this, Tang Ying directly took out the bullets specially for the revolver from her bag and gave them to Xiaoyang. Here, if you like using this gun, these bullets are all yours. Very well. Xiaoyang was not polite either. He directly took the bullets and loaded them into the revolver. Then he gave another pistol and other bullets from his space to Tang Ying. Tang Ying loaded the pistol to its fullest and gave it to Lu Yu. Sister Yu, hold it well. Wanqing and Shishir, you two should also take good care of the guns I gave you. We've got them. The two replied in unison. Well, Xiaoyang was quite satisfied with his team at the moment. Now, everyone had a pistol in hand. Although the bullets were not in large quantity, they would suffice for the time being. Besides, ordinary zombies and survivors were not worth them using their guns. Unless there were sudden emergencies and perils, they would not waste their bullets. With everything in readiness, Xiaoyang fed 2 crystal nuclei to Meichio and then led his Yangle team on their journey. Chapter 57. 4. Star Mutant. The heavy-duty off-road RV drove to the entrance of the villa area and picked up the guard, Xiao Lu. It was her turn to go out for training this time. The entire winding mountain road was covered with a layer of snow. An ordinary car would definitely skid when running on it. However, for Xiaoyang's heavy-duty off-road RV, it was like walking on flat ground. After descending the mountain, they made a beeline for the vicinity of the several communities they had cleared last time and began to continue cleaning up several new neighboring communities. However, there were quite a few wandering zombies in the small gardens of the new communities. Presumably, they had chased the survivors out of the houses. They let Lin Shishir play the flute melody to attract all the outdoor zombies. Then they waited for the right moment and took them all out at once. It was both time and energy saving. As for the zombies locked in the houses, due to their limited manpower, Xiaoyang and his group didn't have the energy to search room by room. They left those to the later, arriving survivors. In the following communities, Xiaoyang and his group followed the same pattern and quickly cleared the zombies outside. Of course, there were also quite a few pet zombies among them. Nevertheless, they no longer posed a threat to Xiaoyang and his group. After clearing all the neighboring communities, further ahead was the location of more than a dozen universities. There was no time left for today, so Xiaoyang decided to start cleaning up the university town tomorrow. When the cold snap hit, these universities hadn't had their holidays yet, so there would surely be a large number of zombies in the school dormitory areas. Naturally, there would also be many survivors. Xiaoyang thought that he should appropriately recruit some young members into his team. Relying solely on a few of them would exhaust them every day. As long as they were capable, had special abilities, and had good character, Xiaoyang would take them all. Moreover, there was one crucial point. These college students hadn't truly stepped into society, hadn't experienced the harshness of the real world, and hadn't been contaminated by the vices in society. They were highly malleable and easier to subdue. Youth is always a precious asset. If the team were full of old people, either someone would have a sore leg today or someone else would have a stiff neck tomorrow. What would that be like? No matter how much time and energy there was, those who were prone to illness would still get sick. Otherwise, why would people stockpile so many medicines? After ransacking all the shops along the street in the community, no useful supplies were found. Some small supermarkets had already been looted, indicating that the surviving people had started large-scale actions. Another thing caught Xiaoyang's special attention. He noticed that there were some zombies killed by survivors in the shops, and the crystals in their brows had been removed. This meant that quite a few people had already learned the secret of the crystals. In the future, the competition would become more intense, and the challenges would be greater. Fortunately, his own strength had far outstripped that of others. In this apocalyptic world, the strong would only get stronger. Once one fell behind at the start, it would be extremely difficult to narrow the gap. There were only limited resources, and they were gradually diminishing. If one person got more, another would surely get less. It seemed that from tomorrow on, he had to pick up the pace. He had been too idle during this period. He drove all the way towards the Purple Mountain Villa area. Although it was not yet dark, the sun was blocked by the mountains, so the winding mountain road appeared a bit dim. Xiaoyang turned on the car lights and looked around slowly. Suddenly, there was a long black object lying across the snow on the road ahead. Both ends of it extended beyond the road surface, and it was hard to tell what it was. The already narrow road was completely blocked by this thing. Xiaoyang slammed on the brakes. If he had driven straight ahead on such a narrow road, it would have been easy to lose control. He instructed the girls to wait in the car while he alighted alone to approach and inspect. If it turned out to be a toppled tree, he would then summon them to offer assistance. With the illumination of the car's headlights, Xiaoyang prepared to draw near the object to discern what it was. Suddenly, he perceived the object shifting slightly. Xiaoyang instantly halted in his tracks. Before he could even react, the end of the black object adjacent to the mountain abruptly reared up. A snake's head as large as a wash basin materialized ahead, its mouth flicking out a long forked tongue. Two eyes as big and bright as light bulbs were fixed intently on Xiaoyang. Right in the middle of the snake's head, there was a bulge with 4 glinting green dots on it. Having already been startled, Xiaoyang broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing those 4 green dots. Damn it, I've actually encountered a mutated python. And it's a 4-star one at that, he thought. Xiaoyang was unsure whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. He was in dire need of a 4-star crystal core to elevate his spatial ability to the 6th level. And today, he had actually chanced. It seemed that the python was merely passing by and just happened to cross his path. However, unfortunately, with his current strength, he wasn't certain he could defeat it. Pythons inherently boasted greater strength than humans, let alone a 4-star mutated one. Nevertheless, relying on his energy constitution that had been cultivated over more than 1,000 years, Xiaoyang was confident in his ability to flee. Yet, he couldn't drive the off-road RV away as there was no room to turn around. He surely couldn't reverse all the way down. Moreover, there were several women in the car, and he couldn't abandon them. At present, Xiaoyang could only retreat slowly to increase the distance between himself and the python. He intended to withdraw to the side of the RV first. Seeing Xiaoyang slowly backing away, the mutant python also stirred its body. Xiaoyang's heart skipped a beat. It didn't want him to leave. He quickly took out a revolver from his spatial storage and held it in his hand. If things went wrong, he would fight. He wanted to shout loudly and tell the girls in the car to get out quickly. However, suddenly, Xiaoyang saw the 2 eyes of the mutant python flash. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyang's body felt as if he was in the grip of a nightmare and couldn't move at all. Although his mind remained clear, he simply couldn't move. Xiaoyang was instantly seized with panic. He knew he must have been affected by the mutant python's special ability. He had been staring into the python's eyes just now, and perhaps that was why he had fallen into the trap. Watching the python approaching little by little, Xiao Yang's heart was in his mouth. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the python right in the body. Tang Ying was the first to notice something amiss. She got out of the car and happened to see Xiao Yang confronting an enormous python. Without hesitation, she fired. Feeling the pain, the python tilted its body and retreated several steps. Once its gaze was averted, Xiao Yang found that he could suddenly move his body again. However, the python, having regained its senses, suddenly flew into a rage. It opened its gaping maw and was about to launch an attack. Xiao Yang quickly pointed his gun at the python, shooting while backing away. He shouted to the others, "Be careful. This is a fourth-order mutant. Don't look into its eyes. Shoot with your guns." However, apart from Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing and the others had never used a pistol before. They fumbled with the guns for a long time with no result, only to find that they hadn't even turned off the safety. The bullets fired by Xiao Yang and Tang Ying at the python failed to halt the furious creature's advance. Suddenly, the python lashed its tail, striking Tang Ying directly. Unable to dodge in time, she was sent flying 3 or 4 meters away and landed in the snowdrift by the roadside. Chapter 58. At the critical juncture, Xiao Yang had run out of bullets. With the sudden loss of Tang Ying's firepower, the mutant python launched its attacks even more recklessly. Xiao Yang quickly grabbed the gun from Mu Wanqing's hand. "Go and check on Tang Ying right away." He then fired another volley at the python, temporarily forcing it back a few steps. "Sister Lu, give me your gun. Once the python attacks again, use your thunderbolt on it." "All right." Xiao Yang held 2 guns and fired rapidly at the python. However, the python had thick and tough skin, and the bullets couldn't inflict fatal damage on it. It launched another attack, this time directly targeting Xiao Yang. As the snake's tail lashed towards him, Liu beside him seized the opportunity and struck the python's tail with a thunderbolt. A wisp of black smoke rose. The python winced in pain, and its attack lost much of its force, which Xiao Yang managed to block with his hands. Even though Xiao Yang had a strong physique, his arms went numb from the impact, and he almost dropped his guns. Seeing this, Liu fired 2 more thunderbolts at the python's body, which completely enraged it. Suddenly, it whipped its head and sent Liu flying. The security guard, Xiao Lu, quickly rushed to Lu Yu's side to check on her. Now, only Xiao Yang and Lin Shishir were left at the front. Xiao Yang took Lin Shishir's gun and said, "Step back. Your physiques can't withstand its attacks." Then he opened fire on the python again, firing wildly. The python wriggled from side to side, dodging until Xiao Yang exhausted all his bullets. It seemed that the python had been hit numerous times, and the snow on the ground had long been dyed red by its blood. However, this still didn't cause it a fatal injury. Seeing that Xiao Yang had ceased firing, it reared up and lunged at him. Xiao Yang promptly drew out his tang knife and slashed at it. A hissing sound echoed as the blade sliced across the python's scales, leaving a deep scratch. Yet it failed to cut through. Unimpeded in its attack, the python's massive body crashed directly onto Xiao Yang. A foul stench filled his nostrils, and he was instantly pinned beneath the python. Fortunately, he had a strong constitution. Otherwise, he would surely have been crushed to death. Nevertheless, even so, he found it a bit difficult to breathe. Before Xiao Yang could react, the snake's body writhed again, coiling around him. Sensing the immense force from all over his body, constantly squeezing his frame, Xiao Yang's face had now flushed bright red. The bones in his body made popping sounds from time to time, and he felt as if his bones were about to be shattered. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been crushed into a pulp by now. Xiao Yang struggled to hold on. The python seemed to realize that squeezing him like this wouldn't kill him. So, it opened its huge mouth, aiming at Xiao Yang's head, intending to swallow him. Xiao Yang was now unable to move at all, just as he was on the verge of losing his life to the snake's jaws. In this desperate moment, suddenly, a melodious sound of a vertical bamboo flute resounded. The python, which was about to swallow Xiao Yang, suddenly halted its movement, stopped attacking, and turned its head towards the direction from which the sound came. At this moment, Lin Shishir was holding the flute with both hands, concentrating on playing it at the python. And the python seemed to respond to the sound, and the coils around Xiao Yang gradually. Xiao Yang didn't dare to be negligent. Taking this opportunity, he drew out his tang knife and stabbed it into one of the python's eyes. A stream of yellow liquid spurted out. Suddenly, the python trembled all over and violently flung Xiao Yang away. Xiao Yang's body slammed directly into the mountainside beside him, leaving him dizzy. With great difficulty, he sat up and found that the python seemed to be severely injured, constantly writhing on the ground. It seemed that the eyes were the weak points of this mutated python. At this moment, seeing that Xiaoyang had broken free from the python's restraint, Lin Shishir quickly stopped playing and ran towards Xiaoyang. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing, with Xiao Lu's help, had carried Lu Yu and Tang Ying together. Judging from their conditions, they were seriously injured. Supported by Lin Shishir, Xiaoyang stood up. He picked up the Tang knife on the ground, intending to kill the python while it was defenseless. Whoosh! The mutated python seemed to sense Xiaoyang's killing intent. Suddenly, it reared up its front body again, glaring at him with its only remaining big eye. Opening its enormous jaws and pouncing towards Xiaoyang and Lin Shishir. Xiaoyang endured the pain and stepped forward with the knife, stabbing with all his might at the python's intact eye. Just as he was about to strike, the python suddenly tilted its head to avoid the attack, and the Tang knife stabbed into its neck instead. This strike was so forceful that the blade pierced through the python's skin. The python, in pain, suddenly tossed its head. Before Xiaoyang could pull out the knife, he was flung away again. As his body was hit once more, Xiaoyang felt as if his internal organs were about to be dislocated. And the python didn't stop its attack. It seemed to have targeted Xiaoyang and opened its bloody mouth again, pouncing towards him. Lin Shishir quickly began to play the flute again, attempting to draw the python's attention. However, this time it had little effect. The python merely paused briefly before lashing its tail, sweeping Lin Shishir away. Without paying heed to the flying Lin Shishir, the python continued to pounce on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang exerted all his might, retrieving another Tang knife from his spatial inventory. Then, he pointed the blade at the python's wide, open mouth. There was no way to dodge. He was determined to stab the python even if it meant certain death. Just at this critical juncture, Mu Wanqing suddenly rushed forward with her sword in hand and stabbed it into the python's intact eye. With that, both of the python's eyes were blinded. In pain, the python whipped its head around, knocking Mu Wanqing to the ground. Mu Wanqing cried out in agony. Although the python was blind, upon hearing Mu Wanqing, it immediately lunged forward and coiled her in its body. The snake's body, along with the trapped Mu Wanqing, rolled on the ground. Mu Wanqing let out intermittent groans of pain. Xiaoyang watched in great anxiety. If this continued, Mu Wanqing would surely be strangled to death by the python. She didn't possess Xiaoyang's strong constitution. Xiaoyang forced himself to stand up and charge forward with his sword raised. He made a beeline for the snake's head, intending to stab fiercely at the snake's glabella, where the crystal nucleus of this mutated python was located. However, at this moment, the python kept thrashing about, leaving Xiaoyang with no chance to strike. Every time, the 4 green glimmers on the python's glabella vanished in an instant and Xiaoyang simply couldn't find an opportunity. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing's face had turned as purple as liver, and it seemed she was on the verge of losing her breath. Xiaoyang was extremely anxious. He hated his own weakness for failing to slay the python with a single blow. Blame myself. The spatial ability is so useless. Apart from stockpiling goods, it serves no other purpose. If only I had a martial-type ability, we wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Xiaoyang seethed with anger. The blood in his body rushed to his head, and his eyes turned blood-red. No. Wanqing can't die. I must save her. I must save her. Suddenly, there was a loud buzzing in Xiaoyang's head. His ears seemed to ring, and he could no longer hear the surrounding sounds. When he opened his eyes, he found that the scene before him had suddenly changed. The python on the ground seemed to be wriggling, but its speed was at least 10 times slower. The picture was like a slow-motion video. Beside the off-road RV, Xiao, who was guarding Tang Ying and Lu Yu, was looking at him with tears in his eyes. However, the expression on his face seemed to be frozen. Chapter 59. The hospital. What's going on? The surrounding scenery seemed to be in slow motion, while his own movements were unaffected. Xiaoyang was quite confused. However, he knew this was the last chance to kill the mutant python. Xiaoyang quickly picked up the gun on the ground, took out bullets from his spatial ability, and loaded them. Then, he aimed at the raised part between the giant python's eyebrows and fired continuously. Puff, 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 puff. Streams of green slurry spurted out as all the bullets hit the python's brow. After several successful shots, Xiaoyang collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. At this moment, the surrounding picture returned to normal. The mutant python struggled violently for a while and then went silent, its body going limp. Mu Wanqing crawled out from under the snake's body with great difficulty and lay there, gasping for breath. Seeing that she was out of danger, Xiaoyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the python had completely stopped moving, the guard Lu approached gingerly and helped Mu Wanqing. Xiaoyang regained his composure, stood up, walked over to the dead python, drew his knife, and then dug out the 4-star crystal core. The crystal core was as large as a walnut, jet black all over, with 4 green lights shimmering, and it was quite heavy. Xiaoyang directly put away the crystal core first, then rushed over to check the injuries of the group. After a thorough examination, Xiaoyang felt rather worried. Lin Shishir and Mu Wanqing were in a relatively better condition, only having some bruises on their bodies. Tang Ying had hit her back just now, and there was a long gash on her back scratched by the rocks. The wound was rather deep and still bleeding. As for Lu Yu, one of her arms seemed to be dislocated and she couldn't move it. However, there was no one in their group who knew medical skills, and they couldn't keep delaying like this. Xiaoyang quickly took out some bandages, iodine, and alcohol from his space, cleaned Tang Ying's back wound thoroughly, and then wrapped it with gauze. Tang Ying gritted her teeth throughout the process and didn't utter a single sound. How many hospitals are there nearby? Xiaoyang inquired. There's only one large hospital, located in the university town. Mu Wanqing replied promptly. Come on, carry them onto the car. We have to go to the hospital and take our chances. Xiaoyang had thought it through. To ensure safety, they must find someone with medical skills to suture Tang Ying's wound preferably. Otherwise, with the slightest carelessness, the wound might get infected and she could even lose her life. It was the same for Lu Yu. If her dislocated arm wasn't set back in place, it would be useless after a long time. As for whether there were any surviving doctors in the hospital, they could only rely on luck. If it really didn't work, Xiaoyang would have to resort to some rustic remedies to treat them. As for the efficacy, it remained an enigma. The group got into the vehicle. Xiaoyang took out some anti-inflammatory medicine and instructed Mu Wanqing to feed it to Tang Ying, and he then produced some ointment for treating bruises and gave it to them, telling them to apply it. He dashed to the python's carcass once again and stored it in his spatial realm. Subsequently, he drove the RV, found an open space where he could turn around, reversed the vehicle's course, and headed towards the hospital in the university town. The hospital in the university town was situated in the center of the entire university town and covered a considerable area. When Xiaoyang drove the vehicle to the front of the outpatient building in the yard, the rumbling of the engine immediately drew a horde of zombies from within the building. This was something Xiaoyang had long anticipated. After all, in a hospital, could there be a shortage of zombies? Xiaoyang switched on all the lights around the RV, illuminating the area around it a bit. Then, he picked up his Tang Dao and calmly disembarked, slaying the zombies one by one. To expedite the process, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir also endured the pain in their bodies, got out of the vehicle, and joined the battle. Within a short while, the three of them had neatly dispatched over 100 zombies. They didn't have the time to collect the crystals and directly rushed into the outpatient building. It was extremely dark inside the building. Xiaoyang took out 3 high-powered flashlights and distributed one to each person. Once the flashlights were turned on, the interior of the building brightened considerably. Is there any surviving doctor? Please respond if you can hear me. For the sake of safety. As Xiaoyang advanced deeper into the building, he shouted. In this way, he could maximally draw out the zombies hiding inside the rooms and also let the survivors hear his call. However, after checking all the outpatient floors one by one, apart from a dozen scattered zombies, no survivors were found. Had they all perished or fled? Xiaoyang was reluctant to give up. Since there were none in the outpatient building, he decided to go to the inpatient building. He simply refused to believe that there weren't any living doctors in the entire hospital. Upon arriving at the entrance of the inpatient building, Xiaoyang found that the door was locked from the inside. What was going on? Had it been locked beforehand? Or was it that there were survivors who locked it from within? Xiaoyang didn't have the time to ponder over it. He told Mu Wanqing and Li Shishir to guard their backs, and then he started pounding on the glass door forcefully. After pounding for quite a while, apart from attracting a few zombies outside, there was no other movement. Inside the inpatient building, not a single zombie appeared. It seemed hopeless. Just as Xiaoyang was about to give up and was about to head to another inpatient building, suddenly, 4 men appeared inside the glass door. When Xiaoyang shone his flashlight on them, he saw that they were all holding fire axes in their hands. Xiaoyang's heart leaped with the presence of survivors meant there was still hope that some doctors had survived. What are you doing here? Someone inside asked warily. Are there any surviving doctors here? We have an injured person who needs treatment. Xiaoyang asked urgently. Was he bitten by a zombie? Upon hearing this, the people inside immediately tensed up with full-fledged alertness. No. Are there doctors here or not? Xiaoyang got a bit impatient. Yes, there are. But not with us. The leading man said through the crack in the door. Where are they? Can you tell us? I have a friend who needs immediate treatment. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang was overjoyed. It was good that there were doctors, which meant Tang Ying and Lu Yu would be safe. It seemed that he had come to the right place. It's in the pharmacy on the basement floor of the office building. However, don't get too excited. Since there's no electricity, they don't receive patients at night. The leading man suddenly reminded Xiao Yang upon seeing his delighted expression. Xiao Yang smiled. They had no electricity. But he did. Thank you. Xiao Yang expressed his gratitude and immediately led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir towards the hospital's office building. After entering the building, they found that the staircase leading to the basement floor was blocked by an iron railing and locked from the inside. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang started knocking on the railing and shouting, "Doctors! Are there any doctors here?" After knocking many times, an impatient voice finally came. "Where did this young fool come from? Don't you know you're not supposed to disturb us after dark? Get out of here." They could only hear the voice but didn't see the person. It seemed that the other party was too lazy to come up and explain things to them. "We have wounded who need treatment. Could you let us in?" Xiao Yang tried his best to make his tone sound polite. After all, he was asking for a favor. "Can't you understand what I'm saying? How can we treat patients in the dark? Come back tomorrow," the man said angrily. "No, the situation is urgent. They must be treated immediately. Don't worry about the darkness. I have a flashlight." Xiao Yang took out his flashlight and waved it downward. Chapter 60. Making exorbitant demands. The people downstairs suddenly fell silent upon seeing the light from Xiao Yang's flashlight. After a short while, 3 men walked up the stairs from below. 3 men wrapped in military overcoats, each holding an axe in hand, approached the fence and scrutinized Xiao Yang and his companions. The leading man, a tall, bearded fellow, spoke up. "Which one of you 3 is injured?" "It's not any of us. The injured person is in the car." "Was it a bite from a zombie?" "No." Noticing Xiao Yang's straightforward reply, the man then warned menacingly, "Don't lie. If we find out the person was bitten by a zombie, don't blame us for being ruthless." As he spoke, he lifted his axe and gently tapped it against his own head. The implication was clear. If they discovered the bite was from a zombie, they'd mercilessly blow the injured person's head off. "We're not lying." Hearing this, the man continued, "Our treatment here isn't free. Do you understand?" Xiao Yang nodded. This was understandable to him. He never expected others to offer free treatment out of kindness. "Understood. Just name your price." Seeing that Xiao Yang was so obliging, the man nodded in satisfaction. "What we'll ask for depends on the condition of your injured. However, you must leave these 3 flashlights with us." "How about it?" Xiao Yang didn't mind giving up the 3 flashlights at all, as he had plenty more in his spatial storage. "Sure, no problem." Pleased with Xiao Yang's prompt agreement, the man beamed. "Good. Go and bring your injured here." Without hesitation, Xiao Yang led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir back to the RV and drove it straight to the entrance of the office building. The 3 men were already waiting there. At the sight of Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road RV, the eyes of the 3 men lit up. "Boss, what a huge vehicle. It seems to be an RV. Look, there are lights on inside." One of them whispered. "I see. This vehicle is really extraordinary. Boss, if we had such a vehicle and drove it out, our journey would be so much more convenient." Another man also whispered. Hearing this, the leading man was immediately tempted. With such a bulky heavy-duty off-road RV, one wouldn't even be afraid of being chased by zombies. One could just ram into them and kill them. Having it would surely boost his strength significantly. Glancing at Xiao Yang and his group getting off the RV, he formulated a plan in his mind. Xiao Yang left Xiao Lu to watch the vehicle. He carried Tang Ying on his back and got off the vehicle, while Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir supported Lu Yu and followed behind. When they reached the entrance, the leading man suddenly blocked their way and said, "No weapons are allowed inside. Hand over the knives in your hands first. They'll be returned to you when you leave." Hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir frowned. Xiao Yang smiled and ignored him. He turned back to Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir and said, "If they don't allow knives, just put them back in the vehicle. Hand them over to them. In your dreams." Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir nodded upon hearing this and gave the knives to Xiao Lu in the vehicle. Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't do as they said, the 3 men were a bit annoyed. However, since Xiao Yang and his group were now weapon-free in a way, they had nothing to say. They could only glare at Xiao Yang and reluctantly lead Xiao Yang and his entourage towards the pharmacy on the basement floor. "You stay here and watch this." When they reached the stairway, the leading man gave a subtle signal to one of his companions. Understanding the meaning, that man immediately stood still at the stairway and didn't move on. The remaining 2 men led Xiao Yang and his companions directly down to the pharmacy. This pharmacy was quite vast. The flashlight beam could reach far before it hit the wall. In a corner of the pharmacy, there was a brazier burning. Beside the brazier was a table on which several bottles of liquor and 7 or 8 wine glasses were placed. It seemed that before Xiao Yang and the others arrived, these men had been drinking. However, with so many wine glasses, why were there only 3 men? Xiao Yang and his group were brought to the side of the brazier. The leading man shouted towards the back of a row of shelves. "Come on, Dr. Yi, come out to receive the guests." Xiao Yang was taken aback. This sounded rather like a massage parlor. Nevertheless, when he saw Dr. Yi emerging from behind the shelves, his heart skipped a beat. The one called Dr. Yi was actually a woman, a very pretty young woman at that. Her long hair was coiled into a bun on top of her head, making her originally delicate and refined face appear even more charming. Dr. Yi glanced at Xiao Yang, then at Tang Ying on his back and Lu Yu behind him. Then, with a poker-faced expression, she asked, "Where are the injuries?" "This one has a wound on the back, and the one behind has a dislocated arm." Xiao Yang replied truthfully. Dr. Yi frowned upon hearing this and said to Xiao Yang, "First, carry the one on your back inside. Let me take a look first." After saying that, she walked into the area behind the shelves. Xiao Yang quickly followed. Only then did he discover that it was actually a crudely constructed makeshift infirmary inside. Dr. Yi instructed Xiao Yang to place Tang Ying's face down on a hospital bed. Then she took Xiao Yang's flashlight, removed the gauze on Tang Ying's back, and shone the light on the wound. Suddenly, Dr. Yi frowned and said, "The wound is too deep. With our limited medical conditions, there's no point in trying to save her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt a rush of blood to his head and his mind went blank. "What do you mean there's no point in saving her? You haven't even tried, and you're already saying she can't be saved?" He roared angrily at Dr. Yi. Hearing Xiao Yang's outburst, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir quickly helped Lu Yu into check. The 2 men followed suit. "Dr. Yi, you should at least give it a try, right?" The leading man suddenly spoke up. When Dr. Yi heard the man's voice, a flicker of disgust crossed her eyes. However, she still nodded in cooperation and said, "It can be attempted." Hearing Dr. Yi's response, the man smiled and said, "Exactly. It can be attempted. But since the injury is severe, the reward should naturally be higher. Am I right, Dr. Yi?" Dr. Yi replied indifferently with an affirmative. Xiao Yang glanced at Dr. Yi and then at the man, saying, "The reward is not an issue. As long as you can save my friend, I'll pay any price." Hearing this, Dr. Yi looked up at Xiao Yang in surprise. The man clapped his hands and said, "Good. You're a man of deep affection and righteousness. All right, let Dr. Yi do her utmost to treat your friend. As compensation, besides these 3 flashlights, you have to give us that heavy-duty off-road RV." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and the others were instantly stunned. Goodness, what an exorbitant demand. This is nothing but taking advantage of others' misfortune. You guys really dare to make such a claim. Just to treat a wound, you're asking for an RV from us? Lin Shishir said crossly. Hearing this, the man let out a contemptuous laugh and said, "Heh, I thought you guys were so loyal. Turns out your friend is not even worth a vehicle in your eyes. How ridiculous." You, Lin Shishir, seething with anger, was about to retort, but was stopped by Xiao Yang. "Fine, as long as you can cure my friend. The heavy-duty off-road RV is yours." Xiao Yang looked calm, seemingly not caring at all. In fact, he was sneering inwardly. "Humph, trying to play tricks on me? You're courting death." Chapter 61. The voice in Dr. Yi's heart. The others had no idea what was going on in Xiao Yang's mind. Lin Shishir and Lu Yu frowned tightly. They could understand Xiao Yang's eagerness to save Tang Ying. But couldn't he see that those people were taking the opportunity to extort money? Dr. Yi was even more impressed by Xiao Yang. The original Chinese sentence is repeated here. It should be translated as, "Unexpectedly, even in such a chaotic world, there is still such a loyal and..." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's agreement, the 2 men broke into wide smiles. Only Mu Wanqing overheard Xiao Yang's thoughts. While pretending not to know on the surface, she secretly heightened her guard. "All right, I'm going to start operating on the injured. Please all leave. And where are my assistants? Call them all over to help." Dr. Yi started to drive them out. Having no other choice, Xiao Yang and the others had to retreat. The leading man burst into a hearty laugh and shouted towards the dark corner on the other side, "Hey, those in the hut. Stop fooling around and send a few nurses over to get to work right away." Shortly after the man finished shouting, the sound of a door opening was heard. Then, 4 disheveled women in nurse uniforms walked over, fastening their buttons as they came. Upon seeing Xiao Yang and the other strangers, they said nothing and went straight inside the shelves to assist Dr. Yi. At this moment, 4 men emerged from the direction the nurses had come. Each of them was wrapped in a military overcoat and fastening their belts as they walked towards the group. "Boss, it's already night. Why are we still taking on a job?" One of the men glanced at Xiao Yang and said, This friend is willing to offer a heavy-duty off-road RV as compensation to save his friend. I was deeply touched by his loyalty and kindness, so I made an exception and agreed. Haha. The leading man, in high spirits, explained with a smile. Hearing this, the four men behind looked over at Xiao Yang and his companions. When their gazes fell upon Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, they were completely stunned. How incredibly beautiful they are. Although Mu Wanqing and the others had just survived a life and death battle and looked a bit disheveled, their charm still shone through. Oh, so many beautiful ladies have come. The man in front exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He quickly stepped forward, smiling as he greeted Mu Wanqing and the others, completely ignoring Xiao Yang. Seeing no one paying attention to him, the man wasn't angry either. He said to the three men behind him, "You guys, quickly go and fetch our delicious food and drinks. Hurry up." Hearing this, the three men scurried off promptly. In a short while, each of them came out carrying some biscuits, bread, and beverages, filling up a whole table. Come, ladies, you must be hungry. Come and take a seat. Help yourselves to these. If it's not enough, we have plenty more here. The man sat down on a stool, waved his hand grandly, and greeted Mu Wanqing and the others with a beaming smile. His face was brimming with a smug look, as if he thought Mu Wanqing and the others would surely be unable to resist the temptation of such delicious food. However, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir merely gave him a disdainful glance and ignored him. He felt a bit awkward but didn't get angry. Well, he understood. The more beautiful a woman is, the more reserved she is and the higher her standards are. Didn't they take a fancy to these? It doesn't matter. Go, you guys. Bring out the best stuff. Hurry up. Hearing this, the three men scurried off again. Soon, they each came back carrying a pile of things and placed them on the table. Xiaoyang took a look and saw that there was quite a lot. There were ham sausages, spicy strips, packaged chicken drumsticks, duck wings, etc. Moreover, there was still half a bottle of red wine. Xiaoyang was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this group to have such an abundant supply of provisions. Come on, ladies. Haven't you had meat for a long time? Help yourselves to these. After that, have a glass of red wine. It'll be so delicious. We've been sipping on this bottle of red wine for 7 days and still haven't had the heart to finish it. You're really in luck, hee hee. The man described things vividly, as if presenting these items was a great honor bestowed upon Mu Wanqing and her companions. However, after casting a glance at the things on the table, Mu Wanqing and the others merely let out a cold sneer, then turned their heads away without sparing a second look. At this, the man truly grew anxious. Were these items not to their liking? These were his most precious possessions. These women were really ungrateful. Had they feasted on delicacies in recent days or gone mad from hunger? How could they turn their noses up at such fine things? He became enraged out of embarrassment, slapped the table, and shouted, "I'm being kind to you. Don't be ungrateful. I'm offering these because you've got pretty faces. Acting all high and mighty here. Don't you know whose territory this is?" Lin Shishir couldn't stand it any longer and was about to retort. Suddenly, Dr. Ye's voice came from inside. "Stop making a racket outside. Friends of the injured, come in." Hearing Dr. Ye's words, the man gave a cold snort and fell silent, merely eyeing the group back and forth. Xiaoyang sneered. If not for relying on Dr. Yi to save Tang Ying, this man would have been dead long ago. Well, it was just a matter of time. All of these people were going to die today. Xiaoyang stepped into the infirmary behind the shelves, and Mu Wanqing followed suit. The conditions are limited. For now, I can only disinfect and stitch up your friend's wound. Whether she'll make it through depends on her own fortune. Doctor. Yi pointed at Tang Ying lying prone on the bed. Her back had been bandaged. At this moment, Tang Ying had fallen into a coma, and Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel deeply worried. Hearing what Dr. Yi said, it was still uncertain whether Tang Ying could survive safely. At this moment, Mu Wanqing suddenly approached Xiaoyang and whispered in his ear, "Actually, Dr. Yi has a way to cure Tang Ying. However, it seems that she has some hidden troubles. I've heard her innermost thoughts." Xiaoyang was stunned upon hearing this. What did this Dr. Yi mean? Since she could cure the patient, why was she holding back? Who was she on guard against? Where is your other injured person? Let me take a look at her arm. Dr. Ye's words interrupted Xiaoyang's train of thought. He temporarily put aside his doubts and led Dr. Yi to Lu Yu. Dr. Yi groped Lu Yu's arm from top to bottom, then held her shoulder with one hand and her arm with the other. Suddenly, with a force, there was a cracking sound, and Lu Yu's dislocated arm was set right. "All right, your friend's arm is set. It will recover after a few days' rest," Dr. Yi said casually, as if in her eyes, it was just a trifling problem. However, when she saw the time energy on Lu Yu's bare arm, she suddenly froze. More than 119 years of time energy. How did these people manage it? No wonder they attach so much importance to this woman. It turns out that she might be the strongest among them, but she's injured. Otherwise, with her strength, perhaps she could rescue me. Dr. Yi stared blankly at Lu Yu's arm, and her mental activities had long been overheard by the observant Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing quietly whispered in Xiao Yang's ear again, "This Dr. Yi is coerced by these people. She wants to leave here." Chapter 62. It's not a big deal. Xiao Yang carefully pondered the information Mu Wanqing had told him. This Dr. Yi clearly had a way to heal Tang Ying's injury. Yet she didn't do so. Moreover, she wanted to escape from here. Well, they weren't in the same group. Then it wouldn't be difficult. At this moment, several other men also noticed the temporal energy on Lu Yu's arm and surrounded them one after another. You actually have so much temporal energy? We really underestimated you. The leading man couldn't help but show his respect for Xiao Yang and his companions. The man who had slapped the table just now also stepped forward and said, "It's really over 100. This woman is quite capable. Are you all following her?" After saying that, the man smiled mockingly at Xiao Yang's side. He thought that since Lu Yu had so much energy, she must be the leader. As for Xiao Yang and the others, they didn't seem to be very powerful at all. Besides, it was already quite rare for a person to have over 100 years of energy. It was impossible for a whole group of people to have over 100 years of energy. How could there be such a powerful team among this group of people? Except for the leader who had over 90 years of energy, the others all had around 50 years of energy. However, this was already quite formidable. In this area of the hospital, no one could defeat them. However, their energy wasn't obtained by killing zombies themselves. Instead, they extorted it from the people who came for treatment. They would charge exorbitant prices for a box of medicine or a syringe of potion. The patients either had to offer enough supplies or exchange their temporal energy. As for those dying patients, they would deceive them into transferring their temporal energy when they were unconscious. By means of these methods, they managed to acquire so much energy. Now, seeing that Lu Yu had such a large amount, the crooked thoughts of these people resurfaced once again. Right. Since our Dr. Yi has cured all of you, it's time for you to pay the remuneration, the leading man declared. Yes, the person inside paid with a recreational vehicle as the reward, right? Then for this lady, let her time, energy serve as the payment. 119 years. She can keep 1 year for herself and transfer the rest to us. The man who had previously banged the table boasted arrogantly. Hee, are you attempting to extort us? Xiao Yang was finally enraged into laughter. He had witnessed greed, yet never such insatiable avarice. Extortion? You're absolutely right. It's extortion. What can you do about it? Let me be frank with you. All of us here possess over 50 years of time, energy. My elder brother even has over 90 years, not much inferior to your eldest sister. And as for you, your strongest member is already injured. Shouldn't you obediently follow our instructions? As the man spoke, he motioned for the others to surround Xiao Yang and his companions. Xiao Yang burst into even louder laughter. A bunch of people with less than 100 years of energy attempting to extort someone with over 1,000 years of energy? Truly, they were completely oblivious of their own limitations. What if we're not willing? Xiao Yang asked calmly with a smile. Seeing Xiao Yang so composed, Dr. Yi couldn't help but reassess him. Such fearlessness. Could it be that he was the most powerful one? If they were to engage in a fight, would she have an opportunity to escape? Not willing? Haha. Then none of you will leave here today. I'll kill you first, and then let these women serve me well. The man seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke. He picked up an axe and said with a sneer, "Well, since you're so arrogant, then I won't hold back." Suddenly, a knife appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. The arrogant, talking man didn't even have time to react before Xiao Yang's knife severed his head from his body. The head that fell to the ground still had an arrogant look on its face. This strike was so swift and sudden that he simply had no time to respond. Several nurses who came out upon hearing the noise were so frightened that they let out shrill screams at the sight. Dr. Yu cast a surprised glance at Xiao Yang and quickly pushed the nurses back behind the shelves to hide. The other men were greatly shocked. This man is extremely powerful. The man who was just killed was the second, strongest among them, yet he couldn't even withstand one move from Xiao Yang. The men felt a bit timid. How dare you kill someone right in front of me? Brothers, attack him together and kill him. The leading man lifted his axe and swung it at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't even bother to dodge and simply waved his knife at him. Swish. The man's right hand was directly cut off, and the axe fell to the ground. The man came to his senses and knelt on the ground, screaming in pain. Taking advantage of the other men's momentary daze, Xiao Yang mercilessly drew his knife. In just a few minutes, the men were injured and lying on the ground, wailing. He walked up to the screaming man with his knife in hand, leaned over, and said, Can't you just treat patients properly? Why do you have to take the wrong path? Transfer all your time energy to me. Just keep 1 year for yourselves. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Those people were already so terrified that their souls were shaking. How dare they not comply? They all transmitted their time energy to Xiaoyang one by one. After achieving his goal, Xiaoyang sneered and swiftly drew his blade, ending all of them. Heh, if I hadn't deceived you, would you have obediently done as I said? After dealing with these people, Xiaoyang walked towards the back of the shelves. When the 4 nurses inside saw Xiaoyang enter with a knife in hand, they immediately let out shrill screams in terror. However, Dr. Yi remained relatively calm. When she saw Xiaoyang come in, she quickly explained, "We aren't in the same group as them. We were also coerced by them." Xiaoyang didn't listen to what she said. He put away his knife, walked up to her, and said, "You have a way to cure my friend, right?" Hearing what Xiaoyang said, Dr. Yi was instantly stunned, and her face showed a bit of panic. She couldn't figure out how this man in front of her knew her secret. I don't know what you're talking about. I've already done my best." Xiaoyang sneered, "Stop pretending. Do you think we know nothing? Listen, as long as you can cure my friend, I can take you all out of here. Moreover, I'll arrange a good place for you to stay. It's far better than this place." Although Dr. Yi didn't know how Xiaoyang and the others knew her secret, since they had spoken so explicitly, there was no need for her to continue concealing it. However, she still felt a bit uneasy. Who knew if this man in front of her was just as immoral as those beasts in the pharmacy? Just as she was thinking about this, Mu Wanqing walked over. "Dr. Yi, don't worry. As long as you can save our friend, we can guarantee the personal safety of you and the 4 nurses behind you. If you don't trust him, you should at least trust his women." Mu Wanqing had long heard of Dr. Yi's concerns in her heart. She directly spoke up to console her. Dr. Yi stared at Mu Wanqing with wide, open eyes. How could this girl know what was on my mind? These people are truly extraordinary. Could it be that, like myself, they also have some special abilities? Looking at Xiaoyang again, if he were a brute, wouldn't I have been pushed down long ago? Why would he waste so much time talking to me? Fine, I'll agree to you. However, it's really freezing here. To treat your friend, we need to find a warm place and take off the upper clothes. Moreover, it'll take some time. Xiaoyang smiled. This is nothing. Chapter 63, Life. Healing Technique. Xiaoyang told Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to take everyone back to the RV first. Take care of the remaining guy out. Xiaoyang handed the Tang Dao to Mu Wanqing. After seeing them leave, he used his spatial ability to collect all the usable supplies. Somehow, when using he always felt as if the surrounding scenes were slowing down. Xiaoyang shook his head. This was just another illusion. It must be that he was reminded of the scene when he killed the mutant python. But why was the scene slow motion for that instant? Xiaoyang was utterly puzzled. He looked at his right hand. Could it really be related to his spatial ability? Forget it. Go back first. Xiaoyang walked back to the RV. The man left on guard was already dead. At this time, the RV was crowded with people, including Dr. Yi and 4 nurses. There were a total of 11 people on the vehicle. As soon as Xiaoyang got on the car, he distinctly sensed a shift in the attitudes of Dr. Yi and the 4 nurses towards him. Could it be reverence? Well, not exactly. It was just that the looks they gave him were no longer as repellent. Xiaoyang paid them no heed and drove straight to the front of the outpatient building, extracting the crystals from the nearly 100 zombie corpses. Such things couldn't be wasted. Subsequently, Xiaoyang sped away, heading towards the Zijinchen Villa. When the RV reached the entrance of the Zijinchen Villa area, Su Tong, who had already received the news via the intercom, promptly opened the gate. "Hey, are those 2 girls okay?" Su Tong inquired with great concern. "They're fine. We found a doctor," Xiaoyang replied. Su Tong nodded. Seeing several more people suddenly in the RV, she was somewhat astounded. This Xiaoyang had quite a bountiful harvest today. He brought back so many women. However, she didn't dare to ask further, as it wasn't her business to pry into. After having Xiao Lu get off the vehicle, Xiaoyang drove the RV all the way back to the villa. He got out, unlocked the door, switched on the lights, and carried Tang Ying to her room. The nurses stay to assist. The rest of you go out first. I'm going to undress the injured, Dr. Yi commanded, casting a special glance at Xiaoyang. Left with no choice, Xiaoyang and the others all withdrew and waited at the door. They watched as the 4 nurses scurried in and out, busying themselves for a while, and were finally driven out by Dr. Yi. Seeing that they had nothing more to do, Xiaoyang hastened to have them take turns to take a shower. After all, they reeked terribly. Xiaoyang even specially fetched a set of new nurse uniforms for each of them. The nurse uniforms were originally intended for other uses, but unexpectedly, they were actually worn by real nurses this time. 4 nurses stood there, staring blankly at the uniforms in their hands. "You've given us the nurse uniforms. But couldn't you also provide some underwear? We can't just wear the uniforms without anything underneath. What would that look like? Xiaoyang had no idea what was going through their minds. He didn't have any ulterior motives. He was simply anxiously standing at the door, awaiting the news from inside the room. Finally, after an hour, the door opened. Dr. Yi emerged, his forehead beaded with sweat and looking extremely fatigued. How is it, Dr. Yi? Xiaoyang asked urgently. It's okay. Your friend is out of danger. She'll be fine after a night's rest, Dr. Yi replied in a weak voice. Probably exhausted from the long, standing work. Then let's go in and have a look. Mu Wanqing and the others couldn't wait to rush in, and Xiaoyang immediately followed suit. He was also eager to see. There, they saw Tang Ying still lying prone on the bed, her back covered with a quilt. Only her smooth shoulders left exposed. Dr. Yi, with such a long cut, will there be deep scars? If Sister Tang Ying? Lin Shishir asked while lifting the quilt on Tang Ying's back. Then she covered her mouth in astonishment. The other girls also looked utterly incredulous. What's going on? Let me see. Xiaoyang, who couldn't see clearly from the back, squeezed forward and craned his neck. Tang Ying's back was as smooth as snow, and the wound had disappeared as if she had never been injured. This. Xiaoyang was so shocked that he gaped in surprise. All right. You should go out right away. How could a man casually look at a girl's back? Seeing Xiaoyang in a hurry, Mu Wanqing directly pushed him out. Xiaoyang was speechless. Was he such a person? However, he was still full of curiosity. Why was Tang Ying's back completely intact? Dr. Yi, this is truly amazing. Could you tell us how you did it? Lin Shishir asked in astonishment. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu also looked at Dr. Yi with curious expressions. Dr. Yi hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell them, because she knew that she couldn't keep any secrets in front of these people. She had witnessed that when she was in the pharmacy, it would be better for her to be honest and leave a good impression on these people. Actually, I have a special ability. The other day, I suddenly discovered that my hands can heal wounds. As soon as Dr. Yi said this, it immediately astonished the girls. Was there really such an amazing superpower? They looked at Xiaoyang and saw that he was full of joy but not surprised at all. Life healing technique. Xiaoyang blurted out. Dr. Yi and the girls looked at him blankly upon hearing this name. Is this what my ability is called, life healing technique? Dr. Yu asked for confirmation. She only knew the function of this ability but didn't know its name. However, judging from Xiaoyang's reaction, he seemed to know. Yes, it's called life healing technique. Dr. Yi, you're truly remarkable. Xiaoyang praised while his heart was already brimming with joy. He had found a treasure. In the apocalypse, people who had awakened the life healing technique were affectionately called medics by the survivors. If there were such a person in someone's team, they would surely have to be treated like a precious treasure every day. In the apocalypse, who doesn't get minor ailments or injuries? However, as long as there is a healer, it's no big deal. Moreover, this is just a low-level healer. Those with high-level life healing techniques can enable team members to recover health promptly during battles. Thus, it greatly ensures the team's combat effectiveness and survival rate. Xiaoyang regarded Dr. Yi as if she were a precious gem, his eyes filled with intense eagerness, which made Dr. Yi feel a bit flustered. You seem to know a lot about my ability, Dr. Yi said as she tightened the collar of her clothes and took a step towards Mu Wanqing. Noticing Dr. Yi's little gesture, Xiaoyang gave an embarrassed smile. He realized he had been a bit too enthusiastic. Well, I don't know all that much. I just know a bit more than you all, he said. This life healing technique is truly amazing. It can even heal wounds completely. Lin Shishir looked at Dr. Yi with admiration. Dr. Yi smiled but didn't respond. However, it was obvious that she was quite proud. Xiaoyang thought to himself, this won't do. Once a person becomes proud, they tend to be hard to manage. He must put her in her place right now. Although the life healing technique is extremely effective in treating injuries and ailments, but Xiaoyang paused at this point. When Dr. Yi and the other girls heard the word, but they all curiously shifted their attention to Xiaoyang, eager to hear what he would say. Chapter 64. Healing joins but it doesn't make one tough. With this kind of ability, you can only stay at the rear, without the protection of a powerful team. Once you're attacked, you'll end up in a terrible state. The several ladies nodded after hearing this. Well, it is a bit weak. The originally proud look on Dr. Yi's face instantly turned somewhat dejected. Indeed, if she couldn't even preserve her own life, how could she save others? Therefore, Dr. Yi, you need to find a powerful team to join so as to better protect yourself. It can also enable the life healing technique to exert greater value. What do you think, Dr. Yi? Dr. Yi nodded seriously. She thought what Xiaoyang said made sense. However, where could she find a powerful team? Thinking of this, Dr. Yi glanced at Xiaoyang and saw that the other party was looking at her with a smiling face. Could it be that he was inviting her to join them in a roundabout way? Well, these people were quite powerful, and there were so many female members. It was indeed a good choice. At least, she wouldn't have a group of men eyeing her covetously every day. Xiaoyang, seeing that Doctor Yu had been successfully convinced by him, knew he must strike while the iron was hot and recruit her. He took off his outer garment, rolled up his sleeves, and showed Dr. Yi the time energy on his left arm. 1,400 years. Dr. Yi was stunned. No wonder he could easily kill those people. It turned out that he was the most powerful one. The energy of the others was also over 100 years. So, if you choose to join us, we can not only guarantee your safety, but also make you more powerful. Think it over. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir cooperatively showed their left arms, displaying their energy to Dr. Yi. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you that if you join us, you don't have to worry about supplies anymore. We have enough supplies to support everyone. Moreover, you've seen it. There's heating and water in the villa. It's absolutely comfortable. Xiaoyang added. Dr. Yi was truly tempted. From every perspective, the conditions provided by Xiaoyang and his group were impeccable. In the current weather and amidst the disasters, this place was almost a perfect haven. However, Dr. Yi still had one last concern. Since these people were so powerful, why was someone injured so severely? As this thought crossed her mind, Mu Wanqing walked over and stood in front of her. Dr. Yi, the reason someone got injured today is that we encountered a mutated giant python. The strength of this mutant has exceeded the scope of human knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that with the might of that mutated giant python, it could easily wipe out a team of 500 people. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Dr. Yi was utterly shocked. Not only did she witness once again Mu Wanqing's ability to read her thoughts, but she was also astounded by their strength. At this time, the 4 nurses had finished bathing, changed into new nurse uniforms, and came up. Xiaoyang noticed that after such a dressing up, the 4 nurses looked quite comely. However, Xiaoyang seemed to sense that none of the 4 nurses were wearing inner garments, just a nurse's uniform on the outside. Well, how interesting. Dr. Yi, it's amazing that we can take a hot water bath here. It's so comfortable. You should go and have a wash right away. We will take care of things here. One of the nurses said to Dr. Yi delightedly. When Dr. Yi heard that she could take a hot water bath, her eyes lit up. This was truly wonderful. She hadn't taken a bath for a long time. Moreover, in order to treat Tang Ying's wound on the back just now, she had exhausted a great deal of her energy and physical strength, and had also sweated profusely. She had long felt uncomfortable. She cast an inquiring look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang gave an understanding smile and said, Dr. Yi, why don't you go take a bath first and take your time to think it over? Give me your answer after you're done. Okay. After Dr. Yi left, 4 nurses entered Tang Ying's room and stood by. Xiaoyang suddenly thought that if these 4 nurses were willing to stay, it would be quite good to have them as handy maids on ordinary days. They were considerate and good at taking care of people. The most important thing was that they had nursing skills. Although they were not as beautiful as Mu Wanqing and the others, they were still pleasing to the eye. When the time was about right, Xiaoyang asked Mu Wanqing to send a set of pajamas to Dr. Yi. Before long, Dr. Yi came to Xiaoyang wearing the new pajamas. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. One had to admit that Dr. Yi was extremely good looking. She seemed mature and steady, perhaps related to her occupation. Her figure was also impeccable, with all the right curves. Well, she completely met Xiaoyang's aesthetic standards. Doctor, Yi walked up to Xiaoyang and said seriously, I've made up my mind. I'm willing to join you. While taking a bath just now, she had deeply realized the importance of a shelter. The daily life here was almost the same as before the disaster. The temperature was comfortable, there was electricity and water, and she could take a hot bath. Most importantly, the owner here was very powerful and didn't seem like a bad person. What reason did she have to refuse? That's wonderful. Welcome Dr. Yi to join us. From then on, we're family. Xiaoyang extended his hand with a smile and shook Dr. Ye's hand. Just call me Yiling from now on. Yiling? What a lovely name. All right, Yiling. Oh, right. Let me introduce you. I'm Xiaoyang. This is Mu Wanqing. This is Lin Shishir. This is Lu Yu. And the one lying on the bed is Tang Ying. After hearing Xiaoyang's introduction, the girls greeted Yiling one after another. Everyone was delighted with Yiling's addition. With Yiling's life, healing technique, they wouldn't have to worry about injuries in the future. Can we stay here too? The 4 nurses asked Xiaoyang pitifully. Yes. Xiaoyang nodded. Hearing this, the 4 young nurses were overjoyed. However, I have to make it clear to you first. You're not here to enjoy yourselves. I don't keep idlers here. You'll be in charge of the daily household chores and sundries for now. Moreover, you must take turns going out with me to fight to improve your own strength. Otherwise, I'll send you away." Xiaoyang admonished them seriously. The 4 female nurses exchanged glances. They still had a sense of fear towards the zombies. However, they also understood that if they didn't become stronger, they would surely be eliminated by this world. Even a powerful team like Xiaoyang's could still have members get injured. If they were incompetent, no one would support them unconditionally. Having thought it through, they quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, there aren't many rooms here. You 4 will stay in the maid's quarters on the 2nd basement floor for now. Yiling will stay in the room next to ours on the 3rd floor." Xiaoyang arranged. Fine. Naturally, the others obeyed the master's arrangement. After everything was settled, as soon as Xiaoyang's nerves relaxed, he suddenly felt a dull ache all over his body. Today had been extremely perilous. He had almost been killed by that mutant python. Even with his physique nurtured by over 1,000 years of energy, there must have been numerous bruises on his body. Every movement made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Suddenly, upon seeing Yiling's hands, his eyes lit up. "Yiling, could you use your life healing technique to give me a full body massage and disperse the stasis in my blood?" Chapter 65. What do you take me for? What? Use the life healing technique for a massage? A powerful ability that can completely heal wounds. Yet Xiaoyang actually requests it to be used for a massage? Yiling stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief, wondering if he was joking. "What's wrong, Dr. Yi? I really ache all over. If you don't believe me, take a look." Seeing Yiling standing there in a daze, afraid that she might misunderstand he was trying to take advantage of her, Xiaoyang quickly took off his upper body clothes. His bronze, toned skin and well-proportioned build exuded a wild masculine charm. Yiling's heart fluttered. Although she was a doctor and had seen many shirtless patients, she had never seen anyone with such a complexion and figure as Xiaoyang's before. Coupled with his handsome and resolute face, Yiling thought he was the most perfect man she had ever seen. And upon seeing this, the 4 female nurses wore star-struck expressions. In their eyes, Xiaoyang was their dream god. They even had an urge to embrace him. "Let me take a look." At this moment, Mu Wanqing stepped forward with a concerned look on her face and began to examine him carefully. "Oh, there are really quite a few bruises. Sister Yiling, why don't you give Xiaoyang a massage? We all are counting on him." Mu Wanqing pleaded with Yiling on Xiaoyang's behalf, looking rather distressed. Seeing that Mu Wanqing had spoken up like this, it would be unreasonable for Yiling not to agree. Moreover, as a newcomer, she should do something for everyone. Xiaoyang was obviously the backbone of the team, so it was proper to serve him. "All right, I once learned a bit of traditional Chinese physiotherapy. I can combine it with the life healing technique to give you a massage." Upon hearing Yiling's agreement, Xiaoyang was extremely delighted. "Fine, I'll go to my room to take a wash first. I'll call you later. Just come to my room then." Xiaoyang instructed Yiling, and then turned to Mu Wanqing. "You all go and take a wash and change your clothes too. After Yiling finishes massaging me, we'll have a midnight snack together." "Okay." After making proper arrangements, Xiaoyang rushed to his bedroom in a hurry. He had a thorough wash and then took out a pair of shorts from his space and put them on. He shouted Yiling's name downstairs and then obediently lay prone on the bed, waiting for Yiling to arrive. After a short while, Xiaoyang heard the sound of the door opening. "Then why are you wearing so little?" Yiling saw that Xiaoyang was only wearing shorts and immediately blamed him with a blushing face. Xiaoyang looked up and noticed that Yiling was avoiding his gaze. "Don't shout like that. People who don't know might think I've done something to you." Seeing that Yiling was still a bit embarrassed, Xiaoyang persuaded her, "Hurry up then. Please regard me as a patient and don't pay excessive attention to my clothing." Hearing this, Yiling immediately retorted, Who pays attention to your clothing? Then why don't you get started right away?" Yiling thought it made sense. After all, Xiaoyang was just a patient. There was no way a doctor would be shy in front of a patient. With this thought in mind, she relaxed. She walked to the bedside, asked Xiaoyang to move towards the edge of the bed, then adjusted to an appropriate angle and gently placed her hand on Xiaoyang's shoulder. It's cool. This was the first impression of Xiaoyang's skin that Yiling's hand received. Moreover, it was extremely pleasant. And how did Xiaoyang feel? It's warm. So comfortable. Xiaoyang could sense that Yiling's hand was soft and delicate. Without even starting the massage, just having her hand there was quite enjoyable. Gradually, following the physiotherapy techniques she had learned and combining them with her extraordinary life healing technique, Yiling began to gently knead the bruised areas on Xiaoyang's body. Wherever her hand passed, the bruises were gradually dissipating until they vanished completely. At present, Xiaoyang felt an unparalleled sense of lightness throughout his body. Yiling's physiotherapy skills were truly remarkable. However, what embarrassed Xiaoyang a bit was that he had some abnormal reactions to Yiling's physiotherapy. I've treated all the bruises on your back. Turn over, and I'll take care of the ones on the front. Coincidentally, Yiling asked Xiaoyang to turn over at this moment. Xiaoyang felt a bit guilty. It wouldn't be appropriate to be seen if he remained lying like this. Yiling noticed that Xiaoyang was being coy and hadn't turned around for a long time, so she urged, "Come on, hurry up." Using the life healing technique for massage is very mentally exhausting for me. I can't hold on for long. Hearing this, Xiaoyang steeled himself. "All right. You asked me to turn you over." He did a carp kick and rolled over at once. Yiling was startled by his sudden and vigorous movement. Just as she was about to continue the physiotherapy for him, she suddenly saw this. Yiling's face blushed instantly. Her hand hung in the air, and she didn't know what to do. Oh no, what should she do? Yiling felt flustered and became rather at a loss. Noticing that Yiling hadn't moved for a long time, Xiaoyang stole a glance at her and found her staring blankly at a certain place. He cleared his throat. Then, he brazenly said, "Dr. Yi, I'm just a simple patient. Please continue with your treatment." Yiling was stunned for a moment and then averted her gaze. What was wrong with her? Hadn't she seen all kinds of patients? Why was she always distracted today? Calm down. She must calm down. So, she pretended not to have seen anything and continued the physiotherapy. As for Xiaoyang, he had been trying to control his reaction, yet he still failed. And this turned into that. It was incredibly embarrassing. Finally, after finishing the physiotherapy, Yiling heaved a sigh of relief. She had been extremely nervous. "All right, it's done. Have a good rest tonight, and you'll be fully recovered tomorrow." After saying that, Yiling immediately stood up and was about to flee. Wait. However, Xiaoyang called her back. "What else?" Yiling asked, with her back turned to Xiaoyang. Could you give me a head massage and a foot rub? I've been so exhausted these days. My feet and head are both aching," Xiaoyang said rather shamelessly. Yiling tilted her head and stared at Xiaoyang, fuming. What do you take me for? I'm a doctor, not a technician." Seeing Yiling getting angry, Xiaoyang quickly smiled and said, "All right. Then just massage my head." Yiling gave him a disdainful look. Having no other choice, she fetched a small stool and sat in front of Xiaoyang. Placing both hands on Xiaoyang's temples, she began to gently knead them. Since she was sitting quite close, a faint and delicate fragrance always wafted into Xiaoyang's nostrils, intoxicating him and relaxing his mind and body. It must be said that Yiling's physiotherapy technique was truly comfortable. Suddenly, an idea popped into Xiaoyang's mind. Could Yiling's life healing technique repair the brain cells that he had burned? Or could it endow a dull, witted person with intelligence? Could it treat prostatitis for others? Could it cure psoriasis? Moreover, would the hair he had shed these days suddenly grow back? Right. If the hair could grow back suddenly, wouldn't she be able to treat hair loss? If they opened a hospital in his territory, wouldn't he make a fortune? Chapter 66. Time ability. Xiaoyang didn't know when he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, he found that a blanket had been placed over him. Glancing around, he noticed that Yiling had left at some point. Looking at the blanket on his body, Xiaoyang smiled. Well, she was quite considerate. Xiaoyang got up and stretched his body. Well, he felt extremely energetic. He was fully revitalized. He changed into his pajamas and went downstairs. In the living room on the first floor, it was already full of people at this moment. To Xiaoyang's delight, Tang Ying had woken up and was sitting on the sofa chatting with Yiling and the others. When they saw Xiaoyang coming down, all the women looked towards him. Yiling glanced at Xiaoyang and then quickly shifted her gaze, with an obvious look of unease on her face. Xiaoyang smiled and paid no heed to her. He walked up to Tang Ying and asked with concern, "Why did you get up? You should have more rest." Tang Ying, however, dismissed it carelessly and said, "I'm not that fragile." Well, it's all thanks to Yiling. Without her, I don't know if I could have pulled through. As she spoke, Tang Ying gratefully clasped Yiling's hand. "Don't be so polite. From now on, we're family." Yes, family. Seeing them getting along so harmoniously, Xiaoyang was quite satisfied. Right, are you all hungry? Tell me what you want for a midnight snack. I'll satisfy all your demands. Hearing this, Yiling's stomach immediately rumbled. She was indeed famished. She hadn't eaten for a long time, and using her supernatural power had consumed a great deal of her energy and strength. She was almost at the end of her tether. The same went for the others, especially Mu Wanqing and her companions. They felt as if they were running out of strength. It's so late. Just have something simple. A few ham, sausages for me will do, Yiling said timidly. She thought having a few ham, sausages was already a luxury. The four young nurses also nodded in agreement. They didn't dare to expect a sumptuous midnight snack. And Mu Wanqing and her friends were even more straightforward. They would eat whatever Xiaoyang brought. Anyway, there was nothing unpalatable in Xiaoyang's provisions. After hearing this, Xiaoyang shook his head. This won't do. We can't just make do. Since you won't say, then I'll decide. He disregarded their opinions and directly walked to an empty area in the dining room. Then, he took out a table full of dishes from the Haijia restaurant from his spatial storage. This instantly startled Yiling and the 4 female nurses. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were seeing things. Xiaoyang had actually conjured up a table of dishes out of thin air. Moreover, some of the dishes were still steaming. They thought they were having a hallucination. But the aroma of the dishes that soon filled the room proved that everything in front of them was real. Why you? Tea this. Is this your special ability? Yiling stammered in astonishment. Yes. Xiaoyang deliberately showed off the skill in front of them. Since they were all his own people, there was no need to keep it a secret anymore. All right, everyone, come over quickly and have a meal. Rest early after everyone rushed over and sat around the table. Seeing such a sumptuous feast in front of them, the 4 nurses couldn't hold back their tears. I never thought I'd ever get to taste such delicious food again in my life. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang. Me too, Brother Xiaoyang. From now on, I'll do whatever you ask me to. Brother Xiaoyang, I'm willing to be your servant. Brother Xiaoyang, from now on, you're my idol. The 4 nurses expressed their gratitude one after another, their eyes filled with tears of gratitude. All right. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. This sumptuous midnight snack came to an end as everyone devoured the food. The 4 female nurses were quite considerate and took the responsibility of clearing the dishes and cleaning up. The others also returned to their respective rooms. After feeding 4 crystal nuclei to Cobalt, Xiaoyang hastily dragged Mu Wanqing back to his bedroom and closed the door. Mu Wanqing broke free from Xiaoyang's grasp and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "What are you doing?" Xiaoyang gave a sly smile. And suddenly there was a pair of black stockings in his hand. When Mu Wanqing saw it, she immediately turned her face away, her cheeks flushing crimson. Humph! Pretending not to see? Xiaoyang waved the stockings right in front of Mu Wanqing. She immediately covered her face. Trying to renege on your promise? Put them on quickly. You promised me this yesterday. Humph! Knowing she couldn't avoid it, Mu Wanqing stamped her foot, snatched the stockings from Xiaoyang, shot him a disdainful look, and reluctantly walked into the cloakroom. A short while later, Mu Wanqing called out from the cloakroom, "Okay, you turn off the light first." Hearing this, Xiaoyang thought that if he turned off the light, there'd be nothing to see. He took 2 quick steps and directly entered the cloakroom. "Ah, you scoundrel!" Mu Wanqing let out a startled scream. Wow! Xiaoyang thought that at this moment, Mu Wanqing was like a delicate piece of art, not only to be admired from afar, but also to be indulged with. Xiaoyang picked Mu Wanqing up and tossed her onto the bed. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Then, there was a small leather whip in his hand. In the dead of night, Mu Wanqing had fallen into a deep sleep. Xiaoyang lay in bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He couldn't fall asleep for a long time. His mind was filled with the scenes of the battle with the mutant python. He was constantly puzzled by the slow-motion scene when he finally killed the python. Such a scene couldn't have appeared out of the blue. If an explanation must be given, it must be related to his own spatial ability. It must be that in the most critical moment, his body instinctively awakened the potential of the spatial ability. Yes, it must be so. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly brightened. He took out the 4-star crystal core of the mutant python from his space. The originally pitch black bedroom was suddenly illuminated a little by the 4 shining green lights on the crystal core. Xiaoyang's spatial ability had reached the peak of level 5. With one more 4-star crystal core, he could upgrade to level 6. Originally, Xiaoyang was worried that using this 4-star crystal core would be a waste, because in previous upgrades, all it did was expand his space. There were no other changes at all. However, this battle with the mutant python made him vaguely feel that the spatial ability was not as simple as he had imagined. He had a strong premonition that when the spatial ability reached level 6, there would surely be unexpected changes. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly put the 4-star crystal core into his mouth. The green light spots were immediately swallowed. The crystal core was a bit large, so Xiaoyang could only hold it in his mouth first. After it melted a bit and became smaller, he slowly swallowed it. Buzz! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from Xiaoyang's mind. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to see light. He seemed to be able to feel time gradually slowing down. He had an epiphany, as if he had captured a trace of the secret about the order of time. He closed his eyes and carefully comprehended it. An hour later, Xiaoyang suddenly opened his eyes. If one looked closely, they would find that Xiaoyang's eyes were brighter than usual. Just like the dazzling stars in the dark, Xiaoyang smiled, and his smile was so brilliant. His spatial ability finally reached level 6 at this moment, and he actually initially grasped the power of time. Indeed, he could slow down the time within a certain range around him, and the slowest it could reach was tenfold. Chapter 67. Sister always believes in you, Gaga. Xiaoyang almost burst into laughter. He turned his head and glanced at Mu Wanqing, who was in a deep slumber. A wild thought suddenly struck Xiaoyang. If he were to be intimate with Mu Wanqing and use this skill while speeding up himself, wouldn't Wanqing simply soar into the sky? Oh my, just thinking about it made him excited. However, he still suppressed the urge to give it a try. After all, Mu Wanqing was already exhausted, so he shouldn't trouble her anymore. Wait until dawn. When dawn broke, he'd ask Yiling to give Mu Wanqing a massage to get rid of the bruises on her body. Then, at night, well, he must definitely have a try. The night seemed interminable, and Xiaoyang suffered from insomnia. He didn't fall asleep until the early hours of the... He had a dream in which he saw all the members of his team. In the dream, he was using his time ability to have a sparring session with them. Xiaoyang displayed all his skills, causing them to be defeated one by one. Behind him, the 4 female nurses stood in a row, cheering him on. Mu Wanqing was so frightened that she dodged everywhere, constantly shouting, "Xiaoyang, don't come near me." Xiaoyang was awakened by Mu Wanqing shaking him, and the dream was thus interrupted. Xiaoyang still felt unsatisfied, with a mischievous smile lingering on his face. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Mu Wanqing looking extremely embarrassed, anxiously gazing at him and constantly calling his name. "What's up?" Xiaoyang asked groggily. "Xiaoyang, do you have any sanitary pads?" I'm having my period," Mu Wanqing said, then lowered her head bashfully. "What the hell?" Xiaoyang did a sit up abruptly and sat up. I said I'm having my period. Do you have any sanitary pads?" Mu Wanqing kept her head down, and her voice got softer and softer. Xiaoyang instinctively glanced under her body. She was still wearing the torn black stockings. However, there were dots of bright red on the bedsheet. Oh my god. Xiaoyang suddenly felt a bit disappointed. Damn it. All the plans for tonight have gone up in smoke, and there's no hope for the next few days. Xiaoyang's distress was not without reason. Since his time energy had reached 1,000 years, he had found that his physical desires were especially strong. Moreover, he could last longer. To be honest, if he didn't cherish Mu Wanqing, with her delicate build, she simply wouldn't be able to withstand his advances. Still, having something was better than nothing, and they could make do. But if he had to wait for several days, Xiaoyang really feared that he wouldn't be able to endure it. Xiaoyang looked at Mu Wanqing's cherry-like lips. When God closes a door, he always opens a window. Once he thought it through, he immediately took out a pack of sanitary pads from his spatial storage and handed it to Mu Wanqing. "Here, take this. Ask me for more when you run out." Mu Wanqing took it, her face beaming with joy. Those sanitary products that were insignificant before the apocalypse seemed so crucial in this post-apocalyptic world. She happily leaned over and gave Xiaoyang a kiss on the cheek. "Mwah. Thank you, Xiaoyang. I'm so in love with you." Then she trotted off to the bathroom. Witnessing Mu Wanqing's retreating figure, Xiaoyang emitted a helpless sigh. That wretched flow. His inclination to slumber and dream had dissipated entirely. He arose forthwith, donned his garments, and descended to the ground floor. Upon entering the drawing room, he observed that the quartet of nurses had already risen and commenced their diligent ministrations. Lu Yu, too, had initiated her culinary endeavors in the kitchen. Her silhouette retained its captivating allure. "Elder Sister Yu, your injuries sustained yesterday were not insignificant. There is no need for you to rise so early to prepare sustenance." Xiaoyang approached Liu from the rear, voicing his concern. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's voice, Liu pivoted, brandishing her arm with a smile, and declared, "Observe. I am fully recovered. Yiling's medical prowess is truly remarkable. Furthermore, your elder sister Yu is not so delicate. My constitution is remarkably robust." Observing Lu Yu's arm oscillations, Xiaoyang apprehended that she was feigning. He promptly grasped her arm, cautioning, "Enough. Refrain from such vehement movements. You must exercise prudence." "Very well, my dear sibling," Lu Yu responded sweetly. Xiaoyang reluctantly relinquished Lu Yu's velvety arm. After contemplation, he resolved to impart to her the joyous tidings of his mastery over temporal abilities. "Elder sister Yu, I have glad tidings to impart." As Lu Yu was poised to resume her culinary preparations, she turned back, her visage brimming with curiosity, and inquired, "What auspicious news?" Xiaoyang smiled, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "During the nocturnal hours, my spatial abilities transcended the 6th tier. Moreover, I have activated an ability that decelerates time within a defined radius around me. Luo Yu's ears tingled from Xiao Yang's breath, and she blushed, murmuring in bewilderment. Does slow down time? Suddenly, she recalled Xiao Yang's final strike against the mutated python yesterday. Could it be that you were able to deliver that decisive blow at the last moment because of this skill? Indeed, it was an instinctive reaction back then, but now, I've mastered it completely. Xiao Yang's face radiated confidence at that moment. Wow, Luo Yu exclaimed with delight, embracing Xiao Yang with an animated bounce. That's fantastic, little brother. Congratulations. We won't have to fear those monsters anymore. You're truly amazing. Luo Yu was genuinely elated, still haunted by the mutated python. Its power was beyond her capacity to withstand. Without Xiao Yang, they would have likely been annihilated. Although they ultimately managed to kill it, it came at a considerable cost. Now that Xiao Yang had mastered such a formidable skill, she understood its significance. Her joy was such that she impulsively embraced Xiao Yang. With her soft body in his arms, Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. Yu Jia is too affectionate. More importantly, she was still jumping incessantly. How could Xiao Yang bear this? His hands were still outstretched, unsure of where to place them. After a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Luo Yu's slender. I won't let you get hurt again. Trust me, Xiao Yang said sincerely, holding Luo Yu tightly. Suddenly, Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat, and her body tensed up. She suddenly felt that it was inappropriate to be in Xiao Yang's embrace like this. If Wan Qing saw this, she would surely misunderstand. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu quickly pushed Xiao Yang away and nervously peeked around outside. Fortunately, the little nurses were busy with something else, and no one had witnessed it. Lad. I was just too excited just now, hee. But I'll always have faith in you. Luo Yu looked awkward, yet her gaze towards Xiao Yang was full of determination. Xiao Yang smiled. It's okay. We're not strangers. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Xiao Yang directly made an excuse to go and feed his little coal ball. Meanwhile, the four little nurses on the basement floor, who were gathered together cleaning, were whispering to each other. Don't go blabbing about what you saw just now. Don't worry. We're not stupid. Oh, it's no big deal. For a man like him, having a few women is quite normal. Oh, I wish it was me in his arms. Chapter 68. Erguzi, of course, Xiao Yang had no idea that the four little nurses were gossiping about him. At present, he was tenderly stroking the little coal ball. Well, it shouldn't be called the little coal ball anymore. Coal ball had now grown as big as a hen. Its entire body of feathers shone with a jet black luster, and its two beady eyes always exuded a glint of wisdom. At this moment, Coal Ball was standing on Xiao Yang's arm, tilting its head to look at him. Xiao Yang took out 4 crystal nuclei and waved them in front of its eyes. Coal Ball's eyes lit up, and it immediately flapped its wings excitedly. Call me Daddy. 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 Ah, such a good boy. Xiao Yang rewarded it with a crystal core. You say welcome, he said. The Coal Ball, with its eyes rolling around, tilted its head and thought for a moment. Welcome. The words thank you sounded quite standard when uttered by the Coal Ball, though it sounded like it was in Xiao Yang's tone. How wonderful. Xiao Yang was overjoyed. Ever since the Coal Ball had consumed those star-less crystal cores, it had indeed become smarter than before. It was not like those parrots that merely mimicked human speech. It could already understand the meaning behind Xiao Yang's words. If further trained, it might even be able to have normal conversations with people in the future. This was only the result of feeding it ordinary crystal cores. What if it were fed star-marked crystal cores? Right. Xiao Yang suddenly had a thought. What if he gave the Coal Ball a 1-star crystal core to eat? Would it undergo a mutation? If so, having a mutant pet would be so impressive. Well, in the future, if there were more 1-star crystal cores, he must definitely give it a try. However, the most pressing matter was to help Mu Wanqing and the others raise their supernatural powers levels. In particular, if Lu Yu's lightning power could be upgraded, its power would be extremely formidable. After rewarding the Coal Ball with 2 more crystal cores, Xiao Yang looked down and noticed that the police dog Yang Yang was sitting on the ground, looking up at him longingly. Its eyes would occasionally glance at the remaining crystal core in his hand, and drool was dripping from its mouth. Xiao Yang smiled and said to it, Do you want to eat it? Yang Yang whined twice, pawed the ground with its 2 front paws, and wagged its tail. If you want to eat it, you have to change your name. You should know how to avoid taboos, right? If it weren't for the sake of your mistress, I would have thrown you out long ago. Xiao Yang mumbled to himself, regardless of whether the dog could understand him. It was utterly improper for the dog to have a name homophonous with his. What if someone called Zhang Ang in the future? Both he and the dog would turn around. It was simply a joke. What kind of new name should he give it? Well, Da Huang, Wang Fu. No, they were far too trite. Xiao Yang rejected these ideas on his own. Well, Tian Lang? Xiao Dian? Also no. These names were too grand. The dog couldn't bear them and might easily meet its end. Xiaoyang was in a quandary. Alas, he detested naming things the most. What was the point of giving a dog a human name? Instead, he'd call it Erguzi from now on. How about that? Yang was perplexed. Its eyes fixed solely on the crystal core. Xiaoyang waved the crystal core in his hand and held it up in the air, saying, "Come on, Erguzi. Stand up." Yang was taken aback. "I'm not called Erguzi," it seemed to think. However, upon seeing the crystal core, it obediently stood up. "Good, Erguzi, lie down." Although Yang didn't understand why Xiaoyang kept calling it Erguzi, for the sake of the crystal core, it complied. Xiaoyang was highly satisfied. As expected, no matter how much a dog gnawed on bones, it could never develop backbone. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the dog regarded Erguzi as its own name. Xiaoyang rewarded the crystal core in his hand to Yang. "From now on, you'll have a new lease on life. Your journey as Erguzi begins here." Erguzi excitedly gobbled up the crystal core in one. When Meichu saw that Erguzi had eaten a crystal core, it immediately became disgruntled. Meichu thought, "Stealing food from me. I'll peck you to death." The coal-black bird let out 2 squawks and flew behind Erguzi. Then it began to peck at Erguzi's tail with its long beak. How could Erguzi be a match for the coal-black bird? Immediately, it was bullied and yelped in pain. At this moment, Mu Wanqing and several others upstairs came downstairs. After Liu finished making breakfast, everyone gathered around the table, which was fully occupied. When it seemed that everyone had almost finished eating, Xiaoyang spoke up. "Come on. Let's have a meeting." All the women put down their chopsticks and bowls in unison. They all sat there obediently and looked at him. First, Xiaoyang pointed at the 4 nurses and said, "From now on, you 4 will be divided into 2 groups and take turns to go out with us for exercise. Those who don't go out should take good care of the house and do some chores. Get all the ingredients ready before we come back, so as not to trouble Sister Yu anymore." The 4 nurses quickly nodded in agreement. Now, Xiaoyang was like the sky to them. Naturally, they would do whatever he said. Seeing their attitudes, Xiaoyang was quite satisfied. Then he looked at the others and said, "Currently, our most crucial task is to seize supplies, kill zombies, and obtain crystals. As you've witnessed, there are already people outside who know the secret of the crystals. In the future, the competition will intensify. Therefore, we have to seize the time. Moreover, more and more people outside will awaken their superpowers. We must continuously enhance our own strength. Only in this way can we be safer." All the women nodded. Xiaoyang took out all the crystals he had obtained yesterday from his storage space and placed them on the table. "You 4 young nurses haven't awakened your superpowers yet. Take 10 each first and raise your time energy to over 10 years. For the rest, let Tang Ying and Yi Ling use them first. Wait until their energy levels exceed 100 years, and then you can divide them among yourselves." All right. After making these arrangements, Xiaoyang walked into the living room. He took out several sets of equipment from his spatial storage again, intending to give them to Yi Ling and the young nurses. Then, he took out a compound bow and a quiver of arrows. After they had all divided and absorbed the crystals, Xiaoyang called Tang Ying over. He handed the compound bow to Tang Ying and said, "Your forte lies in marksmanship, which is a long-range form of attack. In the future, when there are sudden situations, don't get too close to the front line. You should learn to conceal yourself, and we'll just cooperate with each other." Although the power of this compound bow is not as great as that of a pistol, it's more than sufficient for killing people and zombies. Tang Ying took the compound bow, examined it, and found it quite satisfactory. "Yi Ling, come here." Xiaoyang called Yi Ling over and then said to her, "In the future, you'll lead 2 nurses and be in the same group as Tang Ying. Follow Tang Ying more often to practice. Whether your combat strength is strong or not doesn't matter much. As long as you can defend yourself, it's fine." "All right." Yi Ling nodded and replied, "There's also a Brabus SUV in my spatial storage. You'll drive this when going out in the future and follow behind my vehicle. When faced with situations, act according to the circumstances." Understood. After giving these instructions, Xiaoyang distributed the equipment to the others and told them to change into it. He loaded all the pistols with bullets and returned them to them. He left 2 of the young nurses to guard the house, and the others got ready to set off. Xiaoyang ran into the yard and retrieved the Brabus SUV. After that, everyone divided into 2 groups and drove outwards. When they reached the guardhouse, they picked up Su Tong. "Let's go." Head towards the university town. Chapter 69. The pickup truck convoy. Xiaoyang didn't drive fast all the way. Tang Ying followed behind, keeping a distance of 200 meters from him. After discussing with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, Xiaoyang decided to head to Haicheng Art College first, the institution where the 2 girls were studying. Firstly, They were familiar with the college and, well, acquainted with its terrain, which would facilitate their actions. Secondly, there were a large number of students in Hygiene Art College. A large number of students meant a large number of zombies. Of course, there might also be a relatively large number of survivors. That would be even better. If there were many survivors, they would surely recognize Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. How could anyone fail to recognize two beauties of the school flower level? In this way, in case they encountered some students with awakened supernatural abilities, it would be relatively easier to recruit them. Therefore, the group reached an agreement to make Hygiene Art College their first stop. The off-road RV was driving at a constant speed. On a small path approaching Hygiene Art College, suddenly, several pickup trucks were driving towards them from several hundred meters ahead. The girls in the car suddenly became vigilant. Xiaoyang, there are cars. Lin Shishir pointed forward and said, I know there are cars. I'm not blind. Sit tight. Don't be so jumpy. At this time, it was quite normal to encounter survivors on the road. As long as everyone kept to their own business and went their separate ways, generally, there wouldn't be any trouble. Moreover, with Xiaoyang's current strength, there was hardly anyone who could catch his eye. Tang Ying, there's another convoy passing by ahead. Pay attention to safety. However, Xiaoyang still used the walkie-talkie to remind Tang Ying and the others. Received. At this moment, the people in the oncoming vehicles also spotted Xiaoyang's heavy-duty off-road RV. In the first leading pickup truck, there were 4 men. Brother Zhang. There's a truck coming up ahead. Should we stop it? The driver asked the man in the passenger seat. The man called Brother Zhang leaned forward and observed carefully. Don't be hasty. Check if there are more vehicles behind them. If they're also a convoy with more people than us, aren't we just courting death? Well, makes sense. Brother Zhang is so shrewd. No wonder Sister Hong values you so much. The driver flattered. Brother Zhang in the passenger seat smiled upon hearing this. He was quite fond of such flattery. Within just a few dozen seconds, the two convoys met. Xiaoyang noticed that the oncoming convoy consisted of 5 pickup trucks. It was quite remarkable to find so many drivable pickup trucks after the super cold snap. In the extremely cold weather of -70 degrees Celsius, countless vehicles had developed faults. This was also the reason why Xiaoyang stored his heavy-duty off-road RV and Brabus off-road vehicle in the dimensional space. If left outside, any problems with the vehicles would be a real hassle. Xiaoyang's heavy-duty off-road RV passed by the 5 pickup trucks, and neither side stopped. Then, Tang Ying's Brabus off-road vehicle also passed the 5 pickups. No one stopped, and everything was peaceful, just as Tang Ying's off-road vehicle had just passed. A man in the back row of the leading pickup truck spoke up. Brother Zhang, I just saw that the person driving the off-road vehicle was a woman. I also saw it. It seems there's a woman in the passenger seat. Moreover, the heavy truck that just passed by in front seems to be an RV. How exciting. A real man should drive such a domineering off-road vehicle. The one behind isn't bad either. It's a Brabus. I bet that woman is either a rich second generation or a mistress. Damn it, these people managed to survive and still flaunt themselves around. The two people in the back were chatting away, their faces full of envy and indignation. Brother Zhang, shall we? The driver looked at Brother Zhang and made a gesture as if grabbing a ball with his hand. Seeing this, Brother Zhang was a bit tempted. However, he was still very cautious. Drive a bit further and see if there are any more cars behind them. All right. After driving a little further, they found there were no more cars behind. The men started to get impatient. Brother Zhang, there are no more cars. It's just these two. Let's do it. Yes, Brother Zhang. This time, Sister Hong sent us to Hygiene Art College to check if there's a girl named Mu Wanqing among the survivors. But there are so many zombies wandering around that shabby college. We lost 2 brothers and still couldn't get in. If we can't complete the mission, it'll be hard to explain when we go back. If we can capture a few women and drive these 2 luxury cars back, I think Sister Hong won't scold us. In fact, she might even look at you in a new light, Brother Zhang. Yes, Brother Zhang. You know what Sister Hong does? She needs a large number of young girls. Brother Zhang was clearly hesitating. He was originally a very cautious man. However, coaxed by the people in the car, he was a bit tempted. In particular, if he could impress Sister Hong upon his return, his future days would be much more comfortable. Seeing that Brother Zhang couldn't make a decision for a long time, the driver was extremely anxious. Brother Zhang, make a decision quickly. Otherwise, they'll run too far, and we won't be able to catch up. Yes, Brother Zhang. Once we tie up those 2 women, you can take them directly to the RV in front and have your fill of pleasure. After you're done, the rest of us will also have our share. Anyway, taking these women back will just benefit others. Damn it, Let's do it. Turn around. Upon hearing that he could have fun in the RV with 2 women, Brother Zhang was instantly thrilled. The girls under Sister Hong were all ridiculously expensive. They either demanded food and drinks or the time on his bracelet. Although he was considered Sister Hong's right-hand man and could get a discount, in the current situation, supplies were extremely precious. Before the disaster, people were living and dying for women. Now that the world had become like this, was he going to keep slaving away for women his whole life? It would be stupid not to take advantage of the free opportunity. As soon as Brother Zhang gave the order, the people in the car cheered excitedly. It was a great thing for them to have a share after Brother Zhang. The leading car suddenly made a sharp U-turn on the road. Then, it signaled to the 4 pickup trucks behind. All 4 trucks turned around on the spot and followed. Let the 2 cars behind stop that bus. The 3 of us in the front will intercept that heavy-duty off-road RV. Sure thing. As soon as Brother Zhang spoke, a man in the back row immediately opened the window and made a series of gestures to the cars behind. Then, the 5 vehicles, with a clear-cut division of labor, began to pursue Xiao Yang and his group. Tang Ying kept a close eye on the movements of these vehicles through the rear view mirror. Initially, she thought little of them as they seemed to be getting farther away. However, suddenly, she noticed that those pickups had turned around and were chasing after them. Immediately, she grabbed the walkie-talkie and called out to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, those pickups have turned around and are coming after us. What should we do? Xiao Yang let out a cold sneer. It's as if you refuse to take the path to heaven and instead choose to force your way into hell. Humans always lose their sanity in the face of temptation. As long as they're coming for us, show them no mercy. Chapter 70. How could you be so swift? Understood. Tang Ying received the order and said to Yi Ling, Su Tong, and the 2 nurses in the car, fasten your seat belts. The 4 of them quickly complied, their hearts filled with extreme nervousness. At this moment, 3 pickups overtook their car and chased after the heavy-duty off-road RV in front where Xiao Yang was. The 2 pickups at the back. One moved in front of their car, and the other drove side by side on the left, blocking their way out. The window of the left-hand pickup was rolled down, revealing a man with a ferocious face. He waved a knife in his hand and shouted for Tang Ying and the others to stop. Idiot! Tang Ying cursed and suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. Caught off guard, the pickup on the left was sent careening off the road and crashed into a tree. Tang Ying gave a disdainful smile. As the captain of the Public Security Brigade in Haicheng City, did someone really think they could outmaneuver her in a driving contest? To try to block her, they should have first gauged their own capabilities. Seeing their comrade being forced off the road, the pickup in front quickly tried to cut them off from the left. Tang Ying aimed straight at the left rear of the opponent's vehicle's tail and stepped on the accelerator. The pickup truck in front was directly rammed sideways and then drifted all the way towards the curb. Bang! The pickup truck flipped over, lying on its back with all 4 wheels up. The 2 vehicles behind were out of commission. Do you need help with the ones in front? Tang Ying called out through the walkie-talkie. Well, done. Don't worry about me. Go and finish them off. Roger. Tang Ying got out of the car with a compound bow in hand. The other 4 women also got out, brandishing knives. Stay behind me. If you see anyone not completely dead, give them a stab. Tang Ying instructed the 4 women behind her. Then she drew her bow and aimed at a man who had just crawled out of the pickup truck. As for Xiao Yang, he was just sandwiched between 3 pickup trucks, one in the front, one behind, and one on the left. Xiao Yang was quite puzzled. Did they know the meaning of pitting against a much stronger opponent? Using pickup trucks to stop his heavy-duty off-road truck weighing over 23 tons? Well, he'd let these people see the difference between a needle mushroom and a cucumber. Xiao Yang turned left, stepped on the accelerator, and rammed the pickup truck in front far away. Then he turned the steering wheel to the left, sending the pickup truck on the left flying onto the curb. Next, he hit the brakes. The pickup truck behind failed to stop in time and crashed directly into the rear beam of the heavy-duty off-road truck. Xiao Yang immediately shifted into reverse and rammed the pickup truck behind until it hit a tree by the roadside. The tree as thick as a person was snapped, and the pickup truck was almost crushed into a twisted mess. The whole set of actions was carried out smoothly. The 3 pickup trucks were completely defeated. The people in the first 2 trucks were dazed from the impact, and those in the last one were probably long gone. Xiao Yang parked the car and got out with a knife in hand. Mu Wanqing and the others also got out with knives, their eyes cold. Damn it, the guy driving is so reckless. He didn't say a word and just rammed into the car. Look, they've stopped and the people are getting out. Damn, so many women. We've hit the jackpot, Brother Zhang. Quickly grab your weapons and get out of the car. This idiot actually dared to get out. So stupid. It's our brother's lucky day to have a fling with these women. 10 men got out of the 2 cars, brandishing machetes and swearing as they charged toward Xiaoyang. Young man, we told you to stop and you dared not to. I think you've had enough of living. Beautiful ladies behind, quickly get out of the way. After we chop this guy up, we'll take good care of you. These men completely regarded Xiaoyang as a wealthy second generation who had survived some. They thought those rich young masters were good for nothing but having sex. So they weren't afraid even when they saw Xiaoyang holding a knife. Afraid of a knife? What a joke. Those who guarded the Royal One, the biggest nightclub in Haicheng City, all made their way through a sea of knives. Chopping to death. At Brother Zhang's command, the other 9 men excitedly pounced forward with their knives raised. Swish, swish, swish. Before Xiaoyang could even move, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Lu Yu stepped forward and each made a forward slash with their knives. Thud, thud, thud. The men at the back didn't even have time to react when they suddenly saw the heads and hands of 3 of their brothers fly off. The blood spurted from the severed necks splashed onto the faces of the men behind. Even though they were used to bloody scenes, they were still stunned by what they saw. What was more, the ones who made the moves were 3 women. However, before they could regain their senses, they suddenly noticed that Xiaoyang on the opposite side had moved. The few people in the front suddenly felt as if something had pierced through their bodies. Before they could look down, they felt something being pulled out from within. In just a short moment, blood spurted out from the bellies and chests of the 4 people in the middle. With a series of swift actions, Xiaoyang stabbed the 4 people through, leaving them chilled to the bone. With expressions of disbelief on their faces, the 4 people collapsed. Seeing this, Brother Zhang and the remaining 2 at the back were already terrified out of their wits. They turned around and rushed towards the pickup truck at the front. They had encountered a tough opponent. Only a fool wouldn't run. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows sliced through the air, hitting the back of the heads of the 2 people at the back. After 2 muffled grunts, the 2 people fell face down into the snowdrift. Xiaoyang looked in the direction from which the arrows had come and saw that Tang Ying had finished dealing with the matters at the back and had taken the time to shoot 2 arrows. Xiaoyang nodded in approval. Then he turned and saw the last remaining person who was about to reach the pickup truck. Want to run? Heh. Xiaoyang suddenly activated his time slowdown skill. In this range just enclosed that person. Xiaoyang estimated that the radius of the skill's coverage was approximately between 30 meters and 100 meters. At this moment, since the fleeing man was only 30 meters away from him, his running movements were like those in an ultra-slow motion replay. And Tang Ying, who was 100 meters away, seemed to be moving freely without being affected. In this way, he had a general understanding of his own skill. From then on, when using it again, he would have a clearer idea. He picked up his knife and slowly walked up to the last man. It took him only 20 seconds to walk over, yet in the eyes of that man, it seemed merely 2 seconds. The moment the man caught sight of Xiaoyang, his eyes gradually underwent a transformation. Puzzlement, panic, and fear were slowly unfurled in sequence. Xiaoyang directly held the knife horizontally, with the blade pointing at the man's chest. Then, he retracted his skill. Puff! The man's forward, running motion didn't halt, and he directly rammed himself onto the blade. Subsequently, the blade pierced through his chest. The man looked down at the handle of the knife in his chest in disbelief, then looked up at Xiaoyang, who was wearing a smile. Why? He managed to utter his last words with great effort. Because you asked for it. Xiaoyang shrugged and said. It was unclear whether the man heard it or not. Anyway, after Xiaoyang finished speaking, he fell straight down, his eyes wide open in death. Xiaoyang yanked out the knife stuck in the man's chest and walked back. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir stared at Xiaoyang with their eyes wide open and exaggerated expressions. How did you suddenly dash over there? I didn't even see clearly. Mu Wanqing asked in disbelief. Right. How could you move so swiftly? Lin Shishir also inquired eagerly. Only Liu looked at Xiaoyang with a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with pride. Chapter 71. Mu Guang's photo. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My spatial ability has reached level 6, and I've mastered the skill of time slow down. Don't admire me too much. Xiaoyang said playfully. Wow, you're really amazing. Lin Shishir exclaimed with delight, pounding her delicate little fist on Xiaoyang's chest twice. Xiaoyang brushed her hand away. Remove your dainty paw. Stop being so touchy-feely with me all the time. Lin Shishir was discontented. She grabbed Mu Wanqing's hand and shook it, complaining, look at your man. A little praise and he starts to get carried away. Mu Wanqing smiled and said to Xiaoyang crossly, I'd say you're really full of yourself. Our Shishir is known as the flute, blowing goddess at school. There are countless boys begging her to give them a little tap every day. Yet you're still not happy. What a fool, right, Sure? Humph, exactly. Lin Sure looked proud and gave Xiaoyang a disdainful glance. Xiaoyang looked unimpressed and joked. All the flute players I've seen are gentle and ladylike. Why are you so lively and active? I like it that way. Lin Sure didn't know how to retort, and her little face flushed with anger. At this moment, Tang Ying drove the car over. She got out of the car, walked up to Mu Wanqing, and took out a photo from her pocket. Guess what I found? What is this? A photo? Mu Wanqing asked in confusion. Xiaoyang also leaned over to see what good thing Tang Ying had discovered and was showing off. Tang Ying slowly turned the photo over, revealing the front to Mu Wanqing. After seeing the photo, Mu Wanqing suddenly snatched it into her own hands excitedly. She never expected that the photo Tang Ying found was a group photo of her and her elder brother, Mu Guang. Mu Wanqing's tears welled up immediately. She stroked Mu Guang's face in the photo with her hand and burst into tears. Brother. Xiaoyang was stunned. What on earth was going on? He gently retrieved the photo from Mu Wanqing's hand and held it before his eyes for a glance. Beside him, Lin Sure and Lu Yu crowded over as well, craning their necks with a curious air. In the photo, there was a smiling portrait of Mu Wanqing and her brother, Mu Guang. Upon seeing it, Lin Sure exclaimed in surprise. Wanqing, how did they come to possess a photo of you and your brother? I have no idea. This photo has always been kept in my brother's wallet, Mu Wanqing replied, her voice choking. Where did you find this photo? Xiaoyang frowned and cast a look at Tang Ying. Tang Ying pointed to the rear. I found it on one of the people back there. Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing were both stunned simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with apprehension. Xiaoyang was at a loss. Damn it. Could the people in those two pickup trucks behind be Mu Guang? Tang Ying doesn't even know Mu Guang. What if? Just thinking about it gave Xiaoyang a headache. He hastened towards the two pickup trucks at the rear. Mu Wanqing also came to her senses and anxiously trailed behind Xiaoyang. At this moment, Xiaoyang's mind was in a complete and numerous scenarios flashed through his head. What if Mu Guang was among them and had been killed by Tang Ying? Although Mu Guang didn't seem like that kind of person to him, people's hearts could change. Or perhaps, Mu Guang was just coerced or had no say in the matter. He truly hoped that wasn't the case. Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing dashed all the way to the pickup trucks overturned by Tang Ying and began to examine them meticulously. Near the first truck, several corpses lay prone, each with a hole in the center of their brows. It seemed that they had all been slain with a single arrow. With a trepidatious heart, Mu Wanqing meticulously scrutinized each individual, relieved to find her brother, Mu Guang, absent among them. Subsequently, the pair hastened to the second vehicle, conducting another thorough examination, yet Mu Guang remained elusive. A collective sigh of relief escaped Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing. Wait, Xiaoyang exclaimed. We haven't inspected the vehicle that was crushed by the rear of my car. Xiaoyang, accompanied by Mu Wanqing, retraced their steps, embarking on a meticulous inspection. Despite the occupants' bodies being contorted beyond recognition, their heads remained discernible. By this juncture, they had metamorphosed into zombies, their confinement hindering their escape. Fortunately, after a scrupulous assessment, Mu Guang was not among them. Xiaoyang proceeded to scrutinize the final two pickup trucks, seeking any semblance of a clue. Alas, the vehicles yielded nothing of significance, save for an assortment of miscellaneous items. Mu Wanqing, her gaze fixated upon the photograph of herself and her brother, succumbed to heart-wrenching sobs. The other women, witnessing her distress, hastened to offer solace. What shall we do? She lamented. Has something befallen my brother? He would never entrust his photographs to another so readily. Lin Sure embraced her, offering comfort. Do not succumb to unwarranted anxieties. Your brother is not among these individuals. He shall be well. Indeed, Tang Ying chimed in. Refrain from indulging in baseless speculation. As long as his remains remain unseen, hope persists. Xiaoyang, standing aside, meticulously reviewed the discovered circumstances within the confines of his mind. Subsequently, he approached Mu Wanqing, his tone imbued with utmost sincerity. Wanqing, he began, I implore you to quell your sorrow for the moment and lend an ear to my analysis. Your brother is not among these individuals, nor is his vehicle present. However, photographs of you and your brother have been discovered. I beseech you, in this twilight of civilization, who would harbor the inclination to carry photographs of others upon their person? Therefore, I surmise that either these people are acquainted with your elder brother and were entrusted by him to inquire about your situation here at Haicheng Art College, or they have captured your brother. For some unknown reason, they are using your group photo to find you. Moreover, since we are so close to your college, I believe my speculation is quite accurate. The others nodded as they listened to Xiao Yang's analysis. In particular, Mu Wanqing wiped away her tears and said excitedly, "Do you mean my brother is still alive?" Xiao Yang nodded gravely. Although he was not certain whether Mu Guang was still alive, he thought it best to offer Mu Wanqing more hope. Mu Wanqing felt more at ease when she saw Xiao Yang's resolute gaze. What Xiao Yang said must be right. Let's conduct a thorough inspection of all the vehicles and the corpses again to see if there are any overlooked clues, Xiao Yang instructed. His intuition told him that these people must have some connection with Mu Guang. Subsequently, they rummaged through all the pickup trucks and the corpses but found no useful clues. Alas, Xiao Yang regretted not leaving a live captive earlier. However, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? At this moment, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but feel dejected, knowing that her brother was still alive, but having no idea where he was made her extremely anxious. Since the apocalyptic disaster struck, she had been yearning for her brother day and night. Nevertheless, she understood that she couldn't ask Xiao Yang to put everything aside and search the entire city for her brother. Haicheng, known as the magic capital of the Dragon Country, was so vast, and there were so many bathhouses. How could it be so easy to find someone? Furthermore, who could be certain that her elder brother, Mu Guang, was definitely in the bath center? Therefore, she buried her worries and yearnings for her brother deep in her heart. However, today, when she suddenly saw the photo of her and her brother again, this long, suppressed yearning finally erupted violently. Chapter 72. The survivors in the security room, seeing Mu Wanqing's face full of melancholy and sorrow, Xiao Yang stepped forward, embraced her, and gently stroked her head, saying, "Don't fret. Your brother has such an exemplary character. Those blessed will have divine protection, and he will be safe." Yes. Mu Wanqing buried her head deeply in Xiao Yang's embrace and murmured in response, "Right, let's go to Haicheng Art College first. Judging from the direction these people came from, it's from your college. Perhaps there will be some clues there. Maybe your brother once went there to look for you?" Mu Wanqing immediately straightened her body, her eyes shining brightly. "Yes, then let's go quickly," she urged hurriedly. "Fine. Everyone, get in the car and continue our journey to Haicheng Art College." When Xiao Yang and the others drove to the entrance of Haicheng Art College, they found that there were quite a few zombies wandering around. The iron gate had also been rammed open. By looking at the clothing and appearance of the zombies, Xiao Yang could tell that these were college student zombies. There were those in long dresses, short skirts, shorts, short-sleeved T-shirts, and even some wandering around in just their underwear. Even more extreme were those completely naked. Obviously, these were people who liked to sleep naked. Alas, what a pity. They were all dead. There were clearly more female zombies than male ones. From Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, he learned that the girls' dormitory was actually near the entrance. It seemed that all these female zombies had escaped from the girls' dormitory. There were roughly about 200 of them. Xiao Yang and his companions directly got out of the vehicle and eliminated them one by one. In a short while, the zombies gathered at the entrance were all cleared away. However, two of the zombies caught Xiao Yang's attention. These two were older men, obviously not college students. Moreover, it seemed that they had just been bitten and infected, as the blood on their bodies was still bright red. On the ground, Xiao Yang also spotted two machetes. They looked exactly the same as those used by the people in the motorcade they had encountered earlier. Immediately, he associated these two men with the previous group. It was just that these two hadn't managed to escape. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Xiao Yang then scrutinized the surroundings carefully. He also discovered numerous crossing tire tracks, indicating that many vehicles had come here. At this point, Xiao Yang was even more certain that the previous group must have been here before. They had just been besieged by the zombie horde, and after two of them died, they fled. With this in mind, Xiao Yang immediately summoned Mu Wanqing and shared his conjecture with her. After hearing this, Mu Wanqing's mood also improved significantly. "You mean these people came to the college looking for me? And it's highly likely that they were entrusted by my brother?" "Well, it's very likely. As long as my brother is still alive." Mu Wanqing shook off the previous gloom on her face, and her mood became much lighter. "All right, later we'll go inside. If there are any surviving students, we'll ask them." "Yes. Okay." After conversing with Mu Wanqing, Xiao Yang instructed Yi Ling and the nurse to collect the crystals and get more accustomed to the task. Unexpectedly, the three of them carried out the task with such dexterity that they showed no signs of discomfort. Suddenly, he remembered their identities. Right, they had seen all kinds of injured people. How could they be afraid of blood? After they finished collecting the crystals, they handed them all over to Xiao Yang as expected, just as they were about to get in the car and continue driving into the academy. Xiao Yang accidentally noticed that there was actually a person peeping at them through the window in the security room at the entrance. Was there a survivor in the security room? Could it be someone from that group who failed to escape and was hiding inside? Thinking of this, Xiaoyang suddenly stepped on the brake and stopped the car. Then he got out of the car and headed straight for the security room. Seeing this, the others, not knowing what was going on, could only get out of the car one after another and follow him. Without saying a word, Xiaoyang kicked open the door of the security room. Then, he rushed in and kicked open the door of the rest room inside. There, in the corner, was a man wrapped in a security guard's overcoat, holding a rubber baton and looking at him in panic. Xiaoyang directly drew out his knife and walked towards the man. Seeing the knife in Xiaoyang's hand, the man shivered with fear. Hey, big brother, let's talk things over. I haven't offended you, have I? The man shouted nervously when he found there was no way to retreat. Xiaoyang stopped walking. He didn't intend to kill the man at this moment. In case this man was from the pickup truck team, he still needed to get some clues about Mu Guang from him. Tell me, are you in the same group as the people in the pickup trucks that came here just now? Xiaoyang asked coldly. Pickup trucks? The man repeated with a puzzled look on his face. You mean the group of people who just ran away? Hearing this, Xiaoyang was certain that the pickup truck convoy must have been here. Yes. However, the man quickly waved his hand and said, Sir, I'm not in the same group as them. I've been staying in this security room all along before they came. Xiaoyang scrutinized the man's expression carefully. It seemed that he wasn't lying. Then he looked at his attire and asked, Are you a security guard of this college? The man hesitated for a moment and said, Well, not really. Immediately, Xiaoyang's face turned cold. Then what do you do? I'm here to look for my newly-wed wife. The man suddenly gritted his teeth and said angrily, Huh? Xiaoyang didn't understand why the man had such a furious expression at this moment. Newly-wed wife? Is your wife a teacher at this school? Humph. No. She's a student here. The man snorted. A college student? A newly-wed wife? Getting married so early? However, Xiaoyang was a bit skeptical. He motioned for Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to come closer. Then he asked the man, What's your wife's name? Which department and class is she in? Xiaoyang just wanted to test whether he was lying. With Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir here, as long as he couldn't give a reasonable answer, his lie would be exposed. Unexpectedly, without even thinking, the man directly reported his newly-wed wife's name. Her name is Wang Jejia. She's in class 2, acting department. Right after the man finished speaking, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir opened their mouths in astonishment. What? Wang Jie, are you her husband? Lin Shishir said incredulously. Xiaoyang was puzzled. Why did Lin Shishir and Mu Wanqing react so strongly upon hearing the name Wang Jejia? What? Do you two know this Wang Jejia? Damn it. Not only do we know her, she lives in the dorm next to ours. It's true that she's from the acting department. What? Xiaoyang and that man both looked at Lin Shishir simultaneously. However, we've never heard that she's married. She's even had several boyfriends while at our college. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the man immediately flew into a rage. Several? Damn it, this slut. The man suddenly squatted on the ground, clutching his head, and his hands kept tugging at his hair. Xiaoyang said coldly, You're lying. My friend said Wang Jejia isn't married. Tell me, who exactly are you? The man seemed to have been greatly shocked. He wasn't nervous about Xiaoyang's scolding anymore. He composed himself and plopped down on the ground. My name is Chunbo. Wang Jejia is truly my newly wedded wife. We've been married for almost 10 months. Chapter 73. The warrior charging for love. Xiaoyang glanced at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing instantly understood and used her ability to eavesdrop on Chunbo's thoughts. Then, she nodded at Xiaoyang. It seemed that Chunbo wasn't lying. Since you're here to find Wang Jejia, why did you end up in the security room? Xiaoyang asked. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this question, Chunbo became agitated again. Damn it. Just thinking about it makes me furious. I accidentally saw a short video posted by Wang Jejia's best friend on WeChat Moments and found that she was acting intimately with a man. In order to clarify matters in person, I pedaled my bicycle for 3 days and 3 nights just to get here. Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were all taken aback upon hearing this. This Chunbo was really going all out. Cycling for 3 days and 3 nights just to confront Wang Jejia? He was truly persistent. However, after I arrived, the security guard at the entrance wouldn't let me in. There was no other way, so I had to climb over the wall to find her. Well, just in time, I saw that bitch passionately kissing a man downstairs in the dormitory. I was cuckolded in an instant, bro. Do you understand what it means to be cuckolded in an instant, bro? It seemed that Chunbo recalled the scene at that time, and his emotions became rather agitated. He was talking to Xiaoyang, perhaps thinking that men should understand men better. Well, buddy, how should I put it? If you want life to go smoothly, you've got to have a bit of the green tint. right? Xiaoyang really didn't know how to console him. After all, he himself used to be the one cuckolding others before the end times. But when Chun Bo heard this, he became even more devastated. Bro, is this just a bit of the green? I've turned into the Hulk. I worked hard outside, earning money. Every month, I only kept 300 yuan for my living expenses. And I used the rest to support her education and daily expenses, in order to be able to give her gifts on every festival. I worked overtime and took on part-time jobs day and night, all for the sake of giving her a better life. But all my efforts were rewarded with such treatment from her. When Chun Bo reached the emotional part, he couldn't control himself and roared. What was even more despicable was that when I caught her in the act, instead of repenting, she even instigated that man to bring 4 others. And the 5 of them ganged up on me. That slut. If she hadn't run away, I really would have killed her. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir exchanged a look, their eyes filled with shock. This plot is so absurd. Who would have thought that Wang Jiejia was such a person? What happened later? Lin Shishir had turned into an inquisitive onlooker, and she couldn't help asking. Haha, later. Those 5 guys were just good for nothing drunks. I beat them all by myself until they were in a complete mess. Especially the guy who kissed her. I stomped hard on his crotch several times. Damn it. It was so satisfying. Chun Bo laughed, as if this was the only thing that could make him happy. What happened next? Lin Shishir couldn't resist being nosy again. After that, the school security guards and teachers arrived. They wanted to arrest me, so I ran as fast as I could. But they couldn't catch up with me. Finally, after I had run across half of the college, they surrounded me by virtue of their large numbers. Then, they took me to the security room. It happened to be 12 o'clock at night, and suddenly it became extremely cold. There was chaos in the school, and all the security guards went to maintain order, locking me in the security room. Then, I didn't see anyone come back, and I've been hiding here all the time. If I hadn't found 2 boxes of instant noodles under the bed, I would have starved to death. After listening to Chun Bo's account, Xiaoyang couldn't help admiring him from the bottom of his heart. He's a real man, taking action when it's needed. Xiaoyang could almost envision Chun Bo pedaling his bicycle day and night to the college. Then, he dashed fearlessly towards those 5 men who were about to gang up on him. Finally, he charged ahead bravely under the pursuit of a group of people. This young man can truly be regarded as a valiant warrior charging for love. That Wang Jiejia is really a slut. How could she do such a shameless thing? She really hides her true nature well. Lin Shishir listened with great indignation. Even as a woman, she couldn't stand it. Then, have you seen Wang Jiejia again later? Mu Wanqing asked. No, but I know she's still alive. A few days ago, a surviving student escaped. I learned from him that Wang Jiejia is still alive. She, along with those men and a group of surviving students, is hiding in the college supermarket. That's why I've been staying here all this time. I must see her and those men. Only by killing them with my own hands can I vent my hatred. So that's how it was. Chun Bo clearly explained the whole story of why he stayed in the school gatehouse. Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir now understood. By the way, did the people in that pickup truck team notice you before? Xiaoyang still needed to ask to see if Chun Bo could provide any clues about those people. Of course they noticed me. They thought I was the surviving security guard of this college. They asked me where the girls' dormitory was and if I had heard of a female student named, what was it? When Chun Bo mentioned the name, he suddenly couldn't remember it. Is her name Mu Wanqing? Xiaoyang offered. Yes. It seems to be this name. Chun Bo was startled when he realized. Because I'm Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing frowned and said, those who knew about the pickup truck convoy were indeed here to find her. She felt both happy and worried. What delighted her was that everything was just as Xiaoyang had predicted, and it was highly likely that her brother was still alive. However, what concerned her was why her brother didn't come to find her in person. Had something happened to him? Seeing Mu Wanqing wearing a worried look on her face, Chun Bo reminded her, so that's the case. Beauty, you've got to be careful. Those people don't look like good guys at all. They once tried to persuade me to join them, but I refused. Then they actually wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I can run faster than before. Otherwise, I would have died with my vengeance unavenged. Hearing Chun Bo say that he could run faster than before, Xiaoyang immediately recalled how he dashed forward for love. Xiaoyang smiled and said, you can run faster than before? Just how fast can you be? Seeing that Xiaoyang was actually laughing at him, Chun Bo immediately stood up and said, brother, don't you doubt me. I can run for you to see, and then you'll know how fast I am. Xiaoyang smiled and said, oh, can you outrun Bolt? Unless Chun Bo has awakened an ability related to speed. Huh? Xiaoyang suddenly sized Chun Bo up. Come to think of it, it was quite possible that this young fellow had awakened a speed ability. Then run for me to see. Sure, brother. Let's go outside. With that, Chinbo walked out of the security room. Brother, watch closely. I'm going to start running. Chinbo got into a starting position. After seeing Xiaoyang nodding to signal, whoosh, he darted out. Damn it. Xiaoyang and the others were shocked. He was indeed very fast. This speed was no less than that of Bolt. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Xiaoyang sensed something amiss. They had already run such a long distance. However, why was this lad still running? Farewell. Chinbo, who had already run over 60 meters away, suddenly halted, turned around, waved his hand in Xiaoyang's direction, and shouted. Chapter 74. The clue from Chinbo's mouth. Actually, Chinbo's act was an impromptu decision. Although Xiaoyang and his companions didn't seem like bad people, they were definitely individuals he couldn't afford to provoke. If he couldn't provoke them, couldn't he just avoid them? He had great confidence in his speed and regarded himself as a man as fleet-footed as the wind. He believed no one could catch up with him. He had a plan in mind. He would return after Xiaoyang and the others left. On the contrary, Xiaoyang was extremely enraged. Damn it! That Chinbo fellow was trying to escape while the opportunity presented itself. Seeing that he was about to turn around and continue running away, Xiaoyang swiftly activated his time slowdown skill. Glancing at Chinbo, his movements were now as sluggish as a turtle's. It seemed this distance was still within the range of his skill. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang dashed forward. He ran all the way to the front of Chinbo, and then stood there waiting for him. At this moment, Xiaoyang could already discern the smug look on Chinbo's face. When Chinbo caught sight of him, his facial expression gradually shifted from smugness to surprise. Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony. He stepped forward, grabbed Chinbo by the collar, and then deactivated the skill. Due to the inertia of his body, Chinbo was still moving forward, but was promptly pulled back by Xiaoyang. With Xiaoyang's constitution that had accumulated over 1,000 years of energy, grabbing Chinbo was as effortless as seizing a chick. If it were someone else, they would have been dragged off into the air long ago. At this moment, the look on Chinbo's face was completely replaced by shock. Elder brother, are you still human? Chinbo stammered. He thought he had run fast enough, but unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyang had already reached in front of him and was waiting. How could he not be shocked? Xiaoyang said irritably. Why are you running? Brother, I'm just scared of you guys. I just wanted to stay away from you. I really have no other ill intentions, Chinbo explained quickly, waving his hands while being grabbed by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang dragged him all the way back to the reception room and threw him to the ground. If you dare to run again, I'll use this on you. Xiaoyang took out a pistol and waved it in front of Chinbo. At the sight of the pistol, Chinbo's eyes suddenly fixed, and his body dared not move. Brother, I definitely won't run. If I do, I'm your grandson. Seeing that he was really obedient, Xiaoyang directly asked, I'll ask you one last question. Brother, go ahead. You said those men in the pickup truck wanted you to join them. Did they tell you who they were or where they were from? Xiaoyang didn't let him run just to ask this question. Unexpectedly, there was a small incident in the middle, and he almost let him escape. Chinbo obediently sat up and carefully recalled. Oh, yes, I remembered. They seemed to say they were from some nightclub. What was it called? Oh, right. It was called Royal One. They said they were from the Royal One nightclub. As soon as Chinbo said it, Xiaoyang was stunned. The Royal One nightclub? Why did it sound so familiar? He seemed to have been there, but it was so long ago that he couldn't quite remember. Royal One? I know. At this moment, Tang Ying beside them spoke up. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, and he looked towards Tang Ying. Right, in the entire Haiqing city. Was there any entertainment venue that Tang Ying didn't know about? Mu Wanqing also looked at Tang Ying anxiously. She knew that her elder brother, Mu Guang, was very likely to be there. Where is it? It's in the city center, a bit far from here. Hearing Tang Ying's reply, Mu Wanqing was immediately overjoyed. Can we go there right now? Mu Wanqing looked at Xiaoyang and said anxiously. Xiaoyang didn't reply to Mu Wanqing immediately. He carefully considered the matter. Then, he made a decision. Wanqing, now that we know where your brother might be. However, the situation there is unclear. How about this? Since we've come to your college today, let's first clear out the zombies in the college. Gather more crystals to enhance our strength. When we go back tonight, we'll make a good plan and go there tomorrow. This way, it'll be safer. After Xiaoyang finished speaking, Tang Ying nodded and also said, Wanqing, Xiaoyang is right. This Royal One in Haiqing is no ordinary place. There are thousands of employees in its headquarters alone, and it has a notorious reputation. Several times when we received police reports and when raided, we were obstructed layer by its backing forces. Moreover, they can send out people in 5 cars at once to gather information. You can imagine how powerful their influence is. We still need to have a good discussion before taking action. Hearing what Tang Ying said, Mu Wanqing also couldn't help but become more cautious. With Tang Ying's knowledge of Haiqing City, the situation must be as she described. Although she was extremely eager to see her elder brother, it was truly unwise to rush there without getting a clear understanding of the situation. She couldn't jeopardize everyone for her own selfish desires. Xiaoyang was right. The top priority was to enhance her own strength first. Only in this way could she handle all unexpected situations with composure. Fine. I'll follow your advice. As long as I know my brother is still alive, I'll feel at ease. At least he's safe for now. Xiaoyang was greatly relieved to see Mu Wanqing thinking like this. Well, it's good that you can think this way. Come on. Since we're here, let's go in and clear out the zombies. We can't make this trip in vain. Okay, let's go. At Xiaoyang's call, all the girls immediately sprang into action. Hey, bro, can you take me with you? I also want to go in with you. I'm dying to see how that slut Wang Zhejia is doing now. Seeing that Xiaoyang and the others were about to leave, Chunbo quickly stood up and said. Xiaoyang sized him up from head to toe and said, apart from being fast, do you have any other skills? Chunbo thought for a while. It seems I only have the ability to run fast. But, big bro, you can rest assured. I won't cause you any trouble. If the situation seems wrong, I'll just run away. I definitely won't add to your problems. Xiaoyang knew that Chunbo must have awakened the speed ability. This ability had no other advantages apart from speed. However, if the level increased, the speed would get faster and faster. It could still be used for a surprise attack. Then do as you like. Xiaoyang didn't pay any more attention to him. If he wanted to follow, he could. Anyway, Xiaoyang wouldn't care whether he lived or died. Xiaoyang and the others got in the car and continued to head towards the female dormitory area inside. Meanwhile, Chunbo picked up a machete that someone in the pickup truck had dropped earlier and quickened his pace to catch up. There were about a dozen rows of 6-story buildings in the girls' dormitory area. It would be too troublesome to clear them one by one. Xiaoyang still employed the previous method, asking Lin Shishir to play the flute to lure the zombies over. Then they could take the opportunity to kill them. The group had long been accustomed to working together. Xiaoyang also asked Yi Ling and the two young nurses to take action for practice. 3 hours later, after they had killed all the zombies that could be lured out from the girls' dormitory, after counting, Xiaoyang found that the harvest was quite substantial. They had obtained a total of 2,000 crystals this time. Lin Shishir was extremely exhausted mentally and hardly had the strength to blow. However, it was still early, and Xiaoyang didn't want to end the operation so soon. There must be a large number of zombies in the boys' dormitory behind. He didn't want to make an extra trip, but if they tried to attract the zombies by making noise, the risk would be too high. This was completely incomparable to Lin Shishir's flute playing. One way made the zombies rush straight at you to attack, while the other made them stand there stupidly for you to kill. How could they be the same? Chapter 75. Chunbo offers help. Chunbo, who had been following not far behind Xiaoyang and his group, watched as they eliminated the zombies as easily as cutting leeks, batch after batch. He was utterly shocked. What kind of people were they? They were truly extraordinary. Fortunately, he had been well behaved and hadn't offended them. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, seeing that Xiaoyang and the others had stopped, he took the opportunity to walk up to them. Big brother, you guys are really amazing. I'm truly in awe, Chunbo said with a flattering look on his face. Xiaoyang glanced at him but ignored him. Chunbo continued with a beaming smile. Big brother, have you encountered any difficulties? Why don't you go on? My friend is tired and can't attract the zombies anymore. Xiaoyang pointed at Lin Shishir, who was sitting aside taking a rest. Chunbo looked at Lin Shishir, his face full of admiration. Just now, he had witnessed her ability with his own eyes. Thanks to her, Xiaoyang and his companions were able to work so efficiently. Without her, they couldn't have attracted so many zombies. Unable to attract zombies? Chunbo's eyes brightened at this thought. Brother, I think I can help you attract the zombies here. Hearing what Chunbo said, Xiaoyang looked at him in disbelief. You? Yes, brother. I run fast. Those zombies can't catch up with me. I can lead a wave of them over for you. We don't need to attract many at a time. I can make several trips. Chunbo voiced his idea. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Come to think of it, this method was actually feasible. It seemed that this speed ability still had its uses in the early stage. Well, how about you give it a try? Xiaoyang said with a smile. Okay, get ready. I'm off. Seeing that Xiaoyang had agreed, Chunbo immediately grabbed his knife and rushed out. He ran all the way to the entrance of a dormitory building, picked up a wash basin that had fallen on the ground, and then kept hitting the basin with his knife to attract the zombies. Before long, Some zombies heard the noise and rushed out. Upon seeing this, Chunbo immediately ran towards Xiaoyang and his group while still hitting the basin. The zombies behind chased after him. It seemed there were about 100 of them. As the zombies ran at varying speeds, they formed a long line. Xiaoyang nodded approvingly. This was quite good. The zombies wouldn't swarm up all at once, and it would be safer to clear them. Seeing that the zombies were approaching, Xiaoyang and his companions immediately grabbed their knives and stepped forward to start the slaughter. In just a few minutes, this wave of zombies was completely cleared. During this period, Chunbo also imitated Xiaoyang and the others. Taking advantage of his speed, he ran behind the zombies and chopped at their heads. Although his skills were clumsy at first, he gradually became more proficient through practice. What surprised Xiaoyang the most was Su Tong. He found that Su Tong's performance today was far better than last time. Could it be that she had also awakened her superpower? Xiaoyang decided to ask her on the way back. After that, Chunbo continued to use this method and ran back and forth more than 20 times. Finally, most of the zombies in the boys' dormitory were lured out. After a final count, Xiaoyang and his group had harvested more than 500 crystals. Adding the more than 2,000 crystals obtained from the girls' dormitory, they had a total of more than 4,500 crystals. It could truly be considered a bountiful harvest today. Of course, Chunbo also deserved credit for all this. Xiaoyang decided that after clearing all the zombies in the college, he would give Chunbo some crystals. He couldn't let the guy work for nothing. After taking a short rest, the group walked towards the large supermarket not far from the dormitory. From afar, it was evident that the supermarket was quite large. After all, there were so many teachers and students in the college, and a small supermarket would surely be inadequate. When they reached the supermarket entrance, Xiaoyang noticed that there were quite a few dead zombies here. However, the crystals in their brows had not been dug out. It seems that the people here are still unaware of the uses of crystals. Meanwhile, Chunbo is gritting his teeth and staring blankly at the supermarket. He knows that his wife, Wang Jia, should be inside the supermarket at this moment. All the old scores should be settled today. In an office of the college supermarket, there is an iron basin on the ground with burning wood inside. Although the room is not extremely warm, the temperature is still tolerable. At this moment, Wang Jia is lying on the sofa, gasping for breath. Around the sofa, there are 5 men sitting. At present, they are smoking with an air of great enjoyment. If Chunbo were to see them, he would surely recognize all of these people. These 5 men are the very college students who were severely beaten by him that day. Among them, the man with whom Wang Jia had an affair smiles and says to the others, "Well, am I good to you? I share everything with you." Upon hearing this, the other 4 men quickly respond obsequiously, "Yes. Brother Qing is valiant." It's simply exhilarating. After a round of flattery, Brother Qing is thoroughly enjoying himself. One of them says eagerly, "Brother Qing, there are quite a few female students in this supermarket. When will we take them all in?" "Don't be in such a hurry. Take it slow. We have to make them come to us willingly." Brother Qing replies unhurriedly with a lecherous smile. At this time, Wang Jia, who is lying on the sofa in disheveled clothes, speaks up angrily, "Wang Qing, you're so shameless. How could you treat me like this?" Wang Qing glances at her and snorts contemptuously, "Stop being ungrateful. With so many people attending to you, you're still not satisfied. You really think you're someone special. Just because of you, my groin still aches." Whenever Wang Qing recalled the night he was beaten by Chunbo, he got furious. That woman, Wang Jia, had never told him before that she was already married. When her husband showed up, she even prevaricated that he was just her ex-boyfriend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called his 4 brothers to beat him up. "You were playing me for a fool, dating 2 guys at once. Now I'll make you date 5. Wang Qing had decided to go all out. In this chaotic world, women were as worthless as rags. It was more reliable to use them to win over the hearts of his brothers. Without power, one couldn't survive. There were no less than 100 students and several teachers gathered in the supermarket. Everyone was at odds with each other, scheming against one another all day long. So, to gain a foothold here, one needed to have a large following. Wang Jia was left speechless. She straightened her clothes and sat up. She deeply regretted having an affair with such a scumbag. She remembered how kind Chunbo had been to her, yet she had cuckolded him. But what good was regret now? In this world, she still had to rely on these men. Without them, her situation would surely be even worse. Moreover, Wang Qing seemed to have developed a special ability. Without him, she wouldn't be in the supermarket's office, which was the best room in the whole supermarket. Oh well. Women were born to suffer. As long as she could stay alive, that was all that mattered. As for her husband, Chunbo, oh, perhaps he was already dead. Chapter 76. Why did you betray me? Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone was knocking on the door. Wang Qing and his companions quickly pulled up their pants and opened the door. Brother Qing, a group of people have come outside the supermarket. Guess who I saw? The one speaking was a male student, a new subordinate of Wang Qing, who, seeing his mysterious demeanor, Wang Qing couldn't help but become curious. It's Mu Wanqing, the campus belle of our college, and Lin Shi, the music department's belle and the so-called flute goddess. As soon as the male student finished speaking, Wang Qing and the others were immediately startled. Really or not, 2 out of the 3 great beauties in our college are still alive, Wang Qing said in disbelief. It's true. They're right at the door. And guess who else I saw? After saying that, the male student glanced at Wang Jia sitting on the sofa. Who? Stop being so mysterious. Just tell us. It's Wang Jiajia's husband, the guy who fought with you that night. As soon as the male student uttered these words, Wang Jiajia immediately stood up from the sofa. What did you say? Chen Bo is still alive? Wang Jiajia's voice trembled. She never thought that her husband would be alive, and that he had even found his way to the supermarket. Deep down, she didn't want to face Chen Bo. Maybe it was out of guilt, or perhaps she simply looked down on him. In any case, she didn't want to see Chen Bo again. If he were dead, that would be the best. Damn it, that guy is still alive. Come on, let me go and kill him. I was careless last time and let him beat us up badly. This time, I'll avenge that humiliation. Wang Qing was full of anger. Then he glanced at Wang Jiajia and said, No, don't kill him right away. I'll capture him and then, in front of him, toy with his wife. I'll make him live in worse than death. Haha, just thinking about it gets me excited. Wang Qing leered lasciviously. However, upon hearing this, Wang Jiajia frowned tightly. Let's go and confront them. Wang Qing didn't care about what Wang Jiajia was thinking. In his eyes, Wang Jiajia was merely his plaything. After seeing Wang Qing and the others leave, Wang Jiajia hesitated for a moment, but still walked out. When Xiao Yang and the others reached the supermarket entrance, some survivors inside had already spotted them. When the people inside saw Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi, someone opened the door from the inside. Good heavens! Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi, you two are still alive. A student exclaimed in surprise. Wow, 2 out of the 3 campus goddesses are here. If Teacher Jiang were still alive, all 3 goddesses would be gathered. Look behind, there are several other beauties too. Damn, those 3 are no less beautiful than our campus goddesses. How exciting. Who's that guy in the front? He's so handsome. I'm in love. Hey, isn't that the guy who was caught by the security guards that night? He's actually alive and has come back. Wang Jiajia happened to be here. There's going to be a good show now. A large crowd of male and female students had gathered inside the door, whispering among themselves. Get out of the way. At this moment, Wang Qing forced his way out from behind the crowd with several people. First, he greeted Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi with a smile, then glared at Chen Bo menacingly. Chen Bo stared back at him defiantly and said, Where's my wife, Wang Jiajia? Call her out for me. Humph. Your wife is now our woman. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare come back. Let me teach you a lesson today. Wang Qing deliberately emphasized the word our, clearly insulting Chen Bo. Chen Bo's face darkened. He took a step forward and retorted defiantly, Teach me a lesson? I could beat you hooligans to a pulp before, and I can do it again today. Wang Qing sneered contemptuously. Well, then let you experience the power of my wind blade today. Just as Wang Qing was about to strike, he heard Wang Jiajia's voice. The crowd made way, and Wang Jiajia squeezed through from the back. She decided to face Chen Bo, but not to apologize to him. Chen Bo, you shouldn't have come back. You're no match for them now. You'll end up miserably. Wang Jiajia said coldly, looking at Chen Bo. When Chen Bo saw Wang Jiajia, he was enraged to the extreme. His eyes were bloodshot as he loudly questioned her. Wang Jiajia, you finally have the nerve to show up. I just want to ask you, what did I do wrong to you that made you choose to cheat on me? This was a question Chen Bo had always wanted to ask her. He really couldn't understand why, despite his kindness to Wang Jiajia, she still betrayed him. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiajia showed no remorse for Chen Bo's question. She replied indifferently, You were indeed good to me. So what? As soon as Wang Jiajia said this, the surrounding students began to whisper among themselves. This Wang Jiajia was really something. Xiaoyang also glanced at Wang Jiajia. She was quite good looking, but why was she so thick-skinned? Chen Bo was extremely indignant at Wang Jiajia's speaking attitude. He roared at her. I've been working day and night every day just to earn more money to support your education and help you fulfill your dreams. In order to improve your living conditions, I've taken on 3 part-time jobs and given you all my earnings. On every festival, I'd buy you presents and give you surprises. I really can't figure out why you betrayed me. Seeing Chunbo roaring like a madman, Wang Jiejia took a step back. However, there was still no expression on her face. She said coldly, since you want to know why, I can tell you. Anyway, I'll let you die in the clear. It's because you're not as handsome as others. Because you're not as capable as others. Because you have a low educational background. Because you're so submissive in front of me that I can't be interested in you. Is that enough? Every word of Wang Jiejia was like a thunderbolt, bombarding Chunbo's heart. He looked stunned. Only then did he realize that his wife was so dissatisfied with him. Then, why did you still choose to marry me? Suddenly, Chunbo felt a bit self-abased. He was actually so worthless in his wife's eyes. Why? Because your family gave a large betrothal gift. Because you're willing to be a fool and earn money for me to spend. Someone is supporting me, and I can pursue my dreams and have fun. Isn't that great? When Wang Jiejia said this, she showed no sign of shame and looked at Chunbo contemptuously, as if all this was what Chunbo should do. Suddenly, Chunbo raised his hand and slapped Wang Jiejia across the face. With considerable force, Wang Jiejia unexpectedly failed to maintain her balance. Stumbling clumsily, she plopped onto the ground. You wretched woman. I was truly blind as a bat to have taken a fancy to you. Chunbo glowered menacingly at Wang Jiejia, his teeth gritted in fury. Mind you, your wife is now our woman. How dare you lay a hand on her? I'll wring your neck for this. Wang Qing, upon seeing Wang Jiejia being struck, was instantly consumed by a blinding rage. It was as if a stinging slap had landed on his own face. Sitting on the ground, Wang Jiejia propped herself up with one hand while covering the half of her face that had been struck with the other. At that moment, her eyes blazed with malevolence as she glared at Chunbo and hissed between her teeth, I never wish to set eyes on him again. Kill him. Kill him. Chapter 77. Windblade gazing at the venomous look on Wang Jiejia's face, Chunbo finally grasped the full meaning of this. The most venomous thing in the world is a woman's heart. While he was in a momentary daze, Wang Qing and his cohorts had already surrounded him. Young man, I'll make your life a living hell. With that chilling threat, Wang Qing promptly raised his right hand and made a sweeping motion through the air towards Chunbo. A visible crescent-shaped gust of air shot forth from Wang Qing's hand, hurtling towards Chunbo at break. Sensing the crescent-shaped airflow about to strike his face, Chunbo instinctively raised his right hand to fend it off. There was a sharp tearing sound. His sleeve was effortlessly sliced open by the airflow. With a clatter, the machete in Chunbo's hand dropped to the ground. He staggered backward. Looking down at his arm, he saw that the area struck was already gushing with blood. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. Xiaoyang frowned upon witnessing this scene. He had never anticipated that Wang Qing had actually awakened his superpower. Moreover, it is a spell-type ability known as the Wind Blade. This Wind Blade ability can condense air currents into the shape of a blade and then launch a long-range attack on the intended target. The higher the level, the longer the attack distance, the faster the speed, and the sharper the blade. It seems that Wang Qing's Wind Blade ability is only at level 1. Otherwise, Chunboji's arm would have been severed long ago. When the surrounding crowd saw Wang Qing injure Chunboji with a single move, their gazes towards Wang Qing became much more wary. Some of them had witnessed Wang Qing using his ability before. The zombie corpses at the entrance were killed by him. However, it was obvious that Wang Qing had become increasingly proficient in controlling his ability. Originally, he had already been the most powerful one in this supermarket. If he continued to develop, it was estimated that no one would be able to compete with him, and the entire supermarket would become his territory. Wang Jiejia, who had been sitting on the ground, staring intently at Chunboji, burst into laughter when she saw Chunboji injured. Haha, I told you that you would end up miserably. You didn't believe me. Now you've seen it. It's too late. Wang Jiejia's words immediately attracted many looks of disgust. This woman was truly shameless. Not only did she refuse to repent for her wrongdoings, but she also wanted to kill her husband. It was really an eye-opener. Seeing that Chunboji was injured, Wang Qing said complacently, Boy, surrender obediently, and I can still leave you with an intact corpse. Moreover, I can let you see some extremely stimulating scenes before you die. Haha. Just thinking about molesting Wang Jiejia in front of Chunboji made Wang Qing extremely excited. Meanwhile, Chunbo quickly wrapped up his wound and replied through gritted teeth, I was careless just now and fell into your trap. It's not over yet. It's still uncertain who will perish. Haha, you're still being so stubborn even when death is imminent. Then I'll sever your legs and see what else you can do. Wang Qing roared with laughter, his face contorted with malevolence. He raised his hand and sent a gust, blade hurtling towards Chunbo's thigh. Chunbo was well prepared. He immediately quickened his pace and dodged nimbly. The gust blade, having lost its target, drifted forward and struck a small tree, which was instantly severed. Seeing that his attack had missed, Wang Qing immediately chased after Qinbo, continuously launching gust blades at him. But he underestimated Qinbo's speed. Each time, the gust blades narrowly missed hitting him as Qinbo managed to evade them. Upon seeing this, the members of Wang Qing's team also began to surround and pursue Qinbo, hoping to overpower him with their numerical advantage. Thus, they staged a game of cat and mouse in front of everyone. Yet, even when they were exhausted and could barely run anymore, they still failed to catch Qinbo. Meanwhile, Qinbo, having lost a great deal of blood and having run for so long, was also on the verge of collapse. Neither side could gain the upper hand over the other. They stood facing each other at a distance, locked in a stalemate. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. Why did you stop? Wang Jejia stood up anxiously and shouted at them when she saw that Wang Qing and his men remained idle. Wang Jejia, I never thought you could be so vicious. He's your husband. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Shishir finally spoke up, scolding her. Hearing this, Wang Jejia glared at Lin Shishir and retorted, Mind your own business. Who do you think you are? You'd better mind your own business. Otherwise, after I deal with Qinbo, I'll have Wang Qing and the others take care of you. Looking at Wang Jejia's disgusting face, Mu Wanqing just couldn't hold it back. She tugged at the corner of Xiao Yang's clothes and said, Xiao Yang, how about we help Qinbo? Wang Jejia and the others are so despicable. Besides, Qinbo led the zombies away for us this afternoon. Hearing what Mu Wanqing said, Xiao Yang nodded. Although he wasn't interested in others' feuds, deep down, he sided with Qinbo. Especially when he saw Wang Qing and the others chasing and beating Qinbo alone, he got annoyed. What a bunch of scoundrels. Not one of them was as brave as Qinbo. Thinking of this, he went straight to Qinbo's side and took out 20 crystals. Placing them in front of Qinbo, looking at Qinbo's stunned expression, Xiao Yang said calmly, Here, these are what you deserve. See the numbers on these crystals? Remember them. Then clench the crystals in your left hand and silently repeat this string of numbers. Hurry up. Although Qinbo didn't know what the purpose of doing this was, he understood that Xiao Yang was helping him. Without thinking too much, he picked up a crystal and did as Xiao Yang said. A surge of energy entered his body, and Qinbo felt that something seemed to have changed in his body. He quickly absorbed another crystal, and the changes in his body became more and more obvious. He felt that his physical constitution had strengthened. He glanced at Xiao Yang in surprise and saw that Xiao Yang was looking at him expressionlessly. So he didn't ask any more questions. He just sped up to absorb the remaining crystals. Yiling, come here. Seeing the wound on Qinbo's right hand, Xiao Yang called Yiling over. Attend to his wound, he commanded upon seeing Yiling approaching. Sure. Yiling rolled up Qinbo's sleeve, exposing his arm. She placed her hand on Qinbo's wound. Meanwhile, Wang Qing and his companions were enraged upon seeing Xiao Yang standing with Qinbo. How dare someone blatantly side with Qinbo? Wasn't that a blatant provocation? However, they were so exhausted at the moment that they could only suppress their anger. He made up his mind that after dealing with Qinbo, he would turn his attention to this unfamiliar man. He had already noticed that Xiao Yang was on the same side as Mu Wanqing and the others. Humph. He was the only man among that group. Once he was eliminated, wouldn't Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir submit to him obediently? They were both campus beauties, far superior to that woman Wang Jejia. At this thought, Wang Qing's anger subsided a bit. If Xiao Yang hadn't intervened, he wouldn't have had a reason to fall out with him. But now, the opportunity had presented itself. Soon, after taking a short rest, the group got up and walked towards Qinbo. By then, Qinbo had absorbed the last crystal. He was utterly astounded. These crystals could actually enhance his physical constitution significantly. He felt as if he could crush those people's necks with one hand. What shocked him even more was that the wound on his right arm had healed. Chapter 78. Those who betray deserve to die. Qinbo was completely bewildered. He couldn't comprehend what had happened. Suddenly, he found Xiao Yang and his group terrifying. Fortunately, he had left a good impression on them. Upon seeing Wang Qing and his group striding over aggressively once again, Qinbo quickly gathered his thoughts. At present, he was brimming with strength and had become even more self-assured. Those who have nothing to do with this matter should scram at once. Or don't blame my wind blades for being merciless. Wang Qing shouted at Xiao Yang, cursing all the way. Xiao Yang ignored him and instead handed the Tang sword in his hand to Qinbo. Brother, one has to settle one's own ground. This is all the help I can offer. Xiao Yang patted Qinbo on the shoulder, then turned around and walked back with, grasping the heavy Tang sword in his hand. Qinbo was filled with gratitude. As for Wang Qing and his group, Upon seeing Xiao Yang hand a Tang's sword to Chen Bo, they were instantly consumed by rage. Wasn't this clearly taking Chen Bo's side? Very well. After dealing with Chen Bo, he'll be next. Wang Qing roared. Chen Bo die? Wang Qing decided not to spare anyone and intended to end the fight quickly. He launched a wind blade straight at Chen Bo's face. Chen Bo let out a cold laugh and dodged it with a sideways movement. Wang Qing and his group were astounded. How did it seem that Chen Bo had grown even stronger in such a short time? Humph. It's time to put an end to this. Chen Bo sneered. Suddenly, he accelerated, pushing his speed to the limit. Before Wang Qing and his group could react, he dashed behind one of them, raised the Tang's sword, and without hesitation, brought it down. Splat! A head rolled to the ground. This startled Wang Qing and the others. What astonishing footwork and what a sharp blade. The group felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness and began to huddle together to fend off Chen Bo's attacks. This scene left the on-looking students utterly stunned. Previously at a disadvantage, Chen Bo suddenly grew stronger after Xiao Yang approached. What was going on? Who on earth was that man? They couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, sensing the curious looks from the crowd, remained nonchalant and merely fixed his attention on Chen Bo's side. At this moment, leveraging his speed advantage, Chen Bo dashed left and right ceaselessly. In no time, 4 more of Wang Qing's men were hacked to the ground. By then, only Chen Bo and Wang Qing were still standing there. Wang Qing was growing more and more terrified. Having used the wind blades too frequently, he had exhausted a great deal of his mental energy and could no longer conjure up wind blades. Moreover, with the absence of his teammates' assistance, he knew in his heart that his defeat was imminent. He glared malevolently at Xiao Yang. It was all because of this man. Without him, Chen Bo would never have become so formidable. Suddenly, he shouted to the crowd, "Fellow alumni, are you just going to stand by and watch an outsider bully the people of our college? We're on the same side. Why aren't you lending a hand right now?" At this point, the only ones he could count on were these surviving alumni. As long as they were willing to help, he still had a glimmer of hope. However, upon hearing his plea for help, the students all wore expressions of indifference. Even the 2 surviving teachers in the crowd merely stayed silent. No one paid him any heed. In the eyes of these people, it would be best if Wang Qing died. That way, there would be one less powerful competitor among them. Moreover, Xiao Yang and his group were extraordinary. No one wanted to make enemies for themselves on account of others. See? Now you know how poor your reputation is. No one is willing to help you. You piece of trash. Go to hell. Suddenly, Chen Bo launched a fierce attack, leaving Wang Qing in a complete mess and struggling to cope. Finally, Chen Bo seized the opportunity. His figure suddenly appeared behind Wang Qing. Then, he stabbed a knife into Wang Qing's back. The blade pierced through his chest. Wang Qing looked down at the tip of the knife protruding from his chest in disbelief. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. He tried to turn around, but with just a slight movement, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Chen Bo cast a look of disgust at Wang Qing's corpse, drew out the tant from his body, and wiped the blood off on his clothes. Then, he walked towards Wang Jiejie with the knife in hand. At this moment, having witnessed what had just happened, Wang Jiejie's legs had turned to jelly, and she plopped down on the ground. Seeing Chen Bo approaching with a knife, she trembled all over in fear. She never expected that Chen Bo would become so formidable. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret in her heart, regretting that she had taken things to such an extreme. Now, there was no way out for her. "Chen Bo, husband, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me." When Chen Bo walked up to her, Wang Jiejie suddenly pleaded for mercy. Seeing Wang Jiejie looking so pitiful, Chen Bo felt an intense nausea. Earlier, she had urged others to kill him, and now, she was begging for forgiveness. Truly, her mood changed faster than the weather. "Didn't you wish me dead before?" Chen Bo looked down at her coldly and said, "I was wrong, husband. It was all forced on me by Wang Qing and the others. They defiled me. I had no choice but to do so. Husband, please forgive me. I know you're the kindest to me. I'll definitely treat you well in the future. I'm willing to work like a beast of burden to repay you." Wang Jiejie pleaded, with both hands clasping Chen Bo's leg. Chen Bo let out a cold laugh. "Heh, I'm not capable of making big money. I'm not good looking, and I can't arouse your interest. Why do you have to beg me so humbly?" Hearing Chen Bo say so, Wang Jiejie immediately pleaded tearfully, "I was wrong, hubby. Those were just angry words. They weren't my real intention. Please don't take them to heart. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, I'll wholeheartedly live with you." "Okay." Wang Jiejie looked up at Chen Bo pitifully with her face raised. "Wang Jiejie, if you had known this earlier, why did you act that way before? It's a pity that it's all too late. If it were in the past, you might still have a chance to survive. But now, those who betray can only die. Chenbo didn't waste any more words on Wang Jiejia. He mercilessly stabbed the knife into Wang Jiejia's body. Wang Jiejia suddenly felt something pierce through her body, and then it seemed as if all the blood in her body was flowing out. Her face was filled with expressions of unwillingness, shock, and regret. Slowly, she loosened the hand that was gripping Chenbo's. Her body slumped softly to the ground and fell silent. Chenbo took a deep breath, drew out the tang knife, and without taking another look, he turned around and walked up to Xiaoyang. Returning the knife to Xiaoyang, Chenbo said gratefully, "Brother, thank you." Xiaoyang took the knife, nodded, and said nothing. "Brother, I have a request. I wonder if you can grant it?" Chenbo continued to ask. "Speak. I aspire to become a member of your esteemed group. I am cognizant of your formidable strength, and my modest abilities may seem inconsequential in comparison. However, I am willing to serve as a messenger and attend to your needs. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself to your service, undertaking any physical labor required. Would you permit me to join your ranks?" Observing the hopeful glint in Chenbo's eyes, and recalling his previous act of drawing the zombie's attention, he surmised that enlisting Chenbo's aid would be of considerable benefit. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 79. Chenbo and Su Tong's induction. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's affirmative response, Chenbo was filled with elation. Mu Wanqing and the others greeted him with gentle smiles. The dark clouds in Chenbo's heart dissipated as he beheld the sweet smiles of the fair maidens. As the battle concluded, onlookers who were acquainted with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir began to approach them, eager to exchange greetings. "Wanqing, Shishir, whence do you hail? Did you come from the direction of the cafeteria?" "Wanqing, Shishir, would you consider joining our group? We have an abundance of provisions to share with you." "Shishir, come join us. We have plenty of sustenance to offer." "Who are the beauties behind you? Invite them to join us as well." Numerous individuals extended invitations to Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, a testament to their popularity and allure. However, no one ventured to extend an invitation to Xiaoyang and Chenbo. They appeared to harbor a sense of apprehension and aversion towards Xiaoyang and Chenbo. "We come from afar, and we possess our own sanctuary. We appreciate your kind intentions," Mu Wanqing replied with a tactful refusal. Upon hearing that Mu Wanqing had a sanctuary outside, someone's interest was piqued. "Where is your sanctuary located? Is it safe? Can we go?" "Well," Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment. Instead of answering, she shifted her gaze to Xiaoyang. She still wanted to heed Xiaoyang's opinion, for he was the one in charge after all. Seeing Mu Wanqing seeking his advice, Xiaoyang smiled. He stepped forward and stood beside Mu Wanqing, then said to those students, "Our shelter is on Zijin Mountain. There are numerous villas there, and it is quite safe. It's not impossible for you to go there. However," some students were extremely delighted upon hearing that they could go. But when they heard Xiaoyang say however, they knew they couldn't go there. It seemed there were conditions. Seeing that many were waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiaoyang continued, "However, only those who have awakened their superpowers and are willing to join us are eligible to go." As soon as Xiaoyang uttered these words, the people across from him looked at each other in dismay. They knew that the superpowers Xiaoyang mentioned were abilities similar to the wind blade skill that Wanqing had unleashed. This was quite a high threshold. For the time being, only a few among these students had awakened their superpowers. Moreover, those who had truly awakened superpowers like Wanqing were hardly willing to submit to others. There was a commotion in the crowd, but it soon subsided. Seeing that no one stepped forward to join, Xiaoyang was not surprised, as this was within his expectations. He didn't expect others to join him voluntarily so soon. "All right, for those who have awakened their superpowers, the doors of the villas on Zijin Mountain will always be open to you." Xiaoyang didn't want to waste any more words on them. After saying that, he turned around and said to Mu Wanqing and the others, "Let's go." It was getting late, and there were still quite a few wandering zombies in the college. Xiaoyang intended to clear them out promptly. After seeing Xiaoyang leave, the surviving college students in the supermarket started to chatter among themselves. "Who is this guy?" It seems that both Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir listened to him. "I have no idea. Could it be that he has taken them both under his wing? Come on, stop meddling in others' affairs. Now that Wanqing and his group are dead, we should figure out a way to seize the small area they occupied." Right. Hurry back." These people seemed to have reached a consensus and rushed into the supermarket one after another. Before long, the sound of fighting echoed inside the supermarket. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and his companions had reached the college playground. There were college student zombies wandering everywhere. There were at least 3,000 of them. By now, Lin Shishir had recovered from her fatigue, and with Chunbo's assistance, they resorted to their old tactics and managed to clear the zombies on the playground before nightfall. After collecting all the crystals, Xiaoyang counted them. This time, they had obtained 3,500 crystals, adding the previous 4,620 crystals. They had a total of 8,150 crystals for the day. Xiaoyang gave 20 crystals to Chunbo, leaving 8,100 crystals in his space. This was the biggest harvest since the apocalypse began. However, everyone, including Xiaoyang, was completely exhausted. Moreover, it was already dark, and it wasn't suitable to continue the cleanup. After all, the zombies here weren't going anywhere, and they could deal with them next time. So, Xiaoyang called on everyone to get in the car and head back to the villa. Chunbo was asked to accompany Tang Ying in that brabus, while Xiaoyang called Su Tong onto the off-road RV. On the way, Xiaoyang inquired about Su Tong's situation because she noticed that the girl had performed extremely well that day. Su Tong, have you awakened your supernatural power? Hearing this, Su Tong looked blank. She replied uncertainly, I'm not sure. When I woke up this morning, I just felt that my strength had suddenly multiplied compared to before. I thought it was due to the increase in time energy. Hearing what Su Tong said, Xiaoyang had a pretty good guess. She only had less than 4 years' worth of time energy. How could her strength suddenly become so powerful? It was highly likely that she had awakened a strength-type supernatural power in the martial arts system. Those with this kind of supernatural power, even at a low level of time energy, would possess the strength equivalent to that of someone with a century of energy constitution in their prime. In the future, if the level was upgraded, one could almost take down enemies bare-handed without any weapons. This was characteristic of close combat fighters. However, this type of supernatural power was relatively common among those who awakened in the apocalypse and was not particularly rare. Still, if one was lucky and could level up quickly, they could stand out from the crowd. Su Tong, you've awakened the strength-type supernatural power. Hearing Xiaoyang's certainty, Su Tong was overjoyed. Had she finally awakened her supernatural power? Did that mean she could become an official member of Xiaoyang's team? She eagerly asked then, do I have the qualification to officially join you? Xiaoyang smiled, of course you can. Welcome to the team. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's reply, Su Tong suddenly burst into tears of joy. Xiaoyang took out 100 crystals from his spatial storage and handed them to Su Tong. Here, absorb all these crystals. From now on, you'll still be in charge of guarding the villa area's main gate. Moreover, I'll assign Chunbo there too. This way, you'll have more hands. Su Tong received the crystals, tears streaming down her face in gratitude. She quickly nodded in agreement. She didn't dare to hope for a place in Xiaoyang's villa. As long as she could gain his recognition, she was willing to safeguard the entrance for him. Su Tong, congratulations on awakening your supernatural ability. Yes, indeed. Your strength-based ability sounds truly remarkable. The several women congratulated Su Tong one after another, making her heart brim with delight. The two cars drove all the way towards the Purple Mountain Villa. After reaching the villa area's main gate, everyone got out of the cars. Xiaoyang took out the down sleeping bags, solar panels, and mobile batteries he had prepared on the way. There was also a stove, a bag of charcoal, food, drinks, daily necessities, weapons, and so on. He dumped everything into the guardhouse. Chunbo, from now on, you'll work with Su Tong and the others to guard the gate. Call me on the walkie-talkie if there's anything. Naturally, Chunbo unconditionally obeyed Xiaoyang's arrangement and quickly nodded in assent. After giving these instructions, Xiaoyang drove back to the villa. Chapter 80. How delightful it is. After returning to the villa, everyone changed their clothes and slumped onto the sofas, too exhausted to move. The two young nurses on guard duty quickly served tea and water to everyone and tidied up the clothes they had changed. Xiaoyang asked them to take out a lot of food from the storage room and distribute it to everyone to stave off their hunger. Afterwards, Xiaoyang took out all the crystals he had obtained today and spread them all over the ground. There were approximately 8,000 crystals here. Wanqing, Shishir, Sister Yu, Tang Ying, Yiling. Each of you take 400 and absorb them. Seeing Xiaoyang's generosity, not to mention Tang Ying and Yiling, even Mu Wanqing, Lin Shi, and Lu Yu were a bit astonished. These weren't just dozens or hundreds of crystals, they were several thousand. Did Xiaoyang not care at all? Even if Xiaoyang was willing to share, they felt embarrassed to take so many. It was Lu Yu who spoke first. She said to Xiaoyang, well, Brother Xiao, I think it's enough to give us 100 each. There's no need to give us so many. It's better for you to keep them to improve your own strength. After Lu Yu finished speaking, Lin Shi also chimed in hastily. Yes, keep them for yourself. We're not in a hurry. Tang Ying said somewhat sheepishly. You just gave us some this morning. I really feel too embarrassed to take more. I've just arrived. I dare not take them. Hee hee. Yiling quickly waved her hand at Xiaoyang and said, seeing their modesty, Xiaoyang secretly admired them in his heart. Not being greedy was a virtue. However, he still persuaded them, all of you, listen to me. Hurry up and divide them. I have my reasons for doing this. Hearing this, the women all cast inquiring glances at him. Xiaoyang cleared his throat and explained seriously, we learned about Wanqing's elder brother's whereabouts today. Therefore, I've decided to go to the Royal One nightclub to make some investigations tomorrow. Upon hearing Xiaoyang mention her brother, Mu Wanqing's eyes instantly lit up. Xiaoyang glanced at Mu Wanqing and continued, however, the circumstances there remain unclear to us at present. Judging from the pickup truck convoy we encountered today, there are likely to be quite a few individuals in that area. Therefore, for safety's sake, it would be best if you all increased your temporal energy to over 500 years. By doing so, your physical constitution will reach another level, enabling you to protect yourselves in case of danger. I am doing this for your own good, do you understand? Upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, the women fell silent. They realized the depth of Xiaoyang's thoughtfulness. He never hesitated to ensure their safety. They were deeply moved and grateful to have met him, and proud to be part of such a team. Mu Wanqing, upon hearing that Xiaoyang had arranged this to help her find her brother, Mu Guang, was overcome with tears of gratitude. She found herself falling more and more in love with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, thank you, Mu Wanqing said, nestling into his embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. We are family. There is no need for such formalities. We are a collective. Your brother is our brother. We are all in this together. Xiaoyang said softly, stroking her hair. All right, everyone, let's get to it. It will take a while to absorb all these crystals. Seeing that Xiaoyang had spoken, the others no longer declined and took their respective portions. Then, they returned to their rooms to focus on absorbing the temporal energy. As for Xiaoyang, he sat in the living room, absorbing the remaining 6,000 crystals one by one. This proved to be quite a mental task, and halfway through, Xiaoyang began to feel a headache coming on. Upon seeing the two young nurses remaining at home, standing not far away, staring blankly at him, Xiaoyang beckoned them over. Can you two do massages? Hearing this, the two young nurses quickly nodded. One of you massage my feet, and the other massage my head. Let me see your skills. Hearing Xiaoyang's request, the two young nurses were overjoyed. They longed for the opportunity to serve Xiaoyang personally. So, Xiaoyang lay down on the sofa. While being served by the two young nurses, he absorbed the crystals, feeling extremely content. It must be said that their techniques were quite good. Although not highly professional, they were passable. Indeed, once a person is comfortable, the efficiency of work increases significantly. By the time Mu Wanqing and the others had successively absorbed their respective 400 crystals, Xiaoyang had also finished absorbing 6,000 crystals. When Mu Wanqing came downstairs and saw Xiaoyang being served by the two young nurses, she didn't feel unhappy. She thought that all these were what Xiaoyang does. Just like in ancient times, every family had maids. Having these two young nurses massage his feet and legs saved her own efforts. Except for the young nurses. Everyone's physical fitness had achieved a leap, forward improvement. Especially Mu Wanqing and the other four, they felt unprecedented changes. This was a qualitative leap. Their physical strength was strong enough to withstand sword slashes and axe chops. They no longer feared the scratches and bites of ordinary zombies. Moreover, they vaguely noticed that there were also some minor changes in their figures. How to put it? They became more curvaceous. Their skin also became fairer, smoother, and more delicate. This made the several women extremely delighted. Isn't this far better than doing yoga? Having a perfect figure and skin is almost the lifelong pursuit of every beauty-loving woman. This would make them feel more confident and proud. With the time, energy of over 500 years, the mental states of these women had also become extremely good. They were all radiant and full of vitality. Li was so happy that she rushed to the kitchen to get busy again. She said she would cook a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Watching their graceful figures flitting about in the living room and hearing their occasional giggles, Xiaoyang felt extremely content at this moment. After sending the two young nurses away, Xiaoyang took out 4 crystal nuclei. These were the last 4 crystal nuclei. Seeing the crystal nuclei in Xiaoyang's hand, Coal Ball, which had been listless on the hanging rod, suddenly had its eyes light up. Dad. Coal Ball flew excitedly onto Xiaoyang's arm and called affectionately. Xiaoyang laughed and stroked its feathers. I think you're just the kind who only recognizes someone as dad when there are crystal nuclei. After feeding 1 crystal nucleus to Coal Ball, Guzzi saw it and trotted over to Xiaoyang's feet. Seeing that Xiaoyang ignored it, it barked twice. It also wanted to learn from Coal ball to call Dad, but it couldn't. Seeing that Xiaoyang still ignored it, it stood up, stretched out its two front paws, and started to scratch Xiaoyang. Hey, Yang, don't be rude. Tang Ying suddenly saw this scene and quickly scolded. Hearing the scolding from its mistress, Guzi quickly lay on the ground and whined in protest. Xiaoyang was utterly speechless. Just now, when Tang Ying called Xiaoyang, he almost turned around. This was a bit embarrassing. Xiaoyang took out a crystal core and waved it in the air. Then he said to the dog, "From now on, your name is Guzi. If anyone calls you Yang, don't listen to them. If you understand, bark once." Guzi glanced at the mistress Tang Ying, who was looking at it in astonishment, and then at the alluring crystal core in Xiaoyang's hand. Finally, with its tail wagging submissively, it barked at Xiaoyang. Woof. Chapter 81. A hoarse voice. Seeing Guzi yield for a single crystal core, Xiaoyang felt a great sense of accomplishment. Haha, true to its here, eat it. Xiaoyang generously rewarded it with the crystal core. Guzi unashamedly gobbled it up in one gulp. Then, drooling, it tilted its head and stared at Xiaoyang. At this moment, Tang Ying couldn't stand it any longer. She walked over and pinched Guzi's ear. With a look of disappointment, she said, Yang, don't you have any backbone? You're even willing to give up your name for a single crystal core. Ahem. It's no longer called Yang. From now on, its name is Guzi. Xiaoyang coughed and reminded Tang Ying. However, Tang Ying ignored him completely. She just focused on coaxing Guzi. Come on, Yang, give me a hug. The dog ignored her. Come on, Yang, give me a kiss. Still, no response. Come on, Yang, give me a lick. Not only did the dog ignore her, but it also kept turning its head around. Tang Ying looked up along the dog's line of sight and saw Xiaoyang waving a crystal core in his hand to catch the dog's attention. Instantly, Tang Ying flew into a rage and slapped the dog on the head. I'm ignoring you. Tang Ying completely ignored the dog that was beaten and looked utterly bewildered. Fuming, she got up and left. As she passed by Xiaoyang, she gritted her teeth and muttered, Humph, stinky Yang. Xiaoyang was taken aback. With a look of perplexity, he turned his head to look at Tang Ying's retreating figure and said, Hey, wait, who are you scolding? Tang Ying swayed her hips and replied without looking back. I'm scolding whoever is called Yang. Oh, come on, you. Xiaoyang was rendered speechless. Seeing Xiaoyang being, the several girls over there burst into hearty laughter. Xiaoyang couldn't be bothered with them. He turned back and fed another crystal core to Coal Ball. Then he rewarded the last crystal core to Second Dog. Good job, Second Dog. Keep it up. Second Dog barked. Seeing that Second Dog had eaten 2 crystal cores today, Coal Ball immediately got indignant. Trying to curry favor with him? Go to hell. Coal Ball started biting Second Dog's tail again. And Second Dog was at a complete loss as to what to do, anxiously pacing in circles. While Xiaoyang was watching the tussle between the bird and the dog, Liu had already finished cooking the meal. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony and each had 2 bowls of rice before starting to eat. After the meal, the 4 young nurses cleaned up and the others went to sit on the living room sofa to listen to Xiaoyang's arrangements for the next day. All right, tomorrow, I, Wanqing, Sister Yu, and Chunbo will drive the heavy-duty off-road RV in the front. Tang Ying, Sure, and Yi Ling. You 3 will drive the Bra bus off-road vehicle behind. When we arrive at the destination, we'll go ahead, and you should keep a distance from us. Just stay within Tang Ying's shooting range. In case of any special circumstances, Tang Ying, you can choose to shoot at your own discretion. If any of us gets injured, Sure and Yi Ling will be in charge of the rescue. After the young ladies attentively listened to Xiaoyang's arrangements, they all nodded in agreement. After discussing the route of their journey, everyone dispersed one by one. Meanwhile, the 4 young nurses had already cleaned up the place and were standing in a row, awaiting Xiaoyang's instructions. You 4 don't need to go with us. Tomorrow, all of you go to the main entrance to help guard the gate, Xiaoyang said. He thought the journey the next day would be quite a long one, so it was better to leave more people to guard the gate. Naturally, they unconditionally obeyed Xiaoyang's arrangements. After seeing the others go upstairs, Xiaoyang followed suit and arrived at the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Opening the door, he found that the light in the bedroom was rather dim. Mu Wanqing had changed into a yoga suit and was kneeling on the bed. In the dim light, she looked extremely enchanting. Xiaoyang quickly closed the door and exclaimed in surprise, Wanqing, what are you up to? Mu Wanqing gave a shy smile, but didn't say a word. Instead, she lay on her side, propping herself up with one hand and resting the other on her yoga pants. Parting her red lips slightly, she said in a soft voice, there are no more stockings. You like seeing us in yoga suits, don't you? Well, I'll let you have your fill today. Damn it. Xiaoyang was truly shocked. Had Mu Wanqing finally had an epiphany? Could it be that once a girl turns into a woman, she'll figure things out on her own? Xiaoyang felt a stir of desire and really wanted to take her right then and there. However, Mu Wanqing was having her period, so Xiaoyang had to hold back. No. This is unbearable. Xiaoyang walked over to the bed and pulled Mu Wanqing towards him. Early the next morning, everyone got up early. Since the past 2 nights had been quiet, everyone had slept soundly. Where's Wanqing? Why isn't she coming down yet? Lin Shishir noticed that only Xiaoyang came downstairs. Curiously, she inquired. Xiaoyang smiled and replied, "Oh, she's brushing her teeth." Lin Shishir didn't press further. It wasn't until Lu Yu had served all the breakfast on the table that she realized Mu Wanqing still hadn't come down. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Lin Shishir asked, "What's wrong with Wanqing? Why does it take so long to brush her teeth?" Before Xiaoyang could respond, Mu Wanqing walked downstairs. Seeing the discomfort on Mu Wanqing's face, Lin Shishir asked with concern, "Wanqing, what's the matter with you?" All of a sudden, Mu Wanqing blushed and said hoarsely, "Nothing. It might be inflamed. Do you want to take some medicine?" Yiling asked with immediate concern. "No, thanks. Xiaoyang has already given me some. Let's have breakfast quickly." Hearing what Mu Wanqing said, the others didn't think much and started to have their meals on their own. Only Lu Yu gave Xiaoyang a meaningful smile. Catching Lu Yu's look, Xiaoyang forced an awkward smile and quickly buried his head in his meal. Inside, he sighed. This woman seems to understand everything. After breakfast, Xiaoyang and the others got fully equipped and set off by. They dropped off the 4 young nurses at the guardhouse. Xiaoyang gave each of them a knife. Then, he took out his revolver and gave it to Su Tong. "Guard the place well. If someone comes with ill intentions, keep it for self-defense." Su Tong took the pistol and nodded heavily at Xiaoyang. With a determined look in her eyes, she said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm still breathing, I won't let anyone step through this door." "Good." Xiaoyang patted her on the shoulder, then pulled Shinbo along and drove down the mountain, according to the route they had agreed upon last night. The 2 cars took the ring road expressway. In this way, they could avoid the urban roads to the greatest extent. Although the distance was a bit longer, it would definitely save a lot of time. Moreover, relatively speaking, this road was safer. Their only goal today was to find out about Mu Guang's news. If possible, they would pick Mu Guang up by the way so that the siblings could be reunited. The 2 cars drove along the ring road expressway all the way. Sure enough, apart from a few scattered scrapped cars, they hardly encountered any obstacles. After getting off the ring road expressway, there was still about 10 kilometers to the location of Royal One marked on the map. However, this section of the journey was much more troublesome. The road was strewn with debris and damaged cars everywhere. The shops on both sides of the road had long been smashed and looted. From time to time, they would encounter groups of zombies on the road. However, Xiaoyang and his companions had no intention of clearing them. He simply stepped on the accelerator, rammed the cars blocking the way aside to pave the way for Tang Ying and the others behind, and headed towards the destination. Chapter 82. The First Order Zombie King. Before the disaster, Royal One was one of the top entertainment clubs in Haicheng City. It offered a one-stop service including bars, discos, restaurants, KTVs, bathhouses, and foot massage parlors. The building was quite imposing. From afar, Xiaoyang could see the golden sign on the rooftop. After driving a short distance forward, Xiaoyang parked the car by the roadside opposite the entrance of Royal One. Looking across the road, Xiaoyang noticed that the door of Royal One was open. To be precise, it seemed to have been rammed open, as the glass door was shattered. However, what was going on inside remained a mystery. "Tang Ying, find a suitable spot to stop the car. We'll go inside and take a look," Xiaoyang called out to Tang Ying via the walkie-talkie. "Received. Stay safe." After getting Tang Ying's response, Xiaoyang drove the car directly to one side of the entrance of Royal One. This position neither blocked Tang Ying's line of sight, nor would it prevent them from making a swift getaway in case of any emergency inside. Xiaoyang led the way out of the car and then stepped into the hall. The place was in a complete mess. There was a considerable amount of blood on the ground, and several tattered corpses were scattered around. It seemed as if a fierce battle had taken place here. Seeing this scene, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Had this place been overrun by zombies? What about her brother? Would he be in danger? She looked at Xiaoyang anxiously, while Xiaoyang was instructing Chun Bo at that moment. "Chun Bo, see these bloodstains? You're fast. Follow the bloodstains and check what's going on inside. Report back immediately if you find anything." "All right." Upon hearing Xiaoyang's order, Chun Bo tidied up his clothes, grabbed his knife, and started running inside along the bloodstains. Xiaoyang, meanwhile, carefully followed behind with Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. Gradually, Xiaoyang realized that he was somewhat familiar with this place. However, so much time had passed that his memory had become rather hazy. The three of them walked on like this. Before long, they saw Chen Bo running back. "Boss, there's something going on," Chen Bo said, slightly out of breath. "What discoveries have you made?" Before Xiaoyang could speak, Mu Wanqing preemptively asked. "There's a passage ahead. It seems to be a bathing area. Strangely enough, there are still lights on inside. There are numerous corpses in there, and it seems the battle is still ongoing. I didn't dare to go in and rushed back immediately." Chen Bo blurted out the situation in one breath. Xiaoyang exchanged a glance with Mu Wanqing and said, "Let's go. Let's go and see what's going on first. If your brother is inside, we'll step in and rescue him." Mu Wanqing quickly nodded and then followed Xiaoyang swiftly towards the inside. When they reached the corridor entrance, the scene before them was truly heart-wrenching. The not very wide passage was filled with corpses. Some had their brains splattered, while others had their bellies slit open, with internal organs scattered all over the place. From inside, the sounds of fighting and screaming continued to come. Xiaoyang and the others didn't linger and quickly stepped over these corpses. They also casually dispatched several zombies with broken legs that were crawling among the corpses. After passing through the corridor and entering the door at the end, it was indeed much brighter here than outside. The scene inside was even more unbearable to behold. In the changing area just inside the door, there were many body remains scattered about, and a large number of cabinets had toppled over. Further in the hall where the bathtubs were located, the ground was also littered with corpses. It seemed that the battle just now had been extremely fierce. From upstairs, the sounds of shouting and killing kept coming. Xiaoyang and the others didn't dare to slack off and quickly headed towards the second floor. On the second floor, which was the foot massage area, although it wasn't as dreadful as the first floor, Xiaoyang noticed that there were more dead women here. Moreover, several women transformed into zombies right in front of Xiaoyang and the others. It seemed that they had just died not long ago. Chen Bo and Lu Yu stepped forward and resolutely dispatched them. After ascertaining that there were no zombies or survivors in the vicinity, they followed the sound and arrived at the third floor. The third floor boasted a long corridor, flanked on both sides by numerous small private rooms. The sounds of combat originated from the far end of the corridor. Along the way, the corpses of women were strewn about, some of them not yet completely lifeless. Xiaoyang paid no heed to these and hastened to the end of the corridor, only to discover a large hall. At this moment, in the center of the hall, several men were engaged in a fierce battle with two relatively larger zombies. Not far behind them, in a corner, stood a woman clad in red, warily observing the ongoing fight. Behind her, a group of women huddled together, crouching and trembling in fear. Xiaoyang shifted his gaze from them to the individuals in the hall. Upon closer inspection, he realized that not all of them were human. In fact, 6 survivors were pitted against 2 zombies. These 2 zombies were conspicuously larger in size, with a red complexion, and their movements were far more agile than those of ordinary zombies. What truly astonished Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu was that one of the zombies actually possessed supernatural abilities. They witnessed it raise its hand and deliver a powerful strike, cleaving a man across from it in 2. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaoyang blurted out, "A zombie king." Others might be unaware, but Xiaoyang knew very well. A so-called zombie king was a survivor who, after awakening supernatural abilities and accumulating time, energy for over 100 years, transformed into a zombie upon death. The higher the level of the supernatural ability and the greater the amount of time, energy, the higher the rank of the zombie king and the more formidable its strength. There are also some higher-level corpse kings that can even retain a glimmer of consciousness. They can run, and it's extremely arduous to deal with them. Therefore, when encountering enemies, Xiaoyang always tries his best to decapitate or head-shot them, never giving the opponents a chance to turn into corpse king. For 2 individuals of comparable combat prowess, if one dies and turns into a corpse king, the one who survives will be in great trouble. Regarding the highest, level 1 Xiaoyang has ever seen is of the 5th rank. With that kind of power, crushing Xiaoyang would be as effortless as squashing an ant. As for how to distinguish the ranks of corpse kings, it depends on the body size and skin color of these zombies. The first rank is crimson, the second is orange, the third is yellow, the fourth is green. The 5th is cyan, the 6th is blue, and the 7th is purple. And the 2 in front of them are obviously first-rank corpse kings. Xiaoyang, my brother is still alive. Just as Xiaoyang was recollecting the information about corpse kings, Mu Wanqing excitedly grabbed his clothes and pointed at the group of people. Xiaoyang quickly looked over and saw that the figure of a man in the group suddenly grew large. The hat he was originally wearing could no longer cover his head and fell to the ground. It was precisely because of this that they could clearly see the man's face. After a careful look, it indeed bore a strong resemblance to Mu Guang's face. However, his face and body were twice as big as before, looking like a little giant. The giant ability? Xiaoyang was a bit astonished. He never expected that Mu Guang had actually awakened the giant ability. Amazing. Brother-in-law, once Mu Guang unleashed his giant ability. The two first-rank corpse kings, who had previously held the upper hand, were now clearly at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, it seemed that the outcome wouldn't be decided anytime soon. Xiaoyang, why has my brother become like this? Let's go and help him quickly, Mu Wanqing exclaimed. A blend of surprise and concern in her voice. Chapter 83. Reunion of Siblings. Just as Mu Wanqing was speaking, another zombie king unleashed its supernatural ability. It suddenly hurled a punch at a man. The man on the opposite side was sent flying, crashing into the wall, and then falling to the ground, motionless. Xiaoyang could tell that this was the power ability. It was all about brute force, capable of punching a person to death with bare hands. Su Tong's ability was of this kind. Suddenly, there was one less person on Mu Guang's side, and the pressure on him increased significantly. Just as the other zombie king was about to launch its ability to strike at Mu Guang, Xiaoyang intervened. If he didn't act, his brother-in-law was going to get hurt. He activated the time-slow skill, and the scene in the entire hall suddenly slowed down. Xiaoyang drew his sword and stepped forward, slashing at the neck of the zombie king that was attacking Mu Guang. The blade sliced through the neck, and Xiaoyang could see the zombie king's head slowly separating upward. Without lingering, he waved his sword again, severing the neck of the other zombie king. After completing these actions, Xiaoyang took a step back, propping the Japanese sword on the ground with one hand, standing there, and deactivated the skill. The heads of the two zombie kings were then tossed into the air and fell heavily to the ground. This series of actions seemed to take about 10 seconds in Xiaoyang's perception, but in the eyes of the people on the opposite side, it was just a matter of 1 second. When the bodies of the two zombie kings fell, the people on the opposite side finally noticed Xiaoyang standing there with his sword. It seemed to them that a figure had flashed before their eyes. And then the two zombie kings were beheaded. When they saw Xiaoyang, they were struck dumb with shock. This man's speed of drawing the sword is incredibly swift. Meanwhile, Mu Guang has ceased using his giant's ability, and his figure has returned to its original state. Upon seeing Xiaoyang smiling faintly across from him, Mu Guang suddenly froze. Brother! Before Mu Guang could react, Mu Wanqing suddenly ran over, sobbing. When Mu Guang heard Wanqing's voice, his body trembled violently. No one was more familiar with this voice than he was, and of course he could tell who it was. When Mu Wanqing reached him, he still couldn't quite believe it and rubbed his eyes. After clearly seeing Mu Wanqing's appearance, this tough man's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. He stepped forward and embraced Mu Wanqing tightly, exclaiming with overwhelming joy, "Sister, you're still alive. How wonderful." Mu Wanqing also hugged Mu Guang tightly, crying, "Brother, I thought I'd never see you again." Woo! Hearing this, Mu Guang immediately shed tears and blamed himself, saying, "It's all my fault. I didn't come to find you earlier. I'm such a sinner." After saying that, the siblings hugged each other and wept bitterly. Watching the siblings reunited after a long separation, Xiaoyang couldn't help but be filled with deep emotions. They were indeed fortunate. After the disaster struck, no one knew how many people around the world were experiencing life and death partings every day. How many people, once separated, would never see each other again. At this moment, Lu Yu and Chun Bo walked over. Habitually, the two drew their swords, removed the crystals from the brows of the two corpse kings, and presented them to Xiaoyang. Then they stood aside quietly, watching the siblings in the middle of the scene. Lu Yu especially was affected by the atmosphere and secretly wiped away a tear. The remaining three people beside Mu Guang, upon seeing that Xiaoyang and his companions were with Mu Guang's sister, relaxed their vigilance and hastened to check on the comrade who had been sent flying by the corpse king. Behind him, the red-clad woman, after seeing that the danger had passed, began to soothe the group of women in the corner. Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing finally calmed their nerves. When Mu Guang looked at Xiaoyang again, he quickly stepped beside Xiaoyang and extended his hand to grasp Xiaoyang's hand. "Mr. Xiao, I'm extremely delighted to see you again. I must express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for the package of supplies you gave me that night, I'm afraid I'd have perished long ago." Xiaoyang recalled that he had indeed given a package of items to each of the siblings at that time. Inside were down jackets, stab, resistant vests, and military knives. It was just that Mu Wanqing hadn't used hers, while Mu Guang had, which made his efforts worthwhile. Brother. Actually, the reason I'm still alive is that Xiaoyang took me in. Otherwise, I'd also be long gone, Mu Wanqing said with deep emotion. To everyone's surprise, Mu Guang was even more shocked upon hearing this. The siblings, having met Xiaoyang by chance, had both had their lives saved by him. This was truly an immeasurably great kindness. Mu Guang's gratitude was beyond words. Suddenly, he bent his knees and was about to kneel to thank Xiaoyang. Seeing this, Xiaoyang was so startled that he quickly supported Mu Guang. Oh dear, if I let my future brother-in-law kneel, it'd be so awkward later. Xiaoyang thought. Brother, don't be so polite. I can't bear it, Xiaoyang said with a smile. However, Mu Guang wasn't willing to accept this. Hey, you're the savior of our siblings. I should call you brother instead. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Mu Wanqing tugged at Mu Guang's hand and said shyly, Brother, actually, it's not wrong for Xiaoyang to address you as brother. However, upon hearing his sister's words, Mu Guang disagreed. Wanqing, we can't be impolite to our benefactor. Mu Wanqing felt like laughing out of annoyance when she saw her brother's serious look. How could this person fail to understand the implied meaning? Oh well, she still had to show him through actual actions. With this thought in mind, Mu Wanqing directly looped her arm through Xiaoyang's and rested her head on his shoulder. Then, looking a bit embarrassed, she said to Mu Guang, Brother, Xiaoyang is my boyfriend now. Seeing his sister's expression and actions, Mu Guang immediately understood. He glanced at Mu Wanqing and then at Xiaoyang. He was completely convinced. Taking on a decoration project had cost him his sister. But then again, if it weren't for Xiaoyang, he and his sister might not even be alive. Moreover, Xiaoyang seemed quite agreeable. In terms of appearance, he was well matched with his sister. Besides, Xiaoyang was not just good looking. Just now, in the blink of an eye, he had taken down 2 zombies that several of them couldn't handle. From this perspective, his sister wasn't at a loss. Once Mu Guang figured it out, a broad smile spread across his face. Nodding his head with an air of satisfaction, he said, Well, I've always said that Xiao is personable and young yet accomplished. It's truly a match made in heaven for you two to be together. I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you, brother. Mu Wanqing said sweetly. Thank you, brother. Xiaoyang echoed. Hearing Xiaoyang call him brother, Mu Guang still felt a bit uncomfortable. He said somewhat bashfully, Well, Mr. Xiao? Heh, then I'll accept it. It's only proper. Xiaoyang and Mu Guang exchanged a smile, feeling that at this moment, their relationship seemed to have become even closer. Just then, the red-clad woman behind Mu Guang, after calming down those women, walked over. First, she glanced at the people on Xiaoyang's side, and finally fixed her gaze on Mu Wanqing, her eyes full of admiration. Guang, is this your sister? She's as beautiful as a fairy, the woman said with a smile. Xiaoyang looked at this red-clad woman. She was definitely a stunningly beautiful young woman comparable to Lu Yu. However, she was slightly superior to Lu Yu in terms of temperament. The red-clad woman carried a strong air of the martial world. Apparently, she was the kind of dominant female figure. Chapter 84. Suitable for keeping one warm in bed. The most crucial thing was that in such cold weather, she was only wearing a red robe. Didn't she feel cold? Moreover, what did she call Mu Guang just now? A Guang? This relationship didn't seem ordinary. Mu Wanqing looked at the red-clad woman and curiously asked Mu Guang, Brother, who is this? Mu Guang came to his senses and quickly introduced. Oh, let me introduce her to you. This is Liang Hong, the boss of Royal One. You can just call her Sister Hong. She's also half of my savior. Mu Guang introduced Liang Hong to Mu Wanqing. Hearing that she was her brother's savior, Mu Wanqing quickly said politely, Thank you, Sister Hong. Liang Hong stepped forward warmly, took Mu Wanqing's hand, and said very affectionately, Oh, there's no need to be so polite. Your elder brother has also helped me a great deal. After Liang Hong said this, she cast her eyes one by one upon Xiaoyang, Lu Yu, and Chen Bo, and nodded with a smile, as if greeting them. Xiaoyang also responded with a smile. Sister Hong, Xiao Lu is beyond saving and is about to turn into a corpse. Just then, a man under the wall not far away shouted to Liang Hong. That was exactly where the man who had been sent flying had fallen. Upon hearing this, Liang Hong frowned slightly, gave an apologetic smile to Xiaoyang and the others, then turned around and walked over to check. Since the distance was not far, Xiaoyang clearly saw that after Liang Hong walked over, she examined the man on the ground. Then, looking at the body that had started to writhe, she shook her head. Immediately afterwards, she stretched out her right hand and directly grasped the man's neck on the ground. Suddenly, A flash of fire appeared in Liang Hong's hand, and the man's head on the ground was instantly charred. A wisp of green smoke rose, and the man who had just turned into a corpse was completely dead. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu showed looks of surprise upon seeing this. Xiaoyang also understood why Liang Hong wore so little without feeling cold. It was because she had awakened the fire ability in the magic system. People with this kind of ability had more heat in their bodies, so they were not afraid of the cold. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang looked thoughtfully at Mu Guang. Oh my. Back then, I even told Mu Wanqing that someone might warm Mu Guang's bed and she didn't need to worry. Could it really come true? An ability user like Liang Hong is definitely perfect for warming the bed. It would be so warm. Then, recalling Mu Guang's giant ability just now, oh my. If Mu Guang were to enlarge himself and sleep with Liang Hong, it would be exactly like Beauty and the Beast. Xiaoyang fantasized about that scene and found it rather thrilling. By the way, how did you find this place? Just as Xiaoyang was indulging in his imagination, Mu Guang turned to him and Mu Wanqing and inquired. Mu Wanqing was taken aback upon hearing this. How could she explain? She surely couldn't tell the truth. Fearing that Mu Wanqing might slip up, Xiaoyang quickly stepped in and said, "Oh, it's like this. Chen Bo was in the security room of Haicheng Art College. He heard from the people in the pickup truck convoy, so we thought it was quite likely your arrangement, and we came here to investigate. Sure enough, here you are, haha." As he spoke, Xiaoyang winked at Chen Bo. Although Chen Bo was unaware of the fact that Xiaoyang and the others had eliminated the pickup truck convoy, he wasn't stupid and knew there must be something amiss. He quickly nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. Those people once asked me about Mu Wanqing's name." Mu Guang nodded. So that was the case. Just then, Liang Hong walked over. After hearing the conversation, she asked, "Have you seen those people afterwards? I sent them out to help Guang find Wanqing. But as of today, none of them has come back." Mu Wanqing felt a twinge of guilt, while Xiaoyang remained calm and replied, "No, we haven't." After hearing Xiaoyang's answer, a flicker of disappointment crossed Liang Hong's eyes. The people she had sent out were her subordinates who had been with her for many years. Although they weren't extremely powerful, they were all loyal to her. Their sudden disappearance made her a bit worried. However, perhaps it was better that they hadn't returned. Maybe there was still a glimmer of hope for their survival. If they had come back yesterday, given their strength, they would probably have perished in the zombie battle. "Oh, Mr. Xiao, what about your villa?" Mu Guang suddenly recalled the doomsday shelter he renovated for Xiaoyang in the villa. He was becoming increasingly curious about Xiaoyang. Who on earth was this man? It seemed as if he had known in advance that the disaster was going to happen. Could it really be just a coincidence? "Oh, we're currently living in that villa. We've cleared out the entire villa area, and it has become our territory." Hearing what Xiaoyang said, Mu Guang glanced at his younger sister. She looked in good health and clearly hadn't suffered, unlike the women behind them, who were all haggard. It seemed that it was the best choice for Wanqing to be with Xiaoyang. At least, his sister hadn't been wronged. He then turned his gaze to Lu Yu. This charming young woman. He had noticed her just now. With a rosy complexion, a virtuous demeanor, and a close relationship with Xiaoyang. She should be part of the same team. Did she also live in the same villa? With such a woman by Xiaoyang's side, could he remain steadfast? Well, men, of course, had a penchant for beauty. He understood this himself. However, if Xiaoyang was to be his brother-in-law, it was a different matter. Just as Mu Guang was worried about his sister, Mu Wanqing spoke up, "Brother, come back with us. You know that villa area is vast. Now, apart from the dozen or so people in our team, there's no one else. From now on, let's always be together. Never be separated again." Hearing what Mu Wanqing said, Mu Guang looked at Xiaoyang. Seeing Xiaoyang smiling and nodding at him, he was somewhat tempted. However, he didn't make an immediate decision. Instead, with some unspoken concerns, he said, "Wanqing, knowing that you're alive and living well, I'm truly content. But as you can see, the situation here is dire. There were over 200 people, and now only a handful remain." At this point, he turned his head to glance at Liang Hong and continued, "Moreover, your sister Hong saved my life. I can't just leave her here alone. She still needs me." After that, he turned to Xiaoyang and said, "With Mr. Xiao taking care of you, I can rest easy. Well, after I've sorted things out here, I'll come to find you. Anyway, I know where you are." Xiaoyang could tell that Mu Guang was worried about Liang Hong. Since Liang Hong had helped him, he didn't want to be an ungrateful man. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing couldn't conceal her disappointment, and her eyes grew moist again. "Hehe Guang, Wanqing has been looking forward to your return so much. Why don't you go back with us? Otherwise, well, we can all move to that villa area. Then you won't be in a difficult position." Hearing Liang Hong's stance, Mu Guang said in disbelief, "Liang Hong, you. What's this and that? Look at what this place has become. Everything that could be destroyed has been. And there are only us left. If more zombies come, we won't be able to hold out. So, we might as well all move to Wanqing's place. At this, Liang Hong specifically looked at Xiao Yang and said, right, I wonder if this handsome young man would be willing to accept us. Chapter 85. Cooperation. Seeing Liang Hong with a beaming smile on her face, seeking his opinion, Xiao Yang cast a profound glance at her. This woman was quite perceptive, since she had made such an overture. For Mu Guang's sake, he couldn't decline. It's acceptable. However, we'll only be responsible for the provisions of Brother Mu Guang. I won't be accountable for your people. Xiao Yang glanced at the more than 20 men and women behind Liang Hong and deemed it necessary to clarify the matter in advance. He had no obligation to support such a large group. Liang Hong showed no sign of displeasure on her face despite Xiao Yang's blunt words. She still smiled and said, I'm already overjoyed that you're willing to accept us. How could I possibly let you spend your money? Actually, we still have some supplies left. Hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded. People with self-awareness were never offensive. Moreover, once we get there, I hope everyone can abide by the rules. We won't interfere in your lives. However, I hope that when you do things, you'll always have the overall interests of the villa community in mind. Xiao Yang had considered it. It was unrealistic to directly incorporate these people into his team. Besides, his team wasn't a place where just anyone could join. This cooperative relationship was the optimal choice. As for safety, he wasn't overly worried. Firstly, Mu Guang was here, and he wouldn't stand idly by while someone harmed his sister. Secondly, Xiao Yang didn't take the strength of these people seriously at all. These people were probably on the same level as Su Tong and Chen Bo, and might not even be a match for Mu Wanqing. Hence, he didn't have any concerns. After hearing Xiao Yang's request, Liang Hong nodded with a smile and said, certainly, I'm well acquainted with this rule. Seeing that the other party readily agreed to all his requests, Xiao Yang found it inappropriate to say more. Apparently, Liang Hong was a shrewd woman, and there was no need for redundant words. By the way, to show our sincerity, I'll tell you a piece of news. Liang Hong suddenly declared mysteriously. Xiao Yang immediately became curious. What kind of news could be so highly regarded by this influential woman? Oh, go ahead, Xiao Yang said calmly. Liang Hong was also straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. She continued, before the disaster struck, we at Royal One stocked a batch of supplies. It was about the amount that could fill 5 large trucks. However, after the disaster, those vehicles and supplies got stuck at the transfer. I sent someone to check yesterday, and all 5 trucks are still there. Moreover, there are another 5 trucks parked there. Presumably, they are also loaded with goods. But we don't know what they are. After Liang Hong finished speaking, she observed Xiao Yang's expression with a smile on her face. But seeing his completely calm expression, she became even more intrigued by him. This man didn't seem very old. How could he be so composed? Didn't he even feel tempted by so many supplies? As for Xiao Yang, he was actually quite excited inside, but he just didn't show it. He knew that Liang Hong hadn't finished speaking yet. There must be something wrong at the place where so many supplies were found but not retrieved. Seeing that Xiao Yang just stared at her without saying a word, Liang Hong had to continue. However, the person who came back said that the transfer station was teeming with zombies. Moreover, there were some strange animals inside. No matter how many people there were, they didn't dare to enter, so they came back. Hearing this, a glimmer of light finally flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. Strange animals? Could there be animal mutants there? This really intrigued Xiao Yang. As long as they weren't 5-star mutants, Xiao Yang could handle them now. Just like the 4-star mutant python he had killed before, for Xiao Yang at present, it only took a bit more effort. As for 5-star mutants, it wasn't that Xiao Yang couldn't kill them, it was just that his weapons were too inferior. Against mutants of that level, using ordinary knives and firearms was utterly useless. One had to use weapons made by goblins. Alternatively, one could use attacking abilities of level 5 or above. Although Xiao Yang's spatial ability was at level 6, unfortunately, he hadn't activated any attacking skills yet. It was truly lamentable just to think about it. However, Xiao Yang had a premonition that once his spatial ability reached level 7, he would definitely activate some skills. So, Xiao Yang was also quite anticipatory. But to reach level 7, he needed 1 7-star crystal core, or 10 6-star crystal cores, or 105-star crystal cores. Well, forget about the 5-star crystal cores. In a big city like Haicheng, it was impossible for so many 5-star mutants to appear. At present, what he should do most was to keep killing zombies to obtain crystals and let his temporal energy break through 1 million years. By then, his physical constitution would have the capital to confront 7-star mutants. As for whether he could kill them, it would depend on weapons. And just thinking about weapons gave Xiaoyang a headache. Special weapons needed to be forged by goblins. Goblins, after the end of the world, are crystals transformed by the spiritual qi of the earth veins. This thing is even rarer. In a coastal metropolis like Haicheng City, it's estimated to be extremely hard to find. Well, let it be. One step at a time. Xiaoyang gathered his thoughts and looked at Liang Hong, saying, "Then, what do you want to say?" Seeing that Xiaoyang finally showed interest, Liang Hong smiled and said, "I'm thinking that your strength is quite formidable. If we cooperate, we should be able to retrieve those supplies. By then, you'll take 70% and I'll take 30%. Consider it a token of welcome from me. How about it?" "Good." Xiaoyang readily agreed, which somewhat surprised Liang Hong. Just then, Xiaoyang's walkie-talkie rang. "Xiaoyang, how's the situation inside?" Tang Ying's voice came from the walkie-talkie. It seemed that seeing Xiaoyang and the others enter and not come out for a long time, she was a bit worried. "It's okay. We'll be out soon." After replying, Xiaoyang then said to Mu Guang and Liang Hong, "Let's hurry up. The sooner, the better." Liang Hong was quite surprised to see the walkie-talkie in Xiaoyang's hand. Not only did he have a walkie-talkie, but it also seemed that there were people outside to support them. This guy was quite cautious. Originally, Liang Hong and her group also had walkie-talkies, but after a battle, they had long since been lost. "Okay, we still have some supplies to collect. Let's meet at the door." "All right." Xiaoyang didn't waste any more words with them. He led Mu Wanqing and the others out. Meanwhile, Mu Guang stayed behind to help Liang Hong carry the supplies. On their way out, Xiaoyang and the others didn't idle either. They dug out all the crystals from the zombies. How could such things be wasted? It was half an hour later when Xiaoyang and the others emerged. They counted the crystals, and there weren't many, less than 300. Along with those from the two previous corpse kings, Xiaoyang inspected them and found that each crystal contained over 150 years' worth of energy. The combined energy of these two was more than that of the 300 crystals. Sure enough, killing corpse kings was a more straightforward way. However, it was still the early stage of the apocalypse, and such encounters were rare. Xiaoyang took out 100 crystals and gave them to Chen Bo, telling him to absorb them quickly while there was still time. In this way, Chen Bo's energy would reach over 100 years, making him much. Chen Bo cast a grateful glance at Xiaoyang and did as he was told without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Mu Guang and Liang Hong had packed up the supplies and drove two large box trucks out from the side entrance of Royal One. One was loaded with supplies, and the other carried people. Just as Xiaoyang and the others were about to set off, the walkie-talkie rang. "Xiaoyang, a bus is coming." Chapter 86. The national football team. After hearing Tang Ying's warning, Xiaoyang looked towards the roadside. At that moment, a bus turned and drove in, stopping in front of Royal One. Seeing the arrival of others, Xiaoyang and his group got on guard. Xiaoyang noticed that there was a sign on the bus body reading, "Exclusive for the national football team." What? The Longwa national football team? The bus door opened, and more than 20 strong men got off. When the leading man saw Liang Hong, a sudden smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Hey, Sister Hong, did you know we were coming? How could you be so kind as to come out and wait for us?" After he finished speaking, noticing that Liang Hong's complexion was not so good, he glanced at the door and immediately frowned. What had happened? Had they been robbed or attacked by zombies? As the man spoke, he also glanced in Xiaoyang's direction. Hearing the man's question, Liang Hong replied indifferently, "We were attacked by zombies." Upon hearing this, the man said with deep regret, "Alas, you've truly had a streak of bad luck. Are all the girls okay?" The man emphasized the last sentence, indicating that he was quite concerned about the girls under Sister Hong. Liang Hong didn't say a word but simply shook her head. The man suddenly grew anxious and asked, "Then, what about Xiaoyu? Is she still alive?" Liang Hong replied coldly, "She's dead." Hearing this, the man stamped his foot and exclaimed, "Oh, what a pity." Then he asked, "How many girls are left here? Are there enough for my brothers to have some fun?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang looked at Liang Hong thoughtfully. From the way the man spoke, it seemed that even in the apocalyptic world, Liang Hong was still having the girls engage in such business. How dedicated they were. "Sorry, Coach Li, we're not doing business today." Hearing Liang Hong's words, Coach Li was immediately displeased. "What's going on? We've come all this way. These days, the brothers have been working hard killing zombies and came here to relax. It'll be the same as before, 2 loaves of bread and 4 ham sausages per person. Don't worry about us not having supplies." However, Liang Hong shook her head and said, "I'm really sorry. The girls are all frightened, and we're leaving here too. I'm sorry. Coach Li, let's go." Seeing Liang Hong about to leave, Coach Lee immediately blocked her way and said, "You can't go. Our national football team must have a good time today. No one has ever dared to reject our national football team. Since those girls won't do, then you will," Coach Lee said in a fit of rage. Then he caught sight of Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. His eyes lit up at once, and he said, "We'll take these two as well. I can offer each of them 2 packs of ham sausages." "Damn your mother." Mu Guang cursed loudly and rushed forward, seizing Coach Lee by the collar. The more than 20 players behind Coach Lee surrounded them when they saw Mu Guang make a move. "Let go of your filthy hand. Do you really think you people can fight against our national football team? Yes. Do you really think our legs were trained for nothing? I can kick each of you to pieces with 1 kick. My head is also quite powerful. My hands are also very strong. With a puffing sound, the head of the player at the back fell to the ground before he could finish his words. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yu, Mu Wanqing, and Chun Bo took action one after another, each slaying 1 person. Mu Guang and Liang Hong were stunned for a moment when they saw Xiao Yang take action without even saying a word. After reacting, they also started to fight. In just a short moment, only Coach Lee and 4 other people were left on the national football team's side. They huddled together, trembling with fear. "Oh, I was wrong. Sister Hong, I was blind and dared to offend you. Please just let us go as if we were a puff of air." Coach Lee changed his arrogant attitude and pleaded with a fawning look. Just now, he noticed that Liang Hong's side seemed to have suffered heavy losses, with only a few people left. So he mustered up the courage to provoke them. Who would have thought that these few people were actually so powerful? Liang Hong didn't say a word, but turned her gaze to Xiao Yang. Since Xiao Yang led the charge, the decision naturally rested with him. And Xiao Yang, at this moment, was looking at these people with disgust. "I see that your national football team is quite capable of doing everything, except for playing football. Moreover, your feet stink so badly that they make me feel sick." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Tang Ying." As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a whooshing sound. The head of Coach Lee was directly pierced by an arrow, while everyone was in shock. 4 more arrows came flying, killing the remaining 4 players. Every arrow pierced through the head. Liang Hong and Mu Guang came to their senses and immediately began to look around. Where was this person? How could their archery be so accurate? Their gazes finally stopped when they saw a car parked across the road, because there, a young girl holding a bow and arrow was standing. This time, Liang Hong was even more shocked. From such a great distance, she could still hit the head with every arrow. How amazing! Finally, she withdrew her gaze and turned to Xiao Yang. At this moment, she had a new understanding of the strength of Xiao Yang's team. This person could only be an ally and must never be an enemy. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, looked as harmless as an innocent person. He smiled and said to Liang Hong and Mu Guang, "Well, now someone has sent us a coach. Your girls are in luck. After you change to the new vehicle, lead the way in front." After saying that, Xiao Yang led Mu Wanqing and the others onto the heavy-duty off-road RV. Mu Guang was also pulled onto the RV by Mu Wanqing. She wanted to have more conversations with her brother. Liang Hong was no longer surprised when she saw Xiao Yang's off-road RV. In her opinion, it wouldn't surprise her even if this man had a cannon. All the girls were transferred to the coach, and the remaining 3 men each drove a car towards the transfer station. Xiao Yang and his companion followed closely behind in their 2 cars. It took about an hour's drive from there before the convoy stopped at the entrance of a large freight station. Everyone got off the vehicles. Liang Hong met Tang Ying, Lin Shishir, and Yi Ling, who got out of the Brabus off-road vehicle. Her eyes lit up at first sight. Although she was a woman herself, she was still amazed by the 3 women's beauty. Each of them was no less charming than Mu Wanqing. With such looks, before the apocalypse, if they were in her royal number 1 club, they would definitely be the most famous and popular entertainers. They could probably be regarded as top-notch attractions in the entire Haiqing city. Taking a closer look at Tang Ying holding a bow and arrow, Liang Hong thought she looked extremely familiar. Mu Guang was also stunned when he saw Tang Ying and the others. He stared at Xiao Yang thoughtfully for a while. Why are there so many women in Xiao Yang's team, and they are all so beautiful? Can my sister maintain her status? Why does one girl look familiar? Isn't that my sister's best friend, Lin Shishir? At this moment, Lin Shishir also saw Mu Guang. She quickly ran forward and said to Mu Guang with a smile, "Brother Mu Guang, I'm so glad to see you again." Mu Guang quickly replied with a smile, Sure, it's really great that you and Wanqing are both safe." Xiao Yang didn't join them. Suddenly, a pair of binoculars appeared in his hand. He raised the 2nd floor of the heavy truck off-road RV and ran up there to carefully observe the situation inside the freight station. Chapter 87. The mutants in the freight station. This freight transfer station covers an area about the size of 10 football fields. In fact, it's just a large open space with an oversized warehouse built in the middle. The warehouse door is open, and it's evident that there are indeed quite a few trucks parked inside near the entrance. However, it becomes unclear further in as the view is blocked by the trucks. Around the warehouse, there are some zombies wandering about. The number is not large, only about 1,000. For Xiaoyang, this number is not even enough for him to have a decent kill, and they pose no threat at all. Xiaoyang held the binoculars and carefully scanned the area, looking for those strange animals mentioned by Liang Hong's subordinates. But after a thorough look, he didn't spot a single animal. It seemed they had all hidden inside the warehouse. It seemed that he had no choice but to go inside and check the situation first. Just as Xiaoyang put down the binoculars and was about to get off the vehicle, a roar suddenly came from inside the warehouse. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen animals scurried out of the warehouse. Xiaoyang quickly picked up the binoculars again. There were more than a dozen large-sized monkeys, baring their teeth and growling towards the inside of the warehouse. Some of the monkeys were even holding packaged snacks in their hands. Had they gone inside to grab food? Xiaoyang adjusted the magnification of the binoculars and closely observed these monkeys. Then, to his great surprise, he found that 2 of the monkeys were first-star mutants, and 10 were second-star mutants. The largest monkey, presumably the king of this monkey troop, was actually a 3-star one. How astonishing! He had unexpectedly encountered a troop of mutated monkeys. Xiaoyang was overjoyed. In his eyes, these monkeys were nothing but crystal cores. With them, he could enhance the superpower levels of his team members. However, the only thing that concerned him was the creature in the warehouse. Judging from the sound, it should be a tiger. He wondered if it was a mutated one. Xiaoyang was quite puzzled. Why were there so many animals here? He took out his binoculars and scanned the distant surroundings. When he caught sight of Haiqing Zoo, he suddenly understood. Well, this freight station was actually adjacent to the zoo. No wonder there were so many monkeys. They must have escaped from the zoo. At this thought, Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly lit up. The zoo? There should be quite a few mutated animals inside, right? This was simply wonderful. As long as the mutated creatures were below 5-star level, Xiaoyang was absolutely confident that he could handle them with ease. The more crystal cores he obtained, the more beneficial it would be for the improvement of his team's strength. Xiaoyang made up his mind that after clearing out the mutated creatures in the freight station, he must go to the zoo to have a look. Xiaoyang was in high spirits. He put away the binoculars and said to Qinbo, go and lure those monkeys in the warehouse over here. The reason why Xiaoyang wanted to lure those mutated monkeys out was that he was worried about the mutated creature in the warehouse. Since even so many monkeys were in awe of it, the mutated creature inside must be even more powerful. After receiving the order, Qinbo didn't say a word and directly rushed into the freight station. At present, in his eyes, Xiaoyang was like an elder brother. He would do whatever Xiaoyang told him to do without asking any questions. Moreover, with his physical constitution that has absorbed a century's worth of energy, he not only runs swiftly, but also boasts exceptional endurance. Such a trivial matter is simply a piece of cake for him. He dashed straight inside, and in no time, he reached the vicinity of the warehouse. There, Qinbo came to a halt not far from the group of monkeys. Then he picked up an ice cube from the ground and hurled it at the leading monkey king. This tactic truly worked wonders, instantly riling up the entire monkey troop. The monkeys immediately shifted their focus to Qinbo, baring their teeth and randomly grabbing objects from the ground to throw at him. Qinbo had no intention of engaging in a protracted battle. Seeing this, he turned around and fled. When the monkey king noticed Qinbo's attempt to escape, it promptly commanded the troop to give chase. Their speed was no less than Qinbo's. Had it not been for the initial distance, Qinbo would have surely been caught up with. When Qinbo finally reached the entrance, Xiaoyang and the others suddenly emerged. At the sight of so many people, the monkeys became instantly vigilant and were about to scatter in all directions. However, Xiaoyang would not allow them such an opportunity. He activated his time-slow skill, causing all the monkeys' movements to slow down significantly. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang stepped forward with his sword and launched a slaughter-like attack in the eyes of the others. Within just a few breaths, Xiaoyang had exterminated the entire troop of mutant monkeys. He unceremoniously retrieved the crystal nuclei from the monkeys' heads and stowed them away in his pocket. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyang then instructed Qinbo to lure the zombies from the open space outside the warehouse over. Subsequently, everyone pitched in to eliminate the zombies. After that, they dug out all the crystals and handed them all to Xiaoyang. Even Liang Hong didn't hide the crystals and handed them all to him. Xiaoyang said in some surprise. You could have kept these for yourselves. Unexpectedly, Liang Hong smiled and replied, it was agreed that we only take 30 of the supplies. And the rest belong to you. Nodding, Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the crystals. Then, he directed everyone to spread out and head towards the middle warehouse. When they were about 30 meters away from the warehouse door, Xiaoyang motioned for everyone to stop. He shouted to Lin Shishir, Shishir, play your flute and see if you can lure the mutants inside out. Okay. Lin Shishir was quite obedient. She took out her flute and put it to her lips. The beautiful melody of the flute resounded. On closer listening, it turned out to be 2 tigers. Sure enough, just as Lin Shishir had been playing for a short while, roars came from inside the warehouse again. Immediately afterwards, 2 huge tigers appeared at the warehouse door. With sharp eyes, Xiaoyang had already noticed the twinkling starlight between their eyebrows. They were 2 3-star mutant tigers. However, these 2 mutant tigers didn't seem to be lost in themselves because of Lin Shishir's flute music. When they saw so many people outside, their eyes suddenly lit up and they pounced towards them. Presumably, they hadn't eaten meat for a long time and were quite excited to see so many living humans all of a sudden. Yet, they underestimated the strength of this group of humans. Just as they leaped and were about to pounce on the crowd, a flash of sword light appeared. The 2 huge tiger heads flew off directly, and their bodies rolled heavily to the ground. Xiaoyang happily stepped forward, dug out 2 3-star crystal cores, and put them into his pocket with delight. Play again. Xiaoyang said to Lin Shishir that he wanted to see if there were any more mutants inside. The gentle sound of the vertical bamboo flute continued to resound. However, this time, even after a minute of playing, no mutants emerged from inside. It seemed that there were none left. Chunbo, go inside and check it out. Sure. Without hesitation, Chunbo rushed straight in. But not long after he went in, Chunbo came running out, his whole body pitch black. Good heavens, big brother. There's a huge fire, spitting peacock inside. It almost burned me to death. Chapter 88. Gathering supplies. Looking at Chunbo with his hair still smoking, the others were greatly astonished. Only Xiaoyang frowned. The fact that the peacock could almost burn Chunbo, who had a century-long energy constitution, bald indicated that the peacock mutant inside was of a relatively high level. It was at least a 3-star mutant, and it could even breathe fire. If it were the people like Liang Hong who went in, they would probably be roasted. Are there any other mutants inside? Xiaoyang inquired. No. There's only this one left. It's at the very back of the warehouse. Did you see how many stars were shining on its head? No. As soon as I saw it, it attacked me like this. Chunbo shook his head and said pitifully. Xiaoyang nodded and glanced at Chunbo's exposed skin, which was scorched red. He summoned Yi Ling and said, treat him. Then he said to Tang Ying, come with me and go inside to have a look. The rest of you stand guard outside. Tang Ying was skilled in long-range attacks, in case the peacock took flight. She was the only one who could deal with it. Xiaoyang estimated that the peacock mutant was probably between 3 and 4 stars. If it were a 5-star mutant, it was estimated that Chunbo would have perished. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's arrangement, even Liang Hong obeyed the order. At present, Xiaoyang had seemingly become their leader. There was no way around it. Humans were naturally in awe of the powerful. Only the strong had the right to speak and the power to command. Moreover, they also sensed that Xiaoyang knew more than them. It was right to follow his lead. Then, Xiaoyang, accompanied by Tang Ying, stealthily entered the warehouse. After bypassing the large trucks parked inside near the entrance, the two beheld the scene within the warehouse. The warehouse was spacious, with goods piled up around the perimeter, though it was hard to discern what they were. The ground in the middle of the warehouse was in a complete mess, strewn with the remains of various animals and humans. Some had turned into mere skeletons. These mutants not only devoured humans, but also slaughtered one another. The reason some mutants had a relatively high star rating was that they had consumed crystal nuclei. So, this was not at all strange. Looking further ahead, at the far end of the warehouse, on the overhead beam, stood a peacock as large as a car. At that moment, the peacock was glaring intently at Xiaoyang, its eyes sharp. When Xiaoyang caught sight of the 4 twinkling stars above its head, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was just a 4-star mutant and posed no threat. However, since it was standing so high, it was inconvenient for Xiaoyang to kill it. Tang Ying, shoot at its eyes. All right. Tang Ying immediately drew her bow to the full and shot an arrow straight at the peacock. A glint of cold light, and the arrow hit one of the peacock's eyes. Nevertheless, the arrowhead failed to penetrate its skull. With a shrill scream, the mutant peacock then flapped its wings and swooped towards Xiaoyang and Tang Ying. The soaring peacock was truly resplendent, adorned in a riot of colors. Xiao Yang and Tang Ying had no inclination to indulge in its beauty. As the peacock was about to draw near, Tang Ying promptly nocked an arrow, seized the opportune moment, and aimed at the peacock's other eye. Another arrow found its mark. With both eyes disabled, the peacock grew frenzied, spewing forth a long stream of flames from its beak. Wherever the flames swept, all turned to a charred black. Some wooden crates were even incinerated into ashes. Fortunately, due to its blindness, the peacock lost its aim and did not harm Xiao Yang and Tang Ying. The peacock flapped about wildly, crashing into an iron pillar in the middle before tumbling to the ground. The opportunity presented itself. Xiao Yang suddenly activated his time-slowing skill. Then he drew his blade and rushed forward, delivering a powerful slash at the peacock mutant's head. The blade sank into the peacock's neck, but failed to sever it. The body of this four-star mutant was astonishingly resilient. Xiao Yang struggled to pull out the blade and then, with all his might, struck another fierce blow at the wound on its neck. This time, the peacock's head was completely severed. With the peacock mutant vanquished, all the perils within the freight station were eliminated. After extracting the crystal core from the peacock's head, Xiao Yang casually plucked all of its feathers and stashed them in his spatial storage. Having completed these tasks, he instructed Tang Ying to summon the people outside to carry the supplies. Soon, a throng of people rushed into the warehouse, and even the young ladies from the coach followed suit. Everyone began to inspect the supplies all around. Upon the final tally, the 5 trucks carrying the Royal One supplies remained intact. Among the other 5 trucks, 2 had their cargo compartments smashed open, and the supplies inside were gnawed beyond recognition. Presumably, these were devoured by the mutants. As for the other 3 trucks, 2 were loaded with flour, and the remaining 1 carried some express parcels. The goods piled up in the warehouse were mostly useless odds and ends. Xiao Yang and his companions rummaged through them, seizing every usable item. Before loading the vehicles, Xiao Yang instructed them to start each vehicle one by one to check if they were still operable. Fortunately, only one of the smashed, open trucks failed. After trying every possible means, they still couldn't get it going. So Xiao Yang decided to abandon it and use the empty small van that Liang Hong and the others had. Although it was smaller, it would have to do. They loaded all the usable supplies onto the trucks and the van, finally stuffing the 2 vehicles to the brim. With the addition of 9 more vehicles, Lu Yu, Yi Ling, and Shen Bo also became drivers, along with Liang Hong, Mu Guang, and 4 girls who could drive selected from the group. They barely managed to gather enough drivers. Although none of them had ever driven such large vehicles before, it was the end times. As long as they didn't drive into the ditch, they could freely roam on the road. They drove all the vehicles to the open ground and lined them up in a row. Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road RV led the way, and Tang Ying drove the Brabus SUV at the rear. A large motorcade was about to set off. At this moment, Xiao Yang suddenly thought of the zoo. It was such a large zoo, it was impossible that only a few monkeys, tigers, and peacocks had survived. Were there other mutants lurking inside? Xiao Yang could no longer suppress his inquisitive heart and desired to take a look. If there were any mutants, he would slay those he could. And for those he couldn't, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them on his next visit. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang drove the vehicle, reversed the direction, and headed straight to the wall where the freight station adjoined the zoo. The wall here had long since collapsed, presumably knocked down by the mutants that had wandered in. Xiao Yang once again raised the roof of the recreational vehicle. He ascended to the 2nd floor and took out a high-powered telescope to scrutinize the area carefully. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing the ground to tremble faintly. A flock of birds in the zoo took flight in a panic. Xiao Yang quickly trained the telescope towards the... In a garden deep within the zoo, an elephant as large as a truck was attacking several lions the size of small delivery vans. Xiao Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected there to be so many mutants here, and judging from their sizes, they were of a rather high rank. He adjusted the telescope to its maximum magnification and examined the elephant closely. Then, he counted the star-like glows on the bump of its head. 1, 2, 3. 7. Holy cow! A 7-star mutant. How could a 7-star mutant appear here? Forget it. This was not a place he could venture into at present. Without lingering, Xiao Yang returned directly to the driver's cab and retracted the roof. Then he drove back to the front of the convoy, honked the horn, and led the convoy away slowly. Chapter 89. Good deeds are rewarded under Xiao Yang's guidance. The convoy retraced its route back to the Purple Mountain Villa area. Since many people were driving large trucks for the first time, they drove very slowly along the way. It was not until evening that a group of people arrived at the gate of Zaijinshan Villa District. Su Tong and others, who had received the news via walkie-talkie early in the day, had already opened the gate and were waiting there. However, when they saw so many vehicles, they were quite shocked. They really didn't expect that Xiaoyang would bring back so many supplies after going out. Moreover, there was even a coach, filled with young girls inside. Su Tong, come here. Xiaoyang got out of the car and called Su Tong to his side. Then he took out 100 crystals and gave them to her. Take these and absorb them. From now on, you'll be someone with 200-year energy. Su Tong took the crystals from Xiaoyang's hand. Suddenly, her nose twitched and tears welled up in her eyes. She felt deeply emotional. She thought that apart from guarding the gate, she hadn't done much to deserve this. However, Xiaoyang still valued her so much, which really surprised and touched her. Thank you, boss. She expressed her gratitude and then, after a moment's hesitation, addressed Xiaoyang as boss. Yes, from then on, Xiaoyang would be the boss. The eternal boss in her heart. Xiaoyang smiled, patted her on the shoulder, and was about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by Su Tong again. Boss, don't leave yet. I almost forgot to tell you. It seems that Xiao Lu has also awakened her superpower. Xiaoyang turned around, looking a bit surprised, and said, Oh, call her over and let me have a look. Su Tong quickly called over Xiao Lu, who was standing at the door of the guard building, looking at them expectantly. Looking at the petite Xiao Lu, Xiaoyang asked curiously, Do you feel any changes in your body? Xiao Lu replied somewhat confusedly, Well, today I accidentally slipped and hit my head hard against the door. Strangely enough, I didn't feel any pain at all. So, I grabbed a stick and gave it a try. As Xiao Lu said this, he took out a wooden stick from behind him. Boss, look. Xiao Lu then firmly struck the stick against his own head with both hands, which really startled Xiaoyang. Crack. The stick as thick as an arm snapped right away. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu acted as if nothing had happened. He brushed off the sawdust on his head and said, Boss, is this a supernatural ability? Xiaoyang stroked Xiao Lu's head. Well, you're completely fine. He remarked in a somewhat surprised tone, Good job. You've indeed awakened a supernatural ability, and it's one with high impact resistance. In simple terms, your physical body is stronger and has better defense than others. Usually, people need a constitution with over 1,000 years of energy to be immune to cold weapons. For you, an energy level equivalent to over 100 years might suffice. Congratulations, Xiao Lu. Hearing what Xiaoyang said, Xiao Lu immediately exclaimed with joy. Great. Can I join you officially like Sister Su Tong in the future? Xiao Lu looked at Xiaoyang with full expectation, awaiting his reply. Of course you can. From now on, you're also an official member of our team. Xiaoyang smiled. And then, a pack of crystals materialized out of thin air in his hand. He handed the crystals to Xiao Lu and said, Here. There are 110 crystals. Absorb these first. Xiao Lu took the crystals and almost jumped for joy. Thank you, boss. Oh, right. What's your name? I haven't asked you yet. Xiaoyang asked somewhat awkwardly. My name is Lu Xinyan. Boss, you can still call me Xiao Lu. Lu Xinyan. It's a lovely name. Lu is such an unappealing name. From now on, I'll call you Xinyan. Hearing this from Xiaoyang, Lu Xinyan replied gleefully, I'll be content with whatever you choose to call. Xiaoyang smiled and said, Very well. I'll head back now. You must guard the place well. If you run out of food, drinks, or other necessities, just ask me for them. Sure. Xiaoyang summoned the 4 young nurses into the vehicle and led the convoy straight to the road in front of his villa. After parking the cars, everyone disembarked. Xiaoyang approached Liang Hong, pointed to the villas below, and stated, All the villas down there are unoccupied. You can choose whichever one you like to reside in. Then, he pointed to the villa behind him and continued, We'll be staying here. If you encounter any issues, just come to me. Liang Hong cast a glance at Xiaoyang's villa. The courtyard wall was towering, topped with barbed wire. At that moment, the villa's gate was ajar, and the 4 young nurses had already entered and illuminated the interior. Witnessing this, Liang Hong couldn't help but be deeply impressed. She never imagined that this person had made such thorough preparations. It seemed that he hadn't been significantly affected by the disaster. Moreover, being far from the city center with a sparse population, there was no need to live in constant fear. Living here must be truly delightful. Liang Hong then glanced at the girls behind Xiaoyang, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. With so many charming young ladies by his side, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that he was the happiest man in the world at present. All right, then we won't stand on ceremony. We'll pick the villa in front of yours. That way, we can look out for each other in the future. Hearing Liang Hong's implication that so many of them would only stay in one villa, Xiaoyang said, There's no need for you all to crowd together. There are plenty of villas here. Unexpectedly, Liang Hong replied, I know. However, we only have one generator, so we'll just make do for now. We'll figure it out later. Saying this, she looked at Xiao Yang with a beaming smile and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Liang Hong's smile was truly contagious. It made people feel as if they were bathed in a gentle spring breeze. Indeed, she was a woman of shrewdness and excellent social skills. Oh, well, my brother-in-law is really lucky. After locking all the trucks, Liang Hong led her people and the girls to tidy up the house. Mu Guang originally wanted to help, but was stopped by Liang Hong. The reason was, "You two siblings have finally reunited. You must have a lot to talk about, so just stay here." One had to admit that Liang Hong was very perceptive and always thoughtful. Seeing that Liang Hong and her people had left, Xiao Yang invited Mu Guang back to the villa. They drove the heavy-duty truck off, rode RV and the Brabus SUV into the yard, and then closed the gate. When Mu Guang saw the villa renovated by his own company, he felt a sense of long-lost familiarity, now that he thought about it. He and his sister had secretly mocked Xiao Yang for being wasteful with his money. Now it seemed that he had been a complete fool back then. This Xiao Yang. He had clearly foreseen everything and planned ahead. Otherwise, how could all this be explained? Feeling the warmth, comfort, and bright lights inside the villa, Mu Guang couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he was an honest owner of a decoration company and had never cut corners on quality. Otherwise, if Xiao Yang saw him, he would surely kill himself right away. What was even more coincidental was that his own sister had been admitted here. Alas, truly, kindness begets kindness. He instructed 4 young nurses to assist Lu Yu in cooking. Since his brother-in-law had come, he had to entertain. While he possessed several tables worth of dishes from the seashore restaurant within his dimension, Xiao Yang refrained from presenting them. He thought it best not to let Mu Guang know about his spatial ability for the time being. It wasn't that he was on guard against Mu Guang. Rather, it was because of Liang Hong. Chapter 90. Mu Guang's experience with Mu Guang present. All the women in the villa, quite remarkably, refrained from changing into their pajamas. Xiao Yang paid them no mind. Glancing at Mu Guang's tattered clothes, he surreptitiously retrieved a large-sized garment from his space and handed it to Mu Guang. Brother. Mu Guang accepted the garment and promptly retired to the lavatory, emerging shortly thereafter, clad in the new attire, which, to Xiao Yang's estimation, was a suitable fit. Subsequently, Xiao Yang noticed that the clothes fit him quite well. Subsequently, everyone went about their own business. Xiao Yang, Mu Guang, and Mu Wanqing sat on the living room sofa, sharing their respective experiences. From Mu Guang, Xiao Yang learned that on the very night the disaster, Mu Guang had taken a new client to the Royal One Bathing Center. After indulging in a comprehensive service, he dozed off in his room in a daze. Before long, it appeared that a patron had complained of the frigidity within, a phenomenon that the attendants were unable to elucidate. Subsequently, the temperature plummeted precipitously. The temperature continued to drop, and even he in the room found it unbearable. However, it was summer, and there were no thick blankets in the bathing center was devoid of any substantial blankets. He thought to himself that he might as well settle the bill and drive home. However, it was in complete chaos outside, and he couldn't find his client. So, he simply ran out of Royal Number 1. But once he stepped outside, he was utterly stunned. The originally sweltering weather had somehow turned colder than winter. Even with his robust physique, he could hardly endure such frigid cold. Moreover, there were many people outside. He suddenly recalled the down jacket and those supplies given to him by Xiao Yang. He hastened to his car, fetched the down jacket, and put it on. Then he picked up all the supplies and returned to the bath center. Comparatively speaking, it was much warmer inside. He went back to his original room and stayed there quietly alone, thinking that he would leave once the temperature returned to normal. At this time, he suddenly remembered his younger sister, Mu Wanqing, wondering how she was doing. He intended to take out his phone and make a call, but unexpectedly found that his phone had been lost long ago. Later, as could be expected, the temperature got colder and colder. People outside were howling in the cold. In the following days, people outside kept freezing to death. Thanks to the down jacket he was wearing, he was able to move around and find some food to sustain himself. As time went on, when the temperature became a bit milder, the survivors inside began to frantically search for and scramble for supplies. In desperation, some even resorted to killing, and he, too, was targeted by other survivors. Although he had a knife in his hand and killed several who came to snatch the supplies, this also incurred the hostility of more people. Eventually, the survivors joined hands to confront him. Just as he was struggling to defend himself and on the verge of losing his life, Liang Hong appeared. Liang Hong led 200 men and women into the bathing area and mercilessly eliminated all the resisting survivors within. However, When she saw Mu, she refrained from taking his life. She simply inquired of Mu Guang, "Where did you get that down jacket?" Mu Guang recounted the whole story in detail. Liang Hong merely cast a profound glance at him before sparing his life. Subsequently, the zombie virus erupted. He and Liang Hong's group engaged in another fierce battle. Suddenly, Mu Guang awakened his giant superpower, which truly impressed Liang Hong. Once the situation had stabilized somewhat, Mu Guang was determined to go to Haiqing Art College to inquire about Mu Wanqing. However, another group of survivors outside had set their sights on them. In order to persuade Mu Guang to stay and assist her wholeheartedly, Liang Hong dispatched her subordinates to search for information about Mu Wanqing. The next morning, that group of survivors led a horde of zombies to attack. Yet, they underestimated the strength of Mu Guang and his companions. Amid the chaos, two of their powerful members were injured and then devoured by the zombies, transforming into zombie kings. Caught off guard, Mu Guang and the others were forced to retreat all the way to the third floor. Finally, they encountered Xiao Yang and the others. Listening to Mu Guang's account, Mu Wanqing was utterly terrified. She never imagined that her brother had endured such a harrowing experience. In comparison, her own life had been extremely comfortable. After that, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing also briefly related their own experiences. Naturally, Mu Wanqing withheld the information that should not be shared. For instance, Mu Wanqing didn't mention a single word about Xiao Yang's spatial ability. While the three of them were chatting, Liu had already finished cooking the dishes over there. There was still a large table full of food, 9 dishes and 1 soup. When he cast his eyes on such a sumptuous feast, he was struck dumb with astonishment. He could guess that Xiao Yang must have stockpiled a great deal of supplies, yet he never expected it to be so abundant. Just this table of food today would be enough for him to eat for half a month. He said somewhat sheepishly, Mr. Xiao, this is really too wasteful. Don't waste so many supplies on me. It's not worth it." Hearing this, Xiao Yang merely smiled, then gently pressed Mu Guang onto the chair and said, "You're Wanqing's elder brother, so you're my elder brother too. What's a table of dishes like this? Today, to celebrate the reunion of you two siblings. Let's have a good drink, bro." After saying that, he sat down beside Mu Guang. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he said to one of the junior nurses, "You go to the villa in front and invite a lady named Liang Hong to come and have a meal with us." After Xiao Yang gave the order, the junior nurse nodded obediently and went off. After all, there was a certain relationship between Liang Hong and Mu Guang, so they had to show Mu Guang some respect. Mu Guang didn't say anything. Perhaps he also thought that doing so would contribute to the development of the relationship between the two teams. However, not long after, the junior nurse came back cheerfully, carrying 2 bags of things by herself. That sister named Liang Hong said she wouldn't come today. After saying that, she placed the 2 bags on the table and said, "These are the things she asked me to bring over. She said they were prepared for you and this elder brother." Xiao Yang was taken aback, not expecting Liang Hong not to come. He opened the 2 packages and saw that one contained 4 bottles of XO cognac, and the other held 2 cartons of Huazi cigarettes. Well, this woman really knows how to handle things. No wonder she's the top figure at Royal One. Why didn't she come? At this moment, Mu Guang asked, frowning, seemingly rather puzzled by Liang Hong's absence. "Oh, Sister Liang said that since you're having a family dinner, she won't intrude. She still has to settle her people down. After getting everything in order, she'll host a banquet tomorrow and specially invite Brother Xiao and all the sisters." After hearing this, Mu Guang's furrowed brows relaxed. As for Xiao Yang, listening to what the young nurse conveyed and looking at the wine and cigarettes on the table, he fell into deep thought. This woman is no ordinary person. He wondered if bringing her into the villa area was a blessing or a curse. To put it bluntly, allowing them to enter was purely for the sake of Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing. Although Liang Hong was out, she was by no means an easy to subdue woman. He wondered what she saw in Mu Guang. Could it be that Mu Guang was extremely good at? Glancing at Mu Guang and suddenly thinking of his supernatural ability, Xiao Yang had an epiphany. A gigantic beast-like figure paired with a stunningly beautiful woman. Goodness, could Liang Hong bear it? Chapter 91. The brother-in-law is so open-minded. The celebration dinner proceeded in a peaceful atmosphere. The 4 young nurses didn't sit at the table but served as waiters instead, busily uncorking wines, pouring drinks, and serving tea. When they were halfway through the drinking, snowflakes suddenly began to flutter outside. The ladies present either lacked the capacity for alcohol or were too reserved, and they all left the table in a hurry. At this moment, only Xiao Yang and Mu Guang were still sitting at the table, while 4 young nurses stood aside to attend to them. Mu Guang was extremely excited today. Reunited with his sister, he He was so happy that he had a few more drinks. In a daze, he put his arm around Xiao Yang's shoulder and said, "Mr. Xiao, you are the benefactor of our siblings. I, Mu Guang, will remember this kindness for a lifetime. Come, let's drink it up." As he spoke, Mu Guang drained the wine in his glass in one gulp. Xiao Yang was also not polite and finished the wine in his glass in one go. Two young nurses, very observant, stepped forward to refill their glasses. Mu Guang looked at these well-behaved young nurses with bleary eyes, then smiled amiably at Xiao Yang. Then, he said to Xiao Yang meaningfully, "Mr. Xiao, you have a good relationship with women. In your villa, except for you, the rest are all women." Xiao Yang touched his nose and smiled, saying nothing. Seeing his reaction, Mu Guang suddenly patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, there's no need to be shy. I understand men." After saying that, regardless of Xiao Yang's surprised expression, he drank another glass on his own and muttered to himself, "The world has gone crazy. It's good enough to be alive. There's no need for so many scruples." After that, he turned his head and stared at Xiao Yang, saying, "Mr. Xiao, I know you are very powerful and have many secrets. I, Mu Guang, don't ask for anything else. I only beg you to be nicer to my sister in the future." When Mu Guang said this, his eyes actually welled up with tears. Alas, in today's world, women have a hard life. He had witnessed with his own eyes how the women under Liang Hong had endured for ham sausages and 2 breads per time, and they still have to hand in half of them. Before the disaster, they were Liang Hong's money, making tools. After the disaster, they remained tools for Liang Hong to obtain supplies. If one says Liang Hong treats them badly when in danger, she would still protect these girls, and no one dared to lay a finger on them. If one says she treats them well, she would never show mercy to those who violated the rules. Therefore, the girls both feared and respected her, and were willing to work under her, never thinking of running away. In contrast, the girls around Xiao Yang were in a completely different situation. Compared with those girls, Wan Qing was happy and lucky. As for Xiao Yang, he had no idea what was on his brother-in-law's mind. He was utterly confused by Mu Guang's words. This brother-in-law was so open-minded, whether it was drunken talk or sincere words. Xiao Yang raised his glass and said to Mu Guang with a smile, "I will definitely treat Wan Qing well. Don't worry." After saying that, he downed the drink in one gulp. At this moment, in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Mu Wanqing pulled Lin Shishir to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the girls bustling in and out of Liang Hong's villa. It was snowing outside, and their villa had just been powered on. Moreover, they had to carry the supplies they brought back and forth into the villa in the snow. Presumably, they still hadn't had a hot meal by this time. Sure, look at them. They're dressed so thinly. There's no heating in their villa. How miserable they must be. Mu Wanqing stared ahead and said with emotion, "Yes, it's quite pitiful." Lin Shishir also stared ahead and continued, "Moreover, do you know? It was when I encountered those people in the coach at the entrance of Royal One that I came to know these girls. Even in the end times, they still accompany guests. I heard from those people that they're only given 4 ham, sausages, and 2 loaves of bread each time." Upon hearing Mu Wanqing say this, Lin Shishir's eyes widened. She stared at Mu Wanqing in disbelief and asked, "Is it true? Are these girls engaged in that kind of business?" Mu Wanqing nodded. They were both women, yet their fates were so vastly different. Sure, if we hadn't met Xiao Yang, what would have become of us? If we had fallen into Liang Hong's hands, well, care to guess what would happen? Mu Wanqing gazed at Lin Shishir, her voice filled with deep emotion. Lin Shishir shook her head. She dared not imagine. Mu Wanqing sneered and said, "Let me tell you, our situation would have been even worse. Someone was willing to offer 2 packs of ham, sausages for me." Hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Lin Shishir shivered in shock. Indeed, a girl as charming as Mu Wanqing would definitely be highly sought after. Then, one could well imagine her fate. And what about herself? She'd probably be worth 1.5 packs. That would be quite miserable too. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to have met Wanqing and Xiao Yang. Seeing the expression on Lin Shishir's face change from worry to a secret delight, Mu Wanqing could tell what her best friend was thinking. Suddenly, she took Lin Shishir's hand and asked, "Shishir, do you still plan to find a boyfriend?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Shishir gave her a disdainful look and said, "Why are you asking this?" Mu Wanqing teased, "It's the end of the world, and you're still single. Don't you find it a pity?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir immediately raised her haughty head and declared, "Shaw, those common folks are hardly worthy of my attention." At the sight of Lin Shishir's demeanor, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but feel like laughing. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She leaned close to Lin Shishir's ear and whispered softly, "Shishir, Could it be that you've taken a fancy to Xiaoyang? As soon as Mu Wanqing uttered those words, Lin Shishir was taken aback. She replied somewhat nervously, Wanqing, I have absolutely no intention of stealing your man. Observing Lin Shishir's earnest expression, Mu Wanqing smiled and said, Haha, look at you. I know you don't have such thoughts. I'm just asking, why are you so panicked? Lin Shishir glared and retorted, Your question is really startling. Mu Wanqing smiled and inquired, Then what do you think of Xiaoyang? Seeing that Mu Wanqing was asking seriously, Lin Shishir pondered for a moment, cleared her throat, and stated, Well, Xiaoyang is quite excellent. He's handsome and possesses great strength. More importantly, one need not worry about food and drink when following him. One could say that he's a perfect man. Of course, such an outstanding man can only be matched with our beautiful Miss Wanqing. Haha. After Lin Shishir finished speaking, she smilingly put her arm around Mu Wanqing. After hearing Lin Shishir's highly favorable evaluation of Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing suddenly smiled at her and said, Haha, it seems then that you're quite willing to join our team? Of course. From now on, you two will have to support me, with food and drink provided. Why would I need a boyfriend? Haha. Hearing what Lin Shishir said, Mu Wanqing also felt quite touched. She hugged Lin Shishir tightly and said, Shishir, we must stay together forever. As long as I'm here with Xiaoyang, no one can ever bully you. Chapter 92. I saw nothing upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words. Lin Shishir was deeply touched. Ever since she joined Xiaoyang's team, she had long regarded this place as her home. In her eyes, Mu Wanqing, Xiaoyang, and Lu Yu were all her family members. She was quite happy here. Since coming here, she had neither suffered from the cold nor gone hungry. Moreover, her strength had reached a level that even frightened herself. Apart from the occasional noises at night that made it hard for her to fall asleep, everything else was wonderful. She adored this place and everyone in it. Even if she were offered 100 boyfriends, she wouldn't leave. Lin Shishir had made up her mind. Wanqing's boyfriend could be considered half of her own boyfriend, so she wasn't really single. She smiled at Mu Wanqing and said, Wanqing, I've decided to accompany you all for the rest of my life. No one can ever separate us. While Lin Shishir was speaking, Mu Wanqing was quietly gazing at her. All her thoughts were clear in Mu Wanqing's mind. Just then, the figures of Xiaoyang and Mu Guang appeared in the yard downstairs. Lin Shishir caught sight of them first and quickly said, Wanqing, look, your brother is about to leave. Mu Wanqing turned to look downstairs, and indeed, it was true. The two men were walking arm in the yard, chatting quite amicably. Seeing that Mu Wanqing showed no intention of trying to keep Mu Guang, Lin Shishir was a bit curious. Aren't you going to try and keep your brother? Mu Wanqing just stared at the two men in the yard and said meaningfully, Keep him for what? He has now found a spiritual home in his heart. And so have I. Glancing once again at the villa dozens of meters ahead, she added, Moreover, it's so close. It's not like we won't see each other. Downstairs, at the entrance of the villa, Xiaoyang was still cordially inviting Mu Guang to stay the night. However, Mu Guang declined politely. Come on, Mr. Xiao. I appreciate your kindness. But this place is truly not where I should be staying. I've long noticed that with me around, those young ladies can't relax. Well, stop seeing me off. It's time for me to go back. Please say hello to my sister for me. See you tomorrow. Watching Mu Guang staggering towards Liang Hong's villa, Xiaoyang smiled. A man really can't do without a woman. Otherwise, he'll have no motivation. Closing the gate, Xiaoyang walked back into the villa. Upstairs, seeing this, Lin Shishir suddenly exclaimed in a flurry, Oh, your man is coming back. I'll go back to my room first. It's not appropriate for me to stay in your bedroom in the middle of the night. Without waiting for Mu Wanqing's response, she scurried away in small, hasty steps. Looking at the fleeing Lin Shishir, Mu Wanqing murmured with a smile, Hee, that little girl has something on her mind. How flustered she is. Downstairs. Just as Xiaoyang reached the second floor, he bumped straight into Lin Shishir, who was rushing down from the third floor. Blocked by Xiaoyang's strong body, Lin Shishir was caught off guard and was about to fall backwards. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He immediately put his arm around Lin Shishir's slender waist to steady her. Involuntarily, Xiaoyang's fingers squeezed gently. Soft and slender. Truly, it could be encircled by one arm. Sensing the body fragrance distinct from Mu Wanqing's, Xiaoyang took a deep breath. Gazing at the blushing Lin Shishir, he said, In the dead of night, you're sneaking downstairs. What mischief are you up to? Lin Shishir came to her senses and retorted crossly, Mind your own business. She attempted to wriggle free from his embrace but failed. Just then, Tang Ying, who heard the commotion outside, opened the door. Seeing the two in an embrace, she widened her eyes in disbelief. What on earth was going on? Had she misseen? No, she had to pretend she saw nothing. I just wanted to go to the restroom. Hee, I saw nothing. With that, she immediately retreated into her room and shut the door. Tang Ying leaned against the door, placed a hand on her chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was quick-witted. Realizing that the embarrassing scene had been witnessed, Lin Shishir suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. She struggled fiercely to break free from Xiao Yang's arm, then stomped on his foot, called him a hooligan, and stormed back to her room in a huff. Xiao Yang was speechless. Why was she using her feet? It was she who had flung herself into his arms. However, she was quite soft. Xiao Yang flexed his fingers, nodded to himself, savoring the sensation from just now, and ascended the stairs. Upon returning to, he saw Mu Wanqing standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in a reverie. He tiptoed over and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. What are you thinking about? Xiao Yang murmured into her ear, his warm breath tickling her. Mu Wanqing felt a ticklish sensation in her ear, and her whole body went weak. Her earlobes flushed red. And nothing much. Mu Wanqing replied, her breath ragged. Then go to sleep right away. I'll check your throat by the way, Xiao Yang said with a beaming smile. At the mention of throat, Mu Wanqing trembled. She was truly terrified as she had experienced it the previous day. With a hint of panic, she said, Xiao Yang, let's forget it tonight. How about another day? Hearing this, Xiao Yang was displeased. Frowning, he retorted, how can it be postponed? Such an important matter mustn't be delayed. Come on, hurry up. With that, he scooped Mu Wanqing up and placed her on the bed. Seeing Xiao Yang about to take action, Mu Wanqing waved her hands frantically and said, Xiao Yang, wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Oh, just save your words until after the checkup, Xiao Yang said impatiently upon seeing Mu Wanqing's state. Just as Xiao Yang was on the verge of achieving his goal, Mu Wanqing, in a moment of desperation, blurted out, Xiao Yang, tell me. What if a member of the team falls in love with someone in the future? Startled by Mu Wanqing's question, Xiao Yang came to an abrupt halt. He was utterly confused, failing to fathom the meaning behind her words. Wanqing, what do you mean? Xiao Yang inquired tentatively. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just asking how you'd handle it, Mu Wanqing replied with a playful grin. Judging from Mu Wanqing's mischievous expression, Xiao Yang sensed that something was amiss. However, there was no point in lying to her as she was perceptive. Well, as a member of the team, one must seek my permission for everything. The interests of the team should always come first. Moreover, in this treacherous world, it's not certain that they'll find someone who truly cares about them. In summary, I must be the one to have the final say. Although Xiao Yan was unclear as to why Mu Wanqing suddenly brought up this topic, this question still caught his attention. The members he had painstakingly nurtured couldn't possibly be made to benefit others. Moreover, they were a group of charming young ladies. It was even more out of the question to let others obtain them so easily. It seemed that he had to give this matter some serious thought. Just as Xiao Yang was feeling troubled, Mu Wanqing suddenly spoke up. All right, I understand. Time to sleep. After saying that, Mu Wanqing lay down on the bed. She had just eavesdropped on Xiao Yang's innermost thoughts, and she now knew the truth. Sure enough, there wasn't a single decent man. Chapter 93, Upgrading Superpowers. Lin Shishir tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Indescribable images kept popping up in her mind, leaving her feeling irritated. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Xiao Yang, you're such a hooligan. Early the next morning, the snow was still falling outside. However, everyone got up early on their own initiative because they had to distribute supplies that day. Of course, some people hadn't slept at all. Lin Shishir's eyes were bloodshot. As soon as she saw Xiao Yang, she averted her gaze. Liu prepared breakfast. After everyone had eaten their fill, Xiao Yang took out the crystal cores he had collected the previous day. There were 2 1-star crystal cores, 10 2-star crystal cores, 2 3-star crystal cores, and 1 4-star crystal core. Come on, each of you take a 2-star crystal core first and eat it right away. In this way, your superpower levels can all be upgraded to level 2. Xiao Yang said, pointing at the 2-star crystal cores to the young ladies. Liu first picked up a 2-star crystal core, held it in front of her eyes and remarked, it's so large. It's not easy to swallow. This 2-star crystal core was as big as a walnut. Indeed impossible to gulp down in one go. Hearing Liu's query, Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Can't you just put it in your mouth like a piece of candy and wait for it to dissolve a bit before swallowing? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the several young ladies immediately understood. They had only been told by Xiao Yang that the crystal cores were edible, but not how to eat them. Now they knew. Did you wash it? You're asking us to eat it like this. Lin Shishir picked up a crystal core and inquired while carefully inspecting it. Xiaoyang looked at Lin Shishir with a smile. This little girl always had a way of making people misinterpret her words. It's been washed clean long ago. Hurry up and eat. We still have work to do after this, urged by Xiaoyang. The 5 women had no choice but to open their mouths and place the crystal cores inside. Due to the relatively large size of the crystal cores, their cheeks were puffed out. Each of them looked extremely adorable. However, the crystal cores melted at a rapid pace. In no time, their cheeks returned to normal. Then, the women successively swallowed the melted crystal cores. Immediately afterwards, they felt a warm current flowing into their bodies, an incredibly comfortable sensation. They all involuntarily closed their eyes, savoring the changes in their supernatural powers. After a short while, Liu was the first to open her eyes. Her face beamed with delight. She extended her right hand and attempted to release a bolt of lightning. Zap! A current as thick as a rolling pin shot out, reaching a length of about 5 meters. It was more than twice as powerful as before. Xiaoyang, look, isn't this current much more powerful than before? Liu said to Xiaoyang cheerfully. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Judging from the current Liu had just unleashed, it was estimated that she could directly electrocute those with energy below 100 years in an instant. Moreover, the effective range was 5 meters away. She could definitely deliver a fatal blow to the enemy before they could react. At this moment, Tang Ying also opened her eyes, and she was overjoyed. My superpower has upgraded. I feel that I can hit the target every time within a range of 500 meters. Xiaoyang also nodded with a smile. Tang Ying was the goddess of archery, and this was just the beginning. As her superpower level increased, her shooting range would become even farther and more accurate. More importantly, in the later stage, she could infuse spiritual power into the arrows she shot. These arrows would be like having eyes, chasing the target, just like cruise missiles. Who wouldn't be terrified at the sight of them? This was the reason why Xiaoyang was determined to recruit Tang Ying. In the future, those who dared to offend him, no matter how far away they were, would surely be punished. Then, Yiling also opened her eyes. She smiled faintly and said, There isn't much change, but I can heal wounds faster. Xiaoyang nodded and replied with a smile, Don't underestimate the speed of treatment. Time is life. A small improvement in your efficiency means a great enhancement in the safety of our team members' lives. Hearing Xiaoyang's praise, Yiling was extremely happy. These days, she had only watched as Xiaoyang and the others fought zombies and mutants in the front, while she couldn't do much to help. She had originally thought she was quite useless. However, after hearing Xiaoyang's praise, she suddenly felt valued. It seemed that she held quite a high position in his heart. While Yiling was secretly rejoicing, Mu Wanqing also opened her eyes. Xiaoyang immediately inquired with concern, How do you feel, Wanqing? However, there was no look of elation on Mu Wanqing's face. She merely stated indifferently, There isn't much. I just feel that I can hear a few more people's inner thoughts than before. Hearing what Mu Wanqing said, Xiaoyang consoled her with a smile. Is this not a change? Previously, you would feel exhausted after using it a few times, but now you can hear more. Isn't that quite remarkable? In fact, Xiaoyang didn't know much about this ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts, the so-called mind reading technique. In his previous life in the apocalypse, would those who awakened this kind of superpower let others know? Definitely not. It was their means of self-preservation, so they wouldn't easily let outsiders know. Therefore, the outside world knew very little about this superpower. But Xiaoyang believed that this superpower was definitely not that simple. As the level increased in the future, there might be unexpected changes. Mu Wanqing nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, everyone turned their gazes towards Lin Shishir, who still hadn't opened her eyes. Had this young girl's superpower not been upgraded yet? It had been such a long time, and there was still no sign. Could it be that there were significant changes in her superpower? Everyone tacitly refrained from disturbing her and just sat there quietly waiting for her to open her eyes. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Lin Shishir still had her eyes closed. Xiaoyang felt something was amiss. There was no way it took this long for a superpower to upgrade. Could she have gone berserk? Moreover, there was drool at the corner of her mouth. Sure. Xiaoyang called out, but she still didn't respond. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing, filled with concern, quickly nudged her. Shishir, wake up quickly. After being shaken by Mu Wanqing several times, Lin Shishir finally opened her eyes a crack. She was in a daze for a moment, then wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, looking utterly bewildered as she asked, What's up? Xiaoyang said irritably, What's up? Everyone has been waiting for you to see what changes there are after your ability upgrade. Why are you so quiet? Hee. Sorry, I just fell asleep. Being reminded by Xiaoyang, Lin Shishir said somewhat sheepishly. Damn it. Hearing that Lin Shishir had just been asleep, Xiaoyang immediately swore. So, all the waiting by everyone had been in vain. Mu Wanqing said with a half-angry laugh, "You're really something. You can even fall asleep while sitting." Lin Shishir shyly lowered her head and murmured, "Well, I was so sleepy." "Then, has there been any change in your ability?" Mu Wanqing continued to inquire. "Oh, let me feel it." With that, Lin Shishir closed her eyes again. This time it was fast. Before long, she opened her eyes. However, there was no excited look on her face. She just said indifferently, "There isn't much change. I just feel that I'm better at playing the flute than before. I used to get tired after playing for a while. Now, I feel that I can play continuously for 2 hours without a problem." It seemed that there were no new changes in Lin Shishir's ability. It had just been enhanced compared to before. Xiaoyang saw that their ability levels had all been upgraded to level 2. At this time, he picked up 2-3 star crystal nuclei again and pondered carefully. Who should he give them to first? Chapter 94, The Goddess of Thunder. After much deliberation, Xiaoyang decided to give 2-3 star crystal nuclei to Lu Yu and Tang Ying respectively. Lu Yu's lightning ability boasted a formidable offensive power and could be unleashed from a distance. It was imperative to elevate her ability to the next level. As for Tang Ying, needless to say, she specialized in long-range attacks. Xiaoyang had heard of her strength in his previous life, and he was certain of her capabilities. Regarding Xiaoyang's decision, the others raised no objections. Xiaoyang must have his own considerations, and they would support him unconditionally. Lu Yu and Tang Ying didn't decline either. They directly popped the egg-sized 3-star crystal nuclei into their mouths, which stretched their jaws wide. After a short while, they managed to swallow the crystal nuclei. Then, they closed their eyes just as they had done before. Before long, Lu Yu was the first to open her eyes. Once again, she was brimming with excitement. Evidently, the transformation was significant. Crackle! A thick and lengthy current shot out from her right hand. It was as thick as an arm and extended for more than 10 meters. The third-level lightning was truly astonishing. Anyone struck by it would likely turn to ashes. Moreover, this was no longer a single target attack. It was likely to wipe out all the enemies along this line. Amazing, Sister Yu. From now on, we should address you as the Goddess of Lightning, Xiaoyang said with a smile. What? Goddess of Lightning? It should be the Goddess of Thunder, Lin Shishir retorted. Indeed, the Goddess of Thunder. It's a fitting title, Mu Wanqing said, smiling at Lu Yu. Flattered by the compliments, Lu Yu modestly replied, "I'm no spring chicken. The Goddess of Thunder? Come on, Sister Yu. Don't be so humble. Your figure is so perfect, and you're so beautiful. I wonder how many men have their eyes on you. You truly deserve the title of the Goddess of Thunder." When Mu Wanqing said this, she glanced at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang coughed twice and remained silent. At this moment, Tang Ying also opened her eyes. "How are you, Sister Ying?" Lin Shishir asked anxiously. Tang Ying smiled faintly. "Well, let's just say I can hit the target every time within a kilometer." It seemed that, like Lu Yu, after Tang Ying's superpower reached level 3, there was only a quantitative change rather than a qualitative one. The same was true for Xiaoyang's own spatial superpower. Before reaching level 6, every time he upgraded, the space only became a bit larger, with no other changes. It seemed that all superpowers were like this. Only after reaching level 5 would a qualitative change occur. However, the fact that Tang Ying could accurately eliminate enemies within a kilometer was already remarkable. It was just that the compound bow and pistol couldn't shoot that far, which restricted Tang Ying's abilities. So, should they find a way to equip her with a sniper rifle next? Thinking of Tang Ying's identity, Xiaoyang felt that this matter should be left to Tang Ying herself. She should know where to get one. Seeing that both of their superpowers had reached level 3, Xiaoyang picked up the only 4-star crystal core on the table. After some thought, he gave the crystal core to Lu Yu. "Sister Yu, you're the most suitable one to upgrade your superpower to level 4 now. Hurry up and eat it." Lu Yu took the crystal core, her heart filled with excitement. She never expected Xiaoyang to give her the only crystal core. This happiness had come so unexpectedly. "Thank you, Brother Xiao." Lu Yu didn't know what to say either. She gave Xiaoyang a profound look and uttered a word of gratitude. However, when she caught sight of the crystal core in her hand, which was as large as a peach, she was in a quandary. It was simply too big for her to pop it into her mouth at once. She couldn't cut it, nor could she bite it. What on earth could she do? She cast a pleading look at Xiaoyang, and Xiaoyang also perceived her predicament. "Hey, Sister Yu, if you can't put it in your mouth, you can eat it like an ice cream." Xiaoyang guided Lu Yu with a beaming smile. This. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. With so many people around, Watching her eat the crystal core like an ice cream would surely damage her image. Nevertheless, when she met Xiaoyang's encouraging gaze, she decided to give it a try. Xiaoyang had given her the only 4-star crystal core. For the sake of this esteem, she had to eat it. If she continued to be coy, how could she live up to Xiaoyang's kindness? With this in mind, she slightly parted her rosy lips and started to eat the crystal core as if it were an ice cream. At first, Liu was a bit ill at ease, but gradually she let herself go. It must be said that she was experienced. Before long, the crystal core, which was originally as big as a peach, was only a bit larger than an egg. Xiaoyang stared intently at Lu Yu, his gaze never wavering. Watching Lu Yu eat the crystal core was truly a pleasure. The other girls also stared at Lu Yu blankly. All of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. And Lin Shishir was even more excessive. She actually drooled. Being stared at by so many people, Lu Yu felt a bit flustered. When she deemed it appropriate, she forcefully opened her mouth wide and stuffed the crystal core in with great effort. Her mouth was stretched so wide that she resembled a pufferfish, which made Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. Finally, after a full 5 minutes, Liu managed to swallow the 4-star crystal core. She quickly closed her eyes. After a short while, she opened them again. She raised her right hand, seemingly intending to test its power. However, after some thought, she put it down. Well, it's better not to test here. There isn't enough space on this first floor. We don't want to accidentally collapse the wall. I'll show you my power when we go out to kill zombies. Upon hearing this, everyone knew that Lu Yu's lightning ability had become more potent. This was within Xiaoyang's expectations. It seemed that there would be no pleasant surprises until the ability reached level 6. However, from now on, the strength of their team had truly been elevated significantly. He himself was a level 6 ability user. Lu Yu was at level 4, Tang Ying at level 3, and Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Yi Ling were at level 2. In the current situation, they could definitely be regarded as the most powerful human team. Alright everyone, get ready. Later, we'll go and divide the supplies with Liang Hong and the others. Nurses, change your clothes and relieve those 3 in the guard building. Let them come over to help. After giving these instructions, Xiaoyang looked at the remaining 5 2-star crystal cores and 2 1-star crystal cores. He suddenly thought of Coal Ball and Air Guzzi. Xiaoyang had previously contemplated giving a 1-star crystal core to Coal Ball to see if it could mutate. Now that he had the crystal cores, he wanted to give it a try. So he got up and walked over to Coal Ball. Dad! Dad! When the black kitten named Coal Ball saw Xiaoyang approaching, it excitedly meowed. Upon seeing this, the dog named Guzzi also trotted over and sat at Xiaoyang's feet. Looking up at him expectantly, Xiaoyang extended his arm, and Coal Ball cooperatively flew onto it. Taking out a 1-star crystal core, Xiaoyang rewarded it to Coal Ball. This 1-star crystal core was about the size of a lychee. Meichio swallowed it impatiently, but it got stuck in its throat. At this moment, it was standing there with its eyes rolled back. Damn it! Xiaoyang was startled. He thought, don't let it choke to death. He quickly ran his hand down Meichio's neck to push the crystal core down. Meichio let out 2 cries. Xiaoyang couldn't tell whether it was thanking him or feeling pain. Chapter 95. Distributing supplies after seeing that Meichio was okay. Xiaoyang rewarded another 1-star crystal core to Guzzi. From now on, as long as you obey me, there will be more crystal cores. Do you understand? Guzzi seemed to understand and nodded its dog head. Seeing Guzzi swallow the crystal core in one gulp, Xiaoyang wondered, is this dog's throat so big? Just as Xiaoyang was carefully observing the changes in them, Qinbo and Su Tong and the others entered the villa. Big brother, we're here. Qinbo shouted as soon as he entered the door. Xiaoyang thought that Meichio and Guzzi wouldn't be able to digest the crystal cores for a while, so he decided not to watch anymore and deal with it later after he was done. He walked up to Qinbo and the others, took out 3 2-star crystal cores, and said to them, here, quickly put them in your mouths. We have to go and allocate the supplies. Qinbo took the crystal cores, and without saying a word, directly put them into his mouth. He didn't care what these things were for. Anyway, he would eat whatever his boss told him to eat. Su Tong and Lu Xinyan naturally wouldn't ask too many questions, since it was a gift from their boss, and it would be a waste not to accept it. Before the 3 of them could fully digest this, Mu Guang called for Xiaoyang and the others outside to count the supplies. Xiaoyang beckoned everyone to head towards the trucks outside the villa, where Liang Hong and the others were already waiting. Seeing Xiaoyang approaching, Liang Hong greeted him warmly, saying, General Manager Xiao, let's start counting the supplies. Hearing Liang Hong address him as General Manager Xiao, Xiaoyang realized that she must have learned it from Mu Guang. Sure, Sister Hong, let's begin. Xiaoyang also respectfully addressed Liang Hong as Sister Hong, which pleased her greatly, and she smiled even more cordially. There were a total of 9 trucks and a van of supplies. Liang Hong first started counting the supplies in the 5 trucks that originally belonged to their royal no. 1. She said that she had a rough memory of what was in these supplies, so the counting process would be faster. As the goods were unloaded truck by truck, Xiaoyang noticed that most of the supplies were packaged, and the names were clearly marked on the packages, making them easy to identify. In fact, these supplies were mostly common consumables used in Royal No. 1. For example, there were imported wines, cigars, snacks, and beverages. These supplies were nothing more than some commonly used consumables in Royal No. 1. For example, there were some imported wines, cigars, snacks, and beverages. However, what particularly caught Xiaoyang's attention were those fancy work uniforms. There were flight attendant uniforms, pink nurse uniforms, police uniforms, business suits, hanfu, cheongsams, lingerie, and cosplay costumes. However, what particularly caught Xiaoyang's attention were those gaudy work uniforms. There were flight attendant uniforms, pink nurse uniforms, police uniforms, suits, hanfu, express deliveries, and some food items and sundries. All the supplies were unloaded from the vehicles and divided in a 3:7 ratio. The remaining vehicles were loaded with flour, express deliveries, and some food items and sundries. All the supplies were unloaded from the vehicles and divided in a 30:70 ratio. If it weren't for Mu Guang and the other 3 men, their efficiency would have been even lower. It was still snowing outside. Seeing that everyone was on the verge of being covered in snow, Xiaoyang told his people to return to the villa first. Chen Bo, Su Tong, Lu Xinyan. Their efficiency would have been even lower. It was still snowing outside. Seeing that everyone was about to turn into snowmen. Didn't you see that when moving the supplies just now, while others made 1 trip, I had already finished 2? After Chen Bo finished speaking, Su Tong continued. I feel stronger than before. Boss, didn't you notice? I could carry hundreds of caddies of supplies at a time. Xiaoyang nodded. Indeed, he had noticed just then that Su Tong was truly able to carry more supplies at once than others. He was like a Hercules. Looking at Lu Xinyan, Xiaoyang nodded. Indeed, he had noticed just now that Su Tong did carry more supplies at once than others. He was like a Hercules. Looking at Lu Xinyan, do you have a thicker stick here? How about I give you a demonstration? Hearing this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. This girl was about to perform her iron head skill again. All right, no need for the demonstration. You must have become tougher skinned. Higher defense. That's good. Having a look around and seeing that everyone had arrived and it was nearly mealtime, Xiaoyang instructed Lu Yu to cook a large pot of dishes. He then invited Qinbo, Su Tong, and Lu Xinyan to stay for lunch. These 3 individuals hadn't had such a warm meal since the onset of the apocalypse. And Lu Xinyan to have lunch. It was the first time for these 3 to have such a warm meal since the onset of the apocalypse, and they were overjoyed. After the meal, Xiaoyang asked them to take some daily necessities and food and go back to relieve the 4 young nurses. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang went to the base, stored the supplies he had just brought in into his spatial ring, leaving only the express packages there. After the 4 young nurses, it was time to open the express packages. The 9 women were having a great time unpacking them, while Xiaoyang sat on the sofa in the living room, crossing his legs, observing if there were any changes in Mate Xiu and Air Guzi. However, after observing for a long while, he didn't notice any alterations in these 2 animals, nor did he see any green light flashing between their eyebrows. Xiaoyang, could it be that a 1-star crystal nucleus couldn't transform them into mutants? Then why did Mate Xiu's body change so significantly after consuming an ordinary crystal nucleus before? Generally, in the apocalypse, Xiaoyang wanted to test these 2 because they were familiar with him. In particular, Mate Xiu regarded him as the closest person. If they could become mutants, they would surely assist Xiaoyang in the future. Particularly, the coal ball, which can learn to talk and, with proper training, can be used as a reconnaissance plane. From then on, wherever he went, there would be a pair of eyes in the sky helping him observe the surrounding situation. Once there was an emergency, he could know in advance and make preparations. Xiaoyang was originally quite looking forward to it. However, seeing that neither of them showed any change now, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Just as Xiaoyang was feeling glum, Mu Wanqing came upstairs to call him. Xiaoyang, all the parcels have been unpacked. Xiaoyang had been looking forward to it, but now seeing that just as Xiaoyang was in low spirits, Mu Wanqing came upstairs to call him. Xiaoyang, all the express deliveries have been unpacked. Come down and see which ones to keep and which ones to throw away. What surprised Xiaoyang the most was that there was actually a silicone doll among them. It was life-sized and extremely realistic. Oh, which single guy bought this? Pity he'll never receive it. Among these things, take what you need. Put the rest in the storage room. Move the simulated model to my room. Except for Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, everyone else looked at Xiaoyang with strange looks. What simulated model? He could only deceive the innocent Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Which single guy bought this? Pity he'll never receive it. Among these, take what you need, and pile the rest in the storage room. Except for Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, the others all looked at Xiaoyang with strange looks. What simulated model? After Mu Guang and Liang Hong left first, Xiaoyang thought for a while and took out some fruits from his spatial dimension. Then, leaving the young nurse to guard the house, Xiaoyang took all the ladies to Liang Hong's villa. It was also a way to express their gratitude to Xiaoyang. Unable to decline their kind invitation, Xiaoyang had to agree. It was fairly clean inside and the electricity had been restored. Although they had burned charcoal, the interior was still not very warm. In any case, it was far inferior to Xiaoyang's villa. At this moment, the dining room table was filled with food, cigarettes, and wine, looking quite abundant. However, Chapter 96. Continuing to clean up the zombies in the university town, the villa where Liang Hong and her companions stayed had been tidied up. It was fairly clean inside and the electricity had been restored. Although they had burned charcoal, the interior was still not very warm. It was far inferior to Xiaoyang's villa. At this moment, the dining room table was filled with food, cigarettes, and wine, looking quite abundant. However, they were all ready to eat foods and snacks without any hot dishes. Xiaoyang and his group took their seats. Only she and Mu Guang were sitting, while the others stood aside. Xiaoyang placed the fruits he had brought on the table and said, "There wasn't much worthy to bring. I brought you some fruits." Hearing it was fruits, Liang Hong opened the package and was immediately astounded. Inside, there were watermelon and cantaloupes, all fresh. Everyone on Liang Hong's side showed looks of astonishment upon seeing these fruits. These ordinary fruits before the end of the world had become absolute luxuries nowadays. No one knew how Xiaoyang had preserved them. They were as fresh as if just picked. "Mr. Xiao, you've really gone to great expense. Your gift has completely outshone my offerings on this table. I feel ashamed. Quickly serve tea and pour wine for our esteemed guests." At her call, the young girls immediately stepped forward. Some served tea while others poured wine for Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing and the others. The scene was quite grand. After that, everyone simply engaged in toasting and exchanging polite greetings. To be honest, Xiaoyang and his companions had no interest in the food on the table. Thus, quickly serve tea and pour wine for our esteemed guests. At her call, the only Xiaoyang remained there for a bit longer to discuss the next step plan. "Brother Mu Guang, Sister Hong, we'll continue to go out tomorrow to clear the zombies and collect supplies. What about you?" Xiaoyang inquired. Liang Hong replied with a smile, "On our side. Guang will lead the other 3 brothers out. I'll stay in the villa with these girls for the time being." Hearing Liang Hong's words, Xiaoyang looked at Mu Guang and said, "Brother Mu Guang, how about you come with us tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Mu Guang quickly waved his hand and said, "Guang will lead the other 3 brothers out. I'll stay in the villa with these girls for the time being." Hearing this, Xiaoyang looked at Mu Guang and said, "Brother Mu Guang, why don't you come with us tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Mu Guang waved his hand. "Xiao, we won't go with you. We don't have your abilities. We can't handle areas with a large number." Thinking that Mu Guang and the other 3 men had to support so many women, Xiaoyang felt quite sympathetic to Mu Guang. He wondered what they were thinking. One should act according to one's capabilities, and they were self-aware. However, considering that Mu Guang and the other 3 men had to support so many women, Xiaoyang felt sorry for Mu Guang, thinking he must be exhausted. He wondered what those women were thinking, allowing themselves to idle in the villa. Naturally, Xiaoyang was not so foolish as to inquire about others' thoughts. Therefore, after a brief conversation, he took his leave. Upon return, perhaps Yiling heard his footsteps, and she opened the door. Seeing Yiling looking as if she had something to say but hesitated, Xiaoyang asked curiously, "What's up?" Yiling fidgeted a bit and said shyly, "Do you still have sanitary pads? Wanqing said you had some, so I..." Seeing Yiling's bashful look, and she opened the door. Noticing Yiling's hesitant look, Xiaoyang asked curiously, "What's up?" Yiling fidgeted slightly. "Wanqing said you have some, so I..." Seeing Yiling's shy demeanor, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile inwardly. He took out a sanitary pad from his spatial storage and gave it to Yiling. Yiling realized he had only given her one. How could that be enough? Yiling was utterly exasperated. This guy was so vulgar. Asking her to come to him every day for this was just too embarrassing. However, since the items were in his possession and he had the final say, she was helpless. Giving Xiaoyang a disdainful look, Yiling was about to go back into her room when she heard Xiaoyang mutter, "Alas, as expected, the life-healing technique can't stop my own bleeding." She was helpless. Giving Xiaoyang a disdainful look, Yiling was about to enter her room when she heard Xiaoyang mutter, "Alas, as expected." That night was tranquil. Mu Wanqing strongly resisted having her throat examined, so Xiaoyang started to examine the silicone doll. It was quite good and rather lifelike. Early the next morning, the snow had stopped. Everyone got up early and had breakfast. Then they were about to set off for the university town to continue eliminating zombies and gathering supplies. You four. 2 of you stay at home and 2 go to the guardhouse. Remember, don't open the door for anyone except us at this villa. Do you understand? And 2 go to the guardhouse. Remember, don't open the door for anyone other than us in this villa. Do you understand? Xiaoyang instructed the young nurses. The 4 of them immediately nodded obediently. Xiaoyang and his group still set off in 2 cars. At the gate, Xiaoyang gave him a set of tang knives and training uniforms that he had prepared in advance. Mu Wanqing also stepped forward and said with concern, "Brother." Xiaoyang gave him a set of the prepared tang dao and training uniform. Mu Wanqing also stepped forward and said with concern, "Brother, be careful. Don't worry. We've killed zombies before. There's no need to worry about me." After saying that, he and the other 3 drove the box truck down the mountain first. Xiaoyang left Su Tong behind and asked her to take the lead in guarding the door. Su Tong's current strength was remarkable, and with her there, Xiaoyang felt at ease. After making these arrangements, Xiaoyang and his group headed towards the university town. Last time, they had cleared most of Haicheng Academy of Arts, and only the area around the cafeteria at the back remained uncleared. Xiaoyang and his group decided to go there first to eliminate the remaining zombies and then move on to the next school. Xiaoyang and his group decided to go there first to clean up the remaining zombies and then move on to the next school. Xiaoyang drove the car all the way to the area near the cafeteria of Haicheng Art College. There were still some zombies wandering around. Xiaoyang and his group followed their previous method and quickly cleared all the remaining zombies. Upon final inventory, when they saw Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, the college students happily surrounded them. Classmates Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, are you still taking in people? When they saw Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, the college students joyfully surrounded them. Classmates Mu Wanqing and the people in the supermarket turned a blind eye to our plight. We want to join your group. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir didn't give an immediate response. Is there anyone here who has awakened their supernatural ability? The college students exchanged glances, but none of them spoke. Xiaoyang looked at them and shook his head. They were useless. He wouldn't take them in. However, he still offered them a glimmer of hope. He picked up a crystal and said to the college students, "See this?" He still offered them a glimmer of hope. He picked up a crystal and addressed the college students. "See this?" It was taken from a zombie's head. I might consider taking you in as temporary members. But if you can't even achieve this, there's no need to talk about it. Of course, I might consider taking you on as temporary members. However, if you can't even achieve this, don't even mention it.